Family, the excitement is here. A web novel otaku has been transported to the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War and has bound the heartthrob system. He wins a lottery to obtain skills similar to Satoru Gojo. And when he wakes up, he finds himself facing Uchiha Madara. He also has to charm Madara and Obito, dressing in women's clothes to gain favor. Madara then says a new partner is coming. How will the story develop? Let me tell you, when I opened my eyes, I almost fainted from shock. Do you know who I saw? Uchiha Madara, alive, right in front of me, with tubes stuck in him, his Sharingan scanning me like a spotlight. Goodness, my brain crashed. My CPU was overheating. Let me start from the beginning. I, an ordinary web novel otaku, closed my eyes and opened them again, only to find myself transported. And the starting point was the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War. I tell you, it was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I practically crawled out from a pile of dead bodies. Just as I was coming to terms with my situation, a ding sounded in my head. The system had arrived. I thought, great, a standard feature for a time traveler, a golden finger. But when the system spoke, I was taken aback. It said it was called the heartthrob system in the Naruto world. Everyone loves my strategy. Family, who understands this? I'm a straight man, and you bind me to this thing? I got angry and said I was straight. The system replied seriously, saying that love also includes familial and platonic love. I was left dumbfounded, like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. All right, having something is better than nothing. The system rules are simple. Increase the favorability of Naruto characters. At 60 points, you get a random skill. At 100 points, a big lottery. The skills are from other anime, like Jujutsu Kaisen, One Piece, Bleach, and even Chinese animations. The system is playing a new game, focusing on cross-border interactions. Just then, a bloody hand grabbed my leg, nearly scaring my soul away. Guess what? It was my biological mother, still alive, alongside my biological father, taking all the damage from me with their bodies. At that moment, the system asked if I wanted to charm them. I was stunned and said, do I even need to choose? Of course, I need to charm them. As soon as I finished speaking, ding, my favorability shot up to 100. I instantly understood this was the last love of the original character's parents. Tears streamed down my face, and I vowed to live well for their son. Then came the main event. With 2 maxed favorability levels, I had 2 ultimate lottery chances. The system also granted me a newbie luck buff. Rubbing my hands together, I silently prayed for Satoru Gojo's blessing. And when the big will stopped 6 eyes, wow, I almost jumped up. Before I could catch my breath for the second lottery, the pointer steadily landed on Limitless. Family, this is the same ability as Satoru Gojo. I felt like I was about to become invincible, but then the system poured cold water on me, saying I was taking advantage of familial love, so all derived skills like song and he were deducted. I was like, fine, I have 6 eyes and Limitless, what more do I need? I happily clicked to accept, and then everything went black and I passed out. When I woke up again, it was the scene at the beginning. I was in a pitch black cave, my 6 eyes automatically activated, and a massive amount of information flooded my mind outer path. Lily's 100,000 white Zetsu. Oh my, I've been picked up by Uchiha Madara. Madara saw I was awake and walked over with an air of indifference, starting his MLM-style speech. Child, have you seen the truth of this world? Reality is hell. As I listened, I felt something was off. Goodness, isn't this the same spiel he used to brainwash Obito? So, he was trying to cultivate me as the next big fool. What could I do? I could only act. I immediately switched to Oscar-winning actor mode, tears in my eyes, a look of confusion mixed with awakening determination, and with a small fist I said, Grandpa, I also want to create a world without war, where there are mommies and daddies. Madara was immediately satisfied, thinking I was a child with high ideological consciousness and potential. In just a few sentences, the system notified me that Uchiha Madara's favorability was at 60. It automatically assigned me a skill-ice fruit, just like Akiji. Although most of the moves were locked, what more could I ask for from freebie? After Madara left, a creature that looked like a sprouted bean sprout emerged from the ground. I saw it was Obito, the one responsible for comic relief in the early stages. As I was pondering how to deal with him, the system chimed, character to charm. Obito's favorability must reach 60. I was dumbfounded. Was this guy's favorability on wholesale? Obito saw my confused face and casually told me we were brothers now, ready to create a beautiful new world together. I thought the favorability was coming a bit too easily, so I followed his lead, patted his shoulder, and seriously said, good brother, I will make you feel what it's like to have a bowel movement. Guess what? His bean-shaped eyes lit up, and he asked me if I was serious. Favorability ding, and it shot up to 90. I discovered a huge secret. This guy's biggest dream was to experience the feeling of taking a dump. With a favorability of 90, Abito eagerly went to find food for me. I also didn't idle around and quickly claimed the skill gifted by Abito's 60 favorability 6th path, Thunder Roar Cannon. A move from Bleach. It looks really cool, but it requires hand signs early on, which is a bit of a letdown. Just as I was happily experimenting with my new ability, I accidentally shot out an ice blade that severed Abito's arm, which he was bringing back for me. His favorability immediately dropped back to 70. I thought it was over, but he acted like nothing happened. His arm regrew in an instant, and he handed me a lunchbox, saying it also had clothes for me to change into. I was so touched, but when I opened it, my face turned green. It was a women's kimono, exquisitely made. Abito innocently asked me if it looked good. I darkly said it looked good on him, and he dashed back into the ground, leaving behind the comment, "That's children's clothing." I was about to throw it away when the system coldly analyzed that girls can lower others' defenses, which is beneficial for my charm tasks. Family, let me tell you, I truly had no choice at that moment. Either wear women's clothes, run naked, or continue wearing this blood-stained rag. Gritting my teeth, I held back tears and let out a roar of humiliation. Just this once. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and I was in this dark cave, counting time by carving marks on the wall. Every time Abito saw it, he looked shocked and called me a genius. I was speechless. This silly kid's IQ was so erratic. One day, Abito popped out again and said Madara was looking for me. I followed him through a maze until we reached a bigger cave. Uchiha Madara was sitting on a stone bench, covered in tubes connected to the outer path, lilies, looking extremely weak, as if he was about to run out of power. He slowly opened his eyes, and those Sharingan glowed red, making my heart skip a beat. He looked at me and weakly said, "You're here." I suspected this old man felt his time was short and was about to start making moves. When I tell you, the moment his gaze swept over me, my first reaction was to check my outfit. Goodness, he was indeed taken aback, staring at my girl's kimono, and remained silent for a full second. At that moment, I thought to myself, oh no, this old man doesn't have some weird fetish, does he? But guess what? He actually figured it out himself. With an expression that seemed to say, I, Uchiha Madara, have seen all kinds of storms, it's just cross-dressing, what a small matter. Seeing this opportunity, I immediately channeled my inner drama queen, took 2 steps forward, and shouted in the most excited and admiring tone of my life, Madara, you finally agreed to meet me. Quickly tell me, how can I change this damn world? With my acting skills, even the system would give me a thumbs up. After hearing this, Madara not only didn't get angry, but a hint of a smile also flashed in his eyes. Exactly, that's the vibe I wanted. Ding. Favorability of target Uchiha Madara. 61. What the heck? I cursed in my heart. 61? Just increased by 1 point? This old man is too stingy. I performed so passionately, and this is all I get? That guy Abito is much easier to fool. His favorability was almost maxed out casually. Madara remained calm, smiling slightly. Don't worry. In a few days, a new partner will come and train with you. Remember, strength is the foundation of everything. My heart skipped a beat. I could guess who he was talking about with just my toes. Is it you, Toby? All right, my KPI is about to increase again. And it's the later dark version of Abito. I need to hurry and max out the favorability before he completely turns into a love-struck fool. Thinking this, I quickly changed to a troubled expression, looking at Madara, hesitating. But I haven't practiced any powerful techniques. My expression, 3 parts awkward, 5 parts eager to become stronger, and 2 parts pleading, was perfectly nailed. Madara understood immediately. He said, Abito will take you to get some ninjutsu scrolls. How much you can learn depends on your own ability. The implication was clear. If you're useless, then you have no value. Okay. I immediately looked at him with determination, pumping myself up in my heart. To fool others, I must first fool myself. I am the chosen one. Who else but me can create a new world? That guy Abito was quite efficient in a flash. He took me to another dark cave. Goodness. Rows of wooden shelves were lined with scrolls, causing my mouth to water. This was the lifelong collection of Banyi. You practice here. I shall fetch you some food, Alfei declared before vanishing underground. As I rubbed my hands together, poised to extend my magical claws, the system's voice suddenly interrupted. It is inadvisable for the host to practice ninjutsu. Huh? Why not? I paused, thinking that having more skills could only be beneficial. The host will acquire increasingly more skills in the future. Learning these mundane ninjutsu is merely a waste of time. It is better to diligently practice the skills you already possess. I stroked my chin, realizing there was some truth to this. Although my unlimited potential was maxed out, the derivative skills, such as Shumpa, AO, He, and Z, were all locked by the system. I was desperate to learn and asked, When can I use my derivative skills? They will be randomly unlocked as your rapport with the characters increases. I was incensed. How infuriating. I should have had these from the beginning. It was all the system's fault for accusing me of trying to take shortcuts and imposing restrictions. I bit my kimono sleeve in frustration. For the next 5 days, I battled with myself. At most, I became somewhat adept at the abilities of the frozen fruit, but not a single new technique was unlocked. One day, while standing in a cave and attempting to divide the chill in my hands into 5 streams to see if I could create a frozen time capsule, a resounding explosion erupted above me. The entire cave shook and the chill in my hands dissipated. Dust and smoke filled the air, but most importantly, I saw light. Family. Who understands? A beam of sunlight streamed in. After being a caveman underground for so long, I finally saw the sun. I was on the verge of tears. Debris fell like rain, but all slid past me, as the layer of unlimited potential surrounding me repelled even dust. Suddenly, a metallic scent wafted through the air, blood pooling at my feet before curiously parting. I understood clearly. My poor, tragic brother Obito had arrived. Obito felt he was at death's door, darkness enveloping him, his eyelids heavy as if weighed down by stones. Rin, Kakashi, farewell. Just as his consciousness began to fade, a blinding light pierced through. With the last of his strength, he managed to crack open one eye. A little girl in a purple kimono approached him, her moonlit silver hair and sky-blue eyes ethereal. Was she a fairy? Then, he fainted completely. I stepped before Obito, and the next moment, Afe emerged from the rubble, attaching his mangled body and dragging him away. I remained still, as the system notification chimed in my mind. Ding! The rapport with the character Uchiha Obito has reached 60. What was this? I was stunned. No word spoken. And it was already 60? What's going on, Obito? Self-promotion? Suddenly, I felt a surge of confidence regarding his 100 rapport. The system has automatically assigned skills. Please choose whether to accept. Of course. Curse technique, AO. Remarkably, what I wished for had come true. Tears welled in my eyes. Although the AO skill had average attack power, it was the gateway to Shuinpa. This was a bug skill comparable to Flying Thunder God. Perhaps by maxing out Obito's rapport, I could unlock Shuinpa. I immediately followed the direction where Obito had been dragged away. Obito, in a daze, felt a soft, warm hand caressing him, making him want to cry from comfort. When he finally managed to open one eye, he still saw that fairy. Am I dead? He confirmed, having seen a fairy. Surely he was in heaven. I watched him lying there, grinning foolishly, and silently retreated behind Banyi. I feared that being too close would infect me with his lack of intelligence. Banyi wore a serious expression, preparing to deliver his first lesson in manipulation. Who are you? Where is this? Obito screamed upon seeing Banyi. No, this shouldn't be. How can a fairy be with such an ugly creature? Is this not heaven? He surveyed the dark surroundings, starting to doubt life itself. What kind of heaven looks like this? This is the liminal space of life and death, poor child. Banya's voice startled me. Goodness, he hadn't changed a single line. He used the same script to bamboozle me, now turning on Obito. Can't he show a bit of creativity? Obito was clearly bewildered, and I could hardly bear to watch. No, I must find Rin and Kakashi. Obito suddenly shouted. Banyi chuckled cryptically. You will change your mind. That day is not far off. I thought this implication was clearer than day. Any normal person hearing this would immediately suspect Ban if they turned around and saw Kakashi kill Rin. But our Obito was different. He didn't suspect a thing and remained steadfastly loyal to Banyi. I felt utterly powerless to comment. Banyi left with a menacing remark. And it was my turn to boost rapport. Are you hungry? Would you like me to fetch you something to eat? I completely ignored the fact that he was surviving on Hashirama cells and didn't need food at all. Huh? Obito looked at me, his face reddening, scratching his head. Would it be too much trouble? I immediately shook my head, smiling gently. Not at all. I'll be right back. I stepped out of the cave and called for Afe. Bring me some food. Though Afe was speechless, he quickly returned with a lunchbox, considering the rapport. I sat beside Obito with the lunchbox, softly saying, You must be starving. Try this. It took me a while to find it. My gaze was so gentle it could almost drip water, enveloping Obito entirely. Warmth spread through his heart, and he silently swallowed the words, "Actually, I'm not hungry." Ding. The rapport with the character Uchiha Obito has reached 70. The speed was astounding. I beamed even more sweetly. "Thank you," Obito said, stuffing his mouth with rice balls. Then asked, "What is your name? Why are you with that old pervert?" I struggled to suppress a laugh. Old pervert? What a description. I could only feign disapproval and shake my head. "You shouldn't speak of the elderly like that. My name is Eugene Hishu. It's a pleasure to meet you." My bright smile seemed to illuminate the entire cave. Obito was momentarily stunned before repeating in his heart, "I love Rin," feeling anxious. He replied, "I'm Uchiha Obito. It's a pleasure to meet you too." In the following days, I accompanied him through rehabilitation training, and his rapport gradually rose to 93, then abruptly halted. It refused to budge. One day, while Obito was doing push-ups, Afei's head popped through the wall, his tone brimming with excitement. "Obito, that Rin of yours and that Kakashi seemed to be in danger." With such poor acting, Obito was still oblivious. I understood now why Ban Yi targeted Obito among the many younger Uchiha. It was indeed rare to find someone with such low intelligence. Obito panicked. "What? No, I must go save Rin and Kakashi." An opportunity had arisen. I immediately donned a gentle, encouraging demeanor. "Go ahead, Obito. I believe you can save your friends." Afei was dumbfounded beside me. "Didn't Ban Yi tell you the plan? That girl is destined to die. Why encourage him?" But Obito was deeply moved by my words, nodding vigorously. Ding! Uchiha Obito's rapport has reached 100. I nearly burst out laughing. Obito approached me and embraced me tightly. I quickly lowered my hand, which was preparing to condense an ice blade, startled, thinking he had ulterior motives. "Ishu, you are my lifelong best friend. I have been so happy these days with you. But I'm sorry, I cannot stay here forever." Obito was delivering an emotionally charged farewell speech, while my expression was nothing short of complex. "Brother, do not speak so, for it will not be long before you return," weeping and calling out. He struck his fist against the stone wall, and with a crack, his prosthetic hand shattered, leaving not a single crack on the wall. My tendency to feel second-hand embarrassment resurfaced, rendering me nearly unable to look. Fortunately, Afei timely intervened, transforming into armor that enveloped him, enabling him to shatter the stone wall with a single blow. As he stepped out of the cave, he cast a glance back at me. I stood amidst the ruins, maintaining the gentle expression I had when we first met. It was then that he resolved himself to vanish into the darkness. As I pondered this, the figure of Ban Yi appeared beside me like a specter, startling me into action. With a face full of frustration, I exclaimed, "He still cannot let go of reality. What a disappointment. He is utterly blind to the hypocrisy of the world. Only by creating an entirely new realm can one attain everlasting love and peace." The fervor on my face was so palpable that I almost convinced myself. Ban Yi then smiled with satisfaction, saying, "He will soon come to understand." I felt a sigh of relief in my heart, narrowly avoiding exposure. Rain began to pour outside, and to my dismay, this wretched place of mine was leaking. Who can explain to me why a dwelling underground would leak? Did Uchiha Ban conduct any market research before selecting this site? My blanket was soaked. How could I possibly sleep? Afei had also followed Tushigu away, leaving me without a midnight snack and now without sleep. I was so infuriated that I contemplated rushing over to yank Ban Ye's oxygen tube. What a dreadful working environment. Even a capitalist would bow 3 times in reverence. As I ranted internally, heavy footsteps approached. Tushigu had returned. Soaked to the bone, water streamed down his cheeks, and in his singular eye, 3 tomo formed the shape of a shuriken, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The once sunny youth had perished, and now before me stood Nyo Hirudeto. I hesitated to approach immediately, but I could not let my persona collapse. I retrieved a handkerchief from behind and rushed over with eyes full of concern, saying, "Dato, what happened?" I reached out, gently wiping the rain from his face. He suddenly grasped my hand with such force that it felt as though he might crush my bones. "I will create a world with Lin. Why must you crush me while creating your own?" I forced a smile, nearly unable to refrain from bestowing upon him a harsh glare. In short, under the cunning orchestration of Ban Yi, Tushigu successfully joined our villainous team. Days passed, and Banyi summoned me once more. He shoo-shoo. His gaze became heavy and distant. Upon sensing this demeanor, I recognized his intention to manipulate me again. I immediately displayed a disdainful expression, stating, "Those who still cling to this world cannot achieve greatness. Only someone like me, devoid of everything, can sacrifice for a new world." Banyi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, slowly replying, "I can scarcely hold on any longer." My expression darkened, eyes filled with anxiety. What should we do then? I was nearly convinced by my own performance. Banyi appeared pleased. Compared to Dato, I certainly trust you more. Once I depart, it will inform you what to do. As he spoke, a dark shadow began to seep from behind him. The corners of my mouth twitched. Here came the first filial son of Hokage. "Hey, Ju, I believe you'll keep a close watch on Dato for me," Banyi added. His words bore profound meaning. Was I to monitor Dato? Had I, in fact, superseded Tushigu to become Banyi's foremost tool? I was profoundly moved, grinning with a sinister smile. "Rest assured, no one shall stand before our goals." Banyi then instructed Fei to summon Dato, preparing to delegate the subsequent tasks. Not a single word registered with me, for I suddenly recalled something of paramount importance. The lottery. Dato's favorability had reached 100, and I had yet to draw. How could I have forgotten such a vital matter? In my fervor, I slapped my forehead. Instantly, all eyes turned towards me. Banyi, panting, asked, "What are you doing?" I froze, tears welling up, and stubbornly turned my head, yet my eyes remained reddened. "It is nothing." At that moment, everyone believed I was grieving Banyi's impending death. Fei even jumped in to comfort me. "He shoo-shoo, do not be sad. Ban will return." I felt speechless inside, but tears continued to fall uncontrollably. Banyi regarded me, a rare flicker of sentiment crossing his heart. Ding. Uchiha Ban, favorability, 69. Still as miserly as ever. Banyi. He uttered a few final words, and the light in his eyes faded completely. Farewell in the Fourth War. As he breathed his last, Dato opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed his words upon seeing my tear-streaked visage, coldly stating, "Let us rest for the night and discuss matters tomorrow," before vanishing. Upon returning to my cave, I rubbed my hands together in excitement. Lottery! Lottery! Uchiha Dato, favorability 100. Lottery wheel ready. Does the host wish to draw a card? Yes. The blue wheel spun rapidly, finally illuminating a sector. Instantaneous movement, unlimited derivative skill. I felt an overwhelming urge to cry out to the heavens. Thanks to the perfect favorability, the skill was instantly maxed out. With the boundless automatic defense paired with instantaneous movement, my life was finally assured with unparalleled protection. Snuggled under my moldy blanket, I drifted off to sleep, filled with hopes for a brighter tomorrow. The next morning, Fei thoughtfully brought me breakfast. Dato, now the new leader, sat beneath the outer path golem, exuding an aura reminiscent of a tiger's absence, allowing the monkeys to ascend. The first objective was to gather tail beasts. Dato wasted no time, asserting, "The Nine Tails is the strongest and resides in Konoha. We require an insider." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 gazes fixed upon me, Heiju's, Fei's, and Dato's. My 9-year-old frame appeared akin to that of a 6- or 7-year-old, still clad in girl's attire, making me the perfect candidate to infiltrate the enemy ranks. Konoha? Which traverser wouldn't wish to visit the protagonist's village? I immediately declared with unwavering resolve, "I will do whatever it takes to achieve our goals." Ding. Target character, Ju, favorability 40. No way. More miserly than Banyi? I discreetly glanced at Ju. All right, Dato nodded. Konoha is currently scouring the battlefield for orphans. You will disguise yourself as one and blend in. Thus Fei took me, and we silently appeared amidst a pile of corpses. "Sir, there is still a child here." A ninja clad in a green vest exclaimed upon spotting me. I sat dazed amongst the heap, my small face smeared with blood and dirt, my blue eyes vacant and lifeless. Even Oscar would hand me a little golden statue. The chunin named Takebayashi lifted me and placed me on a wooden cart. There were several other children on the cart, and occasional sobs could be heard. My gaze swept across and landed on a white-haired boy. He was rather perceptive and immediately looked over, his expression devoid of the innocence of a child. I quickly lowered my head, curling into a ball. After 3 shaky days, we finally arrived at Konoha. I gazed at the towering wooden walls, feeling a surge of excitement. The protagonist's village. The battlefield of Hokage. Here I come. However, entry was not so simple. I had to undergo inspection. The gatekeeper was a scar-faced man whom I recognized immediately, Marino Ibiki. His ability seemed to be mental probing, causing my heart to race. This was not good. What if he discovered the strange websites I had browsed? System, save me. I frantically called out in my mind. Do not worry, the system replied succinctly. I instantly felt a wave of relief. The system was indeed reliable. Ibiki placed his hand on my head and closed his eyes. Though I knew the system had my back, I still held my breath in tension. He soon said, all right, next. I successfully blended into Konoha. Just as I thought I would be heading to an orphanage, the ninja, named Takebayashi, surprisingly showed compassion and asked if I would like to be adopted by him. I was utterly astonished. As soon as I felt drowsy, someone presented me with a pillow, to be monitored by the Umbu even at the orphanage, and now to reside directly in the home of a ninja. Was this not akin to an extraordinary stroke of luck? I readily exclaimed my willingness. The paperwork consumed the better part of the day, and on our way, we passed by Ichiraka Ramen. Juya and E.I.E. pointed and said, when we have time, Uncle will take you there. At last, he brought me back to a quaint 2-story house. Immersed in the bathtub, I let out a contented sigh. However, upon seeing the purple dress he had prepared for me, my expression turned pale. It seemed I was destined to wear women's clothing. Just then, the system chimed in. Does the host choose to pursue Jia and E.I.E.? Yes. How could I forget that? Ding. Congratulations to the host. The affection level of the character Jia and E.I.E. is 89. The system has automatically allocated skills. Does the host wish to accept? The Yin Yang Ring. The introduction indicated that this item could conceal my true gender, impervious even to the Byakugan. I was truly grateful. I suspected the system had orchestrated this all along. But what could I do? I could only choose with a face full of humiliation. I donned the dress and slipped on the ring. And Juya and he had prepared an extravagant feast. With a joyful clasp of his hands, he welcomed, Hey Shu, welcome to our family. I was taken aback. Were there others? No sooner had I pondered this than I heard the sound of barking, meowing, and hissing. I must say, the moment those sounds emerged, I felt my hair stand on end. Turning my head, lo and behold, a vibrant green snake was slithering along the newly sprouted tree trunk on the wall. This Jun-ei had not informed me that his residence resembled a Konoha wildlife sanctuary. I could tolerate cats and dogs, but a snake? While it was indeed quite beautiful, it was still a snake. Jun-ei continued to explain, Hey Shu, do not fear. Shao Qing does not bite. Shao Qing? At that moment, I wanted to ask him if there was also a white one named by Su Jun. I had come to a full understanding. This fellow, with his handsome features and financial stability, remained single for a reason. What woman would willingly marry a man who kept snakes? The only consolation I had was his culinary skills, which were nothing short of magical. As I savored grilled mackerel while sipping juice, a sense of satisfaction enveloped me. Just as I was enjoying my meal, I looked up, and lo and behold, who did I see? Perched on a tree outside was a white-haired figure wearing a raccoon mask. None other than Kakashi. My ultimate 6 eyes were no joke. I could see him clearly even through 2 layers of masks. Let me tell you, the Umbu had it tough. While I feasted, he could only watch from outside. And I felt a pang of sympathy for him. After dinner, Jian-Yi's large orange cat, named Xiao Huang, and his big dog, Xiaobai, surrounded me. I must say, Jian-Yi's talent for naming was remarkable. Thankfully, I had insisted on keeping my name. Otherwise, I might have ended up as Xiaolon, which is quite a terrifying thought. A few days later, Jian-Yi asked if I wanted to attend school. Well, of course I did. A ninja school? What could be easier than winning the affections of little kids? This was the foundation of my strategy. I immediately switched to my actor mode, cautiously looking at him, lowering my head and whispering, I want to become a ninja. I want to protect Uncle. To my surprise, Jian-Yi was momentarily stunned. Kakashi perched in the tree. also seemed taken aback. And guess what? The system prompted, ding. The affection level of the character Kakashi is 20. Just that. 20 points. Kakashi, are you being a bit stingy? Did all your affection go to intimate paradise? NIE, however, was moved to the core, gently stroking my head and saying, all right, Uncle will also protect Heishu. Well, that settled it. I had secured my admission to the ninja school. That night, as I lay in my bed, the snake named Xiao Qing slithered in beside me, and I had come to coexist peacefully with it. I secretly practiced my ice release under the covers, but with a bang I failed again. However, that mattered little. What was important was that I had deliberately let Kakashi see through the window. Why, you ask? Let me tell you, in my previous life, I was just an ordinary recluse with no grand aspirations, simply wishing to experience what it felt like to be Hokage. As the saying goes, a ninja who does not aspire to be Hokage is not a good ninja. I carefully contemplated the position of Hokage, which seemed akin to a family business monopolizing power. The second was the brother of the first, the third was the apprentice of the second. The fourth was the grandchild of the third, the fifth was the granddaughter of the first, the sixth was the apprentice of the fourth, and the seventh was both the apprentice of the sixth and the son of the fourth. After all that, it was all about connections. I must find a way in. My modest goal was to try my hand at being Hokage. The next morning, while still dreaming about stepping on Danzo's hand and confronting the third, I was awakened by Juya Nei. In the living room sat two unexpected guests, Mori no Ibiki and the younger version of Yamanaka Inoichi. I was well aware that this was the final review from Konoha. Bring on. I fear no one. With the system in hand, I had the script ready. I immediately switched to the mode of a traumatized child from war, clutching Zhe and Ei's clothing and trembling. Yamanaka Inoichi, with a demeanor of kindness, crouched down to say, little friend, shall we play a game? Then his essence dove into my mind. The next moment, I assure you, he regretted it. The system flashed a tragic war film. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, my parents tragically perishing, and I was left sobbing uncontrollably. When Yamanaka Inoichi emerged, his eyes were red, and he patted Ibiki's shoulder, choking back tears as he said, be gentle. When Ibiki entered and witnessed a similar scene, he emerged with a gaze filled with compassion. I pretended to look bewildered at them. Uncle? Yamanaka Inoichi gently touched my head. Good child. I was nearly laughing to the point of madness. Once these two reported back, the third Hokage would surely regard me as Konoha's future little angel. As anticipated, ding, the affection level of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is 40. Ah, what a delightful acquisition of affection. During breakfast, Jia and Ei remarked later, Uncle will take you to register for ninja school. He donned a ruggedly handsome expression while speaking in a childlike manner. Who among my family could comprehend? However, the thought of going to school filled me with anticipation, especially since I had intentionally worn safety shorts. The purple cheongsam dress that Jia and Ei bought for me had high slits on both sides. Simply exquisite. Upon arriving at the ninja school, the sheer number of people was overwhelming. As I walked through, my face was nearly pinched into a puff by all the uncles and aunties. The gazes of the little kids in the square were all directed towards me. Wow, that child is so cute. Surely the future school belle. Initially, I felt embarrassed, digging my toes into the ground, but now, as a mature, cross-dressing master, I could even smile back at them. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in my line of sight, with spiky hair and a shirt featuring a ping-pong paddle. Oh my, Uchiha Shursui. I immediately gazed at him with my innocent, wide eyes, and upon making eye contact, his face flushed bright red. This was promising. Ding. The affection level of the character Uchiha Shursui is 30. My smile froze on my face. No way. His face turned that red, and only 30 points? Clearly, Uchiha Itachi was your true love, wasn't he? After registration, I was assigned to Class 3. I casually found a seat, only to have all the surrounding positions immediately taken. Next to me sat an explosive-haired student, the son of Sarutobi, named Sarutobi Inoki. My mind whirled with opportunity. I immediately began extolling the virtues of the third Hokage, leaving him utterly bewildered. Just as we were engrossed in conversation, a cold snicker interrupted us. I turned to find another Uchiha. This one with long hair and a ping-pong paddle emblazoned on his chest. Sarutobi Aoki exploded with fury. What do you mean by that? The long-haired Uchiha, with an air of disdain, retorted, not everyone can aspire to be Hokage. I chuckled inwardly. Oh, so you wish to mock me too? Wait, I shall wait for the opportunity to let you experience the iron fist of a beautiful girl. These two little rascals seem poised for a brawl, and Jishui approaches to mediate. I hurriedly grasped the arm of Yuan Fei Qing Mu, my expression laden with concern, and said, "Fighting is not commendable." Yuan Fei Qing Mu's face flushed crimson, and he promptly sat down obediently. However, the long-haired Uchiha Yuri grew emboldened, sneering. How can someone from a prominent family heed the words of an orphan? I must say, his words struck a nerve. This mischievous child. I was instantly incensed. In the blink of an eye, I had teleported to his front, my fist hovering mere inches from his nose. He stood there utterly dumbfounded. But could I truly strike him? No, I must maintain decorum. I retracted my fist, adopting a warm and gentle demeanor. Zhili, I would never harm a fellow student. I merely wished to convey that we are all members of Muyi, and your previous statement was rather discourteous. Upon hearing this, the entire class rose in unison. Uchiha Zhili apologized. The boy, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, fled with reddened eyes. Ha, what little brat! Challenge me? If I were to strike you, I would merely be a bully, gaining nothing but momentary satisfaction. Yet if I refrain, I earn the goodwill of the entire class and establish a reputation for magnanimity. Surely, when this reaches the ears of the third Hokage, my favorability will soar. Ding! Uchiha Jishui's favorability increased to 31. I was taken aback, glancing at Jishui, who stood awkwardly on the sidelines, his gaze towards me filled with complexity. How intriguing. I chastise an Uchiha, and he instead grows fond of me? I must pay more attention to this Uchiha Zhili henceforth. At that moment, our teacher, a chunin named Sato Yashiki, arrived. The little ones clamored for ninjutsu lessons, creating quite the ruckus. Yuan Fei Qing Mu tried to impress me, but mistakenly called the teacher Sato Sensei, mispronouncing his name. I gently corrected him, and he was so moved that tears nearly brimmed his eyes. Then came the most tedious segment, self-introductions. Yuan Fei Qing Mu was the first to take the stage, boldly declaring, "I am Yuan Fei Qing Mu, and I despise Uchiha Zhili and anyone who dares to compete with me for the favor of the crane tree." To my surprise, he shyly glanced at me, abruptly falling silent. I was left as speechless as an elder on the subway, staring at a phone. After he stepped down, he approached me and asked, "Do you understand my intentions?" I smiled softly and bestowed upon him a good person card. Of course. Yuan Fei classmate wishes to be my lifelong friend. He froze in shock, his mouth agape as if to fit an egg. A lifelong friend? Seeing his despondent expression, I added, "Does Yuan Fei classmate not wish to become my dear friend?" He dared not refuse, nodding through tears. How could I not? I certainly would. All settled. I nodded with satisfaction. I would also gladly befriend you, Qing Mu. As for being my boyfriend, little rascal, you must first take a number and wait. Your friendship seat is reserved for now. Next came Uchiha Jishui, who offered a rather conventional introduction. But by the time it was Uchiha Zhili's turn, he had vanished. I immediately stood up, feigning concern. "Teacher, shall I go look for Zhili? I must uphold my image as a helpful angel." Teacher Sato was deeply moved, about to consent when Yuan Fei Qing Mu abruptly slammed his hand on the desk, standing up. "No." Teacher Sato's face turned pale, forcing a smile as he regarded him, his fists itching. His implication was clear. He believed Zhili would bully me. Goodness, Yuan Fei Qing Mu leaped up, his voice booming as if he were about to demolish a building, asserting as though he had witnessed me being bullied 100 times over. Teacher Sato was bewildered, his expression suggesting he had missed some juicy gossip, glancing back and forth between us. He likely found it too tedious to argue with the little rascal and turned to Jishui. "Then, Jishui, you may go find him." Just as Jishui nodded, I had to seize the moment. I sprang up, feigning remorse, my voice tinged with emotion. "Teacher, I shall accompany you. After all, Zhili ran away because of me. My concluding statement was particularly suggestive. As expected, the children erupted in protest. Hey Shu, it was clearly Uchiha Zhili's fault. You need not feel guilty. Indeed, he has gone too far. How could Heishu be so kind? The scene resembled a large-scale denouncement, nearly hanging a sign around Uchiha Zhili's neck for public shaming. I lower my head, softly saying, "Please do not say such things." Accompanied by my innocent, flawless visage, the effect was simply stunning. I must say, Teacher Sato looked at me with such admiration, likely pondering if there were any orphanages left from which to procure an angelic daughter. Seizing the opportunity, I gazed at the teacher with doe-like eyes. "Teacher, may I go with Ji Shuei as well?" This was a splendid chance to boost Uchiha Ji Shuei's favorability. Teacher Sato, unable to resist, hesitated briefly before granting permission, specifically admonishing Ji Shuei. "Ji Shuei, as a man, you must protect Heishu." Ji Shuei glanced at me and nodded. But I bet he was thinking, with my speed, who is protecting whom? As we departed, I could feel Yuan Fei Qing Mu's murderous gaze burning into my back, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. As we walked, a gentle breeze blew, and cicadas chirped. Ji Shuei, who had been holding in his breath throughout, was nearly purple in the face, and finally could no longer contain himself, asking, "Hey Shu, how did you achieve such speed?" After asking, he nervously added, "If it is a secret technique, I beg your pardon." This fellow, true to the Uchiha clan, was refreshingly humble and polite. I chuckled lightly and decided to be forthright. This should be considered my bloodline limit. Bloodline limit? Ji Shuei's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder. Such abilities were rare in the ninja world, akin to starting life on a higher rung of the ladder. I nodded, offering no further explanation. My six-eyed radar scanned the area, and lo and behold, Uchiha Zhili was hiding behind a large tree. His eyes reddened as he secretly observed us. Without hesitation, I strode towards him. Upon noticing me, he puffed up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "You," Ji Shuei quickly interjected. "Zhili, come back with us. The teacher is looking for you." Yet that boy disregarded Ji Shuei entirely, glaring at me with fierce intensity. Noticing the sparse crowd around us, my temper flared, and I nearly erupted with a curse. Thankfully, the system in my mind intervened before I could speak. "Silence," it urged, louder than my own thoughts. Ji Shuei, bewildered, asked, "Hey Shu, what did you just say?" I swiftly switched to my innocent mode, smiling sweetly. I said, "I just saw a little dog." "Is that so?" Ji Shuei glanced around the empty playground, beginning to question his reality. But I assure you, he ultimately believed me. My innocent expression was simply irresistible. I even added, "Of course, I am not one to lie." After saying this, I shyly lowered my gaze. As I acted, I queried the system in my mind. Did I blush? Is this not a necessary skill for a pure-hearted flower? The system remained silent for a moment before responding. "You have indeed blushed. Excellent, the skill has been activated." I continued my performance. I turned to Uchiha Zhili, pouring forth sincerity. "Zhili, please return with us. I shall plead with the teacher on your behalf, and I won't hold you accountable for your discourteousness today." Ji Shuei, overhearing, furrowed his brows, likely sensing something amiss in my words, but unable to articulate it. Uchiha Zhili, stubborn as an unyielding bean, defiantly turned his head. I refused to go back. Ji Shuei began to persuade him, but the boy began to speak recklessly, shouting at Ji Shuei, "I would rather not attend school. After all, our Uchiha clan's ninjutsu is far superior to what the Ninja Academy teaches." Goodness, how audacious! I felt a jolt, realizing I had stirred a hornet's nest. I could distinctly sense Ji Shuei stiffening beside me. I immediately donned an expression of understanding and sweetly addressed Ji Shuei, saying, "Ji Shuei, I shall pretend I did not hear today's conversation." Alas, I had kept their secret, and my favorability only increased slightly. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. I sighed and, with great empathy, remarked to Ji Shuei, "I shall take my leave now. I entrust Shuri to you." By allowing them some private space for conversation, I played my role quite well, did I not? Indeed, my favorability rose just a tad more. What a worthwhile endeavor this was. Upon my return to the classroom, The first to rush towards me was Surtobi Yoki, his eyes reddened with concern. Hashushu, are you all right? Did that scoundrel Uchiha Shuri bully you? My heart skipped a beat. This boy was rather extreme. However, could I let such a golden opportunity slip through my fingers as the master of instigation? I swiftly adopted an expression of admiration and longing. Shaking my head, of course not. Jishue-kun was with me. He would protect me. I aimed to incite a rivalry between Sarutobi Aoki and Uchiha Jishue. Let them fight for my favor. As expected, upon hearing this, Sarutobi Aoki's face turned a shade of green with fury. When Jishue returned with Shuri, his gaze pierced through Jishue like a dagger. Thus the first day passed. Upon arriving home, I found my rather cheap uncle packing his belongings. His bag stuffed with kunai and soldier pills. It seemed he was off to the front lines as cannon fodder. With a face full of guilt, he entrusted me with his final wishes, urging me to live well. Sigh, though he was merely a tool, he treated me quite decently. I could only pray for his safe return. The next day at school, to my astonishment, Uchiha Shuri had gathered a group of spirited Uchiha youths and cornered me in an alley. He stood at the forefront, gazing at me as if I were an ant. I couldn't help but laugh. Lacking the prowess of Uchiha Bido, he had nonetheless adopted his arrogance. He sneered at me. Aren't you fond of sneak attacks? Show me one now. The boys behind him displayed a flicker of conscience, hesitating to harm a delicate and charming girl like me, whispering amongst themselves. Shuri's face turned an angry shade of blue as he bellowed at them to attack. At that moment, a shadow swooped down between us. My eyes lit up. Could be Kakashi, dressed in umbu attire. Upon sighting the umbu, the Uchiha youths scattered like frightened birds, fleeing faster than rabbits. Only Uchiha Shuri remained, his face pale with fright, ultimately retreating with red-rimmed eyes. This was my chance. As Kakashi turned, I quickly adjusted my expression. Grasping the hem of his vest with my delicate hand, my eyes brimming with tears. Big brother, thank you. I'm scared. Would you escort me to school? And then, to my utter astonishment, notifications chimed in succession. Ding! Favorability with Hatake Kakashi increased by 20. Ding! Favorability increased by 15. Ding! Favorability increased by 10. I was left in a state of shock. What kind of anomaly was Kakashi? Was he a new breed of character that lost favorability even while being generous? Terrified, I quickly released my grip and stammered. Big brother, it's no trouble. I can walk by myself. No sooner had I spoken than he vanished in an instant, leaving me alone in the alley, disoriented by the wind. Yet, as I walked away, my favorability soared once more. I was utterly flabbergasted. One could not fathom Kakashi's thoughts. No matter how one tried, I dashed into the classroom, where a throng of little ones immediately surrounded me, offering breakfast. I reluctantly accepted their offerings. My face contorted in a mix of gratitude and reluctance. I do not wish to disappoint any of you, so I must accept all, aiming for equitable distribution. I received their kindness. Soon, Teacher Sato commenced our lesson on chakra refinement. The pace was alarmingly swift, clearly indicating a shortage of personnel due to war, as they aimed to hasten our deployment as mere fodder, secretly munching on snacks while the system reported. I was pleased to learn that my chakra levels now matched that of Jonin. Hooray, I was taking off. Next came physical training, 50 laps around the playground. At that moment, I felt like cursing. While I knew my physical stamina could handle it, the ability to run and the desire to run were two entirely different matters. Just as I was about to break down, a thought struck me. I surely wouldn't remain at a height of only 5 meters for life. In a panic, I inquired with the system about height-increasing potions, only to be met with a suggestion for a gender-bending potion. What the hell? I, Hashushu, would remain steadfastly by my good brother's side for life. My resolute expression even startled Teacher Sato, who announced the task with a voice raised in excitement. Safety laps. The children erupted in protests. Sarutobi Aoki, eager to impress me, boldly proclaimed, "What is 50 laps? No big deal." Teacher Sato immediately turned his expectant gaze towards me, and I understood it was my moment to shine. Clenching my fist with eyes brighter than the sun, I declared, "Indeed, We all aspire to be ninjas. How could we falter before such a trivial challenge? My words ignited the atmosphere. Each child surged forth as if fueled by a potent elixir, shouting with fervor. I even took two hesitant girls by the hand, rallying them to join in. As we began to run, I felt elated, but I had to maintain the facade. I quickly exchanged for the skill, sweating profusely. The name may seem mundane, but the effect was remarkable. By the time I reached the 38th lap, I began my performance. Breathing heavily, my steps faltering, my cheeks flushed, and beads of sweat cascading down my face. Sarutobi, Aoki, and Jishui ran to my side, urging me to take a break. But Aoki, upon seeing Jishui, reignited his competitive spirit and bolted forward once again. The moment had arrived. My lips turned pale, but with unwavering determination. I shook my head and summoned every ounce of strength to shout a motivational mantra. I almost believed myself. No, I shall not give up. Those lacking resolve do not deserve to be ninjas. I aspire to be an exemplary ninja, like Hokage-sama. How could I so easily surrender before such a minor hurdle? Ding! Favorability with Uchiha Jishui increased by 40. Everyone stood frozen, staring at me in awe. At that moment, I was the embodiment of light. Observing me clench my fists and resolutely resume my stride, the little ones behind me were moved to tears. I too would charge forth. I was a true ninja. Those who had previously paused out of fatigue now rushed forward, their faces flushed, chasing after my defiant figure. And guess what? As these boys surged ahead, the girls could not remain idle. They shouted that they could not let the stinky boys steal the spotlight, insisting that if Hashushu, a seemingly delicate and lovely girl, could do it, so could they. Each one seemed invigorated, rushing forth with zeal. This spectacle brought tears to our teacher Sato's eyes, who remarked that this was indeed the future of Konoha, the budding green leaves. He was utterly moved. Brother, savor this moment. Is this not the script I desired? Moreover, I had foreseen that today's performance would attract more than one audience. As expected in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was using his telescope technique to witness the live performance. Observing me, the lonely yet indomitable maiden, his eyes glistened with tears. As the system notifications chimed, his favorability soared to 55. Perfect. My characterization as a kind, diligent, and resilient maiden was firmly established today. Ding! Just as I reveled in my triumph, another notification rang out. Hitaki Kakashi's favorability increased by 30. Kakashi? How did this king also gain favor? Could it be that he was touched by my steadfast spirit? No, I understood. He was reminiscing about his dear friend Obito. Ah, that made perfect sense. While I pondered this, a figure suddenly emerged beside Kakashi. Lo and behold, it was the future fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. He had come to inform Kakashi that the mission to monitor me was cancelled, as the battlefield required his presence more urgently. Kakashi let out a sound and vanished in an instant. Before Minato departed, he cast a glance my way, presumably thinking I was quite a well-behaved young lady. Ding! Favorability increased by 20. Hee, what a profitable day this is. The atmosphere of war grew increasingly palpable, and the village's vegetable market began to run low on supplies. Here I was, someone who couldn't even recognize a cabbage, now having to learn how to cook. Who understands my plight? I returned home with a bag full of vegetables, consulting a recipe, preparing to perform a sacred ceremony for my very first meal, tempura. 3 hours later, I tell you, the kitchen resembled a battlefield after Pain's attack, smoke billowing and chaos reigning supreme. Thankfully, I had activated my limitless capabilities, otherwise, I might not have made it out. The system incessantly chirped. Culinary skills are indispensable for a heartthrob. Please practice diligently. Gazing at the disarray, I wondered what was the point of practicing. But to my surprise, despite the disastrous process, the final product in my lunchbox looked somewhat presentable. This heartfelt bento, a culmination of 3 hours of effort, was, of course, prepared for Kakashi. In my quest to gain favor, I had humbled myself to the dust. I huffed and puffed my way to Kakashi's residence, tiptoeing and ringing the doorbell for what felt like an eternity. The door swung open, revealing Kakashi standing there with a look of confusion, seemingly oblivious to my presence. Come on, could you at least look down? Just as he was about to shut the door, I panicked. Looked down. Finally, he glanced down and saw me. I quickly mustered a sweet smile and raised the pink, bow-tied bento box. Big brother, thank you for helping me this morning. I've come to deliver your bento. He stared at the bento box with a look of disdain, as if it were poisoned. Yet upon seeing my sparkling eyes, he reluctantly accepted it. When his fingers brushed against the bow, I felt him stiffen slightly. Ding! Favorability increased by 1. Only 1 point. I had spent 3 hours on this. I stood there, waiting for him to invite me in so I could continue to boost my favor. But guess what he asked? He inquired if I had any other business. I replied, no, none at all. Then, with a loud bang, the door slammed shut before me. I was so furious that I stood there for 3 seconds, punching the air in frustration. How infuriating. Kakashi, just you wait. I'll surely get my revenge one day. The next day, we practiced shuriken throwing at school. That Sarutobi Ioki came over, insisting on demonstrating for me. With a swift motion, he hurled the shuriken, striking the target perfectly. Well, the target in the nearby Uchiha tree. He puffed up with pride. How about that? Cool, right? I replied. Why don't you take a look for yourself? He turned around and paled. Uchiha Shursui let out a cold snort, pulled the shuriken from the tree, and casually tossed it, landing it precisely in the center of Aoki's target. What a display of elegance. It was my turn. I tell you, the aura I exuded, the intensity in my gaze, the precision of my stance even had the teacher poised behind me, ready to applaud. But guess what happened? With a ding, the shuriken plummeted to the ground in a free fall. The entire place fell silent. That oblivious Sarutobi Ioki, still unaware it was me who threw it, burst into laughter. Who is this talent who can't even hit the target? When he finally realized everyone was staring at me, his laughter abruptly ceased. I felt so embarrassed I could almost dig a hole into the ground. Uchiha Shursui, unable to bear it any longer, approached to teach me. He was genuinely kind, gentle, and patient. What was the outcome? After a morning of lessons, my progress merely shifted from missing the target entirely to being able to hit someone else's target. Shursui, exhausted from teaching, ding, my favorability dropped by 1 point. Is that necessary? It was just that he couldn't teach me. I immediately resolved to regain his favor during lunch. At lunchtime, I laid out a lavish feast on his table, covering it entirely. Shursui stared at my portion size. Utterly flabbergasted, I enthusiastically invited him to join me. And 3 minutes later, he transitioned from polite refusal to eager acceptance. After the meal, my favorability finally climbed back to 40. In the afternoon, we engaged in practical sparring, drawing lots for pairs. I fervently chanted in my mind, please not Sarutobi Ioki. That guy's gaze towards me was far too unsettling for my comfort. To my relief, I unfolded my slip of paper to reveal Uchiha Shursui. Phew, what a relief. Just as I was about to step onto the field, an alarm blared in my mind. Ding! Hitaki Kakashi favorability 25. Ding! Might Guy favorability 50. I was dumbfounded. Kakashi dropped 6 points, but who is Might Guy? I've never even met him. How did he instantly lose 50 points? System, is there a bug? At that moment, everything clicked into place. The scene shifted to the front lines, where Kakashi had just finished a battle, and out bounced the spirited A guy with his prominent eyebrows. He snatched the pink bento I had prepared and devoured a piece of tempura. In the next moment, his face turned purple as he leaned against a tree and began to vomit, shouting, "This tempura is poisoned. Good heavens, my bento was meant for physical transcendence." Kakashi, eyeing the bento in his hand, likely bore a murderous glint in his gaze. Fine, it's lost now. Meanwhile, my match with Shursui had commenced. We exchanged blows, engaged in a flurry of attacks, captivating the surrounding youngsters. Even the teacher was astonished, likely not expecting me to hold my own against the Uchiha prodigy. Realizing he needed a change of strategy, Shursui swiftly performed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged towards me. Oh, going all out, are we? Apologies, but I too possess a bloodline limit. A gigantic ice sphere materialized before me, extinguishing his flames. I smiled at him. Your fire techniques are ineffective against me. Now, It's my turn. With a flick of my finger, brilliance erupted. Bakudo number 69. Thunder Roar Cannon. A bolt of lightning, impossible to evade, surged towards Shursui. Just as it seemed I would strike, I teleported in, grasping his hand to pull him aside. The Thunder Roar Cannon crashed into the school wall, creating a large hole. The teacher's heart must have been bleeding. I patted Shursui on the shoulder, sincerity radiating from my expression. We are comrades. I certainly do not wish for you to be harmed. You will undoubtedly become strong in the future, but for now, I am still the stronger one. Shursui was deeply moved. Ding. Favorability increased by 5. Ding. Favorability increased by 2, bringing it up to 47. Seizing the momentum, I promptly invited him to grab ramen after school. Just as he agreed, Sarutobi Yoki, with ears like radar, approached again, declaring he would join us and even treat us. He ostentatiously proclaimed, just 3 bowls of ramen, but it's all my allowance for the month. My goodness, treating us to 3 bowls of ramen with a month's allowance? Such lavishness must be exploited. As I pondered this, Shursui smiled and agreed. Looking at his innocent grin, I felt a shiver down my spine. This guy was definitely a wolf in sheep's clothing. Upon arriving at the ramen shop, the hand-pulling chef inquired about our orders. Aoki chose the most expensive deluxe version, while Shursui opted for the signature original flavor. I blinked and asked Aoki, "May I order 2 portions?" Aoki, gazing at my petite frame, nodded absent-mindedly. I then beamed at the chef. "Uncle, I would like 2 servings of the deluxe beef, shrimp ball, and chicken leg ramen." Aoki was left utterly speechless. At that moment, his face turned green, as if he had seen a ghost. I, on the other hand, sat there, eagerly awaiting my 2 servings of extravagant ramen, my achievements concealed. I tell you, when that ramen arrived, it smelled so divine that I nearly drooled a river. The deluxe version was truly exceptional. With shrimp balls, thick-cut beef, and soft-boiled eggs, it made Shursui's original flavor look like a beggar's meal. Aoki and I devoured it like famished spirits. Just then, 2 ninjas entered the shop, and goodness, the scent of blood wafted through the air, overpowering even from 3 meters away. They sat beside us and immediately ordered 2 bowls of ramen, then began to lament. Alas, many lives were lost this time. Indeed, the last batch of Chunin had hardly any survivors. My heart sank. My uncle, Takeo Uchiha, was part of that group, wasn't he? I found it impossible to continue eating, and after a few bites, I leaped up from my seat. I apologize, dear friends. I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to, so I must take my leave. Jishui is exceptionally astute. He likely recalled the moment when my uncle led me into school, and he immediately understood, nodding reassuringly. No worries, you go quickly and take care. Aoki remained in a daze, also nodding. Go on. Don't mind us. I hurriedly expressed my apologies and swiftly slipped away. As soon as I exited the shop, a notification chimed in my mind. Character Jishui's affection level 50. What on earth? This surge in affection came rather abruptly, did it not? Does anyone comprehend this? Could it be that my abrupt departure after leaving my meal unfinished gave off an air of intrigue? I couldn't fathom it. So I dismissed the thought and focused on finding my uncle. I dashed to the Konoha hospital, and the atmosphere grew increasingly unsettling, akin to stepping into a mortuary. Upon pushing open the heavy doors, the overwhelming stench of blood nearly sent me reeling. The hospital lobby was filled with injured ninjas. Lying densely on the floor and in the corridors, swathed in bandages like zongzi, blood seeping from their wounds. My heart sank as I cautiously navigated through the crowd, searching for my uncle's familiar figure. I held on to a singular thought. As long as I could find him, I would endure any injury. If I couldn't find him, it could only mean one thing. Just as despair began to creep in, a gentle voice floated down from above. Little one, whom were you looking for? I looked up, and to my astonishment, there she was, with her long purple hair, large eyes, and an oval face. This was none other than Yue Shien, the renowned beauty of Hokage. I hastily swallowed my unexpected drool, adopting an innocent and pitiful expression, my azure eyes shimmering as I gazed at her. Big sister, I'm here to find my uncle. He has called Juyi, and I... Upon hearing this, Yue paused for a moment. Juyi, the Chunin? She actually knew him. She mentioned she had just come from my uncle's operating table. In my eagerness, I grasped her hand. Big sister, where's my uncle? Please take me to him. She nodded and gently held my small hand. I shall lead you there. How delightful. I was merely a helpless little girl. A small favor wouldn't be out of line, would it? When we reached the hospital room, she ruffled my hair and advised me not to disturb my uncle while he rested. I nodded obediently. Once she departed, I stealthily slipped into the room, and there lay my uncle, swathed like a mummy with only 3 holes for his eyes. Seeing him in such a state constricted my heart. War is indeed merciless. I chose not to leave, curling up on a small sofa in the room and drifting off to sleep. The next morning, I groggily sensed someone touching me. I instantly erupted. Who? Which scoundrel dares to disturb even child? The world of Hokage has truly lost its morals. I opened my eyes abruptly to find Yue Shen's stunning face looming over me. I shrank back into the corner of the sofa in fright. No way. Yue Shen. Could she be this kind of person? Alarm bells rang in my mind. Could her sickly boyfriend, Suki no Kaze, have been harmed by her? Her hand holding the blanket froze mid-air, her expression one of shock. What did you say? Following her gaze, I realized she was merely covering me with a blanket. The situation became exceedingly awkward. My mind raced, and I swiftly began to act, tears welling up. Big sister, I had a nightmare. I was so scared. I leapt into her embrace, wailing, Mommy, I've arrived in heaven. She seemed to believe me, tenderly patting my back to comfort me. I managed to ask her when my uncle would awaken, but she couldn't provide a definitive answer. With no other option, I decided to request leave from school. I poured my heart out to our teacher, Sato Yashiki, lamenting about how my uncle had no family and how he would manage if I didn't take care for him, and how I couldn't focus on my studies. I must say, my performance could have earned me an Oscar. Eventually, the teacher, softening, sighed and agreed, but set a condition. Jisue must come to the hospital every afternoon to tutor me. My eyes lit up instantly. What a brilliant idea. I could gain affection at the hospital, while simultaneously impressing Jisue. Sato-sensei, you are a divine being. I immediately bowed deeply, tears of genuine gratitude shimmering in my eyes. Thank you so much, Sato-sensei. Upon returning to the classroom, I began to gather my belongings, causing Aoki to panic, thinking I was about to change seats. He was in quite a state. I informed him I was taking an extended leave, and he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. I withheld the specific reasons, as such matters should be kept secret until they discover it themselves. The sympathy and concern would surely surge, boosting my affection levels immensely. Jisue, seated at the back, observed me with an expression that seemed to guess my intentions. Ding. Character Jisue's affection level 55. Look at that. Jisue truly understands me. I flashed him a smile, and he returned it. Aoki, witnessing our exchange, twisted in confusion. On the way to the hospital, I casually purchased a bowl of shrimp congee. However, upon entering the hospital, I encountered a situation. A small child with white hair stood dazed in the middle of the corridor, a gurney barreling straight toward him. The surrounding injured ninjas were unable to rise to help. In a split second, Tsunade bellowed, her figure flashing. Yet someone was quicker. Indeed, that someone was me. I darted forward, appearing behind the child, and swiftly pulled him away. Glancing down, I realized it was the orphan who had entered the village alongside me. Just as I was about to ask his name, a massive shadow loomed over me. Quite impressive. A commanding yet alluring voice resonated from above. I looked up, and to my astonishment, it was none other than the formidable Tsunade, the legendary Sannin. In the next moment, I found myself lifted effortlessly, as if plucked from the ground. Her strikingly beautiful yet fierce visage appeared before me, adorned with a mischievous grin. Little brat, what's your name? I must confess, my gaze was uncontrollable, wandering where it ought not to. This was entirely beyond my control. You little pervert, where are you looking? Tsunade arched an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Tsunade-san, please put me down. I quickly adopted a sweet tone. My mental age is that of an adult. Being hoisted like this was quite undignified. Moreover, the position was far too prone to misinterpretation. Ding. Character Tsunade's affection level 20. This could work. Indeed, No woman can resist being called sister. Oh, you little scoundrel. You certainly have a way with words. She set me down, hands on her hips, bombarding me with questions. What is your name? What brings you to the hospital? How did you execute that move earlier? I obediently replied, Tsunade-san. My name is Eugene Hishu, and I'm here to visit my uncle. That was my bloodline limit. Ding. Character Tsunade's affection level 30. She inquired further about my uncle, and I told her his name was Zhu Yi Nei. Her expression turned puzzled. Your name is Eugene, and your uncle is Zhu Yi? I immediately lower my head, my voice barely above a whisper. I was adopted by my uncle. She paused, realizing her misstep, and upon seeing my dejected expression, she likely felt a pang of sympathy. Ding. Character Tsunade's affection level 40. She promptly instructed Yue to escort me back to the hospital room. My uncle had awakened. I quickly brought him the shrimp congee I had purchased. He hoarsely inquired, Did you make this porridge? I looked at the bowl, my heart racing, and nodded. Yes, but I'm unsure if it's tasty. A small fib wouldn't hurt. Zhu Yi's eyes glistened with emotion as he insisted it must be delicious. After he finished, his affection level skyrocketed to 95. This spurred me on. At noon, I resolved to prepare lunch for him myself. The system even applauded my effort. I labored in the kitchen for 3 hours, and it looked as though a tailed beast had rampaged through it. However, I emerged bearing a splendid bento, creamy stewed vegetables, crab congee, and dry-fried shrimp. My uncle approached with an almost reverent attitude and took a bite. Then, it seemed as if his crown was struck by a bolt of briny lightning, causing his pupils to dilate, as if his very soul was about to escape his body. I realized something was amiss. This reaction was not right. He was clearly poisoned. In a panic, I sprinted through the hospital, calling out, Kongsho Jiejia, Xiang Jiejia. In an instant, Kongsho appeared, rushing into the room. She glanced at my uncle and then at the food on the bedside, her brow furrowing deeply. Without uttering a word, she seized a bucket of drinking water and poured it directly into my uncle's mouth. I was dumbfounded. Was this truly a method of treatment? After consuming more than half a bucket, my uncle surprisingly began to recover. His pupils refocused. However, the look he gave me was filled with strangeness and despair. Ding. Character Zhu Yi's favorability level 94. It even decreased slightly. Why? Kongsho silently regarded me, her gaze sending shivers down my spine. She said softly, He is dehydrated. I was about to explain that I had indeed given him water, but she swiftly shifted her focus to my lovingly prepared bento. Did you make this? Her stomach growled. She was enticed by the sight of my meal. Kongsho Jiejia, why don't you try it too? I made another one. I generously offered my portion. Lying in bed, Zhu Ye was so excited by this that he nearly sprang up, frantically signaling to me. Kongsho, misunderstanding, teased him for being stingy. She took a spoonful of crab roe porridge and placed it in her mouth. Then her smile froze. 3 minutes later, Kongsho hurled me out of the first-floor window. Ding. Character Qiansho Kongsho, favorability level 45. Ding. Character Qiansho Kongsho, favorability level 40. Ding. Character Qiansho Kongsho, favorability level 30. I landed lightly, utterly bewildered. What just transpired? Where had things gone awry? She had enjoyed the food. Had the vibe check failed? Why was I tossed out? Hishimizu, what are you doing outside? I turned to see Ji Shui. How did he arrive here? This afternoon's lesson is on shuriken. I came early to review the morning's content with you, he explained with a smile. Ah, right, shuriken was his forte. Skipping class was no surprise. We bantered as we approached the hospital room, but I felt as though I had forgotten something. Ji Shui chuckled. Let me open the door. He reached out and pulled the door open. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. Kongsho, wait. My sentence was cut short by a deafening crash as Ji Shui was sent flying from the room. I gasped, covering my mouth. Ji Shui lay on the ground, a bit dazed. He stood up, spitting out blood mixed with a few teeth. It was over. I felt an overwhelming guilt. He looked at me gravely, speaking with a windswept voice. Hishizu, I didn't mean to. Oh, he meant to say Hishimizu, and I reassured him I was fine. Goodness, how could I face someone who had lost a few teeth and spoke with such a lisp? Oh, you didn't dodge. Kongsho emerged from the room, eyeing Ji Shui, her brow furrowing. Who are you? Ji Shui instinctively shielded me. Upon seeing the injury at the corner of his mouth, Kongsho realized she had struck the wrong person. This is a beautiful misunderstanding. Half an hour later, the misunderstanding was resolved. Kongsho pinched Ji Shui's chin, clicking her tongue. It definitely one T grow back. I gasped. Could it be that Ji Shui would have to change his name to Windy Ji Shui after this? I couldn't accept such a cruel reality. I grasped Kongsho's hand, tears welling in my eyes as I pleaded. Kongsho Jiejia, it's all my fault. You can be angry with me, but please help Ji Shui. Ding. Character Uchiha Ji Shui, favorability level 58. Ji Shui looked at me, touched. A glint of mischief flickered in Kongsho's eyes as she regarded me. There is a way, but it depends on your willingness. Upon hearing this, I thought, this was an opportunity. Without hesitation, I blurted out, of course, I am willing. For my good brother Ji Shui, I would do anything, even if it means sacrificing 2 points of favorability. Ding. A system notification chimed, and Ji Shui's favorability skyrocketed to 60. Woo! My heart swelled with joy, though I forced myself to maintain a solemn facade, pretending to be the noble friend. Then, you won't believe what Kongsho said next. Her smile resembled that of a villain as she ominously declared, simple, just pull out your teeth and give them to him. I was utterly stunned. Who could understand this? My expression of worry solidified. Pulling out my teeth for Ji Shui? Was this some kind of cyberpunk dental surgery? Was it scientific? How could I rely on my looks to win over others if I lost my teeth? Kongsho, with an expression of I am science, claimed to be the best medical ninja in the ninja world, and what she said must be true. My hands trembled. I was desperately calling for Uncle Snake in my mind. Uncle Snake, where are you? Come and save me. Just then, my good brother Ji Shui, with his windswept mouth, stepped forward. He was panicking, stuttering. Supplement core? Hishizu is a girl. I can't accept Hishizu's teeth. Oh, my dear brother. A lifelong good brother. Even though your lisp was causing my CPU to overheat, I felt your heartfelt intentions. Kongsho huffed, likely taken aback by our brotherly bond. Initially, she only intended to scare me, but seeing our fervor, she decided to drop the act and left us with a parting shot. If you want your uncle to pass away young, keep making him those homemade bentos. I tell you, that statement had a devastating impact. She had previously criticized my cooking, calling it akin to eating feces, and now she delivered one final blow. Unbelievable. Ji Shui, still with his lisp, comforted me, saying, Hishizu, don't be sad. Hishimizu, don't be sad. He then began tutoring me on the countries of Yunji and Huaji. That afternoon was pure torture, while I appreciated his kindness. His lisp left me in a daze. After bidding farewell to Ji Shui and returning to the hospital room, my uncle Zhu Ye stared at me as if I were a criminal, suddenly asking, do you like that Uchiha Ji Shui? I nearly spat out my drink. Goodness, our bond was purely platonic, more solid than steel. I hurried to explain, and seeing my sincere expression, he finally relaxed. My goodness. My uncle immediately entered a state of alert, fearing I would be taken advantage of. I quickly concocted an excuse to prepare dinner for him. His expression was akin to seeing a ghost, and he urgently called out, Hishimizu, I want to eat Yao ramen tonight. The implication was clear. Please, stay out of the kitchen. I shed tears of wide noodles. Had my cooking skills reached a level of universal condemnation? As I walked to buy ramen, a sudden spark of inspiration struck me. I understood why Kakashi's favorability had dropped and why Might Guy disliked me despite never having met me. The culprit was my lovingly prepared bento. I halted, clenched my fists, and swore to the air. Ayue Jian Hishizu, hereby declare flag. For the rest of my life, the kitchen shall not be entered by anyone. At that moment, ding, the system chimed. Ji Shui's favorability had reached 60, and a new skill had arrived. My heart raced with excitement as I trembled to press yes. Reversal technique. Families. A healing skill akin to Gojo Satoru from Jujutsu Kaisen. It could convert negative energy into positive energy for healing. I tell you, my eyes sparkled. What did this mean? It meant I became a mobile spring of healing water. Most importantly, I could heal Ji Shui's teeth. He would no longer have to speak with a lisp. My mood soared as I bought 4 bowls of ramen, but on my way back to the hospital, I heard the sounds of a fight echoing from an alley. I, by nature, am not one to meddle in trivial affairs. However, upon hearing the commotion, I recognized my old rival, Uchiha Shuri. The excitement was irresistible, and I had to witness it for myself. As I crept closer, I was astonished to see a group of children had just pummeled him, retreating in satisfaction. A spark of inspiration struck me. Was this not the perfect opportunity to utilize him as a test subject? I swiftly turned down a narrow alley. There, I found Uchiha Shuri, battered and bruised, resembling a panda with a rather unfortunate hairstyle, leaning against the wall, questioning his existence. Upon noticing me, his immediate reaction was to cover his face, which elicited a hearty laugh from me. How embarrassing for him! I feigned concern, crouching down to ask, "Oh dear, Shuri, is it you?" He stubbornly replied, "No, I don't know you." I struggled to contain my laughter and continued my charade. "Really? You seem hurt. Let me take a look." As I said this, I tugged at his sleeve, my mind racing with the prospect of using him as my little guinea pig, free of any moral qualms. Eventually, he was exasperated enough to shove my hand away, his face fully exposed, red around the eyes as he yelled, "Are you satisfied now? Does my state amuse you?" Instantly, I switched my demeanor to one of disappointment, looking down at my fingers. "Shuri, how could you think that of me? I'm only concerned for your well-being." He was momentarily speechless, the insults he wanted to hurl caught in his throat. Seizing the moment, I softened my gaze, extending my hands toward his face. "Come now, my little test subject. Please do not resist." A gentle energy emanated from my palms, and I watched in awe as the swelling on his wounds visibly diminished and healed. My heart swelled with joy. The results were astonishing. The experiment was a resounding success. I withdrew my hands, bidding him farewell. "Goodbye, Shuri. I must be on my way." My 4 bowls of ramen were nearing their demise. As I strolled along, I reflected on how effective this reversal technique was at its nascent stage. I resolved to practice further on my uncle later that night. Upon returning to the hospital, I first delivered a bowl of ramen to Tsunade's office as an apology. Upon learning it was store-bought and not my culinary handiwork, her expression shifted from one of hostility to one of begrudging acceptance. My rapport with her soared back to 50 points. Only then could I relax and fee my uncle. In the dead of night, I stealthily rose, preparing to cast my technique upon my uncle, whose body was marred with wounds resembling a centipede. I must tell you, this technique demanded precision akin to embroidery, requiring the utmost control over my chakra. After an hour of effort, I was drenched in sweat, my face pale, and had to cease my endeavors to rest. The following morning, upon opening my eyes, I was met with the sight of a bandaged mummy right in front of me. My family, who could comprehend this, nearly sent me into shock. It turned out to be my uncle, who shockingly had managed to get out of bed. This reversal technique was truly remarkable. He, too, found it astonishing, but in any case, it was a good outcome. Then he produced a purple bow and insisted on styling my hair into braids. As a man, I relented, wanting only for him to be happy. With an expression devoid of enthusiasm, I allowed him to braid my long silver hair into a twisted braid. Just then, Tsunade entered the room. She gazed at me in astonishment, remarking, "Oh, you're looking rather unique today." Her attention quickly shifted to my uncle, and her brow furrowed as she sensed something was amiss. Upon inspection, she was taken aback to find his wounds had healed substantially. This was scientifically unfathomable. Without further ado, she clutched me under her arm and declared to my uncle, "I'll borrow your daughter for a moment," and rushed out. I must tell you, my face was buried in a cloud of indescribable softness and purity, an overwhelming sensation of euphoria. No, pain. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva does not deceive me. Once in her office, as she slammed the door, I finally regained my breath. She interrogated me as if I were a criminal, demanding to know who had visited the ward yesterday. I seized the opportunity to act, feigning guilt and fear, my eyes darting around, my entire demeanor revealing my secret. She bit the bait, threatening to delve into my memories. I quickly squeezed out a few tears, pouting, and pleaded, "Tsunade, please don't look into my memories. I'm scared." Her resolve softened, and she urged me to confess. With a quivering voice, I admitted I used the reversal technique on my uncle yesterday. The reversal technique? Her interest was piqued. I embellished the explanation of this ninjutsu, making it sound miraculous, and gazed at her with melancholic eyes, stating, I only wish to alleviate my uncle's pain. Success. My rapport with Tsunade surged to 60 points. I continued my performance, anxiously fidgeting with my fingers. Her gaze transformed, believing my creation of such a powerful technique stemmed from my love for my uncle. My rapport climbed to 65 points. With a serious expression, she urged me to keep this a secret, fearing I might be sent to the battlefield by higher-ups. My heart leaped with joy. Was this not the protection I sought? Yet, I maintained an innocent facade, inquiring, Tsunade, why can't I tell others? Her response was fierce, little child, don't ask so many questions. If you dare speak of it, I'll sew your mouth shut. I pretended to hesitate, then declared with unwavering conviction, but Tsunade, I want to help everyone. I see so many injured ninja uncles. I don't want their children to become orphans like me. I assure you, upon hearing my words, Tsunade was taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She muttered something under her breath, stifling her emotions, her thoughts racing. How can this little brat be so kind? My rapport soared to 70 points, then to 75 points. Remarkably, my rapport was skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket. Her expression firmed as she promised to protect me, instructing me to return and rest while she attended to matters. A dual victory. I surmised she was off to the Hokage's office to secure my safety. Meanwhile, my rapport with both Tsunade and the third Hokage surpassed 60 points, unlocking 2 new skills for me. As I reclined on the small sofa, overwhelmed with excitement, the system notification chimed. Please choose whether to merge skill allocation to enhance luck value. Should I combine the 2 opportunities into one for a luck buff? A bold gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. I gritted my teeth and decided, merge. Bestow upon me the luck buff. Clenching my fists, my heart raced. The blue screen slowly displayed a few grand words. Zanpakuto, divine spear. Silence enveloped me. Then, I erupted internally like a gopher. It was the divine spear of Ikamaru Jin. This weapon, with its ability to extend and retract, boasted astonishing speed. Its final release was even more formidable. The divine killing spear. Its extension speed was 500 times the speed of sound, with a blade containing a toxin capable of dissolving cells. One strike, and it was over. One extraordinary luck buff. I soared with elation. I tell you, the system had granted me a magnificent gift, delivering a Zanpakuto right into my hands. In a flash, the gleaming silver spear of Ikamaru Jin fell beside me. I sprang from the sofa, feeling the cold touch of the weapon, its slender handle exuding an aura of sheer elegance. I was eager to test it out, gripping the handle with one hand while pressing against the sheath with the other. Let us go. But to my dismay, my face flushed as I realized it was stuck, immovable as if welded in place. I confronted the system. Hey, is this the cheap version? Why can't I draw it out? You wouldn't believe its response. Stop blaming others and reflect on yourself. I was incensed, It's 2025. Who still plays the internal conflict game? Rather than suffer inwardly, why not unleash chaos externally? That is my truth. The system ignored me, coldly stating, a rapport of 60 only supports the initial phase before vanishing without a trace. What do you mean by initial phase? Not being able to draw the sword hardly qualifies as an initial phase. Even the rookie protection period is superior to this. Infuriated, I lost sleep, grappling with this wretched sword for 2 solid hours, unable to draw it, as I found myself engulfed in despair. The sudden appearance of my elder sister Tsunade at the door brought a flicker of hope. She beckoned to me with a wave, her voice lowered to avoid waking Uncle Takeo, who was resting nearby. What brings you here, Tsunade? I hastily slipped off the sofa and approached her. She ruffled my hair affectionately, guiding me towards her office while declaring, from this day forth, you are my subordinate. How does that make you feel? Her eyebrows arched in pride, radiating an unmistakable sense of accomplishment. Naturally, I was eager to play along. My eyes sparkled with delight as I gazed at her. Is this true? Can I truly be Tsunade's subordinate? Indeed, she replied with a head nod filled with pride. It took a considerable effort to convince Lord Hokage. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. With her temperament, convincing the Hokage? I imagined she might have smashed the desk in the Hokage's office, leaving the third Hokage no choice but to consent. However, I sweetly grasped her hand, earnestly stating, Tsunade, to show my gratitude. I shall diligently hone my culinary skills to prepare bento for you. To my amusement, Tsunade froze, her expression shifting to one of forced laughter. Huh? That is really not necessary. Observing her near panic, I recognized the formidable influence of my cooking prowess. I continued cheerfully, Tsunade, please don't decline. To repay you, I am willing to. She abruptly interrupted me, her eyes wide with urgency. Let us first head to the main hall. There must be many injured arriving. The abrupt shift in conversation nearly made me laugh aloud. All right, I swiftly adopted a serious demeanor, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Tsunade visibly relaxed, discreetly wiping away non-existent sweat from her brow. The hospital's main hall was a scene of utter devastation, reminiscent of a hellish landscape. The air thick with the stench of blood. Ninjas lay sprawled on the ground, their expressions either numb or contorted in pain. Tsunade placed her hand on my head, gazing intently at me. Are you ready? She understood the profound impact such despair could have on child. I nodded resolutely. I am ready. Ding. Affection level for Tsunade, Senju, 78. Quite impressive, Tsunade. I relish this surge in affection. She stepped forward, announcing to the busy medical ninjas from now on. Tsukikage Ketsuki will assist in the treatment. She is my disciple, and her medical ninjutsu is on par with mine. I was taken aback. Tsunade's maneuver was masterful. In one stroke, she elevated my status and silenced any potential detractors. Anyone daring to trouble me in the future would have to reckon with the weight of being Tsunade's disciple. All eyes suddenly focused on me, their gazes laced with skepticism and scrutiny. Tsunade remained, continuing to direct, bring forth the most severely injured ninja. Her intent to support me in this moment was heartwarming. Two medical ninjas carried a stretcher with a figure who was barely recognizable, the stench of charred and decaying flesh assaulting my senses. My heart sank, but I stood firm. I approached, channeling my chakra as a radiant green light enveloped my hands. What followed was nothing short of miraculous. The scene unfolded like a cinematic spectacle. The decaying flesh melted away like snow, revealing vibrant new tissue that healed at an astonishing pace. Surrounding witnesses gasped, their expressions akin to witnessing a divine intervention. The effect was so surreal it felt as if crafted by AI. Perfection beyond belief. I paused to wipe the sweat from my brow. Tsunade, her tension easing, looked at me with warmth and pride. She affectionately ruffled my hair. Well done. Satisfied with my ability, she felt reassured enough to step away. For the rest of the afternoon, I assumed the role of the attending physician in the hospital, transitioning from tentative beginnings to executing techniques with effortless precision, utilizing reversal techniques as if they were second nature. As my chakra reserves dwindled, my complexion paled. Just after healing another ninja, he weakly opened his eyes and, filled with gratitude, urged me, Kitsuki, you should take a break. Just as I was about to protest, the stunning elder sister, Yuzuki Yugao, emerged from the side. No way. She tenderly wiped the sweat from my brow and scooped me up in her arms. You need to rest. Oh, how few understand the sheer joy of being embraced by a beautiful lady. The fragrant scent enveloped me, causing my cheeks to flush. What is the point of world domination when being willingly held by a beautiful lady is the pinnacle of existence? Observing my forced departure, others breathed a sigh of relief, knowing my resilient and kind-hearted persona had been firmly established. Yugao carried me back to Uncle Takeo's hospital room, where he had already learned of my exploits from her. Sensing the complexity in his gaze, he beckoned me closer. Yesterday, he had been gravely injured. Today, he was well on the mend. Finally understanding that I had secretly treated him, he gently patted my head with his large, tender hands. Uncle does not blame you for deceiving me. I merely worry that too soon confronting the harsh realities of the ninja world may adversely affect you. I grasped his sentiment. All parents yearn to shield their children from the harshness of life. Yet I shook my head firmly, declaring, "Uncle, I am destined to become a ninja. My dream is to become a figure akin to the Hokage of generations past. I am not so fragile." Uncle sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "Very well. I believe in you." At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and Shursue's voice called out, "Kitsuki, are you there?" I hurried to open the door, only to find not just Shursue, but also the arrogant Uchiha Suru standing behind him. His ears flushed crimson as he averted his gaze. "Shursue, what brings Suru here?" I wondered if he had undergone a change of heart. Shursue stifled a laugh, revealing, "Suru wants to invite you to dinner." "Dinner?" I was perplexed. Suru could no longer contain himself. Clearing his throat and averting his gaze, "It's about yesterday. I'm inviting you to dinner to apologize." So this was his way of making amends for the previous day's antics. As I nodded in understanding, he quickly added, "Don't misunderstand. I have no particular feelings for you. I just don't like owing anyone favors." I was left with a giant question mark. I never suggested he had feelings for me. Shursue, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Kitsuki, let me first explain what we covered in class today." Finally recalling the importance of our studies, I grasped Shursue's wrist. "Shursue, I have a way to help your teeth grow back." I led him to the sofa, gently placing my hand on his cheek as I activated the reversal technique. His ears turned nearly crimson. Soon, his teeth reemerged, and he could speak without any hindrance. "Kitsuki is impressive," he exclaimed earnestly. With that settled, we leaned in close to review our studies, completely forgetting about Suru standing at the door. After an hour, I remembered him, only to find he remained there, resembling a forlorn stone statue, his eyes nearly ablaze with frustration. Feeling a bit awkward, I wanted to ask why he hadn't left, but opted for a more polite approach. "Is there something else you need?" The system chimed in with a snarky remark, "You're not doing any better, you know." Finally, Uchiha Suru enunciated each word with precision. "I want to invite you to dinner." "All right, I had almost forgotten about that. What shall we eat?" I inquired. If it were ramen, I would have to decline as I had just eaten some the day before. "Grilled meat." I leapt up from the sofa, exhilarated. "All right, grilled meat. That is a luxury in Konoha, especially during wartime when prices soar. This meal isn't just food, it's money. Today, I must ensure he leaves bankrupt." The three of us, little radishes, headed straight for an exquisitely luxurious barbecue restaurant. Shuli stood proudly at the entrance, exclaiming, "This is the place." Upon my observation, I realized it was none other than the most expensive establishment in Mai. With a resolute demeanor, I strode in confidently. Once seated, I seized the menu and immediately entered slaughter mode. 10 portions of pork belly, 20 portions of beef, and 10 portions of lamb, before handing the menu to the utterly astonished waiter beside me. Shuli's face turned pale, his teeth clenched, and I could only imagine his heart was bleeding. During the meal, Shuli unexpectedly stood up and formally bowed to me, saying, "I apologize, Hishu." My hand, which was busy grabbing meat, halted. Had he been possessed? Tentatively, I asked the secret code. Odd changes even remain unchanged? What? He looked utterly bewildered. Well, it seemed he wasn't a fellow traveler after all. I felt a tinge of disappointment, as I had envisioned a partnership between two-time travelers to unify the ninja world. I waved dismissively. "It's nothing. I've already forgotten." After our meal, Shuli seemed to have completely let loose, engaging us in discussions about comics. He inquired if I had read any, and I tossed the question to Jishue. Jishue, however, shook his head in silence. I could sense something was off with his expression. Shuli was genuinely shocked. "Jishue, you haven't read any either?" He probably thought Jishue was pretending to be innocent in front of me. Then Shuli invited me. "Hishu, I have a vast collection of treasured comics at home. Would you like to come see?" Jishue turned sharply and glared at Shuli, sternly reprimanding him. How could you show Hishu such things? "Oh," I immediately understood. Shuli feigned innocence. "What do you mean?" "My collection consists of pure-hearted shoujo manga, like Mei, Yu Qing, Bin Yen Huayu." "What's wrong with that?" Jishue was left speechless, frozen in place. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Who would have thought? You're secretly indulging in risque manga. Uchiha Jishue, at such a young age, you should be watching less of that. I solemnly shook my head, thinking to myself, I am a mature adult with unwavering willpower, unlike you little rascals. After that meal, our bond grew stronger. A month swiftly passed, and I had mastered my reversal technique. However, good times were fleeting, as Tsunade received orders to support the front lines. The war situation was becoming increasingly severe, and even Jiraiya was summoned back. Before leaving, she ruffled my hair, telling me not to miss her too much. I shouted for her to be careful, as I was still eyeing the lottery draw once her favorability was maxed out. After seeing Tsunade off, I went to the hospital to bring Uncle Takon home. Although his injury had healed, he clearly bore psychological scars. The hospital staff, knowing we were leaving, presented a plethora of gifts that deeply moved Uncle. Back home, I excitedly unwrapped the gifts, only to be left utterly exhausted after an hour of unboxing. Who understand my plight? Pink skirts, teddy bear toys, rabbit alarm clocks, butterfly hairpins, and princess dresses, all meant for little girls. I gazed at my good brother. Overwhelmed with sorrow, I apologized for this. In the afternoon, Uncle insisted that I wear a fluffy, rabbit-eared backpack to school. As I entered the classroom, Sarutobi Aoki's booming voice erupted. Ishu, you're back. I missed you. The entire class instantly awoke and swarmed around me. I could only shyly explain that there had been some family matters. Jishue came to my rescue, stating that my uncle had been injured and I had gone to take care of him. This elicited a wave of sympathetic tears from my classmates, who now regarded me as both kind-hearted and filial, surely exhausted from my efforts. For the following days, my duties were entirely taken over by them, and a lovely little girl even brought me lunch. Life was nothing short of delightful. One day, Teacher Sato organized a new training exercise, a free-for-all battle with teams of 3. Aoki was the first to protest the groupings, insisting on being on the same team as me. In response, the teacher assigned me, Jishue and Uchiha Shuli, to a group. Aoki erupted, pointing at Shuli, shouting, "Teacher, how can you put Ishu with the one who bullies her?" Shuli merely shot him a cold glance, disdain etched on his face. As the competition commenced, the 3 of us stood back to back, instantly becoming the targets of the entire class. Jishue lowered his voice to analyze. We might become the focus of a coordinated attack. I nodded, thinking to myself, even if they all teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for me. To my surprise, Uchiha Shuli voiced my thoughts, crossing his arms and sneering. So what if they team up? They won't stand a chance against us. As soon as he finished speaking, Aoki disregarded his teammates and charged at Shuli with a roar. 3 minutes later, he was carried back by his teammates, sporting panda eyes. The opposing alliance erupted into internal conflict. A boy named Naruto, who appeared quite clever, began to direct the others. He instructed 2 girls to recruit other teams, then turned to the cold-faced Hyuga siblings and said, "You 2 should go and restrain Ishu." The girl, Hyuga Motoko, looked incredulous. "You expect us to handle her alone?" Naruto stroked his chin, his expression growing serious as he pondered aloud. Ishu's strength is truly unfathomable. I must say, the Hyuga siblings didn't share his sentiment. Just as Nara finished speaking, I caught a glimpse of the fiery determination igniting in their eyes, as if they were equipped with an 8-fold scope, locking onto Ishu with unwavering intent. Jishue, ever reliable, immediately positioned himself in front of me, whispering, "Ishu, be careful. They're coming for you." However, he was a moment too late. The girl, Hyuga Motoko, narrowed her eyes and lunged at me with incredible speed. Her hand sliced through the air toward my ear. I must say, her approach was quite intimidating. But what happened next? Our illustrious Ishu simply sidestepped as fluidly as if taking a leisurely stroll after a meal. The girl was left stunned, likely wondering, this is my years of hard-earned skill. How is this happening? Unwilling to back down, she propelled herself into the air for a downward kick, yet still failed to make contact. Meanwhile, Ishu, having remained still, suddenly sprang into action with astonishing speed, creating a blur as she struck at a precise angle, landing a punch squarely on the girl's waist. She gasped, her body flying backward like a cannonball, her expression shifting from arrogance to seriousness. Seeing his sister in distress, her brother roared in outrage and charged forward, throwing punches like a torrential downpour. What happened next was even more outrageous. Hishu didn't even flinch, meeting his blows head-on. With a resounding thud, the Hyuga brother's expression twisted in agony, his fist trembling as if it had struck solid steel. He would likely spend his life pondering how this seemingly delicate girl possessed such formidable strength. Yet, Hishu offered him no time for existential reflection. Extending her hand towards him, she calmly stated, "You step out." Before I could process her words, a flash of white light erupted, and with a crack, his lower half was encased in ice. The frost spread rapidly, freezing him from his ankles to his waist in the blink of an eye, rendering him immobile. "Brother," the girl cried out in alarm, her icy demeanor shattered. "Don't worry about me," the frozen Hyuga brother shouted defiantly at his sister. Meanwhile, teacher Sato watched in astonishment, likely thinking this child is a genius. She's mastered ice release to such an extent. With no other choice, Hyuga Motoko glared at Hishu, her eyes red and filled with determination, as if they bore the words, "I will defeat you." Honestly, I almost felt sorry for her. Who understands the struggle of facing a formidable opponent like Hishu, who happens to be our most powerful ally? As I observed, Hishu's palm began to emanate a chilling aura, and in the blink of an eye, a flurry of icy blades descended from the sky like rain, aimed directly at the girl. I must say, in a place like ninja school, such a spectacle felt no different from watching a blockbuster film. The girl was immediately struck dumb with fear, her fighting spirit extinguished in an instant by the barrage of ice. Of course, teacher Sato could not allow a student to be harmed. He swiftly moved to embrace her and, with a resigned tone, announced, "Hinata Yuanin, you are out." In that moment, Hishu's prowess thoroughly captivated the entire audience. Those youngsters who had hesitated over forming alliances now rallied enthusiastically to Naruto-ji's side, as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline. My goodness, they had stirred a hornet's nest. The entire class, save for the three of us, had formed an alliance. Their collective focus now directed squarely at us. Uchiha Shu Lee, undaunted, instead radiated excitement, exclaiming, "Now this is truly interesting." We stood back to back, instantly igniting a shared sense of fervor. Hishu quietly asserted, "We will not lose." Jishui cast a resolute glance at him, affirming, "Indeed, we shall not lose." Teacher Sato, observing the scene, likely felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, he admired our team's spirit, but on the other, he recognized the slim odds we faced against the whole class. "Attack!" someone shouted from the opposing side, and the masses surged forward in a chaotic rush. I tell you, the scene was utter pandemonium. I witnessed Hishu pivot gracefully, almost teleporting into the throng, his palm radiating frost. Anyone he touched would be encased in ice. Jishui darted through the crowd like a specter, leaving a trail of screams in his wake. Shu Li, with his powerful punches, sent one child flying after another, showing no mercy. However, the sheer number of opponents was overwhelming. How could one endure a war of attrition? Before long, Shu Li began to pant, his speed and strength waning. An opportunity arose. Nara, ever clever, seized the moment and employed the shadow imitation technique to immobilize Hishu, veins bulging on his forehead. He shouted to those around him, "Hurry, I can't hold him for long." The frenzied crowd lunged at Hishu, but guess what? Every punch struck an invisible barrier. Failing to touch him at all, the attackers were left dumbfounded, and before they could comprehend the situation, Hishu retaliated with a punch, sending them all sprawling. Nara's shadow retreated in defeat, panting from exhaustion. The next moment, the ultimate technique was unleashed. Once again, a tempest of ice blades rained down, catching everyone off guard as they desperately sought cover. In an instant, the entire playground transformed into an exhibition of ice sculptures, with everyone frozen from the waist down. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Naruto gazed at his frozen legs, cold sweat trickling down his brow, murmuring, "So powerful." Both Jishui and Shu Li were left in awe, with Jishui exclaiming, having used ice release 3 times in succession, "Hishu's chakra is terrifying. Shu Li stamarat." This strength is a bit abnormal. After a prolonged silence, Teacher Sato reluctantly declared, The victors are the team of He Shu, Ji Shui, and Shu Li. We had triumphed. He Shu, displaying remarkable kindness, approached his classmates to help shatter the ice, inquiring if anyone was injured. Those little ones, who had just been screaming in pain, now blushed and fluttered their hearts in admiration for He Shu, likely thinking to themselves, He Shu is so adorable. Upon returning to the classroom, the teacher provided a thorough recap, reprimanding the others for their recklessness and arrogance, while notably praising the three of us. What was our reward? 3 discount coupons for a barbecue restaurant. My eyes lit up. After school, Shu Li and Ji Shui came looking for He Shu, exclaiming, "Let's go eat barbecue." He Shu nodded, reaching for his backpack, but his motion suddenly froze. Ji Shui, ever observant, immediately asked, "What's wrong?" He followed He Shu's gaze to see 2 fluffy white bunny ears drooping from his drawer. I leaned in for a closer look, and lo and behold, it was a fluffy white bunny backpack. Shu Li burst into laughter, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from He Shu, who managed to stifle his own laughter, saying, "I generally do not laugh, unless I cannot help it." Ji Shui, with gentle understanding, reassured He Shu, "It's all right. The little bunny is quite cute." He Shu's eyes brightened. "Do you really think so?" Ji Shui nodded affirmatively, nudging Shu Li with his elbow. Shu Li, catching on, earnestly added, "It truly is quite adorable." Then, He Shu unveiled a cherubic smile. "Since you both find it cute, shall we swap?" Ji Shui and Shu Li instinctively took a step back. Thus arrived the iconic moment. Our aloof and handsome Uchiha Ji Shui, rigidly shouldering an exceedingly adorable bunny backpack, walked home. Passers-by regarded him with the same fascination one might reserve for a rare species, gossiping animatedly. Shu Li, ever the opportunist, stealthily distanced himself, gravitating towards me. During the barbecue, Shu Li proposed that on the upcoming day off, we train at his home. Ji Shui readily agreed, and upon hearing we would be visiting the Uchiha clan grounds, He Shu's eyes sparkled with delight, revealing a smile that hinted at showing Shu Li just how close the gap in strength truly was. After our meal, we parted ways. As He Shu opened his front door, a cold object suddenly splat against his face. It was his pet snake, a small green creature known for its clinginess. He Shu peeled it off his face only for it to wrap around his wrist. The snake followed him as he went to wash up and while brushing his teeth. The audacious creature attempted to burrow under his skirt. Veins throbbing at his temple, He Shu swiftly flung the snake onto the mirror. However, when bedtime came, the snake managed to sneak into his bed. The following morning, as He Shu groggily sat up, he felt the cool, soft sensation beneath him. It was the little green snake. With an expressionless face, he muttered an apology before heading to wash up. After exchanging greetings with his family, he made his way to the Uchiha clan grounds. I must say, the Uchiha residence was like no other. Though located in the heart of the village, the moment one stepped onto their territory, the ambience became serene, populated solely by individuals clad in clan attire. Suddenly, a lady selling dumplings spotted He Shu, her eyes lighting up as she approached, exclaiming, "Oh, dear girl, you are simply adorable. Tell Annie, who is your little boyfriend? Annie will treat you to a box of octopus balls." He Shu's face darkened, likely fuming inwardly. "I'm a boy." Just then, Ji Shui arrived to greet him. The lady's excitement doubled upon seeing Ji Shui. "Ah, so it's little Ji Shui. Who would have thought? Not only do you possess remarkable talent in ninjutsu, but your romantic skills are impressive as well." Ji Shui was taken aback, stammering, "WH what?" The lady, undeterred, launched into a fervent monologue. "Make sure to treat that lovely girl well. It's truly remarkable to find such a beautiful girlfriend. What is her name? Oh, I know. It's little Ji Shui's girlfriend, right?" In those 5 minutes, He Shu felt as if he had lost his mind. He surmised that within 2 hours, the news of him being Ji Shui's girlfriend would spread throughout the entire Uchiha clan. Ji Shui, noticing He Shu's exasperated expression, felt a tinge of embarrassment. His ears flushing red as he quietly remarked, "Don't mind it, but judging by her demeanor, I suspect she might be a little pleased." He Shu narrowed his eyes dangerously, leaning in to inquire, "What are you thinking?" His gaze seemed to convey a warning. "If you dare to entertain any inappropriate thoughts, I shall render you incapacitated." Ji Shui quickly shook his head in denial. Upon arriving at Shu Li's home, I was utterly astounded. This was no mere house. It resembled a grand estate. Pavilions and flowing streams, with maids emerging to greet us. A wealthy heir was right beside me. Shu Li was already there, sipping tea and enjoying snacks. His hair still damp, suggesting he had just finished training. How dedicated! He urged us to partake as well, but Ji Shui claimed not to enjoy sweets. And He Shu wasn't hungry either, so both declined. After Shu Li finished, he enthusiastically declared, "Let's go train." Behind his house lies a vast forest where we commenced our warm-up practice with shuriken. I must say, the techniques of Shu Li and Ji Shui were nothing short of remarkable. Each throw struck the target with precision. Then it was Yi Shu's turn. The scene was akin to a celestial maiden scattering flowers, leaving the target unscathed while the surrounding trees bore the brunt of his erratic throws, failing to hit the mark. Both Shu Li and Ji Shui fell into silence. At that moment, He Shu suddenly focused his gaze behind us. Following his line of sight, we spotted a small figure hiding behind a tree. He Shu swiftly seized the child's shoulder and upon closer inspection, exclaimed, "Goodness, it's Uchiha Itachi." The destined good friend of Ji Shui had arrived. In a moment of impulse, He Shu pinched Itachi's cherubic cheeks, prompting a system notification indicating a mere 10 points of affinity. How stingy! Itachi mentioned he was there to train as well, and Ji Shui kindly invited him to join. I realized that Itachi's mere presence catapulted Ji Shui's affinity to 69, while He Shu, who had toiled for half the day, only reached 60. Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. Then the 4-year-old Itachi picked up a shuriken and, with a flurry of motions, struck the target perfectly. Subsequently, Ji Shui, Shu Li, and Itachi, with 6 eyes fixed on the dismal performance of He Shu, seemed to witness his impending despair. I sensed He Shu was on the verge of bloodshed. Shu Li stepped forward to console him, saying, "It's all right. Missing shuriken is no big deal. After all, I have yet to hear of a strong warrior being defeated by shuriken." This statement, surprisingly, carried some weight. Ji Shui began to tutor He Shu one-on-one. But an hour later, He Shu had yet to hit the target even once and nearly managed to decapitate Itachi with a stray shuriken, raising Itachi's affinity from 10 to 20. Unable to bear it any longer, Shu Li suggested we practice ninjutsu instead. At this juncture, Itachi innocently remarked, "I find it rather peculiar that someone cannot master such a simple task." "You are my god, Itachi." With that strike, his accuracy was impeccable. I watched as He Shu began to emanate a chilling aura, causing Ji Shui's face to pale. Shu Li quickly intervened, admonishing, "Itachi, you mustn't speak so rudely." Itachi lowered his head in apology, yet He Shu's affinity dropped another 5 points to 15. He Shu likely added Itachi to his blacklist, vowing to educate him in the values of socialism. Later, Ji Shui and Shu Li practiced fire release, nearly igniting the forest, prompting He Shu to intervene urgently. The battle-hungry Shu Li suggested a grand melee. He Shu agreed, eager to demonstrate the concept of dimensionality reduction. Initially, Ji Shui and Shu Li exhibited remarkable synergy, refraining from attacking He Shu as they sparred back and forth, both waiting for the other to strike first. He Shu, arms crossed, watched the spectacle. Eventually, they exchanged glances, understanding each other, and charged together. One from the front, the other from the back. They attempted to ambush He Shu. However, He Shu deftly evaded, effortlessly grasping their attacking arms. Shu Li, refusing to concede, executed a mid-air maneuver, kicking towards He Shu, but it felt like striking a cotton ball, causing no harm. In that moment of distraction, He Shu sent him flying with a single kick. Immediately afterward, Ji Shui unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique, engulfing He Shu in a massive blaze. From a distance, Itachi widened his eyes, likely pondering if this would result in a fatality. In the next instant, a silvery flash burst forth from the flames, faster than Ji Shui could react. He Shu launched a punch towards Ji Shui's chest. Ji Shui, displaying remarkable reflexes, executed a hasty backward roll to evade. Yet, He Shu's figure flickered and reappeared before him. Just then, Shu Li unleashed his ultimate move, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. A roaring fire dragon lunged at Hishu. Hishu extended a hand, exuding a chilling aura, instantly freezing the fire dragon into a block of ice, which spread along the trajectory of the flames and encased Shu Li's feet in frost. Shu Li, unable to escape, transformed into a crystalline ice sculpture, standing immobile amidst the forest. Meanwhile, Ji Shuei, realizing the situation, hurled shuriken at Hishu with reckless abandon, only to have them deflected by icy shards. Gritting his teeth, he drew a short blade and charged, but the blade halted just a centimeter from Hishu's chest, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. Hishu extended his hand, rewarding him with a matching ice sculpture. As the afternoon sun illuminated the freshly formed Uchiha ice sculptures, they sparkled brilliantly. Uchiha Itachi stood nearby, observing the two brothers and glancing at the unscathed Hishu, engulfed in profound astonishment. I tell you, not only was Itachi stunned, but I was as well. Who would have imagined that Hishu, who could barely throw a shuriken, was a hidden master of ice ninjutsu? Nevertheless, he refrained from freezing anyone solid. Instead, he lightly shattered the ice. The two brothers, Ji Shuei and Shu Li, collapsed to the ground, shivering uncontrollably, their muscles numb. Remarkably, Shu Li, once he regained his composure, exclaimed, "Hishu, you are incredible. I must practice harder." What a twist, the king of competition right beside me, making it hard for anyone to breathe. Soon after, Shu Li enthusiastically invited us to his home for dinner, even bringing along the statue-like Itachi. I must say, the banquet at the Uchiha household was lavish. After feasting, the four of us lay side by side on a tatami mat, basking in the sun, utterly content. As I turned my head, I caught sight of Shu Li covertly glancing at Hishu, his face reddening when caught, ears flushed with embarrassment. Following our meal, everyone slumped in various positions, preparing for an afternoon nap. Itachi initially intended to leave, but Hishu firmly held him back, insisting he stay for a nap. Who would have thought that such a domineering gesture would actually increase Itachi's affinity? What a turn of events. Just as we were dozing off, the hurried footsteps of a maid echoed outside as she rushed in, crying, "Young master, it's terrible. The master has returned from battle, gravely injured." "What?" Shu Li sprang up, his face drained of color, panic-stricken. "Where's my father? Take me to him." We quickly followed suit. I must mention his father, Uchiha, was a formidable character, the son of an Uchiha elder, possessing immense strength. However, upon reaching the hall, we found him lying on a stretcher, bloodied, the white fabric nearly saturated in crimson. Shu Li could no longer contain himself, tears welling in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. His father struggled to open his eyes, blood frothing from his mouth, uttering but a single phrase, "Do not cry." Amidst this somber atmosphere, I suddenly recognized a familiar face. A stern-looking middle-aged man placed a hand on Shu Li's shoulder. It was none other than Itachi's father, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. Ji Shuei, frantic, desperately gestured to Hishu, signaling, "Brother, it's up to you." Hishu, understanding the gravity of the situation, had no intention of remaining a bystander. He entered the hall, and all the eyes of the Uchiha elite turned toward him. He approached Shu Li, kneeling beside him, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, and spoke softly, "Shu Li, do you not remember? I am your friend." At that moment, Shu Li seemed electrified, abruptly looking up, his eyes flashing red, the two black tomo spinning wildly. The Sharingan. The elder Uchiha members gasped in astonishment. The boy had awakened his bloodline limit. I assure you, the scene was one of sheer chaos. With his father on the brink of death and himself awakening the Sharingan, Shu Li was utterly overwhelmed. He Changshu remained unfazed by the intimidating Sharingan. He extended his hand towards the individual on the stretcher, and with a brilliant burst of emerald light, a miracle unfolded before their eyes. The gruesome wounds visibly began to mend, fresh flesh sprouting forth, and the faint heartbeat transformed into a steady, robust rhythm. Beads of cold sweat adorned Changshu's forehead, his hands trembling, a clear indication of the immense toll this act had taken on him. At last, as the radiance dissipated, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed backwards. Ji Shui, quick as lightning, dashed forward and caught him just in time. Meanwhile, Shuli attempted to assist, but was a moment too late. His hand awkwardly suspended in the air. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku approached, checking the pulse of the individual on the stretcher, and his pupils widened in astonishment. The pulse was strong, as if the person had never been injured. Instantly, a chime echoed in my mind. Ding! Uchiha Fugaku's favorability level, 10. Shortly thereafter, another chime sounded. Ding! Uchiha Ji Shui's favorability level, 75. And again, ding! Uchiha Itachi's favorability level, 10. The sequence of notifications jolted the exhausted Changshu awake. He propped himself up with Ji Shui's hand and sat upright. At this moment, Shuli also came to his senses, bowing deeply at 90 degrees to Changshu, his Sharingan glowing with gratitude, unable to utter a word. Changshu smiled gently. We are friends, after all. Uchiha Itachi was taken away to rest. But the elders of the Uchiha clan gazed at Changshu with fervent admiration, as if he were a rare treasure. They whispered among themselves, their glances communicating like Morse code. This is a gem. Even Tsunade's medical ninjutsu cannot achieve this. We must recruit him into our Uchiha clan. At that moment, I couldn't help but think, have you all forgotten that Changshu is a male? In the end, clan leader Fugaku personally approached, forcing a stiff smile and addressing Changshu. Young lady, no, Changshu, we owe you a great debt this time. Come to my home for dinner tonight. My family, that cunning old fox Fugaku, maintained his cheerful facade, yet his favorability remained unchanged, all a calculated move. However, this investment was undoubtedly the most successful of his life. That evening, after dining at Itachi's home, the three of us prepared to depart. Just before leaving, Changshu couldn't resist and reached out to tousle Itachi's hair, earnestly advising him, keep practicing. To my surprise, Itachi did not resist this time, obediently nodding. Changshu's expression radiated joy, finally relishing the delight of ruffling someone else's hair. Once we had left, Changshu returned home invigorated, retrieving the blade, known as the divine spear, from the wall. After acquiring it, he had struggled to draw it, but tonight, for reasons unknown, he grasped the hilt firmly, and with a decisive effort, the blade slid free with a crisp sound. The silvery blade, devoid of any embellishments, was utterly magnificent. Unable to contain himself, he instantly dashed to a small grove outside the village to test the blade. Pointing the blade at a large tree, he unleashed a swift strike, and with a flash of white light, the blade extended 2 meters, piercing straight through the tree. With a thunderous crash, the tree fell. Oh no! Changshu startled himself with the loud noise, realizing it would surely attract the patrolling ninjas. He hastily sheathed the blade and vanished from the spot. Sure enough, within moments, Narashikaku arrived with his team, contemplating the neatly sliced trunk in silence. This incident passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. The air of war thickened. Even we young ninjas in the academy felt the weight of it. One day, our teacher entered the classroom, his expression so grave it seemed he could wring water from it. He scanned our youthful faces and began, "Today, we will discuss how to confront the battlefield." The classroom fell silent. For soon, you will be heading to the battlefield. My heart sank. To be honest, among my classmates, talented scions of the Hyuga clan and the awakened Uchiha, none had appeared in the scripts I had witnessed. I feared they would likely perish in this war, becoming mere dust of history. The teacher continued, to enhance your chances of survival, you will be divided into teams of 3, led by a Jonin mentor. He then began to announce the group assignments. First group, Yujin Changshu, Uchiha Ji Shui, Uchiha Shuli. Upon hearing this, I thought to myself, the higher-ups must be calculating furiously, as the combination of Tsunade's disciple, who possessed extraordinary abilities and knowledge of resurrection techniques, paired with 2 future pillars of the Uchiha clan, served as both a safety net for Changshu and a means to contain the Uchiha clan, truly a dual advantage. After the groups were assigned, the classroom buzzed with mixed emotions. The next morning, the 3 of us gathered by the riverside, awaiting our Jonin mentor. Shuli leaned against the railing, curiously asking, "Who do you think our teacher will be?" With our strengths, we would surely rank among the top 3 graduates. Our leader must be someone exceptional. As we were speaking, a figure appeared before us. I focused and exclaimed, "Whoa, Byakugan." The newcomer donned a green vest, with a birdcage mark obscuring his brow beneath his forehead protector. He was rather handsome and introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Hyuga Hisashi. From today onward, I shall be your Jonin mentor." Ningxi's infamous father? My goodness, this grouping was quite intriguing. 2 Uchiha paired with a Hyuga as a teacher. This combination felt less like preparing for battle and more like casting for a Naruto version of Game of Thrones. We quickly bowed. "Hello, sensei." Hisashi, with a stoic expression, nodded and blandly replied, "Please introduce yourselves." Jishui began. "I am Uchiha Jishui, proficient in fire release and swordsmanship." Chengshu followed. "I am Eugene Chengshu, skilled in ice release and medical ninjutsu." Shu Li, wishing to fit in, reluctantly shortened the introduction he had prepared for so long. "I am Uchiha Shu Li, adept in fire release, and have awakened to Sharingan." Upon hearing this, Hisashi's Byakugan revealed no discernible emotion, merely stating, "I have heard that you 3 are exceptionally talented ninjas. I look forward to working with you." Let me tell you, this teacher Hisashi, though he spoke of mutual cooperation, wasted no time in establishing his authority. He immediately initiated a battle. 3 against 1. Us 3 freshly graduated novices against a seasoned Jonin. Goodness, Jishui's mind worked swiftly, and he devised a strategy in an instant. He would take the lead. Shuli would use his Sharingan to find openings for Jinjutsu, while I would employ Ice Release for crowd control. This plan sounded reasonable. But our opponent was an elite Jonin from the Hyuga clan. At Hisashi's signal, he activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulging with intensity, exuding an overwhelming aura. Jishui charged forward like a shadow, and I wasted no time, unleashing a flurry of ice blades as a diversion. Surely, I knew better than to attempt piercing a seasoned Jonin with my ice. But then a thought struck me. Wait a moment. He belongs to the branch family. The Byakugan possesses a critical blind spot. Before I could seize this opportunity, Hisashi executed a swift reversal. He jumped into the air, performing a flawless 360-degree spin. The terrifying wind pressure shattered my ice blades, sending Jishui flying. In that critical moment, Shu Li's Jinjutsu found its mark. Chengshu. Both Jishui and Shu Li shouted in unison. The opportunity had arrived. Hisashi momentarily faltered as he dispelled the Jinjutsu and sensed my attack from his blind spot. I swiftly positioned myself right in front of him. Indeed, I had anticipated his anticipation. His pupils widened in shock, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a Bagua empty palm towards my chest. The force felt as though it could shatter the very air. I assure you, he thought I would not evade, mistaking me for a reckless fool. And at the last moment, he even eased his strength. Then, the most dramatic scene unfolded. His determined strike landed, yet it felt as though it had not struck at all. It was as if he had struck a mass of air that could never be compressed. As he was left in shock, nearly causing his CPU to overheat, my icy aura had already traversed his arm, freezing both of his hands into solid blocks of ice. Fire release, dragon fire technique. The fire dragon, lurking within the tree, roared forth from behind. Caught in a pincer move and with his hands restrained for the first time, a look of disbelief appeared in Teacher Rich's eyes. Truly formidable, he audibly shattered the solid ice with his chakra and leaped backwards, evading the attack. Indeed, the first group, comprised of geniuses, was impressive. Rather than displaying anger, he wore a look of admiration. This was it. He was going to take things seriously. Allow me to clarify. The Rou Chen Rochuan of the Hyuga clan is exceptionally cunning. It may appear soft and delicate, akin to willow fluff, but a single strike can directly damage your chakra system, rendering you a mere vegetable. Relying on my 6 eyes to perceive all of his attack trajectories, I maneuvered with fervor. However, his extensive battle experience allowed him to anticipate my movements, effectively blocking my escape routes. Feeling cornered, I thought to myself, who am I? A proud disciple of Wu Qiao Wuji. With a swift motion, I unleashed the Po Dao Zhi, Liu Shujiu Lei Ho Pao. Break the path no. Liu Shujiu. Thunder roar cannon. A colossal beam infused with lightning surged directly towards his face. Seizing the moment he dodged, I exerted force beneath my feet, causing the ice below to surge upwards like frenzied vines in pursuit. Teacher Richa was forced to leap onto a tree trunk, yet the ice continued to ascend. He was astonished. Was this little girl's chakra limitless? Teacher, we have one. Ji Shui and Mu Li suddenly appear beside me, their smiles radiant. Not so fast, Teacher Richa began to protest. A mere glance from my Byakugan turned his face pale. Family, who understands? We had already calculated that he would leap to the trees. Ji Shui had long since plastered the surrounding tree trunks with explosive tags. It was a veritable feast of explosive tags. Even his so-called absolute defense, the Gtitan Huitian, would crumble under such a concentrated barrage. Reluctantly, he descended from the tree, a smile finally gracing his face as he began to analyze. Ji Shui set up traps. Mu Li led me step by step into the ambush, while the tree would intermittently distract me with ninjutsu. Very impressive. This acknowledgement melted away the small rift between Ji Shui and Mu Li. Then, Teacher Richa turned to me, inquiring if I had been struck by his Kongjong. I pondered momentarily. After all, this was Richa Hyuga, the father of the future Niji, a person of trustworthy character. Moreover, the more impressive I appeared, the more secure his status as my teacher would be within the village. The bond between teacher and student thrives on mutual success and failure. Hence, I revealed my trump card, extending my hand. This is my bloodline limit and absolute defense. I am enveloped in a force that renders me relatively motionless. Anything that approaches me slows down, never able to touch me. As I spoke, I grasped Ji Shui's hand to demonstrate, causing his face to flush instantly. He pushed forward with all his might, yet between our palms lay an impenetrable barrier. Teacher Richa's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He recognized that this ability was nothing short of extraordinary. He solemnly instructed us to keep it a secret. Then the highlight arrived. After our battle, Teacher Richa unexpectedly invited us to indulge in barbecue. Instantly, my favorability rating surged to 60. Family, it takes but a barbecue to win over a proud and handsome uncle. Throughout the meal, he even assisted us in grilling, displaying remarkable thoughtfulness. While I was engrossed in my culinary delight, a system notification chimed in. System skill allocation delivered. What a delightful surprise. Rewards were here. I discreetly clicked no, saving it for later. Instantly, a new task appeared in my mind. How considerate. After finishing our meal, Teacher Richa instructed us to gather at the Hokage Tower at 2 in the afternoon for our mission. Upon returning home, I greeted my foster father, Takebayashi, who gazed at my forehead protector with a complex expression, a blend of rugged masculinity and tenderness. I hurriedly retreated to my room to examine my new skill, storage space. With an initial capacity of 1 cubic meter, time stands still. Living beings cannot be stored for the time being. This system truly understands me. Instantly, 100 dish names flickered through my mind. In future missions, while others gnaw on soldier pills, I can effortlessly produce a steaming plate of oil-exploded shrimp. This quality of life is bound to elevate. However, I noted the remark about temporarily not being able to store living creatures. Temporarily? Does that imply future possibilities? Goodness, my CPU is overloaded. In the future, with expanded space, I could trap an enemy inside, plastered with explosive tags. What am I even contemplating? I am but a pure and kind-hearted young lad. I attempted to explore how to upgrade the space, spending quite some time on it without success. As the time approached, I hastily removed the disarray of items, organized my ninja tools, and packed a collection of snacks. In the afternoon, I arrived early at the Hokage Tower, where Teacher Richa was already present. I jokingly remarked about Ji Shui and Mu Li being slow, and in an instant, they appeared beside me. Teacher Richa chuckled, saying, "You truly share a deep connection." What profound connection? I noticed Ji Shui and Mu Li's ears turning red. Upon entering the Hokage's office, I encountered the living Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, for the first time. How can I describe it? He looked exactly as he did in the anime, with a face full of wrinkles and a shrewd expression. True to form, He began with the familiar spiel about the will of fire, speaking of pride for us, expressing guilt for not making our lives joyful, and proclaiming us as the new branches and leaves of Konoha. He was already starting to PUA us. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that poor Ji Shui and Mu Li were practically glowing with excitement. This cannot stand. I must intervene. Just as they were on the brink of being brainwashed, I, the illustrious Ingho Shu, made my grand entrance. I stepped forward, tears welling in my eyes. My voice tinged with emotion. Hokage-sama, you are absolutely right. The Sandaime was momentarily taken aback, his train of thought disrupted. I continue my performance. Please do not blame yourself. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon individuals, and they must first endure hardship and toil. War will only temper us. We will never let you down. The Sandaime was deeply moved, murmuring, well said, excellent. I could tell that his gaze toward me had changed. Ding. Sandaime Hokage, favorability, 65. Seizing the momentum, I clench my fist. My goal is to become an exceptional ninja like you, to bring love and peace to the ninja world. As soon as I uttered these words, the Sandaime's favorability skyrocketed to 71. The warmth in his gaze was akin to that of a loving grandparent. I quickly turned to my companions. Ji Shui and Mu Li are my most steadfast allies. We will strive together. They were left in a daze by my display. Responding instinctively, of course. I was nearly beside myself with laughter. Did you see? I was developing my connections right in front of the Hokage. Don't dare call me sinister. This was personally recognized by the Sandaime. The Sandaime, satisfied, handed us a scroll for an escort mission. The task was to escort a batch of supplies to the Land of Grass. Upon arriving at the assembly point, I was taken aback to find that Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma were also joining us. Just a glance at Kakashi caused a notification to ring in my mind. Ding. Target character Hatake Kakashi, favorability 20. And my favorability dropped by 5 points. What the heck? Is my appearance that off-putting? The journey was unbearably dull, so I pulled out dried fruit from my storage space, sharing it with Ji Shui and Mu Li. However, Mu Li insisted on having some. I tossed him a pack, and inexplicably, Ji Shui's favorability plummeted again. I was baffled. You guys are so hard to understand. At night, as we set up camp, Asuma voiced his complaints about the dullness of the task, clashing with Mu Li, creating tension. Just then, Teacher Richa announced he would step away for a moment, leaving us to keep watch. No sooner had he left than another Teacher Richa emerged from the woods, grinning as he instructed me to keep watch alone. I activated my 6 eyes and realized that this figure's aura was entirely different from Teacher Richa's. A palpable sense of killing intent and excitement radiated from him. Clearly, he was no actor. Without the slightest hesitation, I feigned compliance and approached him. In the fleeting moment we brushed past each other, a shot rang out, and with a resounding bang, he was rendered lifeless, dissipating into a cloud of white smoke, leaving behind a stranger's corpse on the ground. The art of transformation. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Ji Shui inquired how I had discerned the ruse. I fought to suppress the turmoil in my stomach and explained that he had been too hasty and that Richa, our teacher, would never have allowed me to stand watch alone. At that moment, the real Richa descended from the tree, his face a mask of approval. It turned out he had returned long ago, secretly observing us to test our mettle. This display was impressive, yet I felt the repercussions looming. Later that night, seated by the campfire, my hands and feet were icy, trembling uncontrollably as if gripped by Parkinson's. The sensation of the piercing shot through flesh, coupled with the overwhelming stench of blood, replayed endlessly in my mind. Who could understand my plight? I fell on the verge of vomiting. I had taken a life, a living being. Yet Kakashi, the white-haired one, surprisingly noticed. He poked the fire and said nonchalantly, "You must grow accustomed to killing. If you do not eliminate them, they will eliminate you, thereby saving more lives." To my astonishment, as a professional at brainwashing, I found myself swayed by his words. This was a reversal of influence. I stared at him, his twisted logic oddly providing me with solace. I quickly conjured a fragile yet resolute smile and said, "Thank you, Kakashi-senpai." The next morning, As sunlight graced my face, I felt utterly mortified. Nevertheless, the mission must continue. I must say, the group transporting supplies moved at a snail's pace, akin to a leisurely spring outing. As for me, I activated my 6 eyes, scrutinizing every blade of grass and tree with clarity. Upon entering a secluded valley, a sense of foreboding washed over me, an eerie stillness enveloping the air. Sure enough, in the following moment, boulders began plummeting from the mountaintop like raindrops. Richa shouted for everyone to take cover, and chaos erupted below. Jishui attempted to warn me, but I thought to myself, "You're too slow." As a massive rock hurtled toward my face, I swiftly retaliated with a blade, cleaving it in half. Its upper half, propelled by inertia, sought to descend, but I unleashed a powerful technique, obliterating it into fragments. Just as the dust settled, a band of bandits leapt down from the cliff, proclaiming their intent to strike it rich. One foolhardy individual, drawn by my appearance, approached with a teasing remark, "Little sister, don't be afraid. It will be quick and painless." I couldn't help but chuckle. I executed a swift movement and was upon him in an instant. With a thrust of my weapon, I sent him to meet the Sage of Six Paths. My first kill. Yet, truth be told, gazing at the aftermath stirred discomfort within me. I quickly averted my gaze, only to witness Uchiha Shu Li, the unfortunate child, surrounded by 4 assailants, likely drawn by a Sharingan. Unable to bear the sight, I seized his hand and whisked him to safety above. The ninjas below were still posturing, boasting of their prowess. I swiftly coordinated with Shu Li. "You take the 2 on the left, I'll handle the 2 on the right." No sooner had I spoken than the enemies vanished. The 4 ninjas stood bewildered, questioning the disappearance of this young specter. I materialized behind one and dispatched him with ease. The quickest among them retaliated with a Doton technique. "You wish to play against my attributes?" I unleashed another technique, obliterating his Doton and propelling him away. He spat blood and attempted to flee, but alas, as he took a single step, a sudden chill enveloped him, and another shot rendered him lifeless. The fray soon subsided. Though we were merely Chunin, we managed to coordinate effectively. Kakashi and Guy, in particular, exhibited extraordinary prowess, easily dispatching these lowly foes. Richa approached us, inquiring if we were unharmed, to which I shook my head. He sighed in relief, yet upon noticing the injuries among our ranks, his brow furrowed once more. Seizing the opportunity to garner favor, I stepped forward, adopting a pale visage of one recently engaged in battle. Yet my eyes shone with unwavering determination. "Teacher, allow me to heal everyone." The injured ninjas surrounding me regarded my small stature, their eyes welling with emotion. Richa opposed, deeming me too young and the exertion too great. I firmly replied, "Teacher, I can rest later, but we cannot delay in treating their wounds." In an instant, I received a system notification. Richa's favorability increased. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, permitting me to proceed cautiously. I hurried to a severely wounded comrade, my hands aglow with green light, visibly mending the gruesome wound. The healed warrior gaped at me, overwhelmed with gratitude, struggling to articulate his thanks. I offered a gentle smile, my voice resonating just enough for all to hear. "It's no trouble at all. We are all ninjas of Konoha. I cannot stand idly by while my comrades suffer." The atmosphere ignited. The gazes upon me transformed from mere observation to veneration, as if I were an angel. As I labored to heal, my tender and earnest demeanor nearly convinced even myself of my own resolve. Once I had tended to the majority of the injuries, they insisted I not walk and physically assisted me onto the supply cart. Leaning against the supplies, I silently affirmed my role as the harbinger of justice, finally suppressing the discomfort of having taken a life. The system was exceedingly pleased with my actions, declaring me its finest pupil. The journey ahead became notably smoother as we swiftly departed from the land of fire, entering the land of grass, a battleground rife with tension. The sky darkened ominously, foreboding imminent peril. Suddenly, the ground beneath us gave way, plunging us into a deep pit surrounded by towering earth walls, adorned with explosive tags. My pupils dilated in shock. This was an attempt to eradicate us all. My companions turned pale, some paralyzed by fear, abandoning their resolve. Just as the rock-hidden ninjas above shouted for the detonation, a wildly audacious thought flashed through my mind. I possess a storage space, do I not? I could simply collect all these tags. Without a moment's hesitation, I acted. At that moment, I felt as if my brain might explode, akin to a CPU running at full capacity, a throbbing pain enveloping me. Yet I persevered. In that instant, I gathered thousands of explosive tags, transitioning from one by one to hundreds in a blink. Whoosh! All of them vanished into my dimensional pocket. Outside, silence prevailed. The anticipated explosion never occurred, leaving my teammates in bewilderment. Hey, where are my tags? That entire pile? I, on the brink of collapse, pale as a ghost, felt Ji Shui steadying me, his eyes brimming with concern as he bombarded me with questions. I lacked the strength to respond. My head pounded as if it might split. Above, the rock-hidden ninjas were equally stunned. The leader, named Huang Tu, sensed something was amiss but scoffed. Whatever, kill them first. Countless Doton techniques rained down upon us. However, our team regained their composure, and several ninjas adept in Doton united to elevate the ground beneath us, preventing us from being struck in the pit. The chaos of battle was imminent. With my protector, Ji Shui, standing before me, we engaged in a fierce exchange with two Iwagakure ninjas. Suddenly, more adversaries encircled us, and a female ninja mockingly pointed at me, taunting, "Look at this little girl, her face has turned pale." I was left speechless. Indeed, the villains often perish from excessive chatter, as the ancients have warned. She further insulted Ji Shui, referring to him as a little lover, which made me roll my eyes in disdain. I patted Ji Shui on the shoulder and said, "Trust me." He glanced at me and surprisingly stepped aside. The system notified me that Ji Shui's affinity had surpassed 90, leaving me astonished. Enraged by our silent exchanges, the female ninja charged at me with a kunai. I swiftly drew my divine spear. With a flash of silver, two sharp sounds echoed as her head and that of another hidden assailant fell to the ground. My divine spear's attack range had expanded to 4 meters, rendering these cannon fodder unable to evade. In that moment, all eyes were drawn to me. Seizing the opportunity, I leapt onto a large stone and unleashed a resounding taunt. Surveying the crowd, I smirked and proclaimed in the most audacious tone, "I must candidly state that all present Iwagakure ninjas are nothing but trash." The arena fell into an immediate hush. The Konoha ninjas were left stunned, questioning if I had lost my sanity. They presumed I was about to sacrifice myself to draw fire away for their escape, their eyes glistening with tears. I thought to myself, this is how the script should unfold. On the Iwagakure side, the Earth Ninja, enraged by my words, coldly declared, "Teach her what humility is." Countless Iwagakure ninjas charged toward me like zombies. Standing atop the boulder, I unleashed my full potential. Just as they reached my face, I executed a swift teleportation, appearing in the midst of their ranks, and unleashed thousands of explosive tags from my dimensional pocket. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. I tell you, that scene was spectacular. Of course, I had activated my full potential, remaining unscathed as I theatrically smeared some blood on myself and collapsed dramatically onto the ground. The shockwave from the explosion sent the Konoha ninjas sprawling. They gazed at the epicenter of the blast, grief-stricken. Kongshu, she is still just a child. Cries of despair filled the air, guilt overwhelming them. Ji Shui, in a fit of rage, activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and dashed into the smoke, desperately searching for me. His determination was unwavering. He had to find a living soul. Miraculously, he did. Upon feeling my pulse strong and steady at my neck, tears streamed down his face as he embraced me like a treasure. I knew he would never allow me to perish. Teacher Rika also reacted swiftly, eliminating a surviving Iwagakure ninja before rushing to my aid. When Shuli approached and saw me covered in blood, he was horrified. Ji Shui shook his head at him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As the smoke began to clear, the Konoha ninjas gathered around, sobbing like rabbits, cautiously inquiring about my condition. Rika, a seasoned actor, sighed and stated, "Kongshu has preserved a life. This statement, delivered with dramatic flair, had a far greater impact than merely assuring them I was fine. Indeed, their gazes towards me became more complex, filled with gratitude, admiration, guilt, and a blend of emotions. As we shared this moment of camaraderie in battle, two figures crawled out from the pile of corpses, Huangtu and his subordinate. Just as they attempted to support each other and flee, two massive snakes erupted forth, swiftly turning them into mere flesh. Even with my eyes closed, I could sense the chilling aura. Orochimaru had arrived. Observing the devastation, he recognized that our team was formidable. He instructed a Hyugan ninja to activate his Byakugan, quickly pinpointing our location. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Rika's face fell. The golden serpent eyes of Orochimaru scanned us before he inquired what had transpired. Rika attempted to obscure the truth, but was thwarted by an overeager teammate who, spotting Orochimaru, rushed him, crying, "Lord Orochimaru, please save Kongshu. She sacrificed herself for us." Rika was powerless to intervene. My heart raced in panic. I was about to be dissected for research. Orochimaru chuckled, his smile devoid of warmth, fixing his gaze on Rika. "Oh, we have a hero among us? I must take a closer look." He bypassed Rika and walked directly toward my motionless form. Jishui and Shuli attempted to intervene, but the aura he radiated left them paralyzed with fear. I felt a chill run down my spine as Orochimaru approached, his cold hands extending toward my unconscious face, his eyes glimmering with a predatory interest. Just as his hand was about to graze my cheek, a voice broke through. "Hey!" A white-haired man suddenly appeared from behind and seized Orochimaru by the throat, constricting him. That lewd laugh was unmistakable. Jiraiya had arrived. The scene had become lively, as two of Konoha's legendary Sannin were now present. Jiraiya tightened his grip around Orochimaru's neck, smiling broadly. "Orochimaru, long time no see." A flicker of amusement crossed Orochimaru's eyes, a rare expression for him. He slipped from Jiraiya's hold and retorted, "What took you so long?" This question struck a chord. The Iwagakure ninjas had originally intended to ambush Jiraiya, but his tardiness led to our unfortunate encounter, a pure stroke of misfortune. I might have overslept." Jiraiya sheepishly scratched the back of his head. No sooner had he spoken than a female ninja emerged from behind him, eyes filled with reproach, exclaiming, "Not at all. It was clearly because Lord Jiraiya was captivated by the tavern owner's daughter on the way." Cough. Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly changed the subject. Pointing at me in the cart with an exaggerated expression of concern, "Orochimaru, this is a young girl. As a grown man, is it appropriate for you to treat her wounds?" His gaze was that of utter disdain, as if viewing a pervert, while he patted Orochimaru's shoulder in a mock display of righteousness. Such actions challenged the very limits of Sarutobi Sensei's teachings. Orochimaru's lips twitched. I sensed he was contemplating how to retaliate against Jiraiya. Their thought processes never seemed to align. Come on. Jiraiya forcibly pulled Orochimaru aside. "Let's catch up. Old friend." Before departing, he called back to the female ninja. "Leave this to you." The medical ninja, named Tao Nai, must have been thoroughly disillusioned with her idol by then. She grumbled, but quickly shifted her focus upon seeing me covered in blood, instantly adopting a professional demeanor. Although I was unconscious, I observed everything from a god's perspective. She first retrieved a white cloth from her bag, hanging it over the cart door, undoubtedly lamenting the reckless nature of these men. Then, with remarkable speed, she began to remove my clothing to clean my body. As she continued, she suddenly froze. She discovered that while I was covered in blood, my skin was smooth, unmarred by even a mosquito bite. Assuming it was merely someone else's blood, she thought nothing of it. However, when her hands reached my chest, they abruptly halted. "Dear friends, you must understand." Her expression reflected shock, as if she were gazing upon a small hill, only to find it was a vast plain upon touching it. Her face flushed bright red, realizing she too had crossed into inappropriate territory. In a flurry of embarrassment, she hastily dressed me in one of her spare dresses. As she pulled down the curtain and hurried away, Jishui and Shuli, who had been guarding outside the cart, were left dumbfounded. Jishui pondered why the medical ninja's face was so crimson, but upon seeing me in clean attire, they finally relaxed, leaning against the car to doze off. At that moment, a series of notifications echoed in my mind. Ding! Affinity with character Uchiha Jisue has reached 95. Ding! Affinity with character Hyuga has reached 90. Ding! Affinity with character Hataki Kakashi has reached 65. Congratulations, host! Kakashi's affinity has surpassed 60. The system will now unlock skill allocation. Goodness gracious! Kakashi has also been defeated. I was filled with exhilaration, but in the next moment, I received a notification. Ding! Host consciousness detected to be in a state of fainting, automatically exchanging for a mental energy recovery potion. Ding! System is administering the mental energy recovery potion. As I slowly opened my eyes and regained my awareness, I recalled the circumstances that led to my unconsciousness. In a moment of bravado, I had transferred all the explosive tags, completely depleting my mental energy. System, quickly show me my skills, I exclaimed eagerly in my mind. To my dismay, the screen opened to reveal nothing. I was dumbfounded. Where are my skills? The system coldly explained. Due to the host's fainting state, the system prioritized life safety and has exchanged this reward for a mental energy recovery potion. Upon hearing this, my expression twisted in frustration. My CPU nearly overheating. I would rather lie in bed for an additional 2 days than squander Kakashi's 60 points of favor. I spent half an hour grappling with this harsh reality, only to realize that I simply could not accept it. Is there any way to return it? I inquired with a stoic face. No returns accepted, the system replied. But even Pinduoduo allows returns. Why can't you? I was on the verge of a breakdown. The system retorted with a sense of superiority. This system belongs to a high-end, intelligent life form. How ironic. It was evident that the system knew how to take advantage of its host. How could it not be high-end? In despair, I wiped my face and sought solace in my storage space for some snacks. To my surprise, I discovered that the space had expanded from 1 cubic meter to 5. Suddenly, it dawned on me. My mental energy had been depleted and restored, which in turn had strengthened my abilities, resulting in an upgrade of the space. Perhaps this calamity had brought unexpected fortune. Lost in thought, Miss Towneye climbed onto the carriage to check on me. You're awake, she exclaimed with a dazzling smile. I immediately immersed myself in the role, blinking innocently. Who are you? I am Towneye, a medical ninja. Previously, when you were injured, I helped you change your clothes. My heart sank. I panicked at the thought that she might discover I was male. Desperately, I touched the ring on my finger for reassurance and managed to force a smile. Thank you, Sister Towneye. To test her, I blushed and shyly said, Sister Towneye. About my body, Towneye wore an expression of understanding, believing I was simply a bashful girl. She patted my shoulder and handed me a rice ball, encouraging me loudly. It's because Harushu is flat-chested that you should eat more and strive to grow up like Lady Tsunade. My smile instantly froze. Who in their right mind would want to become a cow like Tsunade? I'm a man. I desired defined pectoral muscles, not a D cup. Would you like this blessing? For the first time, a murderous thought flickered through my mind. To make matters worse, outside the carriage, Shirzue and Shuriki were eavesdropping, both blushing like ripe tomatoes, likely thinking, so Harushu is flat-chested after all. After bidding farewell to Towneye, I remained dazed in the wind. The system decided to add insult to injury. Please do not feel inadequate, host. Once the host exchanges for a gender transformation potion, the system will generously grant the skill, proudly standing tall. Inadequate, my foot. I exploded with anger. I am a man. Being flat-chested is perfectly normal. Moreover, who would want to exchange for a gender transformation potion? I suddenly became wary. If this system could secretly administer potions, it could just as easily transform my gender. I warned it, if you dare use that thing on me, I will take my own life to defend my masculine dignity. That gender transformation potion should be for those in need, like Orochimaru. As fate would have it, the very next day, Orochimaru entered my carriage. He wore his signature sinister smile, his gaze penetrating like an X-ray, as if he wished to dissect me on the spot. I have heard about your exploits. You truly are an impressive ninja, he said, licking his lips. I immediately lowered my head shyly. Lord Orochimaru, you flatter me. The system promptly chimed in, ding. Favorability with the character Orochimaru is at 0. So you're quite the actor, are you? Let us engage in mutual harm, shall we? I plastered a standard false smile on my face, exuding innocence. Surviving such an explosion unscathed is no small feat, wouldn't you agree? Orochimaru began to probe for information. I feigned vigilance, avoiding his gaze. Upon seeing my inability to conceal my secrets, his eyes lit up. He coaxed. I am also a ninja of Konoha and have extensive research on certain special abilities. That tone, that enticing manner, my DNA stirred. Was this the same old trick used by the third Hokage? Truly, he is his prized disciple. Unfortunately for him, I'm also an expert in this domain. My eyes brightened with admiration. Lord Orochimaru, it's not that I don't want to share. It's just that I cannot clearly articulate my abilities. I gazed at him in a conflicted manner before resolutely extending my hand. You may try to attack my palm. Orochimaru reached out, only to find he could not touch it at all. His pupils constricted, neck stretching as he suddenly grasped the principle. The distance was infinitely shrinking, while my speed remained relative to stillness, making it impossible for him to genuinely attack me. Truly, a scientist of the Hokage. I was astonished, but nodded in agreement. You speak the truth. Is this a bloodline limit? He inquired. I shook my head, no. Is it due to a potion? I responded earnestly. Potion? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening. Indeed, I began to concoct a tale, my expression tinged with sorrow. I was once a battlefield orphan, starved and desperate, when I stumbled upon a discarded potion. After consuming it, I acquired this ability. Orochimaru had no doubts, likely believing that I, at my age, could not fabricate such an outrageous story. He asked eagerly, have you finished it? I inwardly smirked, maintaining a facade of innocence as I shook my head. Not yet. Where's the potion? Orochimaru's voice trembled with excitement. I recoiled slightly in fright, and he quickly realized his lapse, clearing his throat. I hope to unravel this secret and help more people. My eyes brightened, brimming with innocence. The remaining potion is at my uncle's house. If it can help more people, I will be thrilled. A glimmer of pity flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He likely found my naivety amusing, but he still responded kindly. When the opportunity arises, bring the potion to me. Certainly, I replied without hesitation. Lord Orochimaru, I join your experiments? I pressed on, my expression earnest. Human life is so fragile. I wish to discover the true truth. His eyes lit up as my words struck a chord with him, as if he had found a kindred spirit. The minds of geniuses are indeed alike. He nodded in agreement. Ding. Favorability with the character Orochimaru is now at 60. Success. As soon as Orochimaru departed, I fervently shouted in my mind, System, with this 60 points of favor, I demand the gender transformation potion. The system was shocked, but ultimately complied with my request. A bottle of light blue potion materialized in my hand. I stored it away in my storage space, my heart filled with myriad emotions. Orochimaru, this is a precious item I acquired at great cost for you. Cherish it. Orochimaru's era is soon to conclude, while the era of his sister is about to dawn. Not long after, our supplies arrived, and we returned to Konoha. Just as I settled in, I was immediately summoned for a new mission, busier than a corporate worker. The only glimmer of good news was that my adoptive father turned out to be a hidden tycoon, leaving behind a parcel of land for me, instantly making me a third-generation wealthy heir. The new mission was unexpectedly an S-rank assignment to sign a peace treaty in the Land of Rain. Upon hearing Land of Rain, my mind began to replay images of carrying a bag of rice up several flights of stairs. Teacher Nikarashi felt it was too dangerous for us few genin to go. So he went to consult the third Hokage. Ultimately, the third Hokage declared that there were no suitable candidates in the village. So he only added one additional member to our team. In the afternoon, we gathered at the village entrance, and upon seeing the man clad in a green jumpsuit, flashing a dazzling smile with big white teeth, bowing at a 45-degree angle, Teacher Nikarashi's expression turned to one of shock. An elite jonin leading 4 genin on an S-rank mission, and one of those genin was over 30. Shuriki was utterly astonished, nearly having his jaw drop. But I, unlike them, was filled with excitement. My guy, this was not just a burden. It was like having a father figure to rely on. I hastily approached and politely returned the greeting. Uncle, rest assured, I believe you must be quite formidable. At that moment, my Dai was so moved that tears streamed down his face like wide noodles, and his affection level skyrocketed to 70. Just as we were about to set off on our journey, the long-awaited skill finally arrived. Yinling Shu, the lie of lies, which transforms falsehoods into reality. The skill description was utterly impressive. As long as I uttered a lie and the other party denied it, I could recite a spell, and the lie would become true. However, the initial progress was an abysmal 0%. This was outrageous. The system explained that the more powerful the skill, the lower the initial progress. Fine, I accepted that. To expedite my leveling up, I cast a sly glance at my companions nearby. That evening, we gathered around the campfire enjoying rice balls. I observed Shuli and decided to make him my target. Shuli, is your rice ball spicy? I knew he only enjoyed sweet flavors. No, it's sweet red bean paste, he replied, bewildered as he took a large bite. I softly murmured, the lie of lies, which transforms falsehoods into reality. In the next moment, with a loud splat, Shuli spat out the rice ball, his face turning a deep crimson as he clutched his throat, his eyes nearly popping out. Teacher Richa, startled, tossed his own rice ball aside and shouted, "Stop eating. There's something wrong with the rice ball." Shuli gulped down an entire jug of water before recovering. His expression contorted as he exclaimed, "It's so spicy, it's killing me." Jishui looked at me with suspicion, and I quickly squatted in front of Shuli, feigning innocence and concern. "Shuli, didn't you say it was red bean paste? I just smelled something spicy." "You would believe me, but it really was spicy. Perhaps you were too tired today and picked the wrong one?" Shuli was about to protest, but upon seeing the handkerchief I offered, he blushed and swallowed his words, obediently taking the handkerchief and pocketing it. Jishui suddenly realized and believed my tall tale. As the night deepened, I glanced at my skill progress, which had only reached a mere 0.5. It seemed I would be grinding for ages. I looked at the others who had already fallen asleep and chuckled. Tomorrow would be a laborious day for them. Everything was worthwhile for my growth and the survival of our team. Let me tell you, the prize for that worthiness came early the next day. It was utter chaos. Just as we were about to set off, I sidled up next to Uncle my Dai and quietly told him, "Uncle, I can predict that you're about to pass gas." Good heavens, my Dai's eyes widened like copper bells as he bellowed, "I am not. My Dai am the most courteous to my teammates." I silently recited a spell. The next second, with a loud bang, the large tree behind him shook violently. The four of us instantly understood and swiftly retreated 10 meters, our movements swifter than the formation of seals. Shuli, looking like he had narrowly escaped disaster, exclaimed, "My goodness. Uncle Dai's gas is too powerful." It almost turned into a biological attack. I hurried over to comfort Uncle Dai, as boosting affection was my specialty. With a radiant angelic smile, I said, "Uncle, don't be upset. It's a normal physiological reaction." To my surprise, he immediately burst into tears, clutching me and crying. "Woo-woo. Hey Shu, you're truly an angel." I thought, fine, if being an angel boosts my affection, I'll gladly accept it. We continued on our journey, and my predictions did not cease. I turned to Jishui and said, "Jishui, your shoe is broken." He was skeptical, replying, "It's brand new." I recited the spell once more, and with a crack, his brand new ninja shoes disintegrated in midair, nearly causing him to tumble from the tree. I rushed to steady him, my expression filled with concern. "Are you all right?" His face flushed, likely feeling embarrassed in front of me. Next was Teacher Richa. I said, "Teacher Richa, your pants are about to fall." He looked at me with a disbelieving expression. Upon reciting the spell, he suddenly felt a chill beneath him. Looking down, he nearly ascended to the heavens. Shuli pointed at him, chiding, "Teacher, how could you be caught off guard? Hey Shu is still a girl." Teacher Richa's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, probably wishing he could learn Doton just to dig a hole and hide. But who understands my sacrifices? I sacrificed my teammates' shoes and my teacher's dignity, only to check the system and find my Yinling Shu progress remained at a frustrating 0.5. It felt impossible. I exploded with frustration, mentally confronting the system, Come out and explain yourself. As a VIP customer, shouldn't I have the right to be informed? Are you secretly sabotaging me? The cold system replied, if the host doubts, the system can unbind at any time. I immediately recoiled, my attitude doing a complete turnaround. Papa, I was wrong. After all, what is face compared to life? And so, amidst the tumult, we finally arrived in the land of rain. The weather changed drastically. While the land of fire basked in clear skies, upon stepping into the land of rain, dark clouds loomed overhead, and torrential rain fell without warning. We disguised ourselves as a family of merchants, with teacher Richa as the father, us as the children, and my Dai as the servant. Thus entering the Rain Ninja village. The guard at the city gate, a burly figure with a fierce demeanor, scrutinized us. Teacher Richa bowed and presented our credentials. The guard glanced at us and remarked sarcastically, "Oh, quite a bunch. Is this Big Oaf also your son?" Teacher Richa's lips twitched. "No, he is a servant." The guard found it even more amusing. "You bought a fool to be a servant?" At that moment, I felt compelled to comfort my Dai. As boosting affection was crucial, I leaned in and said, "Uncle, don't be upset. You are very clever." To my surprise, he took it to heart, beaming with renewed confidence, striking a pose, and declaring with his signature booming voice, "Yash, I Konoha Ninja my Dai will not disappoint Hei Shu's praise." Oh no! My heart sank as all eyes on the street suddenly turned toward us. Konoha Ninja? What were they here for? Various unfriendly gazes bore down on us like searchlights. Teacher Rich's expression as a father turned darker than a pop bottom. Without needing to exchange words, before the Rain Ninjas could act, the five of us bolted in different directions, disappearing into the rain like frightened rabbits. 2 days later, I found myself crouched under a dilapidated eave in Rain Ninja Village, pondering the meaning of life. Where had my teammates gone? Why was my Yinling Shu progress still stagnant? How long would this rain last? Just as I was feeling down, my 6 eyes suddenly sensed several unusual chakra signatures. I looked up in astonishment at the incredible luck I had stumbled upon. Turning a corner, I had run into the founding members of the Akatsuki. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, clad in their iconic black cloaks with red clouds, were walking right past me. They noticed me too. Yahiko sighed, "Ah, another orphan." Konan's eyes were filled with sympathy. Only Nagato remained expressionless. Konan, being kind-hearted, immediately ran to buy me a bun. Squatting down in front of me and offering it, "Little one, you must be starving. Here, eat." I initially intended to refuse with dignity, but my hand moved faster than my brain, and I accepted it without hesitation. A beauteous gift could not be rejected. I squeezed the paper bag, and my heart sank. It was just one. While I had claimed to be starving, the reality was that I was only given one. I felt like complaining, "Sister, you're really frugal. Did you save up to buy explosive tags?" But I sweetly replied, thank you, sister." I raised my little face, my bright blue eyes shining with stars. Yahiko approached and patted my head. "Little one, what is your name?" I replied without hesitation, "Big brother, my name is Hualong." How amusing. Who shares their real name with strangers these days? Yahiko, this earnest child, plopped down beside me and shared their true names, even teasing Nagato about his circles. He asked why I was sitting there, and I instantly switched to my dramatic mode, lowering my head, clenching my small hands, tears welling in my eyes, but refusing to fall, my voice soft yet resolute. "Hualong is waiting for my mommy and daddy." This single sentence shattered both Yahiko and Konan, their eyes immediately reddening. The system notification chimed incessantly, akin to a flurry of messages, as my rapport with the others soared. My Yahiko, with his remarkable capacity for imagination, became increasingly moved by his own thoughts, his voice nearly faltering. "Is Han Long willing to join us?" I feigned ignorance. "Are we waiting for our parents together?" I even took their hands reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, brother and sister. Your parents will surely return because you are good people." At this moment, Xiaonan could no longer hold back, pulling me tightly into her embrace. My heart brimmed with joy, and outwardly, I beamed as I offered the lone bun to Xiaonan. "Sister, you eat. Don't be sad." Xiaonan melted, hugging me even more tightly. Finally, I cautiously inquired, "May I wait for our parents with you, brother and sister? I don't eat much." I want to be a burden. Ding. Xiaonan's rapport increased to 65. Ding. Mayahiko's rapport increased to 70. Half an hour later, the scene transformed. I lay in Xiaonan's arms, munching on a bun, while Nagato held an umbrella for us, and Mayahiko eagerly scampered ahead, purchasing snacks for me. Goodness. Fortune had finally smiled upon me. Previous predecessors who traversed the world of Naruto paled in comparison. Who could boast of my privileges? Having Nagato hold the umbrella while nestled in Xiaonan's embrace epitomized the essence of a life well lived. At that moment, I mused that perhaps I should simply indulge in this idyllic existence. However, I am a person of lofty aspirations. I cannot allow such a bourgeois lifestyle to corrupt me. Xiaonan gently asked, "Hanlong, is there anything else you would like to eat?" "Oh well, I might as well embrace this indulgence. I can withstand it." That evening, they brought me to a modest inn, which was rather shabby, and to my astonishment, the three of them shared a single room. My heart ached for Xiaonan. I yearned to whisk her away to Konoha to live as affluent individuals. While they feasted on dry rice balls, they had purchased me a well-balanced bento. I must admit, I felt a twinge of emotion. Mayahiko even painted grand visions, claiming that once their organization flourished, life would improve and they would usher in peace for the world. I obediently ate while listening, my mind racing with calculations. This is akin to acquiring shares in a burgeoning enterprise. I must devise a way to become an elder. That night, I successfully shared a bed with Xiaonan. The system notified me that Mayahiko and Xiaonan's rapport had both surpassed 60, allowing me to merge and draw skills. Without hesitation, I confirmed the action. Ding! Merging successful. Acquired skill. Coronal clone. I was momentarily dumbfounded. What a fantastical crossover. The system had unexpectedly bestowed upon me an Ultraman, specifically Ultraman Gauss. The description indicated that it could produce a tangible clone possessing all the abilities of Ultraman Gauss. While the skills were not yet unlocked, that did not diminish my excitement. The thought of Ultraman battling small monsters was exhilarating. The following morning, the innkeeper, taken by Xiaonan's beauty, behaved inappropriately and claimed there was no breakfast. I was furious. It was one thing to bully anyone, but not my Xiaonan. I innocently gazed at the innkeeper. "Ugly uncle, didn't you prepare a feast for us?" The innkeeper laughed heartily. "A feast? You must be dreaming." I subtly moved my lips, activating my language manipulation technique. In an instant, the air filled with a delectable aroma, and the innkeeper, as if bewitched, placed a lavish breakfast before us, utterly astonished. Seizing the moment while Mayahiko and the others were taken aback, I gestured for silence to the innkeeper, pointing to my lips and smiling sweetly. The innkeeper nearly fainted from shock. Consequently, my progress in language manipulation successfully increased to 1%. After breakfast, Mayahiko expressed his intent to recruit more members. I was curious about the method, only to learn from Xiaonan that it involved distributing flyers on the street to promote their ideals. I was left speechless. Half an hour later, I stood expressionless on the street, handing out flyers. A warrior impatiently shoved me aside, but I remained unmoved. I looked at him, employing my language manipulation. "Uncle, you wish to save the world? You wish to join us?" He had just uttered a curse when, in the next moment, his gaze became resolute. "I want to save the world. I want to join you." Thus, while Xiaonan and the others distributed flyers fruitlessly throughout the morning, I employed sincerity, directly imprinting thoughts into people's minds using my language manipulation. By noon, I had successfully recruited 25 strong men, 10 warriors, and 15 wandering ninjas. Leading this formidable entourage, I returned to the gathering at the small eatery. Mayahiko and Xiaonan gazed at the throng I had amassed, their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment, and they quietly inquired, "Hanlong, tell us honestly, did you deceive them into coming?" I pouted, feigning indignation. I did not. Everyone willingly wishes to save the world. Instantly, their guilt surged, and their rapport increased once more. In the afternoon, Mayahiko emptied his pockets to have matching black cloaks with red clouds tailored for our burgeoning organization. In the inn, he stood at the center, brimming with enthusiasm. delivering a rousing speech about bringing peace to the world and ensuring children live in the sunlight. I sat nearby, watching him passionately address the crowd of brainwashed recruits applauding fervently below. The scene resembled a sales pitch from a previous life. Finally, Mayahiko raised his fist, proclaiming, "From this day forth, our name shall be Akatsuki, the dawn that pierces the night." I gazed at the initial members, whose faces bore the mark of expendability, silently envisioning the future trajectory of Akatsuki. A pyramid scheme would not suffice. We must pivot towards establishing a legitimate mercenary company. I was utterly disinterested in accompanying these fervent youth in their meeting. I feigned fatigue, and Xiaonan promptly scooped me in a bed for a nap. The next day, our activities escalated. Instead of distributing flyers, we transitioned to public speaking. I pondered whether the next step would involve selling products or collecting membership fees. Goodness, this was akin to a pyramid scheme conference. I sat on the second floor of the adjacent eatery, savoring squid while observing Mayahiko's impassioned speech from the elevated platform below, my lips twitching in disbelief. "My friend, do you truly think Half-Zong is not busy enough? Or do you feel you have too much time on your hands? I must inform you that old fellow Half-Zong can tolerate your little organization's antics, but only as long as you remain beneath his radar, operating on a small scale. Your current ostentation is akin to hosting a party in the middle of his minefield." Nagato gazed up from below, starry-eyed, while Xiaonan watched with equal admiration. Just then, I choked on my squid. Dear family, who understands a heartache, shattered like a QR code that cannot be scanned? I quickly averted my gaze, attempting to mend my broken heart. However, when I looked away, I nearly spat out my meal. Among the crowd was a cloaked figure. Could it be my long-lost teacher? Richa? What a peculiar crossover. Was this a crossover event from Naruto, crashing into Boruto? Having located the main character, my undercover days were drawing to a close. Just as I resolved this, the system in my mind unexpectedly chimed. "Is it not because of Xiaonan that you were distressed?" I exploded with indignation. Nonsense. Am I the sort to be troubled by women? They merely affect my speed in drawing my blade. The system retorted, "Is that so? What your divine weapon?" "My divine weapon? Where is my divine weapon?" I searched frantically, nearly tearing apart my storage space. "Where's my blade? My hefty Zanpakuto?" I plopped down in disbelief, questioning my existence. It was over. I had lost my meal ticket. Indeed, women do not merely affect my blade-drawing speed. And it made me forget I even possessed a weapon. Never mind the weapon. I must swiftly practice my new skill. Upon returning to the inn, I closed the door, inhaled deeply, and declared, "Coronal clone." With a snap, a miniature version of myself lay on the ground, appearing as if it were on the brink of collapse. Skill progress, 001. I refused to be deterred. Once more. Coronal clone. This time, nothing appeared on the floor. As I stood bewildered, a voice resembling a mosquito emerged from my pant leg. "What are you looking at?" "I'm right here." I looked down to find a tiny figure, no larger than a finger, grasping my clothing and shouting, "Progress, 002. I was incensed. I would not be dissuaded. Coronal clone. On this occasion, a diminutive figure, no larger than the palm of my hand, perched in my grasp, cast a flirtatious glance my way, his voice dripping with sweetness. "Master," I was utterly petrified. Gazing into the mirror, I could hardly believe the expression upon my face, wishing I could simply vanish at that moment. How could this doppelganger possess such alluring traits? "System, please explain." The system responded, "The doppelganger adjusts according to the host's personality." My visage contorted into a scowl. "Are you implying that I am some enchanting vixen?" The system retorted, "The system harbors no such implication. It is merely the host's own assumption." In frustration, I crushed the flamboyant version of myself in my hand, releasing a cloud of vapor. "Today, I shall confront you. Solar doppelganger. I am so hungry. I want food." A doppelganger about the length of my forearm began to wail. "Crush. Solar doppelganger. Where's this? I'm so scared." A doppelganger, reaching my calf in height, performed a scene reminiscent of Lin Dayu. "Crush. Solar doppelganger. Who are you?" "You're only slightly more handsome than I." A doppelganger, standing at my thigh, wore a proud expression. A vein throbbed on my forehead as I ruthlessly crushed it once more. Damn it. This is akin to opening a blind box, filled with bizarre creatures. I collapsed in exasperation, utterly drained. That evening, Yahiko finally concluded his motivational seminar and returned, guzzling water as if it were a life source. I must tell you, after a day of toil, he had managed to recruit 3 subordinates. And yet, he was brimming with excitement, convinced that the Akatsuki had finally found its footing. After dinner, he began to weave grand plans. We will continue recruiting while simultaneously accepting missions to generate funds. The following day, Yahiko escorted us to the mission hall. Goodness, it was bustling with ninjas. I spotted Shursui and Kurama and hastily adjusted my hat. I could not afford to be seen by them yet. Yahiko and his companions were truly in a bind, eager to accept a mission. The first task, however, was an assassination mission. Nagato opened the scroll and read aloud. Eliminate the rogue ninja from Kirigakure, Hozuki Sujetsu. Upon hearing the word kill, Yahiko's benevolent heart overflowed, and his eyes brightened as he suggested, perhaps we can recruit him. I was left speechless. Brother, what about your integrity? Accepting a job and then refusing to execute it? You would tarnish the reputation of the Rain Village's mission hall. No wonder Hanzo aims to take you down. You are challenging the very rules of the industry. Ultimately, they set off, and I, of course, was left behind at the inn, regarded as a delicate girl unable to fend for herself. I sweetly urged elder brothers and sisters, please return safely. As soon as they departed, I vanished from the room. The next moment, I materialized in a corner of the mission hall, directly before Shursui and Kurama. Shursui, Kurama. Their eyes lit up, and Kurama bombarded me with questions. Where have you been? Were you mistreated? I interrupted, what about you? Shursui explained that they had encountered a situation yesterday, and were with Uncle Might Guy. I inquired how they came to be at the mission hall's entrance. Kurama eagerly chimed in. We posted a missing person request. I was momentarily taken aback. Of course, these two were not lacking in funds, and they had effectively paved a path for a search with their wealth. Ingenious. Following them to the entrance of an opulent inn, Shursui referred to it as a small establishment. I wiped my face, reminding myself not to let poverty limit my imagination. Just as we reached the door, the sound of heavy breathing wafted from within. I looked at them expressionlessly. Shursui awkwardly clarified, Uncle Guy is exercising. I feigned innocence. I know, but I lack a key. Could you please open the door? Upon entering, we found Uncle Might Guy drenched in sweat, performing push-ups. We deliberated on how to locate teacher Jiraiya, ultimately deciding to split up. I sought an excuse to return to the Akatsuki's inn. After parting ways, I blinked and reappeared in the shabby room of the Akatsuki. Yet in the next instant, I froze. I sensed another presence in the room. A familiar chakra, cold and imbued with lethal intent, resonated from behind me. Who are you? I had unwittingly stumbled into a trap set by Nagato. I never anticipated encountering him directly. He had returned early from a mission, having lost half of his newly recruited members, and was now laying a trap, only to be caught off guard by me, the suddenly reappearing girl. He gripped a kunai, his rinnegan coldly fixated on me, the murderous aura palpable enough to freeze the air. But was I afraid? Not at all. In the world of ninjas, what one requires is audacity and a flair for theatrics. I choked out a suppressed sob, my face instantly painted with confusion and terror, tears flowing freely. I stumbled toward him, only to be halted by the kunai he brandished, my whole being struck as if by lightning, pleading desperately, please do not tell Yahiko and Conan. Do not cast me away. Nagato remained unmoved, reiterating, who are you? What is your purpose? Brother, I merely wish to secure some initial investment. I bit my lip, launching into my performance, retreating nervously and cradling my head, murmuring, do not cast me away. Hualong realizes her mistakes. I will be obedient. I will never run away again. At that moment, Nagato's brow furrowed. He likely sensed something amiss. As he reached out, his movement seemed to provoke me. I abruptly retreated to a corner, lifting my head to stare at him intently. Do not cast me away. I do not wish to become a tool for murder. But for the sake of Yahiko and Conan, I am willing to do anything. I assure you, my words carried immense weight. The notion of a tool for murder, obedience, training, Nagato must have concocted an elaborate tale in his mind, a child endowed with extraordinary abilities, groomed by a certain organization to become an assassin, eventually escaping and encountering them. Though he spun this narrative, his wariness remained. He instructed me to wait across the street while he prepared a trap. Just then, a loud crash echoed, and the sounds of battle erupted. There was no time. Nagato hesitated for a brief moment before unceremoniously tossing me from the second floor. In that instant, a water jet, as swift as a bullet, pierced through the room. A white-haired ninja, clad in ostentatious midriff-bearing attire and fishnet stockings, crashed through the ceiling, a vision of Hozuki Sujutsu. This fellow was exceptionally formidable. Neither Yahiko nor Konan stood a chance against him. With a combination of water release and lightning release, he ensnared Konan. I watched from below as Yahiko, attempting to protect Konan, was pierced through the right arm by a water projectile. I observed the scene clearly through the eyes of my doppelganger. Yet, what truly captured my attention was Nagato. When Konan was injured, Nagato exhibited little reaction. However, upon Yahiko's injury, the pressure emanating from him became suffocating, the murderous aura in his Rinnegan nearly spilling over. My goodness, it seemed I had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Hozuki Sujutsu noticed the shift and stared at Nagato's eyes in astonishment. Those are the eyes of the sage of 6 paths. In the next moment, Nagato unleashed a torrent of wind release, fire release, and earth release techniques, as if they were free of cost. Yet, Hozuki Sujutsu proved too powerful. Nagato's chakra dwindled rapidly. With a sinister grin, Sujutsu declared, "It seems you were destined to die today. Now was the moment. Time to showcase my true skills." I recalled my doppelganger and stepped forward, my eyes reddened, appearing suddenly before Nagato. "Do not harm Brother Nagato." Nagato was momentarily taken aback. Then, a notification rang in my mind. Increased favorability with Nagato by 10. I felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Damn it, I risked my life to save him. And yet my favorability decreased? Was this person merely existing for the purpose of exacting revenge on the world? Suppressing my anger, I continued my performance. Hozuki Sujutsu observed our touching scene and sighed wistfully. "Since your bond is so steadfast, I shall kill you all, allowing you to depart in harmony." "Sujutsu, is that really you?" Quite impressive. I had no choice but to muster my courage and shout, "Ugly uncle, each of your limbs is adorned with 1,000 explosive tags." He chuckled, wearing an expression that suggested he thought me a fool. Excellent. This was the reaction I sought. "Thank you, uncle." I smiled eerily. The lies within lies would morph into reality. As my words faded, a multitude of explosive tags swiftly enveloped him. Everyone else was left in shock. Seizing the moment while he was still bewildered, I dashed forward and embraced him, plummeting from the upper floor. As the explosive tags detonated in the air with a deafening roar. On the upper floor, Nagato's eyes were bloodshot, fixated fiercely on the blaze of the explosion. Yahiko and Konan were utterly devastated. This was the first time someone had died to protect them. Naturally, it was my clone that perished. When they mournfully carried my lifeless body back, Konan soon discovered that I still had a faint breath. I was not dead, yet I had become foolish. My clone had no soul to begin with, and now, the concussion from the explosion provided a perfect excuse. Consequently, the favorability ratings of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato surged significantly, especially Nagato's, which soared to an impressive 70. My masterful escape was truly a textbook maneuver. Meanwhile, I had already slipped away and returned to the luxurious inn where Shizune and the others were staying. Upon my return, however, I collapsed on the ground due to excessive skill consumption. When I regained consciousness, the night had fallen. Shizune, Tsunade, Might Guy, and Hinata Hyuga surrounded me. Shizune mentioned that they had rushed over upon hearing the explosion I had caused, coincidentally encountering Hinata, who was also drawn by the commotion. This was a fortunate turn of events. I fabricated an excuse about being overly fatigued, eliciting their deep concern. On the other hand, my foolish clone had become an eternal pain and source of guilt for Yahiko and the others, further enhancing their favorability towards me. I must say, I am quite the genius at strategy. Just as I reveled in my success, the system activated. Ding. Favorability towards Nagato has reached 70. System has automatically assigned skills. The host may choose to accept these skills or enhance them. Oh, what a surprise. A new gameplay mechanic? Skill enhancement? How powerful could it be? Initiating enhancement of the host's skill, Ice Fruit. Enhancement successful. I hurriedly checked, and lo and behold, the Ice Fruit had unlocked a plethora of new techniques. Ice Path, Ice Sphere, Frozen Moment, Double Spike Spear, and Ice Block Violent Beak. Although the most formidable technique, Ice Age, remained locked, this enhancement was undeniably a significant gain. Regrettably, the most powerful Ice Age was still inaccessible. Nevertheless, one must take things step by step. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. Early the next morning, we set out to privately visit the legendary demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander. I must tell you, the village of Amigay-Cure exuded a cyberpunk heavy metal vibe, with cold steel towers towering everywhere and incessant rain pouring from the heavens, creating an atmosphere so oppressive that it could easily evoke an emo state. Their office building was perched atop the highest spire, piercing through the dark clouds like a needle. Upon reaching the base of the tower, Hinata presented the Hokage's appointment letter to the Rain Ninja guarding the entrance. The moment the guard caught sight of Hinata's Byakugan, he asked no questions, merely nodded, and opened the door for us, bypassing even the announcement. This demonstrated their unwavering confidence in their leader, Hanzo's capabilities. We ascended the stairs, and upon entering, we beheld a solitary figure. That old man stood with his back to us, gazing out of the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the steel jungle. His posture and aura exuded a presence befitting a king, radiating an air of superiority. He remained silent, and merely observing him made me feel exhausted. Hinata was equally intimidated by his commanding presence, hesitating to speak first. After an indeterminate amount of time, the old man finally turned around and began with a question. The Hokage sent you here for a peace treaty? Indeed, Hinata affirmed with a nod, unfurling the scroll from the third Hokage. I must say, Hanzo merely glanced at it, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips that he could not conceal. He immediately retorted, "The Hokage shows no sincerity? You wish to renew the broken terms from the last great ninja war? Does he take me for a fool?" Upon hearing this, I thought, the third Hokage is still employing his old tactics. Hinata hastily retrieved another scroll from his bag. I instantly understood. It was a classic tactic of giving a sweet date after a slap. However, Hanzo was utterly unimpressed. After perusing the new scroll, he snickered coldly, his gaze fixated on Hinata's Byakugan, tauntingly stating, "You desire an alliance? Then prove your sincerity." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched into action. I tell you, this old man transitioned into a mode of pathetic extortion, lamenting how the land of rain has faced endless precipitation, leading to resource scarcity and hardships, which translated to one thing: show me the money. Hinata's face turned pale at that moment. Konoha was barely scraping by and had no surplus to offer. This was nothing short of extortion. Watching Hinata's discomposure, Hanzo leaned back in his chair with a self-satisfied demeanor. Hinata could only respond that he lacked the authority to make a decision and would need to report back to the Hokage. At that moment, Hanzo chuckled again, a laugh that sent chills down my spine. "Actually, there's another way," he said slowly, then shifted his tone, revealing his true intentions. "Byakugan, what a remarkable ability. What the heck? My comrades, do you understand?" This old man was outright demanding it. He wanted Hinata's eyes. Hinata's fists clenched in fury, veins bulging. His anger stemmed not just from Hanzo's greed, but from the fact that this touched upon the very thing he despised most, the caged bird of his clan. Hanzo continued to pound the table. A pair of Byakugan for a contract. ISNT that a fair exchange? At that moment, my mind buzzed as a lightning bolt struck. Everything became clear. Goodness, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old fox. I realized with a chilling realization. He sent Hinata here not for peace, but as a sacrificial piece. Think about it. Hinata belongs to the branch family, marked by the caged bird seal on his forehead. If his eyes were taken, he would self-destruct. If he died here, Konoha would occupy the moral high ground, easily manipulating Hanzo into signing the contract, not to mention gaining a financial boon. And what about me? If I were to perish, Tsunade would surely go into a rage, inciting hatred among the lower-ranking ninjas, exponentially increasing our combat effectiveness. Furthermore, Shizune and Tsunade, the Uchiha prodigy. If he were to die here, the next generation of Uchiha would be severed, and the conflict between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans could be instigated. This was a brilliant trap, a chess game played masterfully. I simply wanted to applaud the sheer cunning of it, a true master of political strategy. It seemed that things could not go as Hanzo desired. Hinata silently removed his headband, revealing the blue caged bird mark on his forehead. This mark was known only to the higher-ups of Konoha and the Hyuga clan itself. It was a family curse designed to neutralize the Byakugan. Unveiling his own scar in public, Hinata's voice was filled with anguish. Cannot go as desired? Hanzo's cold smirk widened. Whether it is usable or not, we will only know if we try. As soon as he finished speaking, the facade was completely torn apart. Such vile intentions were not the essence of life. Might Guy surged forward, pointing at Hanzo, launching into a fervent lecture. Hanzo furrowed his brow, likely pondering the identity of this man in tight clothing. In an instant, several figures appeared in the office, surrounding us completely. Hinata quickly readjusted his headband, his eyes filled with resolve. He understood that there was no turning back, but he would fight to carve out a path for us. "Teacher, we will fight alongside you," I exclaimed, witnessing his heroic countenance. Surely, I could not allow him to face death alone. Shizune and Tsunade immediately assumed battle stances as well. Hinata's voice trembled with emotion. It was truly a touching scene. Hanzo coldly waved his hand, ordering them subdued. The battle erupted instantaneously. Without hesitation, I gripped my weapon and pulled the trigger, unleashing a white beam that pierced through the heart of a rain ninja before me. Indeed, this was the divine weapon I had previously left at the bun shop, which Hinata had retrieved and returned to me. I must tell you, with a divine weapon in hand, this team battle feels as effortless as slicing vegetables. My movements are as swift as a specter, and the ice hockey shatters the glass window. With a deft flick of my wrist, another shot sends chills down the spine. Bang! The sound reverberates, and I turn to see, to my astonishment, a detonating tag affixed to Teacher Richa by Hanzo. "Do not move. I do not wish to ruin your Byakugan," Hanzo threatens. Yet Teacher Richa shows no signs of hesitation, charging resolutely towards Hanzo, determined to buy us time with his own life. Jishuei and the others comprehend the gravity of the situation, urgency etched upon their faces. "It seems you are not afraid of death," Hanzo scoffs, preparing to detonate the tag. In that moment of impending doom, I dart to Teacher Rich's side, and with a mere thought, I absorb the detonating tag into my system space. Without a moment's pause, I hand it over to a ranged shinobi attempting to ambush me. With a resounding explosion, that fellow is sent soaring into the sky. Teacher Richa is momentarily stunned, while Hanzo narrows his eyes, finally regarding me with interest. Truly, Kanehagakure is a cradle of genius. Ding! The favorability of the character Hanzo Hasashi has risen to 5. Oh, a thought crosses my mind. Even this old fox can be courted? I immediately adopt a sincere expression. Lord Hanzo is indeed deserving of the title of demigod among ninjas. Ding! The favorability of the character Hanzo Hasashi has risen to 6. Surprisingly, he seems pleased. Indeed, I have garnered a modest reputation. Internally, I roll my eyes, shine a little sunlight, and he blossoms like a flower? Alas, such genius is destined to fall today. His voice turns icy as another wave of rain shinobi charges forth. This old fox, overly cautious, hides behind the scenes, intent on exhausting us with sheer numbers. I leverage my momentum, leaping with my divine weapon flashing with brilliance. The ranged shinobi begin to evade, yet they cannot keep pace with my speed. Wind release, wind palm. The wind whips past me. I pay it no heed, piercing through the enemy before me with a single shot, while the fierce gusts of wind barely ruffle my hair. At that moment, both the ambushing ranged shinobi and the observing Hanzo widen their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? Hanzo's expression shifts in an instant. What was once his gaze glued to Teacher Rich's Byakugan now sticks to me like adhesive. His eyes, akin to those discovering a new continent, reveal his excitement as his breath quickens. My heart sinks. I realize this cunning fox is fixated on me. Without a hint of subtlety, he signals to his subordinates, "Leave one alive." The assault intensifies, and we gradually find ourselves drained of stamina. I am the first to falter, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Katsushiro, distracted, he too is subdued by the ranged shinobi. "Let go of me." Teacher Richa, bloodied, struggles as Jishue and Uncle Dai are similarly restrained. This has become a deadlock. Hanzo leisurely strides to my side, looking down at me from his elevated position, his crimson eyes betraying his excitement. "Little brat, your abilities are quite exceptional." "What abilities?" I feign ignorance, holding my head high. "Ha ha ha," he laughs. "If you truly do not know, I shall have to inquire with your companions. My methods may not be so gentle." How dare he threaten my teammates? My eyes blaze with fury. "If you have the courage, come at me." At that moment, Katsushiro, in a fit of urgency, his pure black pupils suddenly turn blood red. The Mangekyo Sharingan manifesting. "Ha ha!" Hanzo is momentarily taken aback, then bursts into wild laughter, exclaiming, "Today is a bountiful harvest. One Byakugan, one Sharingan, and an invulnerable me. The third Hokage has delivered an SSR gift package." As he sets his sights on Katsushiro, I steel myself, knowing it is time for my performance to commence. "Do not harm them. I will agree to anything you desire," I declare solemnly, tears brimming in my eyes as I gaze at Hanzo. For the sake of sacrificing myself to ensure everyone else's safety, it is worth it. Ding! The favorability of the character Hanzo Hasashi has risen to 10. "You must let them go." I fix my gaze on him resolutely. To my surprise, he shakes his head, a sly smile gracing his lips. "I have made no promises. At this moment, you are not worth sacrificing a pair of Sharingan and Byakugan. You." Anger courses through me, and I unleash my trump card. "What if I tell you my ability can immunize against all attacks and achieve speed surpassing the yellow flash?" Hanzo's expression shifts dramatically. Above all, he values his own life. If I can indeed immunize against attacks and possess unparalleled speed, would I not become a true deity? His breath quickens, yet he forces himself to regain composure. "How can I acquire your abilities?" "Want to know? Then release them." I glance at Jishue and the others, a bittersweet smile in my eyes. The sound of the system's favorability prompts fills my mind, yet I hastily silence it. It disrupts my performance. "Why should I trust you?" Hanzo remains wary. A flicker of hesitation crosses my face, soon replaced by determination as I carefully retrieve a vial of shimmering blue liquid from my bag. "What is this?" Hanzo's breaths grow shallower. "This is the liquid that grants me my powers." I guard it closely, declaring, "If you do not let them go, I will destroy it. We shall perish together, and you shall gain nothing." Katsushiro and the others play along, shouting their defiance. Hanzo hesitates, his gaze fixed on the vial. "You must take a sip first." How cautious this old man is. Can I even afford to drink it? I promptly summon Orochimaru's image. "If you doubt it, then I will leave it for Lord Orochimaru as a token of gratitude for saving my life." At the mention of Orochimaru, Hanzo's gaze sharpens. He points to a nearby ranged shinobi. "You go first." I am left speechless. Does it need to be this way? I rush to confirm with the system what will happen if he only takes a sip. The system informs me. Insufficient energy to alter genes, but it can enhance skin quality and eliminate impurities from the body. Now, that is promising. I frown at Hanzo. This potion is far too precious to waste on another. What if it has no effect and you blame me? "Do not worry. I merely want someone to sample it." Hanzo insists firmly. "Fine, I concede," pointing at the ranged shinobi restraining Katsushiro. "Let him be the test subject. After he tries it, you must let them go." Hanzo agrees. As the ranged shinobi approaches, I level my divine weapon at his neck, handing him the vial. He nervously takes a small sip. "Ah!" the ranged shinobi suddenly exclaims. Hanzo's demeanor shifts instantly. What happened? The shinobi's face lights up with exhilaration. As if under the influence of a drug, he exclaims, "Lord Hanzo, I feel an overwhelming surge of power. This feels wonderful. Hanzo exhales sharply, a fervent glint igniting in his eyes as he trembles, ordering, "Release them." I immediately launch into a heartfelt farewell, crying out to Teacher Richa, "Teacher, you must leave safely. Do not let my efforts be in vain." Ding. The favorability of the character Hugo Richa has reached 100. Ding. The favorability of the character Might Guy has reached 100. Uncle Dai, wanting to protest against abandoning comrades, is forcibly pulled away by Teacher Richa. As they depart, Jishui glances back at me, his eyes filled with sorrow, his own eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ding. The favorability of the character Uchiha Jishui has reached 100. Once they have left, Hanzo eagerly seizes the vial. He instructs the surrounding range shinobi to retreat, fearing his own poison might harm them. And then, I watch in disbelief as he drinks the entire vial of transformative liquid in one gulp. I silently apologize to Orochimaru. "Forgive me, this was meant for you." Hanzo feels a surge of immense energy coursing through him, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Yet soon his smile fades. I tell you, that scene was extraordinary. His skin begins to radiate with a porcelain-like smoothness, his aging visage gradually morphing into a delicate face. Most astonishingly, his chest suddenly swells, his garments tearing apart, revealing a pair of ample assets that quivered in the chill air. In decent exposure, I struggled to suppress laughter, turning my gaze away. His waist had become slender, and his muscular legs were now fair, long, and delicate, embodying the ideal of long legs that every girl dreams of. What on earth was happening? Banzo, in a fluster, looked down and was horrified to discover that he could no longer see his own toes. He abruptly raised his head, a fierce glint igniting in his beautiful eyes. When he spoke, he was stunned by his own voice, which was sweet and delicate, resembling that of a woman. No, he glanced at his chest, and then below, and it seemed he had transformed into a woman. "How dare you deceive me?" I quickly steadied him and calmly said, "Lord Banzo, I would never dare to deceive you. Just look at your own body. Do you not sense the surge of power within you?" Banzo felt it and was immediately astonished. Not only was there a surge of energy, but he felt as if he had returned to his youthful prime at the age of 20. Even perfectly controlling the toxins from the Sanjiao fish within him, this effect seemed to captivate him even more than immunity to attacks. Although the price was transforming into a woman, why did my body undergo such a change? And why did I not acquire your abilities? Banzo coldly questioned me. I replied, my acting skills reaching their peak as I feigned confusion and determination, shaking my head vigorously. Impossible. Brother Banzo, my abilities come from that potion. Just think about it. I am merely a war orphan, powerless and without influence. If I hadn't stumbled upon that bottle on the battlefield, could I have achieved this today? Banzo believed me. Why? Because he too had once stumbled upon the Sanjiao fish toxin, gaining fame in battle by sheer luck. He figured that perhaps it was a matter of individual constitution, and the potion's effects varied from person to person. Yet he still had a question that puzzled him. How do you explain the changes in my body? Well, finally, he had hit the nail on the head. I told him this was hardly an issue for me. As long as I could grow stronger, what did it matter if I was male or female? But I needed him to believe I was privy to the inside scoop. I immediately adopted an expression of awkwardness. Avoiding his gaze, I'm just like you. Banzo was instantly petrified, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. What did you say? I decided to deliver the final blow. I was originally a man too. It was that potion that transformed me into what I am now. To enhance my credibility, I even acted bashful, showing discomfort in my chi pao. He believed me, who could understand the sight of the once demigod of the ninja world. Now a voluptuous beauty capable of rivaling Tsunade. Listening in disbelief as I spun my tale, I nearly burst into laughter on the spot. He casually plopped down in a chair, completely oblivious to his current state of exposure. The sight was too beautiful for me to bear. As his body returned to its peak, the long-dormant desire to stir chaos within him reignited, proclaiming his ambitions to unify the ninja world and achieve world peace. To me, It was simply a brown-haired beauty crossing her legs and daydreaming. The ninja world would soon welcome a new dawn, and that would be me, Sanjaya Banzo. The prideful smile on his face was simply unbelievable. I thought to myself, brother, your Chinibi remarks are far too intense. Just then I sensed it. The murderous intent in his gaze soared suddenly. He wished to kill me. Naturally, keeping someone like me, who knew his secret and possessed peculiar powers, was akin to nurturing a tiger. However, he then reconsidered, thinking of Konoha. A new idea sparked in his mind. I obviously noticed this, but had to feign innocence. I asked with a naive expression, what are you planning to do? He smiled. That smile, oh, the cunning old fox, of course. To stop the ninja world war and usher in eternal peace. My pupils dilated in shock, and I stammered. You really can end the ninja world war? My emotional reaction was perfectly timed. Upon seeing my response, he raised an eyebrow, recalling that I had previously mentioned being a war orphan. His gaze shifted from that of examining a corpse to that of viewing an exceptional tool. Of course, he extended his hand, beginning to paint a grand vision for me. I shall create a world filled with peace, where there is no more war, and everyone lives happily. Flames of fervor ignited in my eyes, nearly prompting me to shout my unwavering faith in him. Really? Can you truly achieve this? Ding. The favorability of character Sanjaya Banzo has reached 20. He scoffed, a dismissive look on his face. Have you forgotten my title? I am a man revered as the demigod of the ninja world. His bravado soared, but then he froze, likely recalling that he was now a woman, creating an incredibly awkward scene. I quickly interjected, mumbling to myself, right? The demigod of the ninja world. How could I forget? You are indeed a demigod. His expression swelled with pride as he forcefully suppressed his alluring lips, extending his hand towards me once more with utmost seriousness. So, will you join me? Will you embark on this path of creating a new world? I feigned inner turmoil, but I am from Konoha. Foolish child, he interrupted. I have never considered making you betray Konoha. We are the harbingers of light and justice. How could I allow you to do such a thing? I merely wish for you to be my messenger in Konoha, to carry forth the dawn of peace. Good heavens! He spoke of planting an undercover agent with such refreshing eloquence. With his eloquence, he would be wasted in any other profession. I was immediately won over, murmuring words of peace and justice, then abruptly lifting my head with determination in my gaze. If I can help realize the world you envision, Lord Banzo, I am willing to do anything. He was elated, secretly embedding a nail in Konoha. Ding! The favorability of character Sanjaya Banzo has reached 40. As night fell, Hinata Hizashi walked alone through the streets of Rain Ninja Village, coming to retrieve me, even if it meant bringing back my corpse. Meanwhile, I was in Banzo's office, listening to him boast incessantly. This old man had rejuvenated, overflowing with excitement, seizing me as his loyal audience to unleash his fervent declarations. I sipped tea while showering him with flattery, his favorability soaring. He finally got to the crux of the matter. Only through force can peace be attained. Once Konoha and the other villages had exhausted each other, I, the opportunist, would reap the benefits. I couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of Lord Banzo, he continued to paint a rosy picture. If you perform well in Konoha, once peace reigns in the ninja world, I will ensure you stand at the pinnacle. You shall not be wronged. I immediately stood upright, gazing intently at him with utmost sincerity. You are right, Lord Banzo. I shall serve you and become a cornerstone on the path to peace, even if it is in silence. I willingly accept. He was taken aback, his gaze growing complicated. He likely thought that this child had a high level of ideological consciousness, a pure idealistic ninja who would not be swayed by personal gain. Ding! The favorability of character Sanjaya Banzo has reached 45. He admired this quality in me, finding it particularly reassuring after subduing me. Therefore, he took out a scroll and swiftly drafted a peace agreement with Konoha. I pretended to be confused. Didn't you oppose signing? He revealed a mysterious smile. Once the agreement is signed, Rain Ninja Village can remain uninvolved in the Third Great War, acting as a hidden observer. I immediately proposed, my lord, we could also take in war orphans and wandering ninjas. Not only would this increase our numbers, but it would also enhance our reputation. His eyes sparkled, nodding in approval of my suggestion. Ding! The favorability of character Sanjiao Yu Banzo has reached 55. Take this scroll back to Konoha. He handed the scroll to me. I accepted it, pretending to leave, but turned back to ask, if I have matters to discuss, how can I contact you? He pondered for a moment. This was indeed a problem. He slapped the floor, summoning technique. With a resounding bang, a plump Sanjiao fish appeared before me. However, he hesitated, unwilling to entrust me with the summoning technique. I saw his expression and recognized my opportunity. I immediately said, Lord Banzo, such a formidable ninja beast as the Sanjiao fish would surely be beyond my control. I think it would be better for me to find a chance to sneak in and deliver messages to you. It was indeed a bit slow, but that is of no consequence. The strategy is to retreat in order to advance. As expected, upon hearing the news of the delay, he frowned, treating it as an opportunity for early investment. He pulled another scroll from the safe and tossed it to me. This is the summoning scroll for the Sanjiao Yu. Whether you can summon it depends on your skills. My eyes instantly moistened with emotion as I gazed at him. Hanzo Darren, he frowned again. Why are you being so disgusting? Ding. The affection level with Sanjiao Yu Hanzo has reached 58. I chuckled inwardly. This guy, despite his words of refusal, was quite honest with his affection level. I solemnly accepted the scroll, bid him farewell, and leapt out of the window. Just as I jumped a few times on a rooftop, I spotted a familiar figure. It was Teacher Richa. He truly came back to find me. I landed directly in front of him. He Lu He Shu. The murderous aura on his face froze instantly, as if he could hardly believe his own eyes. Are you all right? I shook my head, smiling as I pulled the scroll from my ninja tool pouch. Teacher Richa, not only am I fine, but I also obtained the peace treaty. He took the scroll and gasped in astonishment. On the way, I recounted the fabricated story I had prepared. I found that bottle of medicine and hadn't used it until now. I thought it was worth a shot, and unexpectedly, after Hanzo consumed it, the effect was outstanding. In his delight, he released me and even personally wrote the peace agreement. Upon hearing this, Teacher Richa felt both guilty and self-reproachful, thinking he had implicated me. I hurried to comfort him, but inwardly I was thrilled with my tremendous gains. Upon returning to the Land of Fire, I reunited with Ji Shui and the others. Ji Shui was the first to rush over and embrace me, usually so composed. He was genuinely anxious this time. Shuli also dashed over, while Mai Dai was there with swollen eyes, shouting Yoshi. Back in Konoha, Teacher Richa instructed me to return home to rest while he went to report to the third Hokage. He would undoubtedly help keep the matter of the medicine a secret. After all, we had an affection level of 100 true comrades. Upon reaching home, Xiao Qing Shi coiled around me. I took a comforting bath and began to check my system. Richa, Mai Dai, and Ji Shui all had an affection level of 100. Yayan and Xiaonan were at 90, Nagato at 70, and Hanzo at 58. What a profitable haul. Ding. 3 characters have reached maximum affection levels. Would you like to merge the affection levels and draw skills? A fusion draw with 3 maximum affection levels? I had to go for it. I decisively selected fusion. A colossal golden wheel appeared in my mind. Wow, the effects have upgraded. The wheel spun rapidly before finally stopping on a dazzling golden segment. For characters materialized before my eyes, Taisu Gulong. I widened my eyes in disbelief. Could it be the one I was thinking of? The one from Dopitsan Xiong? Did it mean I would become a dragon? The system prompted me to select a host to exist in the form of a summoned beast. I glanced down at the little green serpent coiled around my ankle. I yanked it up and held it in my hand. You're lucky, little creature. You'll be my host. Ding. Host confirmation scan successful. Skill transformation successful. Detected genetic similarity 00001. Commencing transformation. Transformation successful. The little green serpent in my palm underwent a remarkable change. Its emerald skin was replaced with iridescent gold and purple scales, and a pair of delicate dragon horns sprouted from its head. Once a mere garter snake, it had now transformed into Taisu Gulong Xiaoqing. It immediately became lively, proudly arching its head on my wrist. I opened the panel and noticed a new category for contracted beasts, labeled Taisu Gulong Shaoqing. Evolution level 5, juvenile phase. My face twisted in disbelief. Give me a reason. 3 maximum affection levels, and all I get is a 5? The system gently explained. The host's selected vessel has too poor a constitution. The genetic chain is too low level to bear maximum strength, hence the choice of a buffered form. I looked at the little Shaoqing in my hand with a complex expression. So it turns out, you're the weak link. Early the next morning, Jishui and Shuli came looking for me, stating it was Itachi's birthday. We went together to select a gift. Shuli held up a shuriken, asking for my opinion, and I immediately retorted, "Do you believe that 9 out of 10 people will give shurikens today?" Jishui silently added, "I believe it." Shuli looked exasperated, and eventually, he mysteriously pulled Jishui aside, returning with an exquisite gift box in hand. When I asked what it was, he blushed and said it was a secret. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Shuli's affection level must not be low, right? I promptly told the system, select to pursue Uchiha Shuli. Ding! Pursuit character Uchiha Shuli affection level 100. Huh? I was astonished. I hadn't done anything, and it was already maxed out? Was T this easier than Puing Hanzo? I proposed to the system not to draw skills, but to replace it with a gift for Itachi. The system agreed. Ding! System has randomly assigned the item. Delivery complete. I found a small alley to check the items in my storage space. Shadow Blade? I had never heard of it. Weapon description. An item from Xiangyuito and Gijansi Aisherdai. Is Grey Wolf's weapon. I was taken aback. I never imagined my system would provide me with such a thing. Has Xiangyang become this hardcore now? This item has 6 forms and sounds quite cool. Whatever, I'll gift it. It's all about the element of surprise. Arriving at Itachi's home, Uncle Fugaku presented a kunai with a deeply solemn expression, radiating an immense sense of pressure. Aunt Makoto was much gentler. Her gift was, "You're going to enroll in the ninja school tomorrow." I was stunned. Would a child appreciate being sent to school as a birthday gift? Itachi expressionlessly uttered a "Thank you, Mom." At that moment, Aunt Makoto smiled, unconsciously placing her hand on her abdomen. My mind went ding, and my gaze immediately locked onto her belly. No way. Is it you, Erjuzi? Are you still just a tiny embryo now? I was utterly dumbfounded. My thoughts buzzing with a single notion. Goodness, Erjuzi is on the way. I was witnessing the birth of Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi was also dazed, his little face astonished, his pupils trembling as he stared intently at his mother's belly, probably pondering what exactly a younger brother was. Fugaku's eternally icy demeanor softened, creating a harmonious family atmosphere. I was feeling a mix of emotions. The birthday celebration continued, and Jishui also presented a gift, and it was my turn. I assure you, what I was about to give was explosive. I had practiced in front of the mirror for several hours, determining the best angle for lighting and the most charming smile. I had to nail it in one go. I tilted my head slightly, sunlight filtering through the leaves, bestowing upon me a soft filter. My silvery white hair floated gracefully, complemented by the gentle smile I had rehearsed countless times, leaving Itachi speechless. The system chimed in, affection level 60. Success. Thank you, Hiluhi. Itachi accepted the box from my hands, and I hurriedly urged, open it. Open it now. I've been waiting for this moment of great anticipation. Itachi cautiously lifted the black cloth, revealing a deep blue short blade infused with a mechanical essence, its blade shimmering with a faint orange glow. What is this? Itachi's eyes lit up. Clearing my throat, I began my product launch. This is called Shadow Blade, and it has 6 forms. I brandished it, demonstrating the first form. The short blade. The sound of slicing air was exhilarating. The second form, dual crescent blades. The blade in my hand transformed into 2 curved swords. Itachi's mouth formed an O shape. The third form, radiant blood-red blade. The blade erupted with a blinding red light, incredibly sharp. I felt a surge of pride. Who could resist this marvel? This was an invention by Grey Wolf Sensei, 100 years ahead of the ninja world. After showcasing all 6 forms, everyone's expressions changed. Jishui looked on with an almost melancholic gaze, while Shuli's eyes almost drooled, eager to snatch it away. Aunt Makoto wore a look of embarrassment, clearly feeling that the gift was too extravagant. The patriarch of the Fujiwara clan possessed eyes that sparkled with light, a clear indication of a top-tier ninja's yearning for divine weaponry. As expected, Itachi, despite his overwhelming affection, averted his gaze with sincerity and said to me, "Hichuan, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Oh, please accept my treasure. Your fondness for me is the greatest skill I could ever possess." With a smile, I forced the dagger into his hands, saying, "Come on, who are we to each other? As your elder, it is only fitting that I present you with a gift." That was a close call. I almost revealed my own gender. The system chimed in, ding. Uchiha Itachi's affection level, 70. How delightful. After this birthday celebration, the plot would undoubtedly accelerate. Aunt Makoto was conversing with Uncle Fugaku, mentioning that Kushina and Minato were soon to be wed. Upon hearing this, my heart tightened. Can anyone comprehend? This is merely the prelude to the Nine Tails incident. I must act swiftly to increase Nagato's affection. Otherwise, I might not even know how I perish. After bidding farewell to Itachi and the others, I teleported home and hastily accessed the system. Itachi's affection level of 70 could be exchanged for numerous valuable items. The system queried, "Would you like to allocate new skills or enhance existing ones?" Initially, I intended to select a new skill, but a thought struck me, a gamble. I opted to enhance an existing skill. I was betting that it would upgrade the most overpowered ability, Word Spirit Technique, the Lie of Lies, which transforms into reality. The system hesitated, likely taken aback by my boldness. Moments later, words appeared on the screen. Ding. Randomly selected skill enhancement. Word Spirit Technique. I had made the right choice. I nearly exclaimed in joy. Skill upgrading in progress. Completion status. 50. Only 50. My eyes nearly bulged out. With Itachi's affection at 70. It only granted me an upgrade of 30. System, do you not value my Itachi? The system coldly clarified. The Uchiha Itachi must reach maximum affection for this skill to be fully upgraded. Very well, maximum it is. Rubbing my hands together, I prepared for my audacious maneuver. Tentatively, I called out, "System, does the host require assistance?" In that electronic voice, I discerned a hint of irritation. Clearing my throat, I began to ramble. Let me tell you, I can immediately elevate the Corona Clone skill to 15. The system fell silent. It glanced at my pitiful progress of 5, likely pondering whether this host had lost his mind. It then responded, "Please, host, strive for improvement and relinquish your fantasies." How rude. Taking a deep breath, I activated the skill and sincerely recited the incantation. The Lie of Lies shall become reality. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. The system watched as my Corona Clone progress surged from 5 to 15 in an instant. The system, it was utterly silent. I could almost feel its CPU overheating. For the first time, it had been outsmarted by its own bound host. And I imagined that must be quite the bitter experience. I had succeeded. I triumphantly punched the air. This was the correct application of an external aid. Who would choose to sit when one could recline? However, this tactic should not be overused. Provoking the system could lead to unfortunate consequences. With a progress level of 15, I could remotely control the clone for 10 minutes, enough to accumulate affection. As I pondered, I noticed my pet dragon, Xiao Qing, floating before me. Ever since realizing its true nature, it had become unbearably arrogant. I seized it and playfully flicked its little head, saying, "Could you possibly level up more quickly? We will be heading to battle soon, and I still need to protect you." What a disgrace for a dragon. Xiao Qing, still defiant, struggled in my grasp, its tiny eyes reflecting disdain for this mere mortal. "Oh, you think you can float away?" I rolled up my sleeves. In the next instant, I had pulled Xiao Qing back, lavishing it with affection. Ding! The ancient dragon Xiao Qing has activated its defense mechanism. Skill progress has risen to 10. Both Xiao Qing and I were momentarily stunned. This is possible. I had not anticipated that. You possess an M physique. I displayed a gentle smile. As a good citizen of Konoha, is it not my duty to assist my pet's growth? Come here, Xiao Qing, brother loves you. After 2 days of nurturing, Xiao Qing's growth rate was astonishing. Ding! The ancient dragon, Xiao Qing's progress has increased to 30. At last, I retracted my divine hand. Shao Qing had now grown to the size of a house, and I forcibly reverted it to its small serpent form, where it listlessly coiled around my wrist, its 4 tiny claws dangling, as if its very life had lost all color. With Shao Qing settled, I sat cross-legged and focused on my clone, Hualong. Within the Akatsuki organization, my spirit traversed the darkness, and as light emerged, I heard a voice so tender it could draw tears. Hualong, open your mouth. It is time for our meal. It was Conan. My goodness. Sister Conan personally feeding me. I opened my mouth without a hint of embarrassment, devouring the food. Though the porridge tasted bland, the feeder was exquisite. I blinked and feigned a foolish expression, mumbling, Sister Xiaonan, then quickly allowing my gaze to drift vacantly. Conan's hand trembled, nearly dropping the bowl, her eyes instantly glistening with tears. Hualong, you have recovered. Haven to you? I continued my charade, maintaining a vacant stare. Unable to hold back, Conan began to cry. I moved like a marionette, raising my hand awkwardly to wipe her tears, repeating, Sister Xiaonan, don't cry. Don't cry. My voice, initially sluggish, gradually became fluid. Conan wept even more, a mixture of joy and sorrow. The system chimed incessantly. Ding. Target character Conan's affection level, 98. The system fell silent, likely pondering a penalty. Thus, I spent a mere 10 minutes enjoying a bowl of porridge. When my spirit returned, I opened my eyes, reluctant to leave. The system could not help but comment, you wasted 10 minutes. I crossed my legs, smugly responding, you wouldn't understand. This is called fishing with a long line for a big catch. Today, I regaining a bit of consciousness means that Conan will surely inform Yahiko and Nagato, instilling hope in their hearts. Tomorrow, when I awaken further, won't that affection level soar? A massive question mark floated by the system. Just wait and see. The following day, I seized an opportunity during a midday nap to log back in. Upon opening my eyes, I heard Yahiko excitedly addressing a meeting. Brothers, Lord Hanzo has acknowledged our ideals. He wishes to cooperate with us. I gazed at his naive expression, sighing inwardly. Silly child, you are heading straight to the gates of hell. Hualong. Conan was the first to notice my awakening, rushing over to touch my face. Did you hear? Everything will be all right. I grasped her hand, my vacant eyes momentarily flickering with clarity as I stiffly repeated, Sister Xiao Nan is happy. Brother Yahiko is happy. Brother Nagato is happy. That single phrase struck a chord. Yahiko and Conan were instantly moved to tears. Ding. Conan's affection level, 100. Ding. Yahiko's affection level, 100. Ding. Nagato's affection level, 75. I had succeeded. My heart brimmed with joy. As the 10 minutes elapsed and my spirit returned, a knock sounded at the door. Ichuan, the Hokage summons you. It was time to head to the front lines. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage began his speech once more, discussing how war exists to protect the village, emphasizing that you are the heroes of the village, all while putting on a heartfelt performance. My face flushed with excitement, yet my heart remained unperturbed. How excessive, old man. We have yet to resolve the previous matter with the Rain Ninja Village, and now you come to brainwash me again. Seizing the moment, I interjected loudly, Hokage-sama, you are absolutely correct. The purpose of war is to eradicate war. For love and peace, we shall give our utmost effort. I adopted a resolute demeanor, prepared to sacrifice myself for the village. And guess what happened? Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen's affection level, 65. Huh, it decreased? I was taken aback. My earnest words, so pure and righteous, seemed to have diminished his fondness for me. In an instant, I comprehended the reason behind this. He must feel overshadowed by my presence. I simply could not abide by such a notion. Immediately, I adopted a bashful demeanor and approached him, saying, Hokage-sama, my forehead protector was damaged during the last battle. Might I request one that you have personally bestowed upon me? After speaking, I shyly bowed my head, murmuring, I apologize for my rudeness. I truly admire you. My intention was to evoke emotional resonance. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen's affection level, 78. How infuriating. I silently cursed. realizing that this old man was easily swayed by such antics. Indeed, the third Hokage burst into hearty laughter and personally presented me with a new forehead protector, adorning it upon my head like a delicate headband. My cheeks flushed crimson as I gazed earnestly at him, declaring, "Hokage-sama, I shall strive diligently." Ding! Sarutobi Hiruzen's affection level, 80. As the three of us exited the office, I cautiously caressed my new forehead protector, my eyes sparkling with delight. Jisue chuckled. It seems that Ishu truly admires Hokage-sama. I nodded emphatically, of course. Hokage-sama is the ninja I respect most. Ding! Sarutobi Hiruzen's affection level, 85. A cold smirk crept across my mind. I knew this old man was certainly utilizing the telescope technique to spy on us. Such readily available affection points could not go unclaimed. The scene shifted to the border of the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Aoki, a relative of the third Hokage, was leaping among the trees, yet his thoughts were consumed by Hishu's preferences and what she had eaten that day. He was utterly infatuated. His teammate, Narashikaji, was left speechless. "Bro, this is a battlefield. Be careful." No sooner had he spoken than countless shuriken rained down from above. Narashikaji swiftly seized the dazed Sarutobi Aoki, narrowly avoiding a shuriken that grazed his face, leaving a trail of blood. Sarutobi Aoki awakened in a cold sweat. They were surrounded. The number of Awagakure ninjas far exceeded theirs, and it appeared the enemy had anticipated their movements. Narashikaji's expression darkened as he heard the buzzing of bees. It was the Mizuame clan. They were in grave danger. The battle erupted instantaneously, a one-sided massacre. The Konoha side consisted of freshly graduated genin, no match for these seasoned veterans. The two jonin leading the squad, Akimichi Shintan and Kai Shinya, were gravely wounded, shielding the children. The leader of the Awagakure, a woman riding a colossal bee, arrogantly commanded, "Kill them all." With a battle cry, Akimichi Shintan transformed, his body expanding like a giant, wielding his weapon as blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Meanwhile, the four of us were still en route. Suddenly, I pressed my fingers to my forehead, a wave of anxiety washing over me. An ominous premonition gnawed at my senses. In a swift motion, a chilling blade pierced through Akimichi Shintan's body, and a ninja kicked aside his lifeless form, reveling in perverse delight. At last, he is dead. "Teacher." Sarutobi Aoki's eyes turned red with rage, and reason was swept away as he charged forward. "You fool, Sarutobi Aoki!" Narashikaji seethed, nearly grinding his teeth. The Idai ninja laughed maniacally at the approaching Sarutobi Aoki, taunting, "Where did this foolish child come from? I'll send you to join your teacher." Grasping Sarutobi Aoki with ease, he crushed his wrist and seized his throat, lifting him high and savoring his struggles as he choked. Just as Sarutobi Aoki felt darkness closing in, a powerful silver beam erupted from the depths of the forest, moving with such speed that it was almost imperceptible. A sharp slicing sound resonated as the IWA ninja holding Sarutobi Aoki was cleaved in two at the chest. He fell into an embrace as he tumbled to the ground. Gasping, he managed to utter, "Hishu, I'll let you down." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Aoki's eyelids fluttered before he fainted. Well, at least he knew when to quit. Despite our hurried arrival, we were still a step too late. Two had already perished, leaving only Sarutobi Aoki barely clinging to life, alongside another named Kai Shinya, who was also on the brink of death. The group of IWA ninjas, numbering 30 to 40, regarded us with disdain, particularly the leader, a woman named Ling Feng, who scrutinized us as if we were mere objects. She dismissed us with a wave of her hand, declaring, "Kill them." The IWA ninjas surged forward, fueled with fervor, especially those charging at me. I understood their twisted desire for the thrill of slaughtering a girl. However, choosing me would be their gravest error. I raised my weapon, transforming into a silver flash as I plunged into the crowd. The sensation was akin to piercing through candied fruit as I struck down 7 or 8 with one thrust. Blood and gore splattered about. To be honest, it was somewhat nauseating. With a stoic expression, I withdrew my weapon, blocking an attack from behind, while simultaneously slamming my other hand to the ground. With a resounding crash, sharp ice spikes erupted from all directions, impaling the remaining few who sought to ambush me, turning them into grotesque ice sculptures. Blood cascaded down the ice pillars, pooling on the ground. Unable to restrain myself, I vented to the system, why do I feel somewhat deranged? Guess what it replied? The host is not at fault. This world is. A wave of unsettling 2025 cyberpunk edginess swept over me, raising the hairs on my neck. The remaining ninjas paled at the sight, retreating in fear, trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Ling Feng, the leading kunoichi, could no longer tolerate the sight, shoving aside her comrades to confront me directly. Underestimating you was a mistake. Her face was as dark as a pot's bottom, her gaze lethal. The next moment, she swung her arms, Bisimban technique. My goodness. A torrential downpour of poison needles sealed off all my escape routes. What could I do? A chill coursed through my body as I enveloped myself in a massive ice sphere. The sound of needles striking the surface echoed like firecrackers for an eternity. Once the noise subsided, I shattered the ice sphere with a punch, only to discover that the woman had vanished. Invisibility? Before I could search for her, a menacing presence approached from behind. Clang! Without turning, I fired blindly, blocking her descending blade. The shock on her face was palpable, as if she were questioning. How did you detect me? My invisibility technique is undetectable even by Jonin. Amusingly, in my presence, she was utterly exposed. She reacted quickly, her wrist twisting as her blade slashed toward my neck. At that moment, I feigned a momentary stiffness. A flicker of triumph crossed her face, only for me to vanish before her very eyes. Her vision could not track my speed. A potent sense of danger sent her hair standing on end. But it was too late. With a swift thrust, my weapon pierced her left arm. Gripping her bleeding limb, she looked on in astonishment, likely pondering how a mere child could possess such inhuman speed. How did you discover me? She could not resist asking. I smiled with my eyes. She attempted to continue, rambling about underestimating me and how age did not determine ability, but I paid her no mind. Did she not understand that villains perish from excessive chatter? In a single word, I acted decisively. My weapon pierced through her heart. With a splatter, she transformed into a puddle of honey. Ah, the Mijuame clan's honey clone. Quite clever. Bee explosive technique. Her voice echoed from behind as countless bees enveloped me, initiating a series of explosions akin to detonating tags. She was still there, panting with pride, when I instantly teleported behind her and said, "Hey, isn't it a bit early to be celebrating?" With a precise strike, I finally ensured her demise. Let me tell you, one must learn from my example. Never utter a single word of nonsense unless you're certain the opponent is utterly defeated. Upon her death, her colossal queen bee spirit went berserk, breaking free from Narashikaku's shadow binding technique and charging wildly towards the Hinata siblings. The younger sister, Hinata Moten, screamed in terror. "Brother, get out of the way!" Her brother, Hinata Rin, a man of practicality, attempted to confront the giant beast with an explosive tag in hand. I could not allow him to succeed in such folly. I raised my hand and summoned 4 massive ice spikes from the heavens, which impaled the queen bee into the ground. Finally, I added 1 colossal spike, piercing through the top of its head. Task complete. Show over. The elegance of manipulating ice is truly impressive. It elevates one's style in an instant. With the demise of Lord Lingfeng, the remaining IWA shinobi were utterly demoralized. The leader's death led to an immediate collapse of their morale. Hinata Rin stood frozen, gazing at the giant beast I had effortlessly vanquished, his eyes overflowing with disappointment and frustration. It was no wonder. A boss that required their utmost effort to defeat was a trivial endeavor for me. The remaining IWA shinobi, realizing escape was futile, charged towards us in desperation, their eyes bloodshot. This time, before I could act, Shursue's figure suddenly appeared, and in a flurry of afterimages, he swiftly claimed several heads. Goodness, his body flicker technique is remarkable. Just as I contemplated giving him a nod of approval, Shuri landed beside me, bloodied yet exhilarated, exclaiming, I'm not lacking, you know. The three of us stood back to back, a nostalgic scene reminiscent of our days in the Ninja Academy, ready to take on the entire class. Let us go. Shuri's Sharingan spun, and he and Shursui charged forth like twin bolts of lightning. I joined in without hesitation, switching between my divine spear and two-pronged spears, creating a dazzling display of combat. Nara Shikaku's shadow binding technique was executed with flawless coordination. He immobilized foes while Shuri's kunai struck true. The battlefield transformed into a showcase of our prowess from Konoha. Eventually, only 7 or 8 IWA shinobi remained, encircled by us and trembling with fear. Stay away from us. They quivered, gripping their kunai, and absurdly initiated a suicidal charge. Just as I raised my divine spear, preparing to send them on their final journey, suddenly, a cascade of golden light illuminated the scene. In a flash, akin to golden lightning, those few IWA shinobi fell, each pierced by a specially crafted kunai. I stood there dumbfounded. A handsome blonde man appeared before us, apologizing with a warm smile. Sorry, I'm late. It was none other than Namikaze Minato. His entrance, his aura, and his looks were truly worthy of the future 4th Hokage. I thought to myself, if the system were to bind with Namikaze Minato, the efficacy of the strategy would surely soar. The system chimed in unexpectedly. Thank you for the reminder. No, system. I was just joking. Can I not have colleagues? Yes, of course. Just as I felt awkward, Minato suddenly stepped aside, revealing the silver-haired Kakashi with his deadpan gaze. Minato beamed. Kakashi, weren't you worried about that little girl? Go check on her. I sensed that the little girl he referred to was not Kakashi. Ding. Affection level with the target character Hatake Kakashi, 65. Ding. Affection level with the target character Hatake Kakashi, 64. Ding. Affection level with the target character Hatake Kakashi, 63. Oh no. Minato, please stop talking. If you continue, my affection level will drop to 0. Kakashi cast a fleeting glance my way, his expression devoid of any concern. Minato continued as a life coach. Kakashi, you can't be so contradictory when pursuing a girl. Ding. Affection level, 62. Ding. Affection level, 60. This is it. I've hit the danger zone. My face flushed in panic as I desperately signaled Minato to cease. For heaven's sake, please be quiet. Observing my distress, Minato exchanged a knowing smile, having noticed Kakashi deliberately avoiding my gaze. Friends who understand my plight. I was panicking. I utilized the reversal technique to heal the injured and proceeded with the group to the frontline headquarters. The commander was Orochimaru. As I stood at the entrance of his tent, I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. I had forgotten the transformation potion I promised Orochimaru. This is disastrous. Upon entering the tent, Tsunade was also present. Her keen eyes immediately spotted me, the would-be invisible person. Katsuragi, you're here too. Come, be my assistant. Before I could utter a word, Orochimaru's sinister voice echoed. Katsuragi is an S-rank genius on an important mission. Is it too much to assign her as a medical ninja? Goodness, the two began to argue over my mentorship rights. Jiraiya chimed in to support Tsunade. Ultimately, Commander Orochimaru decided to assign me to Minato's team, while Tsunade expressed that I could be reassigned to her whenever she needed. Tsunade huffed in annoyance and stormed off. Just as I awkwardly exchanged glances with Orochimaru, Tsunade returned like a gust of wind, seized me under her arm, and boldly declared, "Is it all right if I catch up with my apprentice?" Ding. Affection level with the target character, Orochimaru, 55. No, how is this my fault? That night, Tsunade insisted I stay with her, even suggesting we bathe together. This was too much. I had no choice but to resolutely decline, then stealthily slipped out while she was asleep. I needed to explain myself to Orochimaru. Under the cover of night, I quietly entered Orochimaru's tent, which was shrouded in darkness with only him present. His ominous voice sent chills down my spine. "Where's your item?" I could only muster the courage to say I had forgotten. The affection level plummeted like a waterfall, dinging straight down to 0. Ding. Affection level with the target character Orochimaru, 0. Transformation potion has become ineffective. My heart sank. I was finished. Hanzo of the Salamander was likely to fly over from Amigakure to deal with me. I hastily attempted to remedy the situation, promising to bring it next time, resulting in ding. Affection level with the target character, Orochimaru, 10. There are even negative values. Orochimaru's gaze bore into me, his smile sending shivers down my spine. If we reach Konoha and you still haven't produced it, I shall study you. Goodness, I had unwittingly become Orochimaru's living experiment candidate. Meanwhile, far away in Amigakure, Hanzo was exploding with rage. As soon as the effects wore off, he transformed from a beautiful maiden back into a withered old man. The disparity was unbearable. He flipped the table, rejecting the Akatsuki members who happened to visit, and his affection level towards me plummeted to -100. Incredible. -100. He must harbor immense hatred towards me. I quickly inquired with the system if the skill for affection level dropping to 0 would be lost. The system replied that if it reached maximum level, it would not, but if not, it was precarious. I immediately began to play the emotional card with the system, pleading for a workaround. The system responded that there were superiors overseeing it. It turned out the system also had its own work pressure and KPIs. The next day, I was awakened by a cacophony. The tent was empty. When Shuri lifted the curtain and saw me, he exclaimed, "Katsuragi, you're finally awake." I quickly replied, "Yes. I accidentally practiced late into the night and am a bit tired. I must absolutely avoid exposing my lazy persona." Surprisingly, he believed me. He looked invigorated and declared he would start waking up at 4 o'clock tomorrow. A true overachiever. Small-scale conflicts began to erupt on the front line, and I was naturally summoned by Tsunade to assist in the medical unit. In the span of a single morning, my reputation spread among the wounded. You must be referring to that adorable little girl in a purple cheapao. Yes, indeed. Her name seems to be Yuejin Hashushu. Being treated by her is truly a delightful experience. Not only is there no pain, but the healing of wounds occurs at an astonishing rate. Indeed, moreover, she is exceptionally gentle. At this moment, the oblivious Hashushu is enjoying a meal provided exclusively for medical ninjas, while the other ninjas are relegated to consuming soldier pills. Under the intense gaze of Sarutobi Aoki, Hashushu hesitated and offered her meal to him. "If you wish to eat, Aoki, please do." Sarutobi Aoki, also a wounded survivor from the battlefield, blushed and shook his head. How could he possibly accept Hashushu's meal? He merely wished to gaze at her in admiration. "Could you please temper your gaze?" Uchiha Shuri, with bandages wrapped around his hands, scrutinized Sarutobi Aoki with disdain. Sarutobi Aoki gritted his teeth. "Why must Uchiha Shuri always be around? I'm not even looking at you, so why are you so concerned? Yet, your gaze is polluting the air. I believe it is you who is." Hashushu observed the two engaging in a verbal spar and wisely chose to reposition herself. Just as she took a step, the flaps of the medical tent were flung open with urgency. "Quickly, all capable ninjas, follow me." The Yunin and Awagakure ninjas are attacking simultaneously. The group momentarily froze, then swiftly exited the tent, including the quarreling Uchiha Shuri and Sarutobi Aoki. "Yunin?" Hashushu furrowed her brow. From what she had gathered throughout the morning, the primary adversary of the Land of Fire was Awagakure, while the Land of Water's Kirigakure and the Land of Lightning's Yunin were engaged in their own battles. Why had Yunin suddenly circled back to assault the front lines of Konoha? Sister Tsunade. Hashushu desired to venture outside, her gaze landing on Tsunade, who was tending to the injured. "Go ahead," Tsunade replied, pausing momentarily before adding, "Stay safe." "Understood." Hashushu's figure vanished from sight. Tsunade raised her head, her brow furrowed deeply. She understood how much Hashushu cared for the village and how kind-hearted she was. She certainly did not wish to see that kindness extinguished. Tsunade had witnessed the deaths of many significant individuals around her, and if her last vestige of protective spirit were to wither, she would not know how to face Konoha or the entire ninja world. The atmosphere in the camp turned tense. It was already a considerable challenge to deal with IWA ninjas, and now they faced an even more formidable foe in the Yunin. Hashushu? Before her stood Kakashi, equipped for battle, preparing to head to the front lines against the Yunin. His teacher, Minato Namikaze, had already rushed ahead. "Kakashi-senpai, I wish to join you." Hashushu asserted firmly. Kakashi glanced back at her and began to run forward. Keep up. Hashushu followed closely behind him. The main battlefield against the Land of Earth was located in a vast plain at the heart of the Land of Grass. Meanwhile, the Yunin, executing a blitzkrieg, opted to launch their surprise attack from the right side of Konoha's main camp. They soon arrived at the battlefield, where the clash of blades had already commenced. The sight of 1,000 to 2,000 ninjas engaged in combat was truly magnificent. Observing it from the anime and witnessing it in reality were entirely different experiences. The overwhelming aura of the battlefield ignited a fervor within Hashushu. Although the battlefield was brutal and perilous, it also stirred a passionate excitement, typically drawing the ire of enemies. Hashushu found herself inexplicably overlooked by the Yunin. She gazed at the muscular figures of the Yunin, then glanced at her own slender arms and legs. Suddenly coming to an understanding, the Yunin were all brawny men, with even the women possessing formidable physiques. Surely, they did not look down upon her. Get out of the way, kid. Another Yunin rushed past Hashushu, swinging a blade towards a Konoha ninja behind her. In the midst of the chaos, Hashushu exchanged glances with the Konoha genin who was being flanked by the Yunin. The latter was visibly strained, veins bulging at his temples. Considering her reputation, Hashushu drew her spear and alleviated the crisis for her fellow ninja. It seems this child is not ordinary. At last, someone recognized Hashushu. The approaching Yunin scrutinized her and charged forward. Lightning release, thunderclap. Countless blinding arcs of electricity coalesced in the opponent's hands, emitting a jarring crackle. Hashushu's figure shifted, appearing above the Yunin in an instant, as her spear pierced through his throat. She landed gracefully on the ground. In martial arts, speed reigns supreme. The teachings of Gulong do not deceive me. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with nearly all the ninjas present engaging in combat. The previous instance of the Yunin ignoring Hashushu was non-existent. At least now, more than 5 Yunin were charging toward her. As she faced the incoming Yunin, an icy chill surged through Hashushu's right arm, while her chakra flowed rapidly, unleashing a formidable and chilling force that cascaded like waves. The cold enveloped Hashushu's right arm, and in the blink of an eye, a massive ice bird materialized, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Despite it being the sunny month of June, the Yunin felt as though they were in the depths of winter. An eerie bird call echoed as the ice bird soared through the air, swiftly darting toward the Yunin. The colossal ice bird extended its talons, tearing through the bodies of the unsuspecting Yunin. Everything the ice bird touched was transformed into frost. Witnessing the oncoming ice bird, the Yunin's expressions shifted dramatically. In the next moment, his body was entirely shredded. Cries of anguish erupted all around. Even those not directly struck by the ice bird found their limbs momentarily frozen by the chilling air it carried. This brief moment of paralysis became an opportunity for the Konoha ninjas. Ultimately, after several Yunin managed to respond, the ice bird shattered into crystalline fragments that dissipated in the air. The figure of Minato Namikaze traversed the battlefield, his blade undoubtedly having claimed countless lives. After an indeterminate amount of time, silence fell over the battlefield. Hashushu lifted her foot, noticing the sticky, crimson blood pooling on the ground. All attacking Yunin had been slain without exception. Minato Namikaze wasted no time, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to hasten to the next battlefield. Truly, it is arduous work. Hashushu mused. She lingered in place, concern etched on her face, and approached a Konoha ninja kneeling on the ground. This ninja was charred from the lightning, his darkened skin still crackling with arcs of electricity. Hashushu gently reassured him, "Rest assured, I will heal you." She extended her hands, releasing a reversal technique. Those with lighter injuries instinctively assisted the more gravely wounded, forming a line beside Hashushu as she treated the injured. Ding! Affection level with Kakashi Hatake, 61. Hashushu silently grumbled. Kakashi's affection levels seemed to decline rapidly, yet ascended at a painfully slow pace. After fending off the 2 waves of attacks from the Yunin and IWA ninjas, the sky began to darken. In response to the Yunin's surprise assault, Orochimaru convened a tactical meeting. In the largest tent, Orochimaru presided over the gathering, flanked by Tsunade and Jiraiya. Minato Namikaze sat below Jiraiya, while Hashushu occupied a position beneath Tsunade. As the others took their seats in an orderly fashion, among them were the strategist Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and several Konoha Jonin who had not previously made an appearance. Why did the Cloud Shinobi suddenly launch an attack on Konoha? Were they not engaged in battle with the Mist Village? Akimichi Choza was the first to voice his query. Orochimaru turned to Nara Shikaku and inquired, "Have any scouts from the Cloud Shinobi sent reports?" Nara Shikaku shook his head, his expression grave. "The scouts from the Cloud have not transmitted any messages for over a month." The atmosphere grew heavy with concern as the realization settled upon everyone present. If a scout had been silent for such a duration, it could only imply one thing: they were deceased. Nara Shikaku continued, "We are currently in a critical phase of our war with the Rock Shinobi. If the Cloud joins the fray..." His unspoken words hung in the air, and all understood the implications. Should the Cloud intervene, Konoha's situation would deteriorate further, turning previous advantages over the Rock into disadvantages. "We need scouts capable of relaying information," Nara Shikaku suggested. Whether in war or other contexts, having undercover agents to gather intelligence was essential. Without them, operations would falter. The dire consequence of delayed information could be catastrophic. Cultivating a spy was an arduous task, and finding someone suitable at this juncture seemed nearly impossible. Akimichi Choza shook his head. The last batch of ninjas sent to the land of Earth were the final undercover agents. "Then we must find someone now to serve as a spy." Nara Shikaku frowned. "We must have someone embedded within the Cloud. Otherwise, the disparity in information during combat will lead to immense casualties." "Let me go." Namikaze Minato spoke earnestly. Nara Shikaku firmly denied. "No, your reputation is too prominent." His words were rather blunt. Minato offered an apologetic smile. Haru Shiru observed the expressions of the gathered ninjas and suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon him. Who dares to spy at a moment like this? It was astonishing that someone would choose to lurk during such serious discussions. With Haru Shiru's rising fame among the ninjas, he had noticed a troubling trend. Wherever he went, there were always individuals covertly watching him. Some even had the audacity to discuss him openly. He followed their gazes and locked eyes with a pair of light golden slit pupils. It was Orochimaru. How rude. Haru Shiru stiffly averted his gaze. Wait a minute. Haru Shiru suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What had they just been discussing? Sending a spy to the Cloud? Why did Orochimaru look at him with such intensity? An alarm rang in Haru Shiru's mind. An undercover agent must be someone unsuspected by the enemy, yet skilled and capable of deception. Orochimaru spoke, drawing everyone's attention towards him. With a casual sweep of his gaze, he smirked slightly and continued, "Ideally, the agent should be a young female ninja with exceptional healing abilities and a heart loyal to Konoha, possessing excellent psychological resilience." As each word left Orochimaru's lips, Haru Shiru felt his smile gradually stiffening. Slowly and without words, a subtle shift in focus occurred, redirecting everyone's gaze from Orochimaru to Haru Shiru. "Is this your form of revenge, Uncle Snake?" Haru Shiru felt tears brimming in his eyes. Yet he summoned his courage. Undeterred by adversity, he innocently returned the stares of the ninjas with trust evident in his striking azure eyes. This feels a bit morally dubious, Nara Shikaku mused internally. Yet he recognized the validity of Orochimaru's words. The child before them was indeed the most suitable candidate. A loud crash shattered the silence within the tent. Tsunade, furious, stood and slammed her hands on the table. With a sharp crack, a fissure appeared, spiderwebbing across the surface as it rapidly spread from Tsunade's grasp. "Who dares?" Her cold gaze swept across the faces of those present, accompanied by a sardonic smile. "You truly possess the audacity to coerce Haru Shiru in such a manner." Tsunade's temper could not be contained for even a moment. Namikaze Minato nodded in agreement, sharing Tsunade's sentiments internally. However, being a junior among the majority of his seniors, he felt unable to refuse as decisively as Tsunade. Haru Shiru gazed at Tsunade, who stood protectively before him, and felt a warmth in his heart. Being shielded like this was quite pleasant. I will go. The voice belonged to Hatake Kakashi. He exchanged glances with Orochimaru, then slightly bowed his head. Lord Orochimaru, allow me to take on the role of the spy. Harushiru is merely a ninja who graduated a year ago. His psychological resilience may not be adequate. Harushiru blinked in surprise. Minato's lips curled into a slight smile. Kakashi was indeed a stubborn individual. No, children should not go. Let the adults handle it. Tsunade glared at Orochimaru. Nara Shikaku sighed in resignation. It is utterly impossible to reason with Lady Tsunade. His voice was soft, yet it reached Tsunade's ears. Her gaze flicked toward Nara Shikaku, who coughed lightly and averted his eyes. To be honest, in terms of collective interests, he would have chosen the girl named Harushiru. Yet, he felt a heavy guilt within. In just one morning, Nara Shikaku had heard numerous ninjas praise this girl. Now, as they debated fervently, she merely sat quietly, lost in thought, evoking discomfort in those observing. Nara Shikaku sighed softly. Perhaps I should undertake this task. Chapter 45. Online performance. All eyes were unexpectedly fixed on Harushiru. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her anger dissipating as if extinguished. She looked incredulously over her shoulder, where Harushiru offered her a gentle smile. In that fleeting moment, Harushiru's visage overlapped with someone from her memories. Tsunade's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She lowered her gaze, avoiding Harushiru's eyes. Ding! Favorability with character Senju Tsunade has reached 80. Since Uncle Snake was determined to involve him, Harushiru thought it wise to seize the opportunity to garner more favor. He approached Tsunade, grasping her hands in his own. He had grown taller, tilting his face slightly upward, filled with hope as he gazed at her. Sister Tsunade, you must believe in me. I will return. While others might falter upon declaring such a promise, he spoke with sincerity. Right, Toko? Harushiru affectionately called out to the system in his mind. The system remained silent. Yes. Harushiru beamed brightly. Tsunade felt as though her throat was clogged with cotton, rendering her speechless. Harushiru shifted his gaze to Nara Shikaku. Lord Shikaku, I truly am the most suitable candidate. I will certainly gather intelligence for Konoha. Nara Shikaku opened his mouth, a resigned sigh escaping his lips. If given a choice, who would willingly send a child to undertake such a perilous task? Ding! Favorability with character Nara Shikaku has reached 60. Ding! Favorability with character Akimichi Choza has reached 60. Ding! Favorability with character Namikaze Minato has reached 60. Ding! Favorability with character Jiraiya has reached 60. Ding! Favorability with character Hatake Kakashi has reached 60. As Harushiru reveled in the surge of favorability in his mind, he was suddenly taken aback by the decline in Kakashi's favorability. Except for the unchanged favor of Uncle Snake, nearly everyone else's favorability had increased, yet Kakashi's had inexplicably dropped by a point. I disagree. Finally recovering from her emotional turmoil, Tsunade fixed her gaze on Harushiru, resolutely stating, Lady Tsunade, you are aware of the current situation. Nara Shikaku paused slightly, his eyes filled with bitterness. Gangshu's gaze remained unchanged as she surveyed the surrounding ninjas. She proclaimed, regardless of the current situation, I cannot allow a mere 9-year-old girl to march to her death. On a personal level, I cannot permit my own apprentice to act as an undercover agent. In truth, she was nearly 12 this year. Shu silently refuted this in his heart. His frail appearance was merely a result of malnutrition. In reality, his age was not significantly younger than that of Dai-Tu. Jiraiya observed Tsunade with eyes filled more with compassion than anything else. He had witnessed her losses throughout the years, from her biological brother to her lover, and now even her disciple was to be sent off to face peril. How about we switch? Jiraiya suggested, turning to Orochimaru. What if I go instead? Orochimaru's expression remained stoic as he replied, if you go undercover, who will defend the front lines? How can we withstand the simultaneous assaults from a Wagakure and Kumogakure? None of the five, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Bluffing Shuemin, and Nara Shikaku, could abandon their posts. Jiraiya fell silent. Let me go, Tsunade-ne. Ishu finally spoke up. a smile gracing his lips. My medical ninjutsu is quite formidable, and I assure you it is safer than others. His words shattered the tense atmosphere. Tsunade regarded him earnestly, asking each word with gravity. Do you comprehend what you will face? Hishu nodded. Of course I do. You will endure constant suspicion, live in fear day by day, and gather information while braving the elements. If fortune smiles upon you, you may uncover valuable intel. If misfortune befalls you, you could be discovered. Tsunade paused, her hands trembling as she asked, do you understand what will happen if you are found out? In times of war, the torment inflicted on spies by enemies is varied and brutal, instilling fear in the hearts of many. I am aware, Hishu replied, his gaze steady and clear like the calm waters of an autumn lake, reflecting the truest image of all who looked upon it. I understand the potential consequences of being discovered. Lowering his eyes, the corners of his lips began to curve upward, reminiscent of sunlight piercing through the darkness of the tent. Yet, I am a ninja of Konoha, entrusted with the duty to protect it. Each of us is but a cog in the grand machinery of Konoha. Even if we are rusty or corroded, we willingly offer our service until the very end. A ninja embodies the essence of enduring what ordinary people cannot, accomplishing what the average cannot achieve, patiently awaiting and creating the dawn amidst darkness. He spoke each word with clarity, his voice soft yet resolute, resonating throughout the entire tent, where silence hung so thick that one could hear a pin drop. Narashikaku gazed deeply at Hishu, a tempest brewing within him. How could it be? He perceived a giant's will within this child. Jiraiya stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on Hishu, inspiration flooding his mind. The protagonist rises in times of crisis, articulating profound insights. What a splendid narrative. He silently decided that the next story's protagonist would be modeled after this child. Orochimaru observed Hishu, who shone like a beacon, his eyes betraying a hint of mockery. Such selfless dedication was truly nauseating. Why? Hishu thought helplessly, wondering why Orochimaru strayed from the norm, aligning himself with Kakashi. This path was narrowing. The transformation potion was not non-existent. If Hishu were to undertake the undercover mission, then so would I. Jishue emerged from behind Hinata Hizashi, addressing Orochimaru. I will go too. Shuli followed suit. Hishu felt a moment of gratitude, but firmly rejected their offers. No, Lord Orochimaru, the fewer people on this mission, the better. There is a shortage of personnel on the battlefield. Let them remain. With these two brothers along, he would find it difficult to showcase his abilities. To others, it appeared as though Hishu was forsaking his chance at survival and taking on all the danger himself. Jiraiya noted in his notebook, the protagonist undertakes a perilous task for the sake of his comrades. Lord Orochimaru, Jishue and Shuli declared resolutely. Orochimaru raised a hand, his gaze silencing them as he turned to Hishu. The undercover mission to Kumogakure will be entrusted to Tsuki Miki Hishu. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. Hishu bowed respectfully. Throughout this exchange, Tsunade remained silent, watching Hishu intently before departing the tent. Hishu felt a pang of regret, realizing that his beloved Tsunade was likely upset. That night, the stars in the sky appeared minuscule, akin to the gentle glow of fireflies. The summer night was alive with the occasional flicker of fireflies and the persistent call of cicadas. Tsunade sat alone atop the mountain. Come out, she suddenly called, glancing back. Hishu emerged from behind a large rock, slowly taking a seat beside her. Tsunade, are you angry? Hishu bit his lip, feeling somewhat at a loss regarding her emotions. He silently vowed to win her full affection that night. What do you think? Tsunade huffed lightly, casting a fleeting glance at Hishu. How was he to respond? His mind raced. Tsunade, I am quite happy. After a moment of silence, Hishu blurted out a completely unrelated remark. You're happy despite my anger? Tsunade turned sharply, her eyes wide. Hishu shook his head, stating earnestly, I'm not happy because you are angry. Rather, I am glad because I know you care for me and worry about me. Tsunade scoffed. Who is worried about you? The moment to test his acting skills had arrived. He looked up at the vast starry sky and spoke. My parents perished on the battlefield. I have no relatives left. Except for Uncle Takeo. You, Tsunade, have treated me the best. He tilted his head, gazing at her with glistening eyes. His smile was gentle yet tinged with a heartbreaking resolve. Tsunade found herself at a loss for words, her heart heavy with an unspoken ache. All right, it's getting late. I must set off early tomorrow. Hishu stood, his smile as radiant as ever, waving to Tsunade as he declared, Tsunade, I shall return soon. Until we meet again. Tsunade stared blankly at his beaming face, and as the night breeze swept by, her heart softened inexplicably. Tsunade, could you grant me a gift? Hishu suddenly halted, his purple skirt fluttering slightly in the wind. What? Tsunade was taken aback. A tender sensation graced her brow as she gazed at Hishu in surprise. A gift? Hishu beamed sweetly. A lucky kiss from Tsunade. Yay, I kissed Tsunade. With this token of luck, he was certain to return safely. He waved goodbye, his silhouette fading into the night. Sitting still, Tsunade gently touched her brow, a look of helplessness gracing her face. What a little rascal, and a female rascal at that. Tsunade chuckled, her gaze following the direction in which Hishu had vanished. You must return safely, promised, as Hishu walked along the path back to the camp. A triumphant smile spread across his face. System, am I not impressive? Every step was meticulously calculated, all in service of maximizing the affection points. Today is indeed a splendid day. Tomorrow I must rise early. Hishu suppressed his excitement and trembling hands, drifting into slumber. In the early morning, a light mist enveloped the hills. Hishu followed a winding, secluded path toward the land of lightning. Host, why not bid them farewell? The system inquired, puzzled. A farewell would better align with the host's polite persona. Huh. Hishu smirked disdainfully, twirling a blade of grass between his fingers as he walked, explaining to the system, you simply do not understand. By leaving without saying goodbye, I create a more poignant atmosphere of parting, and they will think I left early to spare them heartache. Hishu chuckled lightly. Just wait for the notification sound later. Before long, the system's notification tone chimed. Ding. Affection points for character Senju, Tsunade, 100. Ding. Affection points for character Namikaze Minato, 80. Ding. Affection points for character Hataki Kakashi, 70. Why did Kakashi's affection suddenly increase by 10 points? A pang of conscience? Ding. Affection points for character Narashikaku, 75. Ding. Affection points for character Akimichi Choza, 75. It was only when Hishu departed from the land of grass and chose to traverse the land of fire that he received the notification for Jiraiya's affection points. Ding. Affection points for character Jiraiya, 80. Hishu gazed at the fully risen sun and asked, Did you discern anything? The system was confused. What should I have discerned? TSK. Hishu shook his head, concerned for the system's intelligence. One could infer from the affection points that Jiraiya had slumbered for quite some time. The system fell silent, refusing to engage further with Hishu. As Hishu traversed the entirety of the land of fire, no matter how he pleaded, the system remained as silent as a chicken. I am about to select skills. Will you not respond? Reflecting on his abundant gains, Hishu spoke aloud. Finally, the system relented. Congratulations, host. The affection points for Senju Tsunade are maxed out, and those for Namikaze Minato, Narashikaku, Jiraiya, and Akimichi Choza have surpassed 60. A revelry. Hishu rubbed his hands together, thrilled. This is a veritable feast from the golden finger. Hurry, I wish to draw skills from Tsunade's maxed-out affection. This time, the familiar blue wheel appeared in Hishu's mind. He did not disdain it, for such a scenario of multiple maxed-out affection points had only occurred once before. The golden wheel. Who knows when it will be seen again? Hishu spun the wheel. A minute later, it came to a stop, a selected sector magnifying before his eyes. The wheel vanished, and two words materialized on the electronic screen. Infinity, another infinity? How could he not comprehend this? A line of small text appeared. Skill introduction. The infinite skill originates from the anime 7 Deadly Sins, utilized by Meliodas. Any magic, ninjutsu, or other attacks, once cast, continues indefinitely. Flames will continuously burn. Ice will remain frozen. Even time-stopping magic, skills, can be maintained permanently. Meliodas maintains his youth by halting his own time, though maintaining this magic is exceedingly taxing. His boundless magical power allows him to sustain it indefinitely. The same applies to the host. Note, magical power will convert to chakra. Hishu was taken aback. The system found Hishu's current reaction rather peculiar. Logically, one would expect joy upon acquiring such an exceptional skill. Hishu's voice dropped slightly. What is it? The system expressed mild concern. You are my lifelong good brother. Oh. Hishu leaped from his spot, excitement coursing through him as if he might burst. This skill is nothing short of divine. If 60 affection points necessitated the system's skill allocation, then this time, drawing the ability of infinite worlds was pure serendipity, such fortuitous luck. The system fell silent, deeming such exuberance unnecessary. Chapter 46. The proper use of word spirit technique. You and I, heart to heart, cohabiting in Earth Village. In pursuit of dreams, traversing 1,000 miles, converging in a world of Hokage. Come, friend, extend your hand. Hishu sang passionately, his own rendition of the song. If the system had a physical form, Hishu would surely grasp its hand with fervor. The system now harbored serious doubts about the host's mental state. Upon review, it found Hishu's current mental condition strikingly similar to that of the protagonist Fanjin from a story titled Fanjin Takes the Imperial Exam. Should I assess the host's physical and mental condition? The system offered a friendly suggestion. What are you saying? I am in excellent health. Thank you for your concern. Dear system. Hishu smiled, touched. The system paused. Given Hishu's usual demeanor, he would typically begin to mock or retort claims of mental instability at this juncture. Indeed, the host seems somewhat abnormal. The system worried about how to restore Hishu's normalcy. Affection points for characters Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikaku, Jiraiya, and Akimichi Choza have surpassed 60. Please choose whether to merge and allocate skills or enhance existing skills. Hishu pondered seriously before deciding. I will first merge the affection points of Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza, opting to enhance existing skills. As for Namikaze Minato's affection points, I will allow the system to allocate skills, and I will reserve Jiraiya's affection points for future needs. Having spoken, Hishu nodded to himself, quite pleased with his arrangements. The system did not anticipate that Hishu would wish to keep some for backup, and it began the skill enhancement as directed. Enhancing host's original skill, frozen fruit. Skill enhancement preparation underway. Skill enhancement completed. All skills of frozen fruit unlocked. Hishu's expression shifted from initial excitement to a profound sense of despair. Give me a reason. His face twisted in agony. Why do I have so many skills, yet progress is so slow? You grant me enhancement for only the frozen fruit, which remains locked in the Ice Age. Why? 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 Why must you treat me this way? That was the merged affection points of Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza. The system, anticipating that upgrading the frozen fruit would help Hishu cool down from the fervor ignited by infinity, found itself perplexed. Why did it seem to have worsened? Why? Why? Hishu clung to a tree trunk, tears streaming down his face. Just when he thought he was destined for fortune today, the system delivered a harsh blow, forcing him to confront his true identity as an unfortunate soul. Looking at the host weeping against the tree, the system unusually felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps you should try for Namikaze Minato's affection points once more, the system suggested. It resolved to allocate a decent skill for the host this time. Let's make a small exception. Hishu turned, stepping down from the tree trunk. Do you believe you still have any credibility left? In the past, I regarded you as my dear brother, sharing all my affairs with you. We have accompanied each other for such a long time, and yet you have just betrayed me in this manner. Hishu's face was etched with heartache as he took a deep breath, forcing back the tears that welled in his eyes. With a quivering voice, he lamented, I believe that in the world of Hokage, the only person I could trust and rely upon was you. Wiping away a tear, Hishu obscured half his face, murmuring, It seems I was merely indulging in my own affections. Witnessing the host's sorrow, the system felt an unexpected twinge of discomfort. It never anticipated that as a mere system, it could experience such emotions. Try again, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer, the system stated. Hishu, with a wry smile, shook his head, chiding himself for his naivety. I'm always this way, forever filled with hope for you, even after you have deceived me numerous times. The system felt an inexplicable heaviness in its heart. Beep. The skills assigned by the system have been delivered. Please confirm whether to accept them. Yes. No with tear-streaked cheeks. Shu pressed yes. Technique reversal. Skill description. One of the 5 common offensive techniques. Infuses the positive energy generated by the reversal technique into an unlimited technique, resulting in a new technique characterized by a repulsive force centered around He. The minimum power is double that of Song, with a maximum output potentially reaching positive infinity. Akin to a small supernova, He can be activated without hand seals and can also be launched in multiples, with derivative uses similar to Song. Virtue technique. Z. Skill description. A rarely known technique even within the Gojo clan. It overlaps the technique Song with the reversal technique He, generating an imagined mass that can be projected. It manifests as an energy wave capable of cutting through space, inflicting damage represented by smooth-edged circular gaps. This is currently one of the most lethal skills in the realm of Jujutsu Kaisen, with significant range and diameter, leaving no remnants in its wake. The gesture is a snap of the fingers. 2. Shu was taken aback. Indeed, the system replied coolly. This was the system's compensation to Shu. While he received 2 skills from Gojo Satoru with a mere 60 points of goodwill, they were still in their initial skill stages, but practice makes perfect. Shu suppressed the upward curve of his lips, reflecting that his earlier performance had not been in vain. The system, sensing Shu's gratitude, felt a strange and eerie sensation, unable to pinpoint the cause. The Land of Thunder lies to the northeast of the Land of Fire. Situated between the 2 nations and 2 smaller nations, the Land of Rice and the Land of Frost. Shu traversed the Land of Fire and arrived at the border town of the Land of Rice. The town was sparsely populated, even during the day. People hid within their homes. Perhaps this was related to the ongoing war. The terrain of the Land of Rice consisted of rolling hills, with terraced fields ascending the slopes. The rice paddies reflected the azure sky, shrouded in fog, creating a picturesque scene. Rumor had it that the daimyo intended to seek refuge in another country. Shu stood by a street vendor, feigning interest in purchasing something, while eavesdropping on the gossip of 2 nearby merchants. Relocating to another country? Why? Are you foolish? What else could it be? Of course, it's because of the war. Warfare? What does it have to do with our Land of Rice? We are caught between the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder. Won't we meet the same fate as the Land of Grass? When ninjas engage in conflict, the daimyo grows fearful and plans to flee. He arrived in our town today and intends to leave tomorrow. So, you mean the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder are about to go to war? Yes. How do you know the daimyo is in our town? Because the place where the daimyo is staying is my sister's house. Oh, that makes sense. Your sister's house is the most luxurious in our town. Shu stood there, holding a candied fruit. Don't you want any? The vendor, noticing Shu's silence as he stared at the candied fruit, scolded. If you have no money, don't disturb my business. Shu had initially intended to buy a little, but upon hearing the vendor's words, he decisively set the candied fruit down. He had no intention of enriching a rude merchant. Gradually, a plan began to take shape in his mind. In the afternoon, as dusk approached, Shu gleaned the location of the daimyo's residence from the 2 merchants. In a flash, he vanished from sight. The blades of grass growing from the crevices of the cobblestone path gently swayed, as if no trace of his presence had ever existed. Within the depths of a grand estate, the daimyo of the Land of Rice soaked in a hot spring, silver goblets and exquisite pastries resting at the water's edge. He closed his eyes in bliss, allowing his body to relax completely. The next moment, a chilling sensation spread from his neck throughout his body. The daimyo's blood ran cold. Who goes there? He stammered, trembling and afraid to turn around. The divine spear held by Shu pressed against the daimyo's neck as he offered a gentle smile, slowly declaring, I am your most cherished daughter, the princess of the Land of Rice. You must hire the most formidable ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village to escort me there to evade the turmoil of war. What nonsense are you spouting? I do not have a daughter, the daimyo replied, trembling with fear and anger. Shu withdrew the divine spear. In the next moment, he spoke, The lie of a lie shall become the truth. Daughter? Yes, my daughter, my precious daughter. The daimyo, in a trance, turned to look at Shu with eyes filled with affection. though his gaze was somewhat difficult to decipher. Hishu was willing to endure it for the sake of the mission. My daughter, I shall immediately send someone to hire a ninja. It must be the strongest ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village to ensure your safety, or I shall not rest easy. Very well, Hishu nodded. Please hurry. I shall wait for you here. The daimyo rose from the hot spring, donning damp trousers and a cloak as he made his way outside. Someone. Hishu could still distinctly hear the daimyo's voice. The daimyo was not lacking in wealth, and during wartime, the ninjas were desperately in need of money and resources. The Hidden Cloud Village would undoubtedly send someone, and they would be formidable ninjas, considering he had specifically instructed the daimyo to procure the strongest. Hishu reveled in the privileges of being a princess, assigned to a lavish room. As he lay on the tatami mat, he stumbled upon a goodwill score he had yet to address, aside from the designated favor from Jiraiya. It was a goodwill score of 60 from Uchiha Mikoto. It seemed that in his excitement upon acquiring a goodwill score from Uchiha Itachi, he had forgotten about Mikoto. He was quite curious about the skills that Mikoto's goodwill score might unlock. The system has delivered the assigned skills. Please confirm whether to accept. Yes. No. Hishu did not hesitate. Noble demeanor, what? Hishu was taken aback. Noble demeanor? As in a literal meaning? Skill description. Noble demeanor grants the user the poise of nobility, ensuring that every action and gesture aligns with the highest standards of aristocracy, exuding elegance, grace, and charm. Note, you will be the most striking individual in any crowd. Produced by the system, it is guaranteed to be a premium product. Hishu's expression was impassive. It truly arrived just in time. Knowing he was to pose as a princess, the system provided him with a noble demeanor. It was indeed calculated with precision based on the system's data. The following day, Hishu, adorned in elaborate attire, was personally escorted by the daimyo to meet the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. To be frank, I do not care about wealth or resources. As long as my beloved daughter is safe, you shall receive every coin promised, the daimyo declared, his belly protruding as he spoke with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, the ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village signaled confidently, you can trust us completely. Are you certain he is capable? The daimyo asked, casting a wary glance at the ninjas before him. The person whom the daimyo does not trust is indeed the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Karabi. For this mission, apart from Karabi, 2 jonin from the village of Yunin have also accompanied, presenting a more reliable impression to the daimyo than Karabi himself. However, they hold a greater respect for Karabi. The daimyo furrows his brow, utterly perplexed by this group of ninjas. Rest assured, says the black-skinned, white-haired female ninja, dressed in a form-fitting black skirt suit, bowing her head. Well then, I entrust my daughter to you. The daimyo gazes affectionately at Hishu, his eyes brimming with reluctance and nostalgia. Hishu smiles, radiating an aura of elegance and nobility. Your Highness, please, the black-skinned, white-haired ninja named Troy respectfully extends her hand toward Hishu. Hishu is assisted into the palanquin, a precaution taken by the daimyo of the Land of Grass due to concerns over his daughter's well-being, accompanied by guards carrying treasures and the palanquin itself. Your Highness, I am Troy. This is Lord Mu-Run, and this is Lord Karabi. The black-skinned, white-haired Troy introduces Hishu. Hishu glances over Mu-Run and Karabi, nodding modestly. Hello. Wow. What did the daimyo of the Land of Rice give? Even the 2 tails Jinchuriki Mu-Run and the 8 tails Jinchuriki Karabi have shown up. This is indeed the strongest force from Yunin Village. The daimyo of the Land of Rice is truly a sincere person. Sitting upright in the palanquin, Hishu's noble demeanor commands respect for her royal status. The moment the curtains of the palanquin fall, Hishu slumps back in her seat. Being a princess is indeed no easy task. She adjusts her intricately styled hair, fidgets with the elaborate kimono she wears, and kicks off her wooden clogs. Picking up the pastries from the small table, she begins to devour them greedily. Karabi stands guard to Hishu's left, while Mu-Rin stands to her right, and Troy leads the way. Hishu contemplates and puts her wooden clogs back on. She gently lifts the left curtain of the palanquin, offering Karabi a warm smile. Dear ninja, please have something to eat. Wow, what kind princess? Karabi exclaims, singing and dancing as he swallows an entire plate of pastries in one bite. His cheeks puffed out like a frog. Hishu gracefully retracts her hand, chuckling softly. It seems the ninja is quite hungry. Shall we take a moment to rest here? All right. Hearing Hishu's words, Murun relays the message to Troy at the front. Ding! Karabi's affection level increased to 20. The smile on Hishu's face grows increasingly sincere. Chapter 47. What is dignity worth? The forest at night is tranquil, the flickering flames of the campfire casting shadows. Hishu sits upright on a small chair brought out by the guards, flanked closely by Karabi and Murun. The accompanying chef has begun preparing soup, the aroma wafting through the air. Karabi chews on a bland soldier's ration, his eyes darting about beneath his sunglasses. Don't you eat any cooked food, ninja? Hishu inquires, gazing at the ration in Karabi's hand with a puzzled expression. Oh, I bet a princess like you has never encountered soldiers' rations, Karabi conjectures. Wow, this stuff is truly awful. I don't want to eat it. Hishu smiles faintly, pressing her lips together, since you don't wish to eat. Then please join us for a meal later. Wow. Okay. The light in Karabi's eyes shines through despite his sunglasses. Muren, with her long braid cascading over her chest, glances at Hishu and mutters, calling him ninja is rather too polite. I assent to it. In the past, we despised escort missions, especially when encountering nobles. They are so arrogant, looking down on everyone. This princess seems rather extraordinary. Is that so? Hishu replies, but don't you call me your highness? It's different. Murun counters, you are a princess by birth, while we've never been addressed as ninja before. Even though ninjas are the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world, they often feel belittled. Some ordinary people even display blatant arrogance towards them. If that is the case, let us address each other by our names. Hishu's eyes reveal a hint of envy. I actually admire ninjas. Huh? Before they could fully process Hishu's previous statement, Karabi and Murun are left astounded by her next words. Admire? Are you joking? Murun exclaims, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ninjas are so free. They can go wherever they wish, unlike me. Hishu allows a touch of vulnerability to show through. Ding! Karabi's affection level increased to 25. Ding! Murun's affection level increased to 10. Being a ninja is not as wonderful as you might think. Murun, being younger, quickly takes the lead in conversation. We still have battles to fight, and we constantly face the threat of death. But you can decide your own fate. Hishu replies earnestly. If freedom could be granted to me, I would pay any price, and she gazes down at the fire, tears beginning to well in her eyes. What's wrong with you? Murun asks, taken aback. I am to be married. Hishu reassures herself in her mind. It's merely acting. Don't take it seriously. My father plans to marry me off to a neighboring country after the war. What? Karabi, gnawing on a rabbit leg handed to him by a guard, looks at Hishu in shock. You seem so young. You're the one who is small. I'm bigger than you. Hishu retorts, her expression darkening as she collects herself to continue. I feel like a canary caged in a coop, yearning for freedom. Murun, as a woman, immediately empathizes with Hishu, letting out a deep sigh. Ding! Murun's affection level increased to 30. I apologize for my rudeness. Hishu wipes away the tears at the corners of her eyes, addressing Murun and Karabi. Murun shakes her head, feeling pity for this princess. In comparison, being a ninja does seem far more enviable. Your Highness, please dine. A guard sets up a dining table before Hishu. The dishes on it are exquisite yet meager, and Hishu feels they hardly amount to a sufficient meal. She picks up her chopsticks, but before she can take a bite, a flash of light from a blade whizzes past her cheek. A single silvery hair floats delicately into her bowl. In an instant, Murun and Karabi spring into action. Ambush. The journey escorting the princess to Yunin village is fraught with peril, especially during wartime, with countless wandering ninjas and bandits. The wealth radiating from this group draws the attention of many. Even upon seeing the ninja headbands adorning Karabi and his companions, some would still dare to take the risk. Fortune favors the bold. Be careful, princess. Troy's figure appears on Hishu's other side. The three ninjas form a triangular formation, shielding Hishu at the center. More figures emerge from the depths of the forest, surrounding their party from all sides. Hishu remains unfazed, confident in the prowess of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. As expected, it is akin to a novice player encountering the ultimate boss on the first level. This battle concludes after half an hour. Hishu observes the injured guards, a look of compassion crossing her face. You all should return. After much hesitation, she utters these words. Your Highness, the head guard, dragging his wounded body, is filled with panic. Following me not only puts your lives at risk, but also prolongs our journey. You should turn back. He sighs. The head guard considers her words, this being their first encounter with the princess. I had never heard that the daimyo had a daughter before. However, the daimyo's demeanor spoke volumes, leaving no room for doubt. Accompanying the princess to Yunin village was far more perilous than remaining by the daimyo's side, a prospect you would certainly prefer to avoid. You all should return. If my father inquires, inform him it is my command, Hishu asserted with determination. The captain of the guards hesitated. Go. This is my command. Hishu's voice resonated with an underlying authority. Yes. The guards exchanged glances, swiftly gathering their belongings before departing. Yumu Run, having observed everything, approached Hishu and remarked, You are concerned that their presence may bring trouble, aren't you? Hishu smiled without a word. Ding. Yumu Ren's favorability score, 40. Following us alone may prove exhausting, Yumu Run stated candidly. No worries, do not underestimate me, Hishu responded with a radiant smile. Given the princess's aspiration to become a ninja, a smile also appeared on Yumu Ren's face. Hishu successfully secured an opportunity to be alone with Karabi and the others. Due to his identity, they were particularly considerate of Hishu as they journeyed. Yumu Run even entertained the thought of teaching Hishu ninjutsu. Yumu Ren Darren, Troy gently interjected, her eyes conveying a warning. Yumu Ren shrugged, I understand. Ultimately, Hishu's identity was distinct from theirs. Surely, teaching shuriken is permissible. Yumu Run enthusiastically produced a shuriken. Karabi, intrigued, looked expectantly at the two. Hishu blinked, holding a familiar shuriken. Under Yumu Ren's eager gaze, Hishu missed the target entirely. Oh, it's fine. It was my first attempt. Quite normal. Yumu Run reassured himself, considering it was the princess's initial encounter with such items. Having kept a watchful eye on Hishu, Troy silently observed the scene. Her last vestige of doubt dissipated. If Hishu were truly a ninja, she would be accustomed to shuriken, and such an unexpected reaction could not be feigned. Thus, accompanied by the lively chatter of Yumu Run and Karabi, they arrived at Yunin village. The village was shrouded in mist, with buildings occasionally emerging from the clouds, as if constructed within them. It must be said, Yunin village was indeed quite magnificent. The grand gate towered, piercing the heavens. The guarding Yunin shinobi, upon seeing Karabi and his companions, greeted them with respect. Home at last. Karabi stretched leisurely, stepping forward, only to be halted by the guarding ninja. Karabi furrowed his brow. The Yunin shinobi on the left subtly glanced at Hishu, making their meaning clear. Hishu was an unfamiliar face, and they could not enter Yunin village without scrutiny. You suspect the person we have brought back. Moreover, she is a princess. Could she not be subjected to inspection? Yumu Run, having developed an unusual bond with Hishu during their journey, frowned and chided. The shinobi on the left gulped, taken aback by Yumu Ren's ire. His head shaking vigorously. No, it is I who am blind to the great. Yumu Ren finally lifted her chin in satisfaction. However, Hishu halted in her tracks. What is it? Yumu Ren inquired, puzzled. Yumu Run, I believe I should undergo inspection. It's fine. Hishu articulated with understanding. In times of war, I can comprehend. Throughout their journey, Karabi and the others had come to understand Hishu's nature. Kind, gentle, and empathetic, never wishing to burden others. No need, let us proceed directly. Observing Hishu anxiously adjusting the hem of her kimono, Troy's expression softened slightly. Though Troy was the weakest among them, she wielded the most influence, as the other two were somewhat unreliable. The guarding Yunin shinobi, seeing Troy's insistence, quickly retreated. Hishu, eagerly linked arm in arm with Yumu Run, confidently entered Yunin village. Hishu did not conceal her awe, her eyes wide with astonishment at the ninjas leaping across rooftops and through the clouds. The princess is quite amazed, isn't she? Yumurun found her astonishment endearing and could not resist teasing her. Hishu blushed slightly and nodded. They are so impressive. Yumurun scoffed. What is so impressive about it? Even a genin can do that. However, considering Hishu's status, she swallowed her words. As they walked, Hishu discovered a truth. Yunin village was indeed a place that revered martial prowess. Every villager displayed a robust physique, radiating health. Hishu mused that if Yunin village ventured into the fitness business, it would undoubtedly prosper immensely within the shinobi world. The Reikage building hung in the air like a placenta, its architectural design exuding a sense of technological advancement. When Hishu had watched anime in the past, she had always regarded the Reikage as a sagacious figure, excelling in technology while others focused on ninjutsu. In any realm, technology remained the foremost productive force. The daimyo of the land of Rice's demands not only included escorting Hishu, but also securing her a safe and luxurious residence. Kurabi believed it necessary to consult his elder brother regarding this task. Hishu followed along, obediently trailing behind Kurabi and Yumurun, her gaze cautiously and politely surveying her surroundings. Wow, this Reikage office is impressive. Hey, guess who I am? Kurabi kicked the door open, a massive octopus leg obstructing his path. Uncertain of the Reikage's current expression, Hishu found herself at a loss for words. Bam! A loud crash echoed as the third Reikage's desk shattered. Kurabi sheepishly retracted the octopus leg, with the meat-colored tentacle no longer blocking her view. Hishu finally beheld the third Reikage, a bearded man, muscular, his face marred by prominent dark circles. Hishu empathized with his son, the future fourth Reikage. Engaged in battles outside, it was only natural for him to bear the burden of overseeing the rear base. This is the princess of a land of rice. The subject of this mission. How shall we arrange her accommodations? Kurabi tossed the mission scroll onto the third Reikage's desk. The third Reikage's eyes glinted with intensity as they scanned Hishu. Startled, she bravely maintained eye contact with him, a reaction befitting a princess of a small nation meeting the Reikage. The third Reikage's gaze shifted dispassionately, and he opened the mission scroll, which detailed the daimyo's requests: absolute safety, powerful ninjas for protection, luxurious accommodations, and maidservants to attend her. 3 minutes later, the third Reikage finally finished reading the daimyo's demands. Bang! Another loud crash resounded as the newly replaced desk crumbled into ruins. Baka! The third Reikage was furious. He was the Reikage, not anyone's servant. The veins in the hand gripping the scroll bulged ominously. Reikage Dano, please remain calm, Troy advised with remarkable composure. Bakayuru, the third Reikage roared. How can I remain calm? There's south only one place that meets these requirements. My home. My home. Hishu discreetly rubbed her ears, feeling them buzz. Was the third Reikage on a sugar rush? Princess, do not be afraid. Reikage Dano is just like this. Rough around the edges. Loud. Yumurun awkwardly explained to Hishu. Hishu nodded, finding it indeed a challenge for Yumurun. I refuse to take on this mission. The third Reikage tossed the scroll into the air, and a gust of wind swept past Hishu's ear as he slowly turned his head. The scroll was deeply embedded in the wall. After a moment of silence, Teiluai spoke slowly. The reward for the mission assigned by the daimyo of the land of rice is. She whispered the specific amount into the Reikage's ear. Silence spread throughout the office. 10 minutes later, the third Reikage pried the mission scroll from the wall. Let this ridiculous princess stay with me. Absolutely safe, with personal protection. If I lose even a single hair, I'll consider it my defeat. The third Reikage thumped his chest. He didn't wish to be in such a humiliating position, but the daimyo's offer was too generous to refuse. Currently, Kimogakure was engaged in battles on 3 fronts, facing a shortage of resources, and the daimyo's assistance was akin to a timely gift in the midst of adversity. He would agree to protect the princess, and even if it meant sending Kurabi to serve her or having his son carry her palanquin, he would comply. Kurabi was also moved by the relationship he shared with the third Reikage. Chapter 48. Reikage and son. The current combat situation in Kimogakure was indeed dire. His initial adversary was Kirigakure, and the war had dragged on for an entire year. Just then, Iwagakure, in a bid to incite conflict between Kyumogakure and Konohagakure, disguised themselves as Konoha ninjas and launched a surprise attack on the Land of Lightning. The third Reikage, caught off guard, mistakenly sent forces against Konoha, only to realize he had fallen into a Wagakure's trap. Now, he had made enemies with all the ninja villages. The only solace for the Reikage was that nearly all the ninja villages were in a similar predicament. A wooden man led Hishu to the third Reikage's mansion. Hishu expressed his satisfaction. The conditions here were no worse than those at the Uchiha Shuri family home. "Princess, allow me to take you to a place." The wooden man held Hishu's hand and walked in a specific direction. The streets of Kyumogakure were broad, and the voices of the people were exceptionally loud. It seemed that being boisterous was customary here. After passing through several streets, the wooden man halted. Hishu's eyes reflected a vast training ground. "What is this?" Hishu exclaimed, clearly impressed. In the training ground, which could accommodate thousands, a cacophony of voices filled the air as both civilians and ordinary ninjas sat in the stands, filled with excitement. "This is where we hold our Kyumogakure tournaments. It's quite thrilling." The wooden man's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. As a Jinchuriki, she was well known in Kyumogakure, and she successfully guided Hishu to the stands. The excited crowd occasionally mimicked movements, their faces flushed, resembling the fervor of underground fight spectators from a previous life. Such was the fierce spirit of the people here. Hishu's gaze then fell upon the center of the arena, where two muscular men were engaged in a raw display of physical strength, their punches landing with palpable force, igniting the blood of onlookers. "What is this? I'll show you something impressive later." The wooden man noticed the astonished look in Hishu's eyes and swept her dismissively with her gaze. "However, this is rather dangerous." Hishu shook his head. "Let it be." The wooden man was resolute in her determination to impress the princess. Next match, Otoluo versus Kamoi. The announcer stood in the center, his voice amplified for all to hear. "Oomph." The wooden man flashed forward, landing in the center of the arena. "Lady Wooden Man, how did you get up there? Are we fortunate enough to witness her battle?" The crowd erupted in excitement. Oh, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Amidst the clamor, Hishu noticed the wooden man's gaze fixed intently on her. Ding. Influence of the character Wooden Man has reached 50. The wooden man's eyes sparkled, her face adorned with a triumphant smile. The number of ninjas in the stands eagerly preparing for a fight grew. They were well aware of the wooden man's strength, but the chance to battle a formidable opponent thrilled them even more. Hishu observed the easily influenced wooden man and confirmed her plan in her mind. "I shall use the wooden man as my breakthrough point." Soon, a ninja stepped onto the stage, his muscles taut, his gaze fixed on the wooden man. "Lady Wooden Man, please teach me." The ninja charged at her. The wooden man smirked, her movements as agile as a nimble cat. Her previously smooth palms gradually revealed sharp claws. With swift strikes, the ninja was successfully sent off the stage. However, this was not the end. Observing the eager ninja, still ready to fight, the wooden man haughtily raised her chin. "Bring it on." Hishu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the excited group of ninjas. This might be a bit much. The wooden man's strength was undoubtedly impressive, but even the third Reikage would struggle against a tactic relying on sheer numbers. Time passed, and the ground was littered with fallen Kuma ninja. The wooden man, sporting superficial injuries, stood panting in the center, her small face glistening with sweat. A thunderous cheer erupted from the stands. Everyone rose to applaud the wooden man. Yet, her gaze immediately sought Hishu. She had anticipated seeing Hishu cheering for her. But instead, she found Hishu gazing at her gently, concern evident in her eyes as she looked at her wounded cheek. The wooden man was momentarily stunned. Her eyes fixated on Hishu until the heat radiating from her flushed cheeks reminded her that something was amiss. She hurriedly averted her gaze, her heart racing. Ding. Influence of the character Wooden Man has reached 55. Ding. Influence of the character Wooden Man has reached 60. Ding. Influence of the character Wooden Man has reached 65. Hearing the notifications in her mind, Hishu was astonished. No way. She had anticipated that her recent actions would boost the wooden man's favorability, but not to such an exaggerated extent. On the way back, Hishu thoughtfully took out her handkerchief and carefully wrapped the wooden man's injured hand. "That must hurt." Hishu's face reflected concern. The wooden man stared blankly at Hishu until Hishu exhibited a puzzled expression, prompting her to snap back to reality. Her ears burning as she shifted her gaze and lightly coughed. No, it doesn't hurt. Listening to the sound of rising favorability, Hishu felt numb. Throughout the return journey, the wooden man's favorability fluctuated dramatically, rising and falling unexpectedly. Hishu was already numb to it. Wooden man, come with me. Hishu appeared somewhat hesitant, but took the initiative to lead the wooden man into a secluded alley. The wooden man's face turned crimson, and she dared not meet Hishu's gaze. What are we going to do? The alley was eerily quiet, devoid of any figures. Hishu took the wooden man's hand, a radiant glow flowing from his palm, and in an instant, all her wounds healed completely. Princess. The wooden man's expression changed drastically. She looked at Hishu with shock and seriousness. The blush on her face entirely vanished. You are a medical ninja. A kunai pressed against Hishu's neck. Which village sent you? The wooden man's hands trembled, her almond-shaped eyes blazing with fury. Hishu's pupils dilated, confusion etched on her face. Wooden man, you speak. The wooden man refused to listen to Hishu's explanation, the kunai pressing in further, a stark line of blood appearing on Hishu's neck. Vodenman, I only wish to heal your wounds. Sadness flickered in Hishu's eyes. You know my identity. I do not understand medical ninjutsu, nor do I possess any ninja techniques. The reversal technique may resemble medical ninjutsu, but there remained a distinct difference between them. The reversal technique seemed more akin to a special, transformative ability. The wooden figure began to loosen its grip. She recognized the identity of the princess. There was no doubt that she was the princess of the grass country. She also knew that the princess could not wield ninjutsu. Her earlier reaction was merely a momentary reflex. Gradually, the wooden figure retracted the kunai. I'm sorry. I frightened you just now, she said. Hichushui pressed her lips together. How absurd. It was clearly her own fault, yet the princess was apologizing to her. The wooden figure felt increasingly uncomfortable. Ding. The favorability of the character Yu Mu Run has reached 75. When did this ability of yours manifest? How did you discover it? Does anyone else know? The wooden figure detected the interrogative tone of her own question and could not help but curl her lips in disdain. I only discovered this ability after I fell while swinging in the estate. I was overjoyed at the time, thinking I had become a ninja. Hichushui paid no mind to the wooden figure's tone, responding with innocence. No one knows except for my father. Hichushui lowered her head in guilt. The maid who knew had been silenced by her father. She did not need to say the remaining words. The wooden figure had already guessed. Such an ability must be kept hidden, or else it would easily become the object of others' desires. Moreover, she was merely the princess of a small nation like the Tian country. The wooden figure understood Hichushui's predicament. Rest assured, I will not tell anyone. As a ninja from Yunin village, the wooden figure inevitably harbored the thought of wanting the princess to step onto the battlefield to save others. However, out of selfishness, she did not want the princess to be placed in danger. Thank you, Yumu Ren. The wound on Hichushui's neck healed silently. This was the first time he had sustained a superficial injury since arriving in the world of Hokage. He had not expected such a reaction from the wooden figure. He had actually intended for her to disclose it, yet she insisted on keeping it a secret for him. Upon returning to the luxurious residence of the third Raikage, he could hear the third Raikage roar from afar. What the hell? That bunch of rock ninjas. Damn that Oyaki. Always playing tricks. The third Raikage was seething with anger. Hichushui traversed the hall and made eye contact with the third Raikage. Damn it. The third Raikage instinctively swallowed the curse words that followed. His conscience told him not to curse in front of a child. Hichushui politely nodded at the third Raikage and returned to her quarters. Hichushui had lived in Yunin village without incident for nearly half a month. The wooden figure was indeed very serious and had not revealed a shred of information. Half a month later, Hichushui sat on the tatami in the hall, watching the maid beside her perform intricate tea ceremonies. Bored, she rested her chin on her hand, and on the electronic screen in her mind, two tasks had already appeared. One was Jiraiya's favorability, and the other was the wooden figure's favorability, which had exceeded 60. Suddenly, Hichushui paused. She stood up and moved aside. In the next moment, the entire wall shattered. The maid, covered in dust, froze in place. "Where's my father?" The muscular man who had barged in directly bypassed the maid, seizing Hichushui by her collar and lifting her into the air. "I really ought to thank you. If it weren't for the wrong location, I would have given the future fourth Reikage a proper beating." "Who are you?" AI did not recall such a small one in their family. Hichushui forced a smile. "Hello, I got it." AI interrupted Hichushui, furrowing his thick brows, his eyes gleaming with menace. "You must be the child born of one of my father's mistresses, right? Not wanting to resort to violence would be rude." Hichushui's smile gradually froze. Hichushui was dropped back to the ground. Meanwhile, the future fourth Reikage had been punched into the wall by the arriving third Reikage. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The third Reikage glared at his son. AI nonchalantly got up from the ground, dusting himself off. "This is the target of the mission." The third Reikage inquired. "Why did you suddenly return?" His son AI had been stationed at the battlefield of Kirigakure. Why had he left without a word? "Kirigakure is retreating." "What?" The third Reikage's eyes widened. Watching the two converse as if nothing were amiss, Hichushui felt extremely awkward standing by. It was not as if she had eavesdropped on purpose. The two had not made any effort to conceal their conversation from her. As they continued their discussion, Hichushui kept listening. In truth, she found being an undercover agent in Yunin village quite easy. "Is this the princess of the Tian country?" "Yes, indeed." "Why is she living here?" "To protect her." "You protect?" "Yes." "What did the daimyo of the Tian country give you?" The third Reikage fell silent for a moment. "A lot." Hichushui finally seized the opportunity to interject. She stepped forward, nodding at AI, her gaze falling on his thigh. "You seem to be injured." The third Reikage also glanced over, discovering that his son's thigh was indeed pierced by a kunai. It's nothing," AI casually replied, glancing at his thigh. "Are you sure?" Hichushui's eyes fixed on AI's bleeding wound, which might have hit an artery. AI looked down and realized that his pant leg was soaked with blood. "Looks like I need to go to the hospital," he murmured, preparing to leave. "Don't move." Hichushui immediately prevented him. "You can't move now, or the bleeding will worsen." The third Reikage asked, "What should we do? Let him wait here to bleed out?" Hichushui paused. It was yet another day of exasperation with the Reikage father and son. "I'll handle it." You can?" I frowned. "I've treated small animals before." She approached AI, swiftly extracting the kunai and employing a reversal technique, causing the wound to heal instantly. The faces of the third Reikage and AI, strikingly similar, displayed the same astonishment. "You." AI's fist was already directed at Hichushui. Bang! The familiar sound echoed. The third Reikage intercepted AI's punch and returned the gesture. AI climbed up from the dust, looking perplexed at his father. "She is an undercover ninja." "No." Seeing the misunderstanding, Hichushui hurriedly explained, "I am not a ninja, nor am I an undercover agent. I merely possess a special healing ability. I just saw that you were injured." She waved her hands earnestly, gazing sincerely at the third Reikage. "Yumura knows as well. I am not a ninja." The third Reikage simply nodded, a glimmer of realization shining in his eyes. "She is indeed the princess of the Tian country, and not a ninja." The third Reikage looked at AI. They had no evidence to prove she was a ninja from another country, and her identity as the princess of the Tian country was indisputable. If they were to kill her, the daimyo of the Tian country would be enraged, not only halting supplies, but also opening the gates of the Tian country to foreign ninjas, leading to chaos. Furthermore, if she were truly a ninja from another country, there would be no need for her to expose her abilities. Although the third Reikage was not particularly astute, he could still discern certain subtleties. "Thank you, Lord Reikage," Hichushui said, touched, smiling. "Then let's take her to the battlefield to help us save people." Among the 5 great ninja villages, apart from the medical corps of Hokage village, the medical units of the other ninja villages were woefully inadequate. AI spoke decisively to the third Reikage. The third Reikage observed the sudden change in Hichushui's expression, beginning to doubt his son's intelligence for the first time. Did AI not understand the concept of gradual progression? Wouldn't this frighten the young lady? Chapter 49. Exposure of Identity. That night, the residence of the third Reikage was brightly lit. The long dining table was adorned with a plethora of exquisite delicacies. Ishu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the Yumu Run seated beside him, then at the third-generation Reikage and his son across from him, as well as the eager-eyed Karabi, who was gazing longingly at the spread. From Hishu's assessment, this gathering resembled a Hongmin banquet. Princess, a slight cough escaped the third-generation Reikage as he awkwardly cleared his throat, preparing to articulate his forthcoming sentiments. I, observing his father's hesitant demeanor, seized the moment and stated directly, "Princess, many ninjas have perished on the battlefield. We require someone with healing abilities. We hope you can join us." The third-generation Reikage stared in shock at his son's audacity. "If you are unwilling, I shall have no choice but to resort to coercive measures and subsequently apologize." AI spoke earnestly, his gaze fixed on Hishu, enunciating each word deliberately. The third-generation Reikage felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a fist to his son, casting a fierce glare at AI before turning back to Hishu to clarify. "AI's mind is not the most agile. Princess, please do not take offense. As the leader of our village, I sincerely implore you to save our ninjas from further casualties." As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly somber, and he bowed slightly to Hishu. Hishu paused momentarily. Although all of this was part of his plan, he hesitated, wishing to earn some goodwill. "I despise war. I do not wish for those I save to return to kill others," he said, his eyes clouded with sorrow, his demeanor subtly rejecting the request. The third-generation Reikage had contemplated numerous reasons for the princess's potential refusal, yet he never anticipated this one. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Affection level with third-generation Reikage. 30. Ding. Affection level with Karabi. 60. But if we do not strike first, we shall be slaughtered. AI's eyes widened in indignation. Shall we allow ourselves to be victims? His voice escalated, and his agitation became palpable. The third-generation Reikage admonished with a furrowed brow. AI averted his gaze in frustration. "I can assist you, but you must comply with one condition," Hishu said, struggling to meet their eyes. "I will only heal those on the brink of death." "Agreed," the third-generation Reikage replied without hesitation. Ding. Affection level with third-generation Reikage. 40. Ding. Affection level with AI. 20. Hishu contemplated his own pristine hands. The extent of his reversal technique's healing was unknown to the Reikage and his companions. The degree to which he could mend the Cloud Ninja rested solely on his discretion. The following day, the third-generation Reikage scarcely had time to express anything before hastily departing for the IWA Ninja battlefield. Karabi led a contingent of Cloud Ninjas towards the old battlefield against the Mist. Despite signs of withdrawal from the Mist, who could guarantee they were not scheming something? Thus, it was imperative to maintain a presence on the battlefield against the Mist. Hishu accompanied Yumu Run, following AI's lead towards the battlefield with Konoha. After a winding journey, they returned to their starting point. Hishu grimaced. "The ninjas from Konoha are ruthless. Princess, you must remain vigilant." Yumu Rin stayed closely by Hishu's side, offering her cautious counsel. She then fixed a determined gaze upon Hishu, assuring him, "But fear not, for with me around, no one can harm the princess." Her words were imbued with unwavering conviction. Hishu, momentarily captivated by Yumu Rin's amber eyes, discreetly shifted his gaze. It was rather embarrassing. He was indeed the Konoha ninja she had labeled as ruthless. The tents of the Cloud Ninjas were comparatively shabby, befitting their rugged identity. Hishu was ushered into a vast tent. Upon entry, a pungent mix of blood and decay assaulted his senses. Yumu Rin Flaunu, concerned whether the princess could acclimate to such an environment. Hishu's complexion paled as he approached a critically injured ninja who was beginning to lose consciousness. Compassion flickered in his eyes as he enveloped the wounded man in a gentle glow of his reversal technique. Before the eyes of one or two medical ninjas, the ninja's wounds gradually began to mend. After a short while, Hishu ceased his efforts, advising, "Your wounds may have healed, but you must avoid any strenuous activity for a while, or you risk death." The ninja, as if awakening from a dream, nodded in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his survival. Hishu wiped the sweat from his brow and proceeded to treat the next ninja. Yumu Run watched his earnest profile, momentarily lost in thought. Ding! Affection level with Yumu Run, 85. Hishu was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered a so receptive target after his experiences with Suzy and Afe. What are you staring at? Go discuss strategies. AI, who was in search of Yumu Run, flung open the tent flap and caught sight of her entranced gaze fixed on the princess. Oh, all right. Yumu Wei, flustered at being caught, hurriedly exited the tent. AI furrowed his brow in confusion. By midday, Hishu's reputation had spread throughout the Cloud Ninja ranks. Princess, do try my bento. It was specially prepared for me by my girlfriend before the battle. Princess, do not listen to him. Mine is a specialty from the village hidden in the clouds. Princess, Princess. Hishu found himself encircled by a throng of muscular warriors, struggling to breathe. He adjusted his expression, striving for gentleness, and said, "Do not worry about me. You are all heading to battle, so ensure you eat well." With that, he seized the opportunity to slip out of the circle. Oh, the princess is truly considerate. Indeed, I wish she were our regent's princess. AI stood among the crowd, listening to their chatter, his gaze lingering on the princess's retreating figure. He resolved to find an opportunity to apologize to this princess of the land of rice. His previous demeanor had indeed been excessive. Ding! Affection level with AI, 40. The urgent sound of a horn abruptly shattered the atmosphere. Konoha! Konoha! The ninja delivering the news was flushed, gasping for breath, nearly infuriating AI. Konoha is invading. AI's brow furrowed. How many? All of them. AI's body stiffened. How many did you say? The ninja swallowed hard, astonishment glimmering in his eyes. It seems to be everyone. The ninjas within the Konoha camp surged forth. AI clenched his fists and shouted to all the Cloud Ninjas, "All of you, go out to meet the enemy. Victory or defeat shall be determined in this confrontation." Such commotion was impossible for Hishu to ignore. He rose from his seated position on a stone and observed the Cloud Ninjas hastily donning their gear. "Come with me." AI glanced around. Yumu Run had been dispatched to scout enemy movements, and she should already be engaged with the Konoha forces. With no other ninja he could trust to safeguard the princess, AI stepped forward and secured Hishu around the waist, assuring, "Princess, do not worry. I will ensure your safe return." Remaining by his side was currently the safest option for her. Hishu, suspended in the air, stared vacantly ahead, his thoughts momentarily lost for words. He was perfectly capable of walking. What was AI doing? Then, Hishu was carried onto the battlefield. AI finally set him down, prompting a sigh of relief from Hishu as he caught sight of the opposing Konoha camp. Among them were familiar faces: Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, Kakashi, Hinata Hizashi, and Uchiha Shursui. "You guard the princess. The rest prepare for battle." AI instructed two bloodline ninjas from the cloud to stand by Hishu's side. He stepped forward, taking a commanding position on a branch, gazing resolutely at the ninjas opposite him. Minato's gaze swept over Hishu before swiftly diverting elsewhere. At this moment, revealing his acquaintance with Hishu would serve as a death knell for Hishu. However, to the vigilant eyes of the Konoha ninja across from him, Hishu appeared to be held hostage by the Cloud Ninja. The notifications rang out. Ding. Favorability towards character Bluffing Shueimin is at 85. Ding. Favorability towards character Chimu Kakashi is at 75. How delightful it was, this feeling of favorability rising effortlessly without requiring any action. The yellow flash, Bluffing Shueimin. Renowned far and wide, AI fixed his gaze upon Bluffing Shueimin, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his eyes. Bluffing Shueimin remained silent, his vigilant eyes trained on AI, concerned that they might suddenly take action against Hishu. Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Hishu, a knowing glint flickering in his eyes, soon replaced by a sinister smile. The reputation of the third Raikage son resounded throughout the ninja world. One would expect him to be an upstanding individual, yet here he was threatening our ninja. Orochimaru spoke slowly, observing AI's perplexed expression. Hishu stared in shock at Orochimaru. This was excessive, truly excessive. The audacity of Orochimaru was appalling. Bluffing Shueimin and the others also looked at Orochimaru in disbelief. Was this even permissible? AI's confused expression gradually morphed, his face resembling a palette of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, flashing in succession. He mechanically turned his head to Hashu, his gaze strikingly calm. Hashu blinked, locking eyes with AI. An irate individual losing their temper is not frightening. What truly terrifies is when such an individual suppresses their fury. The attention of the other cloud ninja also converged upon Hashu. In that instant, Hashu experienced the sensation of being the center of attention. If I were to claim this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Hashu raised his hand, tentatively inquiring. What answered him was an onslaught of shuriken flying towards him. Hashu's figure flickered, vanishing from his original position, reappearing on a branch. He regarded the cloud ninja, their expressions exceedingly complex. You are a spy for Konoha. AI spoke with unwavering certainty. Hashu replied, there is no such thing as a spy. We all fight for our respective villages. Then you are still a spy for Konoha. AI reiterated, Big brother, since you already know, why repeat it? Hashu remained silent. In this moment of silence, he tacitly acknowledged the accusation. Then I shall kill you first. AI's gaze bore into Hashu. Strangely, even with Hashu's identity exposed, AI's favorability remained unscathed. AI stepped forward, fists clenched, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. How formidable! Numerous ninja focused their attention on AI. A cool breeze swept through the forest, contrasting with the sweltering sun. Yet, the battlefield was rife with a chilling hostility. Wait! A female voice shattered the tense silence. Yorin's figure appeared on a branch, her expression impassive as she gazed at Hashu. Her eyes filled with determination. Leave her to me. Hashu immediately checked his status panel, discovering that Yorin's favorability had also not diminished. He sighed inwardly. Very well. AI nodded. Yorin was the Jinchuriki of the two tails, and he doubted this Konoha spy possessed the strength to contend with her. Your opponent is me. Bluffing Shuemin tightened his grip on his dagger, drawing AI's attention. The war was on the brink of eruption. Yorin extended her fingers, transforming them into iron-like claws. Her form moving with such speed that only an afterimage remained as she lunged towards Hashu. Yorin's attack marked the commencement of a chaotic melee. Simultaneously, the ninjas of Konoha and the Cloud Ninja clashed. Konoha boasted numerous skilled fighters, yet the Cloud Ninja were no pushovers. No Cloud Ninja approached Hashu, for they understood that this spy was to be dealt with by Yorin herself. Yorin's claws swiftly aimed for Hashu's neck, a crisp clash resonating as they were intercepted by a divine spear. Hashu summoned the divine spear from his storage space, the beam of light piercing through the tree trunk before him. Yet Yorin had already adeptly distanced herself from Hashu. You are indeed not as simple as you appear. Yorin's gaze bore into Hashu. More than anger, she was pained by the betrayal. Hashu said nothing, his chakra flowing rapidly, summoning countless ice spikes that formed a dense net, incessantly stabbing towards Yorin. Having acquired the power of infinite, Hashu wielded his chakra with increasing audacity. In an instant, an entirely frozen domain enveloped Yorin. Though swift, her body bore the marks of blood from evading too late. She ceased speaking, her expression growing increasingly serious. Fire Mouse Jewel. Blue flames erupted from her mouth, an array of flames converging from every direction, sealing off Hashu's escape routes. Amidst the inferno, Yorin soared high, her claws concealed behind the flames, poised to strike Hashu down with lethal precision. Hashu indeed followed Yorin's expectations, the divine spear piercing through the flames of the Fire Mouse Jewel, fully exposing his form to her view. With a fierce glare, her claws aimed for Hashu's neck, but failed to make contact. Astonishment flickered in her eyes, swiftly overshadowed by a wave of excruciating pain. Boom! Yorin's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against a tree trunk, blood seeping from her waist. Coughing, Yorin clumsily rose to her feet, yet Hashu's subsequent attack arrived swiftly, leaving her no chance to react. The lightning beam loomed larger in Yorin's vision, drawing nearer. She even felt her muscles begin to heat. However, there was no trace of fear in her eyes. Her body remained utterly still. The amber hue of her pupils was suddenly overtaken by a shade of azure, the dark blue cloak of the tailed beast enveloping Yorin entirely. A deafening roar silenced the battlefield for a brief moment. Yorin, she is transformed into a tailed beast. The realization that Yorin had been pushed to the brink of tailed beast transformation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The thunder roar cannon struck Yorin, forcing her back a few steps, yet she charged forward defiantly, the slightly damaged tailed beast cloak swiftly regenerating. The chakra of the two tails was overwhelmingly palpable on the battlefield. Ruthless and frigid, the oppressive aura made it difficult to breathe. Yorin's rapid transformation into a tailed beast was fueled not only by her rage and hatred toward Tashu, but also by the pain of grappling with an unbearable reality. Countless chakra orbs amassed in Yorin's grasp, their transparent lines almost invisible to the naked eye under the sunlight, as they unleashed a terrifying energy towards Hashu. Hashu agilely evaded the incoming mice-tail jewels, yet these mice-tail jewels relentlessly pursued him under the control of the chakra lines. He halted his evasive maneuvers, not because he couldn't escape, but rather due to the inconvenience of evading. Extending his hand, his mental tendrils reached out, severing the mice-tail jewels and storing them in his space. In the next moment, his figure appeared among the cloud ninja. The mice-tail jewels detonated completely. The casualties were severe. AI, seething with rage, felt the urge to swing his fists in fury. Hashu's form materialized behind Yorin, the divine spear aimed at her chest. The piercing cries reverberated through the air, shaking the eardrums of all present. The battlefield echoed with the anguished wails of the two tails. The visage of the two tails gradually supplanted Yorin, morphing into the complete form of the tailed beast. Its razor-sharp teeth glinted ominously, and a colossal fireball erupted from its mouth, hurtling towards Hashu. Yet Hashu did not evade. The divine spear pierced through the maw of the two tails. The beast leaped 2 meters away, thrashing its head, its sharp claws raking painful grooves into the ground. Urwei fixed its gaze upon Hashu, transforming into a fleeting shadow that surged towards him at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Alas, among the present ninjas, Hishu's swiftness was revered as unparalleled. None dared to claim the second position. This confidence stemmed from the instantaneous movement imparted by teacher Wu Qiao. Hishu's divine spear consistently struck a moment before, piercing the corporeal form of Urwei. Urwei retreated, its 4 limbs trembling, not solely from rage, but also due to the painful puncture inflicted by Hishu. It did not advance further, growling in agitation. A pitch-black sphere began to coalesce at its maw. Oh no! Hishu sheathed his blade, excitement subtly flickering within him as he beheld the familiar black orb from countless anime. The tailed beast ball was imminent. The chakra, a harmonious blend of yin and yang, erupted violently, swirling rapidly to form an ever-enlarging tailed beast ball. My goodness, this is the first time I have witnessed a tailed beast ball. You foolish creature, evade it. Otherwise, this might be your final encounter with the tailed beast ball. The ninjas stood dumbfounded at the unfolding scene. Retreat quickly. AI furrowed his brow, ordering all the Yunin ninjas near Urwei to withdraw. It is well known that the explosion of a tailed beast ball possesses the might to rend mountains and shatter earth. Orochimaru also instructed the Konoha ninjas behind Hishu to scatter. Hishu, meanwhile, Bo-Fong Shuemin, engaged in battle with AI and other Yunin ninjas, frowned with concern in his eyes. He glanced at Orochimaru, hoping for assistance. A smile curled upon Orochimaru's lips, his gaze drifting over Bo-Fong Shuemin toward Hishu, revealing a hint of intrigue, his entire demeanor exuding a chilling indifference towards life. The grand move is upon us. Hishu exhaled, a thrill coursing through him. Who could resist the exhilarating sensation of unleashing a grand technique? Step aside. Yueyang Hishu, is about to display his prowess. Hishu's focus deepened, his technique becoming second nature. A torrent of power emanated from him, a palpable pressure gradually enveloping the space between him and Urwei as if shrouded by a delicate veil. Technique, Reversal Kang. Hishu merged his fingers, channeling his strength to the utmost limit, chakra rapidly dissipating yet instantaneously replenishing. The red energy materialized, gathering to his left. Technique, reversal. The blue energy churned and amassed Hishu's right. A blinding lightning began to coil around Hishu's fingertips and arms, emitting a sharp sound. OZ. A massive indentation appeared in the space. As the two colossal spheres of compressed chakra collided, the crackling sound of electric arcs resonating as the energy spheres gradually fused. A brilliant, ghostly purple radiance illuminated the heavens, momentarily eclipsing the sunlight. A tidal wave of formidable pressure surged forth, distorting and tearing the very fabric of space, entirely dispelling the oppressive aura emanating from the tailed beast ball, leaving all present in stunned silence as they beheld the blue-purple sphere crackling with arcs of electricity. In an instant, the tailed beast ball collided with the sphere that was rending space asunder. The explosive sound of energy erupted like thunder across the horizon, momentarily rendering ears deafened. Boulders shattered, towering trees vanished, and the earth fractured. The battlefield split asunder, a colossal chasm spanning dozens of meters cleaving the ground in twain. At the chasm's edge lay the battered form of Yu Mu Run, her eyes tightly shut, teetering between life and death. Hishu descended gracefully from a branch, landing lightly upon the ground. What a thrill, yet it feels somewhat lacking in compassion. Nonsense. Looking at himself, he appeared as a delicate flower, and he had not observed Yu Mu Run exhibiting any mercy just moments ago. Contemplating this, Hishu felt a sense of ease wash over him. Is this real? How is it possible? Yu Mu Run was defeated? The reputation of Yu Mu Run, the Jinchuriki of Erwei, within the village of Yunin, was second only to that of the Reikage and Karabi. Before the eyes of the multitude, she had fallen to a mere Konoha infiltrator, and in such a disgraceful manner. Igaraku Muren. AI's figure abruptly appeared beside Yu Mu Run, his hand reaching toward her nose. A faint breath was barely perceptible. With their medical expertise, should they fail to reach Yunin village, Yu Mu Run would perish. Hishu, retaining a modicum of rationale, refrained from expending excessive chakra. This scene represented the optimal resolution. With but a single breath remaining for Yu Mu Run, the only one capable of saving her stood before her. Hishu, you must not allow her to perish. Hishu spoke, asserting that Yu Mu Run was the Jinchuriki of Erwei, and she ought not to die so easily. AI clenched his fists, remaining silent. If he could, he would relish the opportunity to decapitate this shameless infiltrator and bring his head back to Yunin village to be used as a football. Hishu continued. The war between Yunin and Konoha was instigated by the IWA ninjas. Given the current situation, a ceasefire between our two sides is the most prudent choice. Is it not the most suitable choice? Bofeng Shuimen had subdued AI, and with Yu Mu Run on the brink of death, the remaining Yunin ninjas, no matter how formidable, were no match for Konoha. AI comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet his heart brimmed with reluctance. Hishu slowly retreated to the Konoha ranks, leaving the subsequent negotiations to Orochimaru and Bofeng Shuimen. Hishu, you are truly remarkable. Uchiha Shu Lee's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Hishu. Quite ordinary, Hishu modestly smiled. Ultimately, AI had no choice but to accept the present reality. He chose to cease hostilities. Orochimaru held a handwritten ceasefire agreement, with AI signing on behalf of the Third Reikage. This turn of events transpired so swiftly that the ninjas from both Konoha and Yunin were momentarily taken aback. They ceased fighting without any preamble, leaving them somewhat bewildered. However, avoiding conflict was undoubtedly a positive outcome. Naturally, Hishu stepped forward to tend to Yu Mu Ren's wounds. To be honest, the pressure of gazes upon him felt somewhat overwhelming. The Yunin ninjas regarded Hishu with a myriad of emotions: shock, anger, hatred, disdain, admiration, and more. Admiration? Hishu followed the line of sight and noticed a dark-skinned youth whose eyes gleamed with excitement. Incredible. There is even a Yunin ninja who admires him? Young man, you possess discerning eyes. Hishu subtly offered him an appreciative glance. Ahem. Hishu approached Yu Mu Run, commencing her treatment under AI's intense scrutiny. Moments later, Hishu withdrew his hand. Igaraku Mu Ren slowly awakened. Princess, Yu Mu Run, still somewhat disoriented, instinctively grasped Hishu's hand. Even Hishu, known for his thick skin, felt a slight flush. AI's piercing gaze fixated on Hishu. "No, you are not the princess." Yumu Run released Hishu's hand, her expression shifting dramatically. Yumu Run appeared vibrant and unharmed. Hishu stood and returned to the Konoha ranks. Jishui and Shu Li simultaneously fixed their gazes upon Hishu. Sensing that during his infiltration in Yanin, something transpired that they were unaware of. "Why do you look at me like that?" Hishu inquired, perplexed. "It is nothing." Jishui smiled. AI led Yumu Run and the Yunin ninjas away. As they departed, Hishu seemed to catch a glimpse of Yumu Ren turning back. Or perhaps it was merely an illusion. Of course, AI shot him several harsh glares, confirming Hishu's suspicions. Can Yunin be trusted? A Konoha ninja in the crowd posed the question. Trustworthy. As the son of the third Reikage, AI is not one to go back on his word. Moreover, the Yunin are currently beset on 3 fronts, their situation desperate. They cannot afford to prolong the conflict with us. Hishu elucidated. It seems you have gathered quite a bit of intelligence during your time in Yunin village. Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly. I merely sought to secure greater benefits for the village, to expedite the cessation of war and restore peace. In comparison to the efforts of Lord Orochimaru and everyone else, my contributions are insignificant, Hishu replied with humility. Lord Hishu is indeed a highly esteemed ninja. His words not only garnered the admiration of the crowd, but also inevitably led them to recall the recent public humiliation he suffered at the hands of Dashawan. Many harbored doubts in their hearts, hesitating to voice them, yet the seeds of prejudice began to take root. That very night, shocking news reverberated throughout the ninja world. The third Reikage had perished in battle, valiantly facing thousands yet ultimately succumbing to the relentless tide of conflict. Iwagakure also bore the brunt of this tragedy, with over half of its 20,000 shinobi either dead or injured, leaving the village severely weakened. At this juncture, it seemed the great ninja war was nearing its conclusion, with all sensing the faint glimmer of dawn on the horizon. Both Iwagakure and Kumogakure withdrew from the battlefield, while Kirigakure seized the opportunity to disrupt the borders of the Land of Fire. An order from the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, reached the front lines, summoning Dashawan back to Konoha, while the battle against Kirigakure was entrusted entirely to Namikaze Minato. Upon receiving this news, Hishu's expression turned inscrutable. Sarutobi's maneuver was intriguing, as it sought to balance the powers of Dashawan and Namikaze Minato, intensifying the competition between the fourth Hokage and Dashawan. Despite Minato's fervent pleas, Tsunade opted to withdraw from the battlefield. Minato, I trust you will handle the forthcoming conflict adeptly. As for the medical unit, leave it to Hishu. Her medical ninjutsu has surpassed even mine. With those words, she departed gracefully, playfully ruffling Hishu's hair before leaving. Seeing Tsunade's departure, Jiraiya followed suit. Minato, you know how it is. The teacher dislikes being constrained. I have faith in you. I shall seek new material. Thus, only the new generation remained, reflecting on the unreliability of their predecessors. Among the shinobi, whispers of discontent circulated. Minato, appearing somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. We must strive harder. Although his demeanor was warm and gentle, he was decisive in task delegation, earning the respect of those around him. Hishu, your workload shall increase. At times, I will require your assistance on the front lines and with medical duties, Minato stated, patting Hishu on the shoulder with a hint of remorse. Those capable must bear the burden. Thank you, though it offers me little consolation, Hishu replied, feeling overwhelmed by her responsibilities. Over the past few days, she had been as busy as a whirlwind, tending to the injured while occasionally fending off Kirigakure's disturbances. The shinobi from Kirigakure were notorious for their cowardice, opting for ambushes rather than direct confrontations, retreating swiftly to their territory after each strike. How despicable! Late at night, within the medical tent, Hishu treated the last patient brought to her. Thank you for your help, the injured shinobi expressed politely. It is my pleasure. Seeing you recover brings me joy as a medical ninja, Hishu replied with a reassuring smile. The patient gazed at her with genuine gratitude, exclaiming, Lord Hishu is truly a kind-hearted individual. You could serve as a model for all ninjas. Since Hishu's last battle against the Munin, the Konoha shinobi had begun to regard her with newfound respect, a testament to their reverence for strength. Hishu merely smiled silently, tidying the scattered medical tools on the table, when suddenly she felt a familiar yet unsettling chakra coalescing behind her. Have you forgotten your true identity after staying in Konoha for so long? A sinister voice echoed from behind her. A man clad in a black cloak and mask materialized menacingly at her back. The patient on the bed widened his eyes in shock, glancing fearfully at Hishu's rear. Lord Hishu, be careful. The injured ninja instinctively leapt from the bed, but before he could reach for his kunai, his heart was pierced through by a wooden spike. Blood surged from his mouth as he collapsed lifelessly at Hishu's feet. She observed the scene in silence, her heart heavy. Having just saved a life, she now witnessed another taken away by the same hand. The masked man, with blood-red eyes, locked his gaze onto Hishu, stating, "Long time no see, Hishu. You've grown." Puffed. Hishu retorted inwardly. Daitu had seemingly grown taller overnight. Now, she could barely reach his chest, despite her own growth. The body is a nuisance, and I cannot leave it behind, Hishu remarked coldly, redirecting her emotions as she regarded Daitu. His expression remained unchanged as he languidly replied, "Do not worry. I will take him with me. As for your explanation," his tone lingered with implications. "Given your current standing in Konoha, I am certain a mere excuse would suffice." Hishu responded, "If you wish to deceive me, just say it outright. Have you come for a specific purpose?" Daitu revealed, "I discovered a group in the Land of Rain called Akatsuki. Within it is a child named Hualong, who bears an uncanny resemblance to you." Hishu was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Daitu's words, yet she resolved not to divulge anything about her Rimenfenshin. "Identical to me?" she exclaimed, astonished. Daitu remained silent, seemingly gauging her reaction. After a prolonged pause, he averted his gaze, changing the subject, while in Konoha, seek ways to approach the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. "Understood," Hishu nodded. "You need not worry about that." Her infiltration into Konoha was primarily aimed at the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, a fact she remembered clearly, although her desire for gaining favor outweighed all else. "You have changed." Chapter 51. Fate is so coincidental. Changed? Hishu lowered her gaze, her expression inscrutable. Yet a faint shadow of melancholy enveloped her. People inevitably change, especially after experiencing war. Daitu remained silent, momentarily wavering in his conviction. Was bringing Hishu into Konoha truly the right choice? However, it was precisely because of the war that my yearning for peace has intensified. Hishu's face remained devoid of emotion as she spoke with calm determination. Such changes are not without merit. They have extinguished the last flicker of illusion I held about this world and solidified my resolve. Daitu observed her silently, diverting his gaze as he absorbed the lifeless body into his Kamui space before vanishing completely. "TCH." A voice of complaint echoed within the tent. "Ha ha." Minato scratched his head awkwardly before Hishu. "Indeed, we lack personnel, and others often leave me feeling uneasy." After much contemplation, I believe entrusting matters to Hishu would bring me greater peace of mind. Minato elucidated the reason for summoning Hishu earlier that morning. Kirigakure poses a genuine threat. Yet Hishu's speed rivals my own. Indeed, Minato, in a moment of desperation, tasked Hishu with a trip to Kirigakure. The objective was to gather intelligence on the enemy, primarily to assess the current state of Kirigakure and their stance on the war. "This is my special kunai. It may prove invaluable in a critical moment." Minato placed a specially crafted kunai on the table, offering Hishu a warm yet resigned smile, as if her refusal would bear no consequence. "Do not worry, Minato-senpai. I shall fulfill the mission," Hishu affirmed, grasping the kunai from the table, sharing the hope of concluding the war swiftly. Ding. Player character Namikaze's Minato's favorability rating, 90. Heishu harbored suspicions regarding Feng Shuiman's affections towards him, believing that a significant portion stemmed from guilt over his relentless exploitation. In the silent, serene forest, Heishu's figure danced among the branches, yet his trajectory diverged from the direction of Wu'in in the land of Earth. A slender silhouette was vigorously swinging its arms, frantically shoveling earth with a spade. "What are you doing?" The system, unable to contain itself after observing for a while, finally spoke up. It could not accept such a crude display from its charming host. "Can't you tell?" Heishu straightened his back and wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling that his actions were rather self-evident. Beneath the yellow earth, a corner of a black coffin was exposed. The system gasped, "You're digging a grave." Heishu nodded and rolled up his sleeves to continue his efforts. "This grave," the system paused. "It's that of the third Reikage." Once most of the coffin was revealed, Heishu discarded the spade. The tendrils of his mental energy probed the edges of the coffin, and in an instant, it vanished from sight. "Give me a reason for digging this grave," the system demanded after a prolonged silence. "If I don't dig graves, what will I give to do?" Heishu filled in the earth he had disturbed and brushed off the dust from his hands. "All right, let's head to Wu'in." With a flash, Heishu disappeared from his location. Thus, the system still failed to uncover the reason behind Heishu's grave digging. "This is delicious. I want more." Heishu, clad in a delicate pink princess dress, addressed the individual before him. The beauty holding Heishu revealed a patient smile, saying, "All right, Mama will buy it for you." With seafood delicacies from Wu'in in his left hand and a special drink in his right, Heishu was brazenly carried into the village by a native. "Don't ask, just know that Yinling Shu is remarkable." "Darling, what are you looking at?" the beauty inquired with a smile. Heishu withdrew his gaze from the patrolling ninjas of Wu'in and sweetly smiled at his new mother with her fair skin and brown hair. Pointing at the ninjas, "What are those uncles doing?" The beauty sighed slightly, concealing the matters of war. Although she had just returned to the village, she was already well aware of the situation there. "The uncles are protecting the baby's safety." After glancing at the sky, she added, "It's getting late. Shall we head home? Your aunt is waiting for us." "Okay." Heishu nodded obediently, resting his head on the beauty's exposed shoulder. He wasn't being inappropriate. Rather, he was expressing a child's dependence. "A 12-year-old child," the system silently remarked. "What? Do you look down on those who are short?" Heishu retorted in his mind. Wu'in lived up to its name. The thick white mist blurred even the faces of pedestrians on streets. Heishu, cradled by the beauty, stopped in front of a small villa. "I have good taste. It's evident this belongs to a wealthy person." Heishu assessed the villa before shifting his gaze to the beauty who held him. A hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes as she took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Sister," a young girl's voice called out. A beautiful maiden rushed out from behind the door and enveloped the beauty in a hug. Caught between the two, Heishu was suddenly engulfed in darkness. This is quite the fortune, not something just anyone can enjoy. Indeed, the beauty's sister was extraordinary. "Huh? Who is she?" Before Heishu could open his eyes, a flurry of startled exclamations erupted. "Sister, you had a baby?" The voice was filled with astonishment and an abundance of anger. "Which scoundrel deceived you?" "I shall have his head." "Ah, that is a bit fierce." Heishu looked up, feeling quite disheveled in the wind. The beautiful maiden before him had long brown hair cascading to her calves, with bangs obscuring one eye. Her light green pupils glared angrily at Heishu, her stunning face radiating a chilling aura, and her deep blue dress parted to reveal her long legs and ample fair skin. "Ah!" Heishu swallowed hard. The person before him resembled Tomei Mei, or rather, Tomei Mei's sister, Tomei Kyo. What on earth? Tomei Mei's resentment towards Heishu was deeper than that of a ghost. She muttered under her breath, "Had I known, I wouldn't have let my sister go out for fun, and now she brings back a little thing, humph." Tomei Kyo set Heishu down and gently patted his head, addressing Tomei Mei. "All right, aren't you happy to see me?" "Of course I am," Tomei Mei quickly replied, though her displeasure was directed at the unexpected addition. She had taken special leave to spend time with her sister. "All right, let us have a meal." Both Tomei Mei and Tomei Kyo's parents had perished in the war, and while Tomei Kyo lacked talent, Tomei Mei was a prodigious ninja. Young as she was, she had already secured her place in Wu'in. A table laden with seafood made Heishu salivate. Look at her innocent expression. Tomei Mei glared at Heishu, unable to contain her irritation. Anyone would be displeased if their beloved sister suddenly returned with a fatherless little boy. Who are you calling innocent? Heishu retorted, incensed by the insult. Baby, why aren't you eating? Tomei Kyo glanced at her sister with concern, then turned her gaze to the silent Heishu. I'm not eating. Heishu pouted, seemingly sulking over Tomei Mei's words. How amusing. Everyone has their temper. Little Mei, you should apologize. You are her aunt. Tomei Kyo promptly grasped the reason behind Heishu's refusal to eat and advised Tomei Mei. Ding! Tomei Mei's affection level increased by 10. Heishu unabashedly regarded Tomei Mei. She returned his gaze, her expression one of barely contained rage. Is that it? Only 10 levels of affection? The system interjected. You seem to have encountered a bug. What nonsense are you spouting? Heishu was taken aback. The likelihood of the system cursing was slimmer than the chance of Nagato attacking Konoha. What has transpired? System, if anything is troubling you, do share. We are the best of friends. The system hesitated before responding. It's nothing, just that a few days ago, when applying for retained privileges, I had a falling out with my superiors. Isn't that akin to a workplace conflict? Heishu felt a twinge of concern, hoping it wouldn't affect his skills. Don't worry. From today onward, skills will be drawn directly from the small world, without needing to bow to my superiors. The system's calm tone was imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority. Why are you staring at me like that? You little rascal. Tomei Mei, noticing the admiration in Heishu's eyes, suddenly felt a bit shy and cleared her throat. Don't think that by looking at me like that, I'll like you. Ding. Tomei Mei's affection level increased by 40. What just happened? Heishu, returning from the system's gossip, was perplexed to hear the notification of rising affection levels. All right, both of you, let us eat. Tomei Kyo, unable to watch any longer, affectionately peeled shrimp for the two. After the meal, Tomei Mei reluctantly bid farewell to Tomei Kyo. Sister, I have to go now. Currently, Wu-in had yet to enter the battlefield, and she was exceedingly busy. Be careful, Tomei Kyo said, watching her leave. You little rascal, stay at home. Tomei Mei turned back from the doorway, pinching Heishu's cheek before leaping onto the roof. Ding! Tomei Mei's affection level increased by 50. Heishu could only attribute this surge in affection to the capriciousness of women. I want to go out and explore. I've never been here before. In the realm of Yinling Shu, conjured by Kamei Jing, Heishu accompanied her on her travels, never having set foot in Wu-in village. Naturally, Kamei Jing acquiesced to Heishu's request. Moreover, having not returned for many years herself, she yearned to witness the village's transformation. As they traversed the most prosperous streets of Wu-in village and ventured into its outskirts, Heishu finally withdrew his gaze from the shimmering water shadow building, where the three new Jinchuriki Itsang had just completed 2 years of their reign. Shall we play with them? Kamei Jing's attention fell upon a group of small children in the nearby park. Heishu, not truly a child anymore, felt no inclination to join a gaggle of little ones. He nodded, his eyes glancing over the smallest figure among them. Kamei Jing set Heishu down, and he dashed towards the group of children, his face adorned with innocence. What are you playing? May I join? The children, appearing to be merely 5 or 6 years old, scrutinized Heishu, whispering amongst themselves. Wow, she is quite beautiful, just a tad tall. Of course, at his age, he's already twice their size. How could he not be tall? Coughing slightly, the apparent leader of the group looked Heishu up and down, his ears reddening as he awkwardly declared, We were just playing house. I'm the dad, so you could be the mom. I won't mind if you're a little tall. Playing house. Are we playing hide and seek? A smaller boy questioned, puzzled. You fool. The boss is trying to impress a girl. Another child explained with a mischievous grin. Heishu repeatedly reminded himself that these were merely a bunch of young children. Hey, Mizuki-bai, you come be our son, the leader commanded, pointing at the quiet boy who had been sitting off to the side. If it weren't for Bai, who would bother playing house with these children? Bai blinked, appearing particularly small, perhaps only 3 years of age. He quietly and obediently walked over to the leader. Heishu suppressed the excitement bubbling within him. What an adorable little boy. No, wait, Bai was a boy. Heishu shook his head, dispelling the impure thoughts from his mind. Suddenly, he stiffened, a flash of insight striking him. If he regarded Bai with such fondness, Might others perceive him in the same light? How sinful! At that moment, Heishu felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate the world. The system yearned to counter Heishu's sentiments. After all, Mizuki Bai was indeed an innocent child, whereas the host was more akin to a mischievous impostor. Are you unwilling? Noting Heishu's silence, the leader could no longer contain his eagerness. Heishu remained silent for 2 seconds, needing to gaze at Bai to quell the anger brewing within him. It must be you. The leader, unexpectedly impatient, unleashed his frustration onto the innocent Bai. It's definitely your fault. I can't play with you. He shoved Bai to the ground. Heishu, even as Bai was pushed down, he remained unperturbed. He pursed his lips and slowly rose from the ground. Heishu's fist clenched. He could no longer endure this. Are you all right? He approached, expressing concern for Bai. His gaze swept over Bai and noticed a bruise on his wrist. Why did you play with him? The leader was furious. How infuriating. I refuse to play with unreasonable people. Heishu rolled his eyes at the leader. You call me unreasonable? The leader yelled in rage. What else can I be? Heishu retorted. Ah, I see you're in cahoots with him. The leader shouted, pointing at Heishu. Upon seeing him clench his fists, Heishu raised an eyebrow. What? Do you want to fight? I'll ensure no one can play with you. The leader wore a malicious grin, anticipating an apology from Heishu. Is that all? Ultimately, the situation escalated into a chaotic brawl. Heishu single-handedly took on the group of children, feeling no guilt about confronting them. Such unruly children deserve to be taught a lesson by someone like him, a righteous avenger. Don't fear. With me around, they won't dare bully you. Heishu flashed a radiant smile at Bai. Ding! Affection level with Mizuki Bai increased to 10. Heishu could not muster a smile. Mother always said fighting is unbecoming of a good child. Bai gazed earnestly at Heishu. Even though you are protecting me and yourself, fighting is still wrong. Please refrain from doing it again next time. Bai stated matter-of-factly. Heishu gulped hard, tentatively responding, okay. Ding. Affection level with Mizuki Bai increased to 60. Chapter 52. Identity revealed an hour later. The children, bruised and battered from their encounter with Heishu, hid behind their parents. Numerous burly middle-aged women glared at Heishu with fury. You little brat, you hurt my son? A woman in a red dress fumed. Heishu smiled, thinking, I'll deal with you later. My child would never strike without reason. There must be more to this. Kamei Jing, who had gone to buy snacks for Heishu, rushed back just in time to shield him. I don't care what your reasons are. Your little brat injured my precious son, and that's a fact. A group of women began rolling up their sleeves, threatening, Today, you'll learn the consequences of bullying my son. Heishu observed the fierce woman and finally understood why that leader had been so audacious. It was all in the family. Oh, is that so? A voice echoed from afar as a lithe figure descended from the rooftop before Heishu. I'm quite curious to see what the consequences will be. Kamei Ming, hands on her hips, wore a sinister smile, as if she were poised to unleash havoc. Is that not Kamei Ming? Kamei Ming was quite famous in Wuyin village, and some of the women recognized her. Upon seeing Kamei Ming, their previously brazen demeanor evaporated. Ahem, your child did strike my child, and that's an undeniable fact. The leading woman coughed, attempting to save face. He was the one who bullied others first. So useless that he had to call for parents when he couldn't win. Heishu's tone dripped with disdain. You lie. My child would never bully anyone. The woman retorted, somewhat flustered. It seemed she was aware of her son's true nature. If you doubt my words, why not take it to the juvenile detention center and see? Kamei Ming easily discerned the woman's intentions and snorted in response. The woman began to sweat profusely. The detention center? There is no need for that. She grasped her child, laughing nervously. It's just kids playing around. It's not a big deal. Nothing to fret about. She chuckled, gradually retreating from the confrontation. The remaining women exchanged glances and swiftly dispersed as well. You little rascal. Kamei Ming turned, glaring fiercely at Heishu. Soon after, her anger dissipated, replaced by a proud smile as she ruffled Heishu's hair. Not bad. You managed to fend off so many. Truly my niece. Ding. Affection level with Kamei Ming increased to 60. Kamei Jing, upon hearing her sister finally acknowledge her daughter's existence, smiled knowingly. As dusk approached, Heishu was to accompany Mei Ming and the others home. Before departing, Heishu reluctantly grasped Bai's small hand. You'll come to play here tomorrow, right? I'll be waiting for you. My target. Ding. In the realm of strategy, the character Mizunake's Shiro's affection level reached 65. Teru, brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipated the arrival of the following day. Never before had he displayed such fervor towards any task target. The system, noting Teru's reaction, remarked that the essence of humanity lies in an inherent fondness for Lolis. While he might prefer mature women, he could never resist the allure of a lowly. Teru beamed with pride. On the morrow, Teru found himself enveloped by the dense mist of Kirigakure, feeling a chill in his heart. Where was Shiro? What had become of his task target? The village of Kirigakure, situated on an island above the sea, experienced summer temperatures significantly lower than those of other ninja villages. The morning breeze, while gentle, carried a hint of desolation. No matter. Perhaps Shiro simply enjoyed sleeping in. He could relate. By noon, Teru had become as rigid as a statue. Darling, shall we return home for lunch? Has your friend already gone back? Kazumi, Teru's mother, had come to escort him home and, upon glancing around, noticed the absence of the friend he had mentioned the previous day. She speculated that the friend must have returned home for a meal. Teru forced a smile and nodded in response to Kazumi's hopeful gaze, stating, he said he was hungry and left first. Couldn't he possibly reveal to Kazumi that he had been stood up by a mere child? Holding his mother's hand, Teru walked towards their small villa. However, upon reaching the door, he felt an involuntary surge of chakra within him. The limitless energy enveloped his entire being. What's wrong? Kazumi asked, noticing her daughter's sudden halt, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Teru shook his head, sensing a peculiar chakra emanating from within the door. Had his identity been exposed? That shouldn't be the case. Stepping forward slightly, Teru smiled at Kazumi, saying, allow me to open the door. Kazumi, oblivious to any concerns, assumed it was merely a child's whim and nodded affectionately. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Under the watchful gaze of Kazumi, Teru placed his hand on the doorknob. Water release, water bullet technique. In an instant, a projectile formed from water droplets pierced through the wooden door, aimed directly at Teru. Kazumi's smile faded, replaced by shock and horror as veins of blood crept into her eyes. No, she cried out in anguish. The water droplets halted mere centimeters from Teru, seemingly suspended in midair, before cascading harmlessly to the ground. So it is indeed Tsukikage Teru from Kanahagakure. At that moment, the battered door was kicked open, revealing dozens of Kirigakure shinobi led by Kimi, who bore a bikugen and regarded Teru with a furrowed brow. Affection level towards character Kimi, 40. Affection level towards character Kimi, 20. Affection level towards character Kimi, 20. The rate of decline was indeed impressive. However, how did they recognize him as Tsukikage Teru? Perhaps sensing Teru's confusion or driven by confidence, Ching spoke up. You may not know, but when you triumphed over the Two Tails on the battlefield, your ninja information was disseminated through various channels and entered the enemy records of the 5 great ninja villages. Had the news not reached Kirigakure this morning, they would still be unaware of the deception perpetrated by this shameless infiltrator. Teru raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn he had gained a modicum of fame as a ninja. Yet regrettably, your arrival in Kirigakure will prove to be your gravest error. Ching declared coldly. What are you talking about? You are speaking nonsense. Kazumi, filled with dread, rushed forward to shield Teru, her eyes pleading as she looked at Kimi. Kimi, she is your niece. How can you harm her? Kimi felt a headache coming on. What sort of tricks had this infiltrator employed to so thoroughly deceive her sister? Sister, she is not your daughter. You have been misled. Am I not a mother who knows her own child? Kazumi retorted, tears brimming in her eyes. She had carried her daughter for 10 months and endured countless hardships to bring her into the world. How could she be mistaken? What have you done to my sister? Kimi glared at Teru. Nothing at all. Once I leave Kirigakure, she will return to her normal self. Teru glanced at Kazumi. Oomph. Do you truly believe you will leave Kirigakure alive? Kimi's eyes were filled with disdain for Teru's words. Do you think otherwise? Teru challenged. Of course. You will not leave Kirigakure alive. Kimi countered. The lies of lies would transform into reality. While Teru was confident in his abilities, who would refuse an additional layer of assurance? The strength of Kirigakure is inferior to that of Kumogakure. Continuing this conflict serves no benefit to either side. Let us consider a truce, Teru suggested. Kirigakure, among the 5 great ninja villages, lacked the strength of Kumogakure, the numbers of Awagakure, and the resources of Konohagakure. It could only bully Sunigakure, yet it insisted on challenging above its weight, having defeated Kumogakure and now provoking Konohagakure. Was this not akin to the actions of a certain pillar? You from Konohagakure have sent an infiltrator into our midst. Should we not retaliate? Kimi, although aware of the truth in Teru's words, could not allow her pride to be wounded. I came here and did nothing. Teru feigned innocence. I merely enjoyed a seafood meal and played with a group of children. I even acted to punish the wicked. Teru argued. Kimi and the other Kirigakure shinobi wore expressions as dark as storm clouds. Every word from Tsukikage Teru struck their sensitive nerves. It was not that Tsukikage Teru had committed any heinous acts. Rather, allowing an infiltrator to roam freely within their village was an embarrassment they could not bear. Water release, water prison technique. One Kirigakure shinobi initiated the attack. Unfortunately, before the water prison could fully form, Teru pierced through it with his extended spear. Kazumi watched in disbelief as the world around her began to spiral. When had her daughter become so formidable? Water release, water column technique. Kimi launched her own attack. A massive torrent of water surged towards Teru, yet Teru vanished from sight, reappearing suspended in midair. He flashed a smile at Kimi and her companions. Allow me to present you with a gift. Technique, reverse gang. 2 overwhelming forces coalesced around Teru, enveloping him in arcs of purple lightning. Technique, Z. A tremendous explosion rocked Kirigakure, sending tremors through the earth. The ground cracked, and the fallen bodies of Kirigakure shinobi lay strewn across the fissures. In their attempt to capture Teru, the shinobi had inadvertently evacuated the surrounding civilians, thus minimizing their own casualties. Kimi, though injured, was swift in her movements. She immediately sought out her sister Kazumi. Darling, you are truly impressive. Kazumi marveled at Teru's prowess. Teru, however, had not included Kazumi within his attack radius. Sister, Kimi anxiously watched Teru, fearing for her sister Kazumi's safety. There was no need for concern regarding Kazumi. Teru was not so depraved as to harm her. Rest assured, I'm not as dreadful as you imagine. He had indeed enjoyed Kazumi's attentive care over the past few days. Water release, great waterfall technique. The colossal waves, mingled with the sound of wind, surged forth from behind Ishu. Ishu extended his hand, the chill gradually rising as frost spread rapidly, freezing the oncoming tide in an instant. A figure landed atop the opposing beam. Wuin Village is not a place one can come and go as they please. The diminutive figure with green hair and pink eyes was none other than the 14th Mizukage, Sanbai Isabu's Jinchuriki, Izong. Despite his youthful appearance, his words exuded immense authority. He stood unwavering on the rooftop, seemingly awaiting an initiative from Ishu. As the 4th Mizukage, it would be somewhat undignified for him to strike first on his own territory. Are you certain? Ishu made an effort to provide Izong with an exit. Arrogance is not a virtue. Izong regarded Ishu, a flicker of disappointment crossing his mind. He had anticipated that a being capable of effortlessly vanquishing the Two Tails would be a humble prodigy. To his surprise, his opponent dared to speak boastfully even when faced with him. This was no longer arrogance. It was ignorance. A hint of scorn flashed in Izong's pink pupils. Very well. Ishu nodded. His figure momentarily froze mid-air, and in the next heartbeat, a powerful spatial fluctuation reverberated. However, the spot was already devoid of presence. A subtle awkwardness permeated the atmosphere. The arriving Ween ninja scarcely dared to glance at Izong, the Mizukage. Kurumi may averted her gaze, as if she had heard crows flying overhead. Subsequently, she clenched her fists in fury. That guy, sister. Kurumi may observed Kurumi Q's body sway before she collapsed to the ground. Pass it on, Add a note to the profile of Konoha Ninja Tsukimi Hishu. Izong, with a grim expression, gritted his teeth, possessing extraordinarily potent space ninjutsu. Not even Minato Namikaze was so audacious. Izong's hands trembled, vowing to the previous Mizukages that he would ensure Tsukimi Hishu regretted his actions today. System, check my current mission panel. Hishu, having arrived leisurely in the forests of the Land of Fire, ambled through the woods. The system unfolded a blue electronic screen in his mind. Mizuki Bai's favorability, 60. Yuin's favorability remained stable at 85, which surprised Hishu. He had assumed that after the undercover incident, Yuin would harbor deep animosity towards him. Unexpectedly, Killer Bee's favorability also remains at 60. Hishu stroked his chin. System, has your permission been granted? The system's permission involved favorability decline while retaining skills. Hishu had refrained from allocating skills upon receiving favorability initially, as he feared that upon discovering his undercover identity, both Yuin and Killer Bee's favorability would plummet, resulting in skill recovery. It was far better to never have received than to lose after gaining. Permission granted, the system responded. Wasn't he that the very reason it had fallen out with the charming strategy systems overseer? Just a mere overseer, and yet it fancied itself a superior system. One must remember, it too had an overseer above it. Shall I allocate skills? The system inquired. No. Hishu resolutely shook his head. The second pillar was already in Mei's womb. What did that signify? It meant that soon, Naruto would also be in Kushina's womb. The Nine-Tails turmoil was imminent. Hishu needed to accumulate more favorability to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Save. Accumulate. It is one of the fine traditions of the Chinese nation. Though clad in a kimono, his heart remained Chinese. Chapter 53. Returning to old pursuits, Senior Minato, I have returned. Hishu's figure suddenly appeared within Minato's tent. Minato's face bore no signs of surprise. Instead, he smiled with a hint of guilt. You have worked hard, Hishu. Hishu shook his head. Senior Minato, do not say that. You are the one who has truly toiled. Hishu spoke no falsehood. In a short span of a few days, Minato's dark circles rivaled those of Panda. Minato smiled wearily. Everyone has had a difficult time. After exchanging mutual comforts, Hishu continued, Senior Minato, based on the intelligence I gathered during my visit to Wuyin Village, they currently possess limited military strength and are short on supplies. Many harbor strong anti-war sentiments. They should be unable to mount any significant actions within a year. Hishu had not merely idled away his days. He had also surveyed Wuyin Village's layout and conditions. Minato revealed a subtle smile, observing Hishu without speaking. Is something amiss, Senior Minato? Hishu blinked, wondering if some unforeseen event had transpired. Minato elongated his tone, hesitating for a moment before decisively shaking his head. It's nothing. Go and rest. We should be able to return to Konoha soon. Such matters were better left for Hishu's companions to relay. Since Wuyin Village lacked the strength to execute significant maneuvers, it sufficed to station a garrison at the borders of the Land of Fire. For added security, Minato deemed it prudent to leave behind a flying Thunder God seal as well. As Hishu exited Minato's tent, all the ninjas' gazes converged upon him. The supply-carrying ninjas suddenly halted. The medical ninjas stared at Hishu with curiosity, while those preparing to pack their tools gazed at him intently. What happened? Did Shirzue vanish? Or is there a chill in the air? Or worse, have both of them perished? Hishu. From afar, Hishu heard a familiar voice. In front of a tent stood Shuri, waving at him. Shirzue stood beside Shuri, while Hinata watched them with gentle eyes from behind. It seemed they were all fine. Hishu approached the three, noting their well-being. Seeing Hishu appear flustered under the ninja scrutiny, Shuri chuckled amiably. Flustered Hishu. Did Uchiha Shuri pass away today? Hishu was still unaware. Shirzue spoke up. Hishu exhibited a look of bewilderment. His reputation had already spread throughout the entire ninja world. Shirzue smirked slightly. Not really. Hishu pondered. He had merely gone undercover in Wuyin, caused a minor explosion, and lightly slapped the fourth Mizuka Jizong's face, right? You shouldn't be gaining fame this quickly. Now everyone knows what you said in front of the Mizukage. Shirzue's eyes glimmered with amusement. What did I say? Hishu recalled that his exchange with the Mizukage had not exceeded 5 sentences. He could traverse the land of lightning freely. How much more so Wuin? Shuri proclaimed this with imposing grandeur. Hishu was struck as if by lightning. When had he said that? How could he be unaware? Who on earth was spreading rumors? Complicating his path of strategy? The power of rumors was indeed terrifying. I did not say that, Hishu replied helplessly. Huh? Shuri appeared somewhat disappointed. That statement was actually rather cool. Oh, Shuri seemed to suddenly recall something and became excited again. Hishu, do you know you now have a nickname? Hishu felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Don't tell me it's the strongest undercover agent in the ninja world, Tsukimi Hishu. Hishu was still a step too late. Thud. Hishu collapsed in a daze. Hishu, what is wrong with you? Are you too tired? Medical ninja. Hishu lay in the cart, his eyes vacant, resembling a salted fish devoid of dreams. He suffered a tremendous assault, stemming from the terrifying power of rumors. The carriage swayed gently as it journeyed back from the borders, finally arriving at Mai. For 3 whole days, Hishu lay there, returning to Mai. The gazes of all who beheld him were still filled with admiration. They naturally attributed the reason for Hishu's 3 days of repose to his exhausting undercover mission in Wuin. Hishu endeavored to muster a smile. Although his nickname was suffocating, life must go on. Upon his return, the first order of business was a gathering at the training ground to listen to the comforting words of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wonderful. Everyone has returned safely. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed with palpable excitement. Oh man, are your eyes failing? Can't you see the bodies wrapped in bamboo curtains behind us? Hishu's lips twitched. After an emotionally charged speech from Sarutobi Hiruzen, they proceeded to the 2nd phase, laying the fallen shinobi to rest. This task was not particularly burdensome, as the number of corpses was minimal. It was not that few shinobi had perished in battle, but rather that most bodies could not be recovered. The names on the memorial stone gradually increased, and Hishu caught sight of a familiar name, Uchiha Bido. A heavy feeling suddenly overwhelmed him. The 3rd phase, of course, was the awarding of merits. Namikaze Minato, a rising star renowned in the shinobi world from the 3rd Great Ninja War, naturally received accolades from Sarutobi Hiruzen. To Hishu's surprise, he was next. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded him kindly, his eyes filled with warmth. Hishu successfully advanced from Chunin to Jonin. The process of becoming a Jonin was typically cumbersome, yet he was recognized as such by Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of all the shinobi. Thus, all the prescribed procedures for promotion were bypassed. In the face of absolute power, what significance do rules hold? Of course, Hishu was not the only one promoted to Jonin. Shursui and Shurili also attained the same rank. Many of their peers were similarly elevated, though it was noted that those who had perished were nearly all accounted for. After a day filled with activity, Hishu finally returned home. Upon opening the door, a delightful aroma enveloped him. Takanoya prepared an elaborate feast, his eyes shimmering with tears. The warm glow of the lights, the scent of food, and the affectionate presence of the small dogs and cats instantly transformed the atmosphere into one of warmth. Hishu, congratulations on your promotion to Jonin. Takanoya applauded. Thank you, Uncle. Hishu replied as he sat at the dining table, eagerly exclaiming, It's been so long since I've had a meal prepared by you. How I've missed it. Having tasted the culinary delights of various ninja villages, he found Takanoya's cooking the most nostalgic. Then let us not delay, Takanoya remarked, his eyes glistening with emotion. Hishu has grown taller. If he didn't grow taller soon, it would be Takanoya shedding tears. This evening, Takanoya was particularly sensitive, and gazing at Hishu often brought moisture to his eyes, reminiscent of Hishu's mother in his past life. The war was largely coming to an end. As the competition for the position of 4th Hokage intensified, beneath the tranquil facade of Mai, undercurrents swirled. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his tobacco pipe, listening to Danzo's incessant chatter. Hand over Kakashi and that boy named Yuejien Hishu to me. The route needs reinforcements, Danzo insisted, his grip on the cane tightening. Oh, and the 2 children from the Uchiha clan. The 3rd Hokage cast a fleeting glance at Danzo. Kakashi, Yuejien Hishu, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Shurili. These four were all outstanding prodigies of their generation. Danzo's immediate demand for all four left Sarutobi Hiruzen at a loss for words. Moreover, the twitch at the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth indicated that Danzo seemed to have an obsession with Kakashi, having requested him countless times. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, rubbing his forehead. I intend to keep Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Shirili in the Umbu, while I have other plans for Kakashi and Yueji and Ishu. Danzo's expression darkened as he pounded his cane heavily, shocked that Sarutobi Hiruzen would refuse him even one. Hiruzen, the root is also part of Mai's forces. Sending those children to the root will help them understand what it truly means to be a shinobi. Danzo insisted vehemently, determined to acquire all four. An hour later, both Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen found themselves parched. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though flames were erupting from his throat as he drained his teacup. Danzo, meanwhile, struggled with his raspy voice, attempting to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen. Merely basking in the sun will not provide them with complete growth. Let them come to the root to comprehend the darkness of the shinobi world and the resolve to serve the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen blanked out, addressing the air, call Kakashi, Yuejien Hishu, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Shurili here. As for their choices, let those children decide for themselves. He truly wished to avoid further verbal sparring with Danzo. What do you think the Hokage wants to see us about? Shirili inquired, walking beside Hishu, puzzled. I have no idea, Shursui replied, shaking his head. Kakashi maintained his cool demeanor, walking ahead of the three without uttering a word. They soon arrived at the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, Hishu greeted, catching sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye, Shimura Danzo, whom he dubbed the Fool. As customary, Sarutobi Hiruzen began with a warm greeting before delving into the matter at hand. Now that the war has reached a conclusion, what are your plans as elite shinobi of the new generation of Mai? Plans? I want to take your position. Why don't you step aside? Hishu understood that the third S words were merely formalities. In reality, their destinies were not truly in their hands. Moreover, Danzo's fervent gaze betrayed his eagerness to immediately recruit all four of them, making it impossible to ignore. I wish to join the Umbu. Shursui was the first to speak, his demeanor calm. It seemed he had his own plans regarding the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. I'll accompany Hishu, Uchiha Shurili stated plainly. He had little attachment to the Hokage or where he went. He simply wished to be with Hishu. Shursui cast a casual glance at Shurili, but remained silent. Kakashi raised his eyelids slightly. I am fine with wherever I go. A laid-back youth indeed. Previously, Kakashi had already been part of the Umbu, but due to the war, the third Hokage had reassigned him. This inadvertently provided Danzo with an opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced at Kakashi before turning his attention to Hishu. After deliberation, Hishu recognized his responsibility for Uchiha Shurili, thus setting aside his previous intentions. He stated, I will follow the arrangements of Hokage-sama. Ding. Favorability rating of the character. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is 88. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, such a response was the most ideal. Danzo's expression soured as he withdrew his gaze from Hishu and fixed his intense stare on Sarutobi Hiruzen. My head is starting to ache again. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in resignation, conceding Kakashi and Shursui will join the Umbu, while you two, Hishu and Shurili, shall follow Danzo. A satisfied smile crept across Danzo's face. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Ultimately, he trusted that Hishu possessed both unwavering will and strength. You may all leave. I would like to speak with Hishu privately. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a plume of white smoke, the mist enveloping him, obscuring his expression. Danzo cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, hiding his contemplative thoughts. Inside the Hokage's office, Hishu waited quietly for Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak. Hishu, I have heard all about your exploits on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, sighed deeply upon reflecting on the scrolls that had been sent back. You volunteered to undertake the perilous role of an undercover agent, and you have made significant contributions to the withdrawal of Yunin from the war. I am well aware of these matters. Among all the scrolls returned, The descriptions of Ishu are nothing short of laudatory. This clearly illustrates the child's true nature. The journey reveals the strength of a horse, and time reveals the heart of a person. In the chaos of war, one's true character is more easily exposed. Yet, under such conditions, everyone has praised Ishu's excellence. It is evident how sincere this child is. Therefore, I entrust certain matters to him without hesitation. Hokage-sama, every ninja on the front lines is a predecessor deserving of my utmost respect. Compared to the sacrifices made by those who came before, my contributions are indeed trivial. Ishu recalled the ninjas who had sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, his face betraying a mixture of sorrow and admiration. Ding! Your favorability with Sarutobi Hiruzen has reached 89. Do not underestimate yourself. Everything you have done has contributed to the hard-won peace we enjoy today. Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted him with affection. Ishu smiled shyly. Ishu, I have a task for you. There is no one else I trust to assign it to. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke earnestly. Ishu was taken aback. One impressive way with words. Such a skillful form of persuasion. Please, Hokage-sama, I will certainly fulfill it. The words ignited a spark of excitement in Ishu. Observing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a satisfied smile, which quickly faded into a look of mild concern. In Konoha, aside from the Umbu, there is also Danzo's route. To be frank, I know little about route. Danzo can be rather extreme. I fear that innocent ninjas might be led astray by him and engage in actions detrimental to the village. Very well. No need to elaborate further. Ishu understood fully. He was about to return to his old line of work. So, Hokage-sama, you wish for me to relay information? As soon as Ishu finished speaking, he noticed a slight change in Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression. He continued, I will convey the message to better protect Konoha and its ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. Affirming, indeed. You are correct. Hokage-sama, I will not let you down with such a crucial responsibility for the safety of our village. Ishu declared with conviction. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of relief. It is a pleasure to converse with an intelligent individual. Ishu, I appreciate your hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed with a hint of admiration. Contributing to the village fills me with great joy. Ishu responded with a sincere smile. Ding! Your favorability with Sarutobi Hiruzen has reached 90. Chapter 54. Proficient in Mokuon in the dimly lit underground passage. Faint footsteps echoed. Two figures cast shadows on the walls under the flickering candlelight. I never imagined Konoha had such a place. Shuli walked beside Ishu, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Rude indeed lives up to its name, Ishu remarked. The long corridor gradually came to an end, and before them lay a narrow passage that opened up into a broad area. A circular plaza emerged in Ishu and Shu Li's view. They halted in the center of the plaza, and a familiar figure stepped forth from the darkness. Lord Orochimaru? Ishu feigned surprise. Shu Li frowned, but remained silent. By instinct, he always found Orochimaru's gaze unsettling. Orochimaru's cold eyes curled into a smirk. Follow me. After passing through another dark corridor, they arrived at a spacious area. Broader than the previous plaza, the basement had 2 levels in height. On the second level, numerous ninjas donned various animal masks, looking down at Ishu and Shu Li. Their gazes held no contempt or other emotions, only indifference and numbness, a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. You have arrived. The sound of a cane striking the ground announced the arrival of Shimura Danzo, whose figure appeared before them on the second floor. His gaze descended, and he stated in a dispassionate tone, Since you have joined Root, you must abide by its rules. First, let me assess your abilities. Ishu glanced at the densely packed Root ninjas on the second floor and understood Danzo's intention. In the next moment, countless Root ninjas leapt down from the second floor, launching various attacks towards Ishu and Shu Li. Orochimaru stood beside Danzo, eagerly observing the battle unfolding in the plaza. Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing fireball shot directly towards Ishu's face. In an instant, Ishu vanished, reappearing before the ninja who had unleashed the technique. The lower half of the Root ninja was encased in thin ice crystals. With a light kick, Ishu sent him crashing into the corner, rendering him incapacitated. Konoha Flow Sword Technique. The cold gleam of the long sword formed an intricate and unavoidable dark net in the air, blocking Hishu's escape route. The ninja wearing the dog mask wielded his long sword with great vigor. Hishu unsheathed his divine spear, a silver beam piercing through the limbs of the dog-masked ninja. Numerous root ninjas lay fallen around Hishu. Heart turn technique. A soft command was hardly noticeable amidst the chaotic onslaught. Yamanaka Kaze fixed his gaze intently on Hishu, his hands forming seals, locking onto Hishu's figure. His eyes sharpened as the ninja technique began to activate. Suddenly, Hishu turned to glance back. For the first time, Yamanaka Kaze felt an overwhelming pressure. Those eyes, beautiful, resplendent, like an infinite cosmos, like the vast starry sky. Yet, alongside their beauty, they exuded a formidable sense of oppression. Under the intense scrutiny of those eyes, Yamanaka Kaze felt as insignificant as a speck of dust in the universe. Clap, clap. At an unknown moment, cold sweat began to bead on Yamanaka Kaze's brow. He trembled as he stared at the cold sweat trickling down his arm, his pupils dilating in shock. Cough. Before Yamanaka Kaze could react, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his throat. His throat was crushed by grip. A mouthful of blood erupted from him. In a moment when the figure of Tsuki no Hishu drew near, Yamanaka Kaze distinctly saw the droplets of blood. He coughed up freeze in midair before the other. Everything began to retreat in his vision as his figure was sent flying backward. A tremendous wave of dizziness engulfed him, and Yamanaka Kaze's body landed heavily against the floor. Agonizing pain gradually enveloped him. At that moment, the only thing etched in Yamanaka Kaze's mind was that pair of blue eyes, the most vivid image of all. In the final second before losing consciousness, one thought echoed in his mind. Why do such eyes exist in this world? Cries of pain echoed, and an hour later, Hishu and Shuli stood back to back. Around them lay the fallen root ninjas. Clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause resonated, and Danzo's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Excellent. You have performed admirably. Danzo took a couple of steps forward, flanked by Orochimaru and Yamanaka Ryo. He glanced at Yamanaka Ryo, who nodded in response. Several root ninjas emerged from the passage, mechanically carrying away the injured bodies of their comrades, gradually disappearing from Hishu's sight. Your abilities have been acknowledged, but within root, determination is even more crucial than strength. Danzo's voice echoed throughout the plaza. Hishu reattached his divine spear to his waist, eager to hear Danzo's next words. He was keen to witness how Danzo, possessing a persuasive talent rivaling that of the third Hokage, would entice them. Let us call this an exchange between masters of persuasion. The Root is an organization concealed beneath the earth, forever hidden from the gaze of the world. In the shadows, we fight for this village. In the silence, lives are extinguished for the sake of duty. No one will remember, nor will anyone know. For here lies the Root, the resting place of nameless heroes. Tuanzo's voice was calm, yet resolute, as if reiterating the will within his heart, articulating his profound understanding of the Root. To join the Root is to possess the determination to sacrifice everything for the village and the courage to descend into darkness. Tuanzo's gaze fell upon Hishu and Shuli, questioning whether they possessed such awareness. Hishu's lips twitched. Tuanzo spoke with absolute conviction. He should consider the demands of Orochimaru, standing behind him. Shuli frowned, pondering the notions of determination and courage. Was it merely joining an organization? Why the theatrics? He had merely followed Hishu here. Otherwise, who would covet this subterranean lair? He had a mansion he could inhabit, delicacies he could savor. Yet here he was, toiling away. And now, they presented him with a barrage of meaningless rhetoric. He lacked Hishu's patience and temperament. Did anyone truly cherish this wretched place? Summoning people early in the morning for a speech was infuriating. Perhaps the resentment of Uchiha Shu Li ran deep. For Hishu cleared his throat and sought to divert Tuanzo's attention. If one wishes to lead the village toward everlasting peace and prosperity, it is imperative to continually expand and increase the flow of people moving in that direction. If I can guide the sunlight to illuminate the branches and leaves of the village, I am willing to become the nourishment of the root in the darkness. Hishu remained composed, yet beneath his calm exterior surged astonishing emotions. The glory of the deceased has never resided in the praise of posterity. I have never cared whether my name is etched upon the monument of heroes, Hishu articulated with heartfelt sincerity. His words resonated deeply, even momentarily leaving Orochimaru speechless. Ding! Orochimaru's affection level increased to 10. Orochimaru remained silent. He had never subscribed to his teacher's notion of an indelible will. Death is death. Once one has passed, all is lost. The essence of existence lies solely in living eternally. When a will reaches its zenith, even if one does not agree, respect arises instinctively. At least, for Orochimaru in this moment, it was so. Toanzo gazed intently at Hishu. As the master of the root, he had never encountered someone of such youth with an understanding that matched his own. Such an individual was precisely what the root required. The root does not need mere enforcers of commands. It requires true guardians of the faith. The root welcomes your joining. Ding! Toanzo's affection level increased to 40. Shu Li gazed at Hishu in a daze, consumed by a singular thought. Hishu is truly a gentle, yet resolute ninja. Though he could not comprehend Hishu's words, it did not diminish his admiration. Hishu and Shu Li went to obtain their uniforms. Upon receiving the light fabric of the root uniform, Hishu felt a surge of emotion. How long had it been since he wore trousers? He could hardly recall. Hishu chose a tiger mask, while Shu Li opted for a fox mask. Hishu, let's go enjoy some Ichiraka ramen today, Shu Li exclaimed, stopping before the ramen shop. All right, Hishu nodded, lifting the curtain to enter with Shu Li. The business at Ichiraka Ramen was as bustling as ever, and while searching for a vacant seat, Hishu spotted a familiar figure. Senior Minato? Hishu's gaze shifted to the girl beside Minato. With her flowing red hair and radiant smile, she was none other than the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. Hishu, we have a spot available. Come sit with us. Minato beckoned to Hishu. After placing their order, they settled in front of Minato and Kushina. Allow me to introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Uzumaki Kushina, Minato said, scratching his head in embarrassment. These are my exceptional juniors, Tsukimi Hishu and Uchiha Shu Li. Kushina's curious gaze flitted between Hishu and Shu Li. Wow, you two make a lovely pair, she exclaimed, assuming their relationship mirrored her own with Minato. Cough, cough, cough. Shu Li nearly choked on his water, his face flushing crimson. He dare not look at Hishu. Hishu forced a smile, striving to clarify. Senior Kushina, you misinterpret. Shu Li and I are merely good teammates. Both Minato and Kushina were momentarily taken aback. Kushina chuckled. Oh dear, my apologies. No worries, Shu Li averted his gaze. Fortunately, their ramen arrived just in time to alleviate the awkwardness. After the meal, they each returned to their homes. As they walked back, the moonlight bathed Minato and Kushina, making them appear particularly sweet as a couple. Minato, Kushina suddenly spoke. Minato turned to her. That boy named Hishu is truly handsome. Kushina recalled her earlier impression of Tsukimi, Hishu, and couldn't help but praise him. Haha, indeed. Minato nodded in agreement. As for appearance, outside of Kushina, he had never seen anyone more attractive than Hishu. I sense that boy from the Uchiha clan has a crush on her, Kushina declared with certainty. Drawing from her own experiences, the Uchiha boy was utterly transparent in his affections. She could see it at a glance. Is that so? Minato suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, distressed. What is wrong? Kushina queried, puzzled by Minato's concern. It seems Kakashi also has a fondness for Hishu. Minato said gravely. What? Kushina exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Kakashi? Likes Hishu? Minato recalled Kakashi's contradictory nature and nodded firmly. Then we have quite a task ahead of us. Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pondered. What do you mean? Now, it was Minato's turn to be confused. You know Kakashi's temperament. How would he ever pursue a girl? As his teachers, we must assist him in winning over Hishu. Kushina resolved, setting a small goal, to create opportunities for the two children to interact. After all, they were not children anymore. Kakashi was already 14, nearing 15. Hishu must be around 12. At their age, she and Minato had already pledged their lives to one another. Clearly, Kakashi needed assistance. Kushina's eyes brimmed with the affection of an elder. Let her, as his mentor, lend Kakashi a helping hand. Ding! Kushina's affection level increased to 60. There was no couple that Kushina could not bring together. From now on, Hishu would be Kakashi's little wife. Today marked yet another day of worrying over Kakashi's romantic endeavors. The moonlight flowed like water as Hishu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. System? Are you asleep? Hishu called out. The system was unsure whether to disclose that it did not require sleep. Why is it that after just one meal with Kushina, her affection level has soared so high? Hishu pondered in bewilderment. The next day, as Hishu and Shuli reported to the route, they were assigned to different teams. Yuejin Hishu, you have been appointed as the captain of the Night Wind team. Codename you. Yu Longma, wearing a mask, swept her gaze across Hishu before directing her attention to Uchiha Shuli. Uchiha Shuli, you have been appointed as a member of the Tiger Valley team. Codename E. Shuli voiced his discontent. I have always been comrades with Hishu. Our combat synergy is unparalleled. Why must we be separated? His tone held a hint of dissatisfaction. Yu Longma, her mask turned toward Shuli, gazed at him calmly for a long while before speaking. Are you a child? At your age? Still needing to cling to others? Puffed. The root ninjas behind them could not help but chuckle, only to suppress their laughter under Yu Longma's withering glare. Shuli was left speechless. Did this root ninja even know how to converse? After issuing her orders, Yu Longma departed. Shuli turned back repeatedly, forcibly taken away by his captain, resembling a salted fish devoid of dreams. Hishu looked at the masked root ninja before him, clad in a cloak, and said, Please introduce yourselves. Codename Yun, female, 19 years old, skilled in Konoha-style swordsmanship. Codename Jia, male, 11 years old, proficient in Mokutan. Hishu X Chapter 55. Hishu forced into action. Is this for real? Mokutan? Who besides the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, would dare utter such words? No, there's one more. The renowned architect of Konoha, Yamato. How unexpected. Yamato has come under his command. The others did not express surprise at Yamato's words, likely having known this in advance. Codename Do, male, 10 years old, adept in medical ninjutsu. White strands of hair peeked from beneath the cloak, and a youthful voice rang out. Truly, my team is filled with hidden talents. Hishu's lips twitched slightly. Ding. Favorability with character Yakushi Do increased to 50. What just happened? Hishu's gaze fell upon Do's mask. What heinous act could Do have committed to earn such a commendable favorability? System, please conceal Do's favorability. Hishu sighed inwardly, feeling quite distressed at the sight. The system promptly obscured Do's icon from the character panel, observing the favorability of 100 with Hanzo the Salamander. The system automatically hid it as well, considering the current mental state of the host. The Night Wind team, including Hishu, consists of a total of 11 members. The age distribution is exceedingly uneven, ranging from a 50-year-old uncle to a 10-year-old child. Danzo not only recruits child labor, but also exploits the elderly. It is worth noting that at 50, one is already considered remarkably long-lived in the ninja world. After grasping the situation, Hishu took on the first mission of the Night Wind team, to deal with the war criminals in Konoha prison. Sarutobi Hiruzen had decided to imprison the war criminals, but the mission assigned by Danzo was to eliminate them entirely. Konoha Prison, also known as the War Detention and Interrogation Facility, is situated outside the village of Konoha, within a land of fire on a barren red soil plain. After half a day's journey, their figures silently descended behind the interrogation facility. Surrounding the facility are watchtowers, each manned by 3 patrolling ninjas. The facility has 4 main gates and 5 primary routes, each patrolled by over 10 ninjas, with 2 guarding each gate. Do shared the intelligence he had gathered beforehand. The facility consists of 8 floors, with a plaza in the center, where 3 duty ninjas are stationed. Each floor has 1 patrolling ninja, impeccably secure. This was the first word that came to everyone's mind. Danzo, that old dog, has set exceedingly high demands, instructing them to avoid causing any significant disturbances. Given the current circumstances, it seems impossible to avoid alerting the other ninjas. He possesses the ability to teleport, yet the others clearly lack such capability. Captain, what should we do? Yin inquired. For the root ninjas, obeying orders is their nature. Sneaking in undetected is challenging, and silently eliminating the rebel ninjas and war criminals is even more daunting. The oldest member of the team, an uncle known as Run, spoke up. All eyes turned to Hashu, awaiting his response and decision. We will enter through the main gate. Hashu's gaze rested on the crimson tower of the interrogation facility as he calmly stated. What? Run, known for his composure, exclaimed, his eyes widening from the mask's opening. The others stared at Hashu in shock, speechless. Even Yun, accustomed to following orders, could not help but voice. If we enter through the front door, we will face an immediate assault from all the ninjas. A chaotic battle would ensue, and if any ninja alerts the Konoha headquarters, reinforcements will be dispatched. I am aware, Hashu replied. The atmosphere fell into silence. The inherent nature of the root ninjas prevented them from rejecting Hashu's orders, even if they deemed the command foolish. How could these criminals be so restless? At the main gate, a disgruntled ninja impatiently dug at his ear, complaining to his companion. The noise emanating from the inside was utterly vexing. They are criminals, after all, his companion lazily remarked. Indeed, the disgruntled ninja agreed, then lamented, I really don't understand why we keep them alive. Wouldn't it be better to just kill them? His companion frowned. Not at the words themselves, but at his demeanor. Keep your voice down. This is not something we should be discussing. TSK. The complaining ninja fell silent, though his expression remained somewhat sardonic. Suddenly, 11 dark figures appeared before them. The complaining ninja tensed up but relaxed slightly upon seeing the masks on their faces. Are you from the Umbu? What brings you here? His companion, in stark contrast to his demeanor, had already drawn a kunai, watching Hashu and the others warily. We have been ordered to execute the war criminals. Hashu stepped forward and declared, Execute the criminals? The complaining ninja's brows eased, but he quickly realized something was amiss. Executing criminals requires the Hokage's orders. Yet we have not received any such orders at the interrogation facility. He took a slight step back, a glimmer of caution in his eyes. You are lying. The two guarding ninjas narrowed their eyes, speaking in unison. The lies of lies will transform into reality. As Hashu's words fell, the two ninjas paused momentarily, then slowly regained their composure, retracting their kunai. In that case, you may enter. The complaining ninja stepped aside, allowing another ninja to open the gate. Hashu was the first to step into the prison's interior, followed closely by the others, each feeling a surreal sense of disbelief. What is happening? This is utterly nonsensical. Such a method unfathomable. It is not an illusion, merely a simple phrase. Rin observed Hashu's figure, his eyes heavy with contemplation. To alter another's will with a single sentence. Such a power is truly terrifying. A shiver ran down Rin's spine. He finally understood why Lord Danzo had assigned a girl in her teens as their captain. Halt! What are you doing? The ninja's question jolted Rin from his thoughts. Hashu regarded the two ninjas blocking his path and reiterated, We have been ordered to execute the war criminals. The two ninjas exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. Present your orders. Since the gatekeeper ninja outside allowed them entry, it was evident they had passed the examination. However, exercising caution would be prudent. A smile flickered in Hashu's eyes as he extended his empty palm towards the two ninjas, declaring, This is the Imperial Appointment document. You cannot see it, which only signifies your lack of intelligence. You dare to mock us. There is clearly nothing written here. The two ninjas furrowed their brows, their eyes flashing with fury. While a covert ambush might have been tolerable, insulting their intellect was utterly unacceptable. The lies they spun would inevitably manifest into reality. Hashu had no intention of belittling their intelligence, yet their immediate denial had already predetermined their mental acuity. It is indeed proof. One ninja observed the nothingness in Hashu's hand and nodded at his companion. You may proceed. Initially shocked, the Yifeng team now felt only numbness. They found this mission to be unexpectedly light and enjoyable. Cloaked in black robes and donning animal masks, They calmly ascended the staircase to the second floor. The patrolling ninja glanced at them but remained silent, harboring a hint of confusion. Yet, upon reconsideration, their ability to brazenly traverse the two initial defenses indicated that their identities posed no issues. The cells for war criminals and rogue ninjas bore distinct markers, and the tools within were notably more formidable. Guided by Do, who possessed prior knowledge of the prison layout, they halted before a cramped and dimly lit corner. Beyond the iron bars sat 3 men clad in white prisoner uniforms, silently seated on the ground. They exchanged no words among themselves, and only one ninja lifted his gaze at the sudden appearance of shadows above. The umbu of Mai? The scarred ninja's face twisted into a sneer. His utterance prompted the other 2 ninjas to slowly raise their heads, their cold eyes fixating on the foremost Hishu, with thick iron chains binding their necks and limbs. Even the slightest movement produced a jarring clatter of metal. "Let me go in." Yin stepped forward, standing beside Hishu and speaking softly. "No need." Hishu shook his head. There was no requirement for such complications. The piercing of flesh by sharp eye spikes was swift and merciless. Dark crimson blossoms of blood unfurled across the red walls. Yun's pupils dilated uncontrollably as she witnessed countless ice shards penetrate the cell, leaving no room for evasion. Therefore, the fate of the 3 ninjas was a foregone conclusion. Despite their considerable strength as war criminals, the overwhelming intensity of the assault left them with no chance to escape. "It's done. On to the next cell." Hishu retracted his hand. Yun swallowed hard, retreating back into the group. Compared to her methodical slaughter, she found the captain's efficiency far superior. 5 minutes later, Hishu and his team departed the prison calmly, under the watchful eyes of the patrolling ninjas. Mission accomplished? The second youngest, Dehi, initially wished to appear profound, but could not contain himself. Do's gaze remained fixated on Hishu, filled with intense concentration. If Hishu hadn't briefly checked Do's favorability rating, which had decreased by 20 points, he might have thought Do was seeking him as a life mentor. "Let's go." Hishu's figure led the way. The faces of the Yi Feng team members, concealed behind their masks, displayed a variety of emotions. After exchanging glances, they followed in Hishu's wake. Their previous dissatisfaction gradually dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning respect. Before Hishu and his team entered the village, they encountered the ever-patient Tuanzong waiting for them. Clad in his familiar attire, he stood in the shadows beneath a large tree, observing them. "Lord Tuanzong." Hishu halted before him, removing his mask. The mask indeed hindered his performance. The mission was executed splendidly. Before their return, news of the complete annihilation of war criminals and rogue ninjas within my prison had already reached the higher echelons of the village. The covert intrusion into my prison, leaving a trail of corpses, was a profound disgrace for the village. At least at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was far from pleasant. The crucial point was that the gatekeeping ninjas unanimously insisted they had seen the Hokage's appointment document. "Lord Tuanzong, you flatter me." After engaging in a customary exchange with Tuanzong, Hishu began to remove his gear, preparing to conclude his day. Overtime was out of the question. It would never happen. Whenever there were duties to attend to, he simply found someone to substitute for him. Occupying the position of captain necessitated actions befitting that role. As Hishu stepped onto the street, he was promptly halted by someone. "Kushina-senpai?" Hishu exclaimed in surprise. He had always been the one to create opportunities for interaction with his targets. Yet this was the first time one had approached him directly. "Hishu, are you planning to have a meal?" Kushina smiled brightly at him. Hishu nodded, curious about her reason for approaching him. "Huh, in that case, why don't you come to my house for dinner?" Fearing Hishu might decline due to the abruptness of her invitation, Kushina quickly added, "I heard you assisted Minato greatly on the battlefield, so let me have a chance to express my gratitude." Kushina gazed at Hishu with anticipation. Hishu raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by this fortunate turn of events. "Of course, I would love to. Who would refuse such an excellent opportunity? Would it be too much trouble for you, senpai?" Hishu's face displayed a hint of hesitation. "Not at all. It's no trouble whatsoever. My culinary skills are quite remarkable." Hishu found himself compelled to accompany Kushina to her home. With enthusiasm, Kushina knocked on the door. When Minato opened it and saw Hishu, He coughed awkwardly. Although he aimed to facilitate a connection between Kakashi and Hishu, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt about it. Minato avoided Hishu's gaze and welcomed him mechanically. Haha, is this your first time here, Hishu? Please. Mean. Hishu remained silent. Minato-senpai, could you muster a slightly less fake smile? This made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Soon, Hishu discovered that this minor awkwardness was nothing compared to what was to come. An hour later, seated before a table laden with an array of delicacies, Hishu felt an unfamiliar discomfort. Kushina-senpai, do you truly not feel cramped? Hishu struggled to gaze at Kushina, who was desperately inching closer to him. Kushina's favorability rating continued to rise steadily, and Hishu initially wished to avoid disrupting the current atmosphere. However, Kushina was being rather excessive. Kakashi sat beside Hishu, his expression one of utter numbness, his body leaning awkwardly. Meanwhile, Kushina was incessantly crowding him. Hishu was reluctantly pushed into Kakashi's position. Is that so? Cramped? Huh? Kushina chuckled, shaking her head. No, I find it quite warm. Minato, seated across from them, wore a smile that seemed frozen on his face. He appeared troubled, contemplating whether to remind Kushina that her actions were becoming increasingly conspicuous. His gaze fell upon Hishu, filled with a hint of sympathy. Why did it seem as though the light had vanished from Hishu's eyes? Kakashi, Minato exclaimed, startled. Kakashi appeared to be in even worse shape. His gaze was utterly vacant. A sense of mild guilt washed over Minato. Chapter 56. A blow to performance. The dinner was unsettling. Hishu and Kakashi chewed their food like it was tasteless and sat as if pierced by needles. Is it delicious? Kushina asked with great enthusiasm, watching Hishu and Kakashi intently. Hichushu blinked and forced a smile, exclaiming, this is truly delectable. Gioxian-9 nodded in satisfaction, shifting her gaze to Kakashi. Kakashi, with his lifeless eyes, stared blankly at Minato and replied, ah, this is undoubtedly the most delicious food in the world. Noticing the subtle hint of resentment in Kakashi's expression, Minato cleared his throat and lowered his head, pretending not to notice. That's wonderful. Gioxian-9 clapped her hands gently, her joy radiating. Hichushu, you and Kakashi must come over to play often. Ding. Character Gioxian-9's favorability level, 80. Gioxian-9's affection was the only remedy capable of healing Hichushu's physical and mental well-being. Under Gioxian-9's sparkling gaze, Hichushu nodded with difficulty. I will come when I have time. Upon hearing this, Kakashi looked at Hichushu with a mix of surprise and admiration. Ding. Character Hatake Kakashi's favorability level, 75. It seemed that in Kakashi's eyes, Gioxian-9's home was far more daunting than the battlefield. Seizing the moment, Minato tidied the dining table and retreated to the kitchen to wash the dishes, avoiding the glances exchanged between Hichushu and Kakashi, which hinted at unspoken grievances. Gioxian-9 warmly saw them off, standing at the door, and affectionately patted Hichushu's face. Make sure to visit often. We are practically family. Hichushu was taken aback, and Kakashi's lifeless eyes widened in shock. What did Gioxian-9 just say? For a fleeting moment, Hichushu doubted whether he had misheard her. Gioxian-9 flashed an ambiguous smile, winking at Hichushu and Kakashi. Their expressions grew increasingly alarmed. What was the meaning behind such a gaze? Kakashi, you must escort Hichushu home. It's dangerous for a girl to return home so late. Kakashi pressed his lips together, thinking that Gioxian-9 must not have witnessed Hichushu's prowess on the battlefield. If danger truly arose, who could say who would be in peril? Kakashi, this isn't about a girl's strength. It concerns a gentleman's demeanor. Noticing Kakashi's speechlessness, Gioxian-9 imparted her wisdom. If you act like this, you won't win over any girls. With that, she winked at Hichushu and closed the door. For the first time in his life, Hichushu felt the weight of the word sleazy emanating from a woman. He and Kakashi stood facing the closed door, and after a moment, they both chose to part ways. Aren't you going to take the opportunity to pursue Kakashi? According to the system's understanding of Hichushu, he should not let such a splendid chance slip away. Hichushu's leap in midair faltered, nearly causing him to crash to the ground. Do you think I should pursue him now? Would that increase his favorability towards me? Simply avoiding a decrease to 0 would be a good outcome. The onslaught from Gyo Xi that day was overwhelming, and both he and Kakashi needed to recuperate. Hichushu resumed, leaping across rooftops. As for why he chose to jump across rooftops instead of utilizing his ability to teleport, that was a profound question. The host simply found it exhilarating. The following day, Hichushu, as per usual, reported to work at the route. He was called out individually by Danzo, who awaited him beneath a tree in the vast forest behind Konoha, alone and deep in thought, leaning on his cane. What a pleasant way to describe it. Deep in thought. A less flattering description might suggest he was brooding. Hichushu paused behind Danzo, contemplating whether a surprise attack would be effective, but he was neither a sneak attacker nor a brutal killer. So, he merely stood behind Danzo, waiting for him to finish his contemplations before speaking. What is a Hokage? Danzo, shrouded in the shadows of the leaves, extended his hand into the sunlight. Indeed, his profundity was not feigned, as he posed a profound philosophical question right from the outset. What is a Hokage? Perhaps this question was best answered by the fifth Hokage, Shimura Danzo. Hichushu, with a deft maneuver, returned the question. In front of Lord Danzo, I would not dare to show off my limited understanding. Danzo paused, not immediately responding. Among the current candidates for the fourth Hokage, who do you think possesses the potential? The candidates were limited to Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze. Minato's acclaim surpassed Orochimaru's significantly among both villagers and shinobi. Yet, it was evident that Danzo favored Orochimaru. They had long since allied themselves. Hichushu replied earnestly. Both Lord Minato and Lord Orochimaru are highly respected ninjas. Danzo's expression darkened. He felt frustrated that Hichushu always sidestepped his inquiries, never allowing him the opportunity to dig deeper. What do you think of Minato Namikaze as a candidate for the fourth Hokage? Danzo probed. Supporting Orochimaru meant that the entire route would naturally align with him. Hichushu held significant sway with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo could not overlook his influence. The fourth Hokage? Hichushu's face displayed shock. Lord Danzo, discussing Lord Minato and the fourth Hokage is not a topic I can casually entertain. It would be disrespectful to both Lord Minato and Lord Orochimaru, as well as to the Hokage himself. He spoke with earnestness, his gaze firmly fixed on Danzo's back. Danzo, without turning, sensed the intensity of Hichushu's stare, his chest heaving as he nearly crushed his cane in frustration. Why was there such a stubborn individual in the world? In the past, Danzo admired Hichushu's profound love for the position of Hokage and his commitment to the village. For the first time, he thought that perhaps Hichushu's unwavering loyalty to both might not be ideal. He had no idea where to begin with his indoctrination. In any case, our choice at root is Orochimaru. He embodies our will. Danzo warned, turning around. Do you understand? Hichushu nodded in comprehension, gazing at Danzo with admiration. I see. So, Lord Danzo has thoroughly considered Lord Orochimaru and trusts him more. Danzo frowned. While the statement was acceptable, it sounded grating to his ears. I understand. Hichushu nodded emphatically. Danzo dismissed his earlier doubts. Ding. Character Shimura Danzo's favorability level, 45. Hichushu watched as Danzo's figure gradually receded. He had only indicated his understanding. He did not express his support. He silently mused. Orochimaru must have begun human experimentation, and Danzo was undoubtedly aware of it. After all, Danzo had not denied his earlier statement, which amounted to tacit approval. With a flash, Hichushu vanished from his spot. In the Hokage office, Hichushu suddenly appeared before the third Hokage. The third Hokage's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at Nara Shikaku, who was assisting with administrative duties. Nara Shikaku immediately understood and rose to leave the Hokage office. Before departing, his gaze passed over the figure of Hishu with an air of composure. Hokage-sama, your sudden appearance is rather impolite. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Hishu's face. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened, thinking to himself that Hishu was indeed a well-mannered child. This was something I permitted. How could it be deemed impolite? Hiruzen had instructed Hishu to lie in ambush for the root organization, a task inherently shrouded in secrecy. Naturally, the fewer individuals aware of this, the better. At present, only Hushu and Hiruzen were privy to the matter within the village. Hushu's ability to teleport ensured that no one would witness his movements or destination. Hiruzen harbored no objections to Hushu's actions. Rather, the child's guiltiness only increased his fondness for him. "Have you received some news?" Hiruzen inquired. Hushu glanced at him, a hint of resignation in his voice as he replied. "Lord Danzo spoke to me about the election of the fourth Hokage." Hiruzen paused, then urged him to continue. Lord Danzo expressed a preference for Lord Orochimaru over the esteemed Minato-senpai. He believes that Orochimaru has proven himself through his assessments and is the unequivocal choice for the fourth Hokage. Hushu lowered his gaze. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette, and after a minute of silence in the office, he spoke. "And what do you think?" He slightly raised his eyes, an implicit authority emanating from him. Hushu suppressed a smile within. He had anticipated that Hiruzen would pose such a question. In terms of suspicion, Hiruzen and Danzo were equally matched. Lord Orochimaru, as the direct disciple of the Hokage, commanded admiration for both his strength and leadership capabilities. In contrast, Minato-senpai, being the grand disciple of the Hokage, not only possessed formidable strength, but also exhibited a great sense of responsibility, making him a reliable elder. Hushu managed to acknowledge both sides while subtly elevating the status of the third Hokage. Observing Hushu's hesitation, as if he had more to say, Hiruzen's expression darkened slightly, prompting him, "If you wish to speak, then do so." Hushu paused, a touch of confusion in his voice as he asked, "Hokage-sama, why the urgency in selecting the fourth Hokage? You have led us through war. Your presence is what provides us with the most security right now." Ding! Hiruzen's fondness for Hushu increased to 92. Hushu's innocent candor caused the previously scheming Hiruzen to blush. "Ha ha ha!" Hiruzen laughed heartily. What was he thinking? He knew Hushu well. It was evident that after spending so much time with Danzo, he had learned to be wary. This thought brought a tinge of guilt to Hiruzen. Looking at the child before him, whose eyes sparkled with reverence, he sighed softly. The village must eventually be entrusted to the younger generation. I too wish to experience the leisurely life of retirement. Hiruzen chuckled, his eyes betraying a glimmer of expectation. Hearing this, Hushu, with an apologetic tone, replied, "Hokage-sama, I have been selfish. You have contributed so much to Konoha, and it has indeed been arduous over the years." Ding! Hiruzen's fondness for Hushu increased to 95. Hiruzen set down his cigarette, stood up, and approached Hushu, placing a hand on his shoulder and giving it a pat. "You are a good child. Having new leaves like you in Konoha is the pride of this Hokage." Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the third Hokage's eyes. Hushu thought he saw a glimmer of tears in Hiruzen's gaze and the wrinkles at the corners of his lips, which seemed to fold the sunlight. Hushu's heart was subtly touched, his eyes shifting. Half an hour later, as Hushu walked down the street, he began to question life. "Host, are you all right?" The system hesitated before speaking, sensing the host's peculiar emotional state. "Did you see that?" Hushu asked in shock. "See what?" The system replied cautiously, wary of triggering the host's sensitive nerves. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, how terrifying!" Hushu exclaimed in fear. He had been played. As the host of the charming strategy system, the past Oscar-winning behind-the-scenes star had been outperformed. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, how terrifying!" Hushu repeated this phrase as he made his way home. This brief exchange would require a day for him to heal. "Host, don't you still have a mission with the Root organization?" The system prompted. The tasks assigned to Root ninjas were extensive, ranging from assassination to surveillance. Thus, every Root ninja's daily schedule was packed. Hushu was no exception. "I'm already a captain. Must I still undertake surveillance missions? I cannot assign such tasks to my team." Hushu retorted. If a captain were to execute mundane surveillance tasks, what purpose would his team serve? What was the point of his promotion to captain? The motivation for future Root ninjas to aspire to the captaincy must stem from pressure. Only through adversity can one surpass. By Yuejian Hushu. The system fell silent. Hushu continued his journey home, entering his room. seeking solace from the pain of being outperformed through his interactions with the small green creature. Experiencing being outperformed for the first time was undoubtedly a significant blow to Hashu's confidence as an actor. Hashu, aren't you coming out? Takebayashi called out, bewildered. Not coming out. Hashu lay on his bed. Beside him was the lifeless-looking small green creature. Oh, I just wanted to inform you that the child of Jiraiya-sensei has reached his first month. Do you wish to go see? Bang! Hashu bolted out of the room. Uncle, what did you just say? Takebayashi jumped in surprise. Mechanically repeating, your Jiraiya-sensei's child has reached his first month. An invitation was sent. Do you wish to go see? When did Jiraiya-sensei suddenly have a child? Wait, Jiraiya's child? That must be Hinata Niji, one of the Konoha 12. Chapter 57, Minato Namikaze takes office. Damn, Danzo, you have thwarted my grand plans. Hashu snatched the light pink invitation from Takebayashi's hands. Uncle, I must take my leave. With that, he leaped out the window. Thus, is jumping through windows the fate of a ninja? Reflecting on his daughter's obedient descent down the stairs, Takebayashi's eyes welled with tears. He walked to the window and closed it. Hashu raced to the entrance of the Hyuga mansion. By the time he arrived, many ninjas had already gathered at the entrance. Hashu, the tree was still clad in rude attire, seemingly having just arrived. Hashu, we need not check the invitation. We can simply enter. Shizum was also present, wearing a gentle smile. In just a few days' time, Shizum seemed transformed, shedding his youthful innocence, his every movement exuding a warm and handsome grace. Many female ninjas were slyly glancing at Shizum, their gazes filled with affection, their expressions coy, completely at odds with their fierce demeanor on the battlefield. Hashu felt a surge of jealousy. How could he compare to Shizum in male attire? Let us go. Shizum led Hashu and the tree toward the side entrance. Shizum, how have you been in the Umbu? The tree asked, wrapping an arm around Shizum's neck. The separation of a few days had not created any distance between them. Quite well, Shizum smiled softly, yet his eyes were directed towards Hashu. The tree cast a knowing glance at Shizum, saying meaningfully, indeed, quite well. You've had time to tidy yourself up. Shizum's expression conveyed his exasperation at Uchiha's tree. Hashu chuckled, truly well said. The tree had articulated precisely what he had been thinking. When did Ji-Shuei become so ostentatious? His hairstyle clearly indicates the use of hair gel. Shu. And Shu Li stood at the entrance of the courtyard, where Hayashi Hyuga, donned in a light-colored bathrobe, welcomed them. Joyful occasions invigorate the spirit, and Hayashi was no exception. His face radiated happiness. Teacher Hayashi, Shu and the others called out in unison. Although the three of them had now become jonin and belonged to different squads, the fact that Hayashi was their teacher would never change. You all have grown quite a bit, Hayashi remarked, surveying them with admiration. Shu's smile faltered. Could we refrain from mentioning height, a rather sensitive topic? Ji-Shuei and Shu Li had shot up, while he had grown only incrementally. He even suspected that the two had secretly consumed something without him. Standing together, they formed a perfect concave shape, with him unfortunately positioned in the middle. Teacher, let's see the child, Shu Li exclaimed, visibly the most excited, even rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Very well, Hayashi replied, leading them into the corridor of the courtyard, stopping in front of an elegant Japanese-style bedroom. Mayu, he called gently, opening the door to address the woman kneeling on the tatami mat. He approached her with tenderness, offering support. The woman named Mayu displayed a gentle smile. Shu's gaze was completely captivated by the infant nestled in a wooden cradle. Ji-Shuei and Shu Li were equally entranced. The tiny baby, with soft white skin and delicate pink fists, possessed strikingly bright, pale eyes that twinkled with curiosity. Suddenly, Shu Li's face flushed crimson. So adorable. After a brief moment, he managed to utter those words. Ji-Shuei gently extended a finger to playfully tease the child. Indeed, quite charming. Shu swallowed hard, nearly unable to resist reaching out with his sinful hand. Teacher, what is her name? They assumed such a dainty and exquisite child must be a girl. Both Shu Li and Ji-Shuei thought simultaneously. Shu must have been equally adorable as a child. No, he might have been even cuter than this baby. The glances from Shu Li and Ji Shui turned toward Hishu. Immersed in the joy of petting the infant, Hishu felt an odd sensation. Ha ha! Niji is a boy. Hayashi, supporting Meiyu, corrected with a smile. A boy. Shu Li widened his eyes in disbelief. Such a cute boy? For some inexplicable reason, Hishu felt inexplicably irked by Shu Li's words. His name is Niji, Ji Shui remarked with a smile, a lovely name. By the way, we haven't prepared any gifts. Shu Li suddenly realized, adding, I'll definitely make it up next time. Hayashi chuckled, unconcerned about gifts, emphasizing that their goodwill was what truly mattered. Ji Shui smiled. Teacher, my gift has already been given to the maid at the entrance. Hishu and Shu Li turned to Ji Shui in surprise. Ji Shui, when did you prepare your gift? Shu Li asked, his face a mask of confusion. I've had it ready for quite some time, Ji Shui replied with a smile. Hishu gazed at Ji Shui's smile, feeling a pang of bitterness. Ji Shui was indeed the epitome of preparedness, making him and Shu Li appear rather inept. Shu Li was fortunate, only needing to engage in combat daily. Hishu felt the most disheartened, having to fight while also dealing with the intricacies of village politics. Really? Gifts aren't necessary, Hayashi said, helping Meiyu sit, while inviting Hishu and the others to sit as well. Teacher, how could we not bring gifts for such a significant event as Niji's birth? Indeed, Shu Li nodded in agreement. Hishu observed Niji amusing himself in the cradle, feeling a peculiar sensation within. Hishu, I actually have a plan, Hayashi suddenly stated with a touch of seriousness. I hope Niji can become your apprentice. Hishu was taken aback, blinking in confusion, feeling somewhat flustered. To have a mere novice teach a prodigy seemed a bit misguided. A faint silence enveloped the room. Hishu could never refuse Hayashi, nodding in agreement, his face displaying a hint of remorse. Teacher, I will certainly do my utmost to guide Niji. Although his own abilities were limited, he had a system at his disposal. The system remained silent. It was a strategy system, not a parenting one. Why burden it with the expectations of a common system? Seeing Hishu's acceptance, Hayashi couldn't help but smile. From now on, I entrust Niji to your guidance. Hishu nodded with a smile. I will strive to instruct Niji. It was understandable that Hayashi chose him. Hishu could certainly discern the underlying motives. While Shu Li and Ji Shui possessed remarkable talents, they belonged to the Uchiha clan. With the end of the war, the Uchiha clan's reputation in the village had diminished. Ji Shui might have sensed this, but Shu Li appeared indifferent. Ultimately, the Uchiha clan remained an unstable factor, and their Sharingan and Byakugan differed, limiting what they could teach. Hishu was different. In the hearts of the villagers and the ninjas, Hishu, as a medical ninja with formidable combat prowess, was recognized as a paragon of a ninja. An orphan with unwavering resolve, formidable strength, and the trust of the Hokage, he commanded deep respect among the ninjas. This accumulation of virtues made it evident that aligning oneself with Hishu would be wise. Hayashi's gaze fell upon the infant in the cradle, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Being from the branch family, he could not even dictate his own fate. How could he shape his son's future? Thus, he had to place the opportunity to alter his son's destiny in the hands of his disciple. A green leaf, caught in a slightly ajar wooden window, added a touch of color to the otherwise somber room. A month later, in the conference room of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's seat, flanked by several elders. Orochimaru and Namake's Minato occupied the seats on either side of him, with the heads and leaders of Konoha's prominent clans arrayed below. The atmosphere in the meeting room was solemn and grave. Everyone awaited the arrival of this moment. Hishu, clad in the attire of a root ninja, stood behind Danzo. Ji Shui and Kakashi, dressed in Umbu attire, stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was evident that the purpose of this gathering was known to all. Today, we would select the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside his pipe, speaking with gravitas. The position of Hokage could only be held by one who earned the people's recognition. Sarutobi Hiruzen had stepped up in a time of crisis, yet even before his ascension, he had already gained considerable renown in the village. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, needed no introduction. They were undoubtedly the people's choice. The selection of the fourth Hokage would follow the same principle. Only those who garnered universal support could ascend to the role. On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I support Namikaze Minato, declared Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, breaking the silence in the meeting room, seated beside Minato without hesitation. On behalf of the Hyuga clan, I support Namikaze Minato. Hayashi, seated beside Orochimaru, nodded slightly, his voice following suit. Orochimaru remained expressionless. From his eyes, no emotions could be discerned. For him, the support of these two great clans for Namikaze Minato was not a matter of great significance. With the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan taking the lead, the remaining ninja clans began to express their stances. The final results were tallied in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. As he gazed at the results, a sense of helplessness flickered in his lowered eyes. Namikaze Minato, the choice of the people's hearts. His disciple Orochimaru ultimately faced defeat. In this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself unsure whether to feel disappointment or relief. He was fully aware that Minato was the best choice. Yet he could not help but feel disheartened for his exceptionally talented disciple. Danzo's expression was particularly grim. Even though the final decision rested with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the recent voting clearly indicated Orochimaru's disadvantage. Tsuru could almost sense the dark aura emanating from Danzo. I declare, he announced, and all eyes focused on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru was no exception. Previously, nothing had stirred his emotions, but this was different. The one declaring the results was Sarutobi Hiruzen, his mentor. I announced that the position of the fourth Hokage will be inherited by Namikaze Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart trembled inexplicably as he spoke loudly, his gaze fixed ahead. The sounds of laughter and congratulations filled the air, and Orochimaru slowly smiled. In that moment, the turmoil within him gradually dissipated and cooled. A long-buried thought finally became clear. Congratulations, Senior Minato. Tsuru slightly lifted his mask, revealing a sincere smile towards Minato. Minato's eyes sparkled, his smile radiant. I will not disappoint everyone's expectations. Danzo, standing before Tsuru, heavily struck his cane, his warning gaze landing on Tsuru. Tsuru cleared his throat and followed Danzo away from the scene. It seems you are quite pleased with Minato being elected as the fourth Hokage. Danzo suddenly spoke on their way back to the route. Tsuru's voice was lighthearted. Senior Minato becoming Hokage means our village has welcomed a new leader. Isn't that something for the entire village to celebrate? Danzo could hardly swallow his frustration. He felt increasingly irritable, finding it nearly impossible to communicate with someone as single-minded as Tsuru. Orochimaru was undoubtedly the superior choice. Hiruzen's decision to select Minato would surely lead to regret. Danzo gripped his cane tightly, venting his thoughts. Tsuru decided to offer a word of comfort to the grumpy old man. Senior Minato, like the third Hokage, is a pillar in the hearts of everyone in Konoha. In the same way, Orochimaru could also be a great ninja like you, Danzo, protecting the village from the shadows and maintaining its interests and order. Tsuru spoke candidly and straightforwardly. Danzo was momentarily at a loss for words. Although he was dissatisfied with Orochimaru's defeat, Tsuru's words seemed to have merit. Ding! The favorability of the character Shimura Danzo has reached 50. The essence of humanity is indeed narcissism. Hearing the prompt indicating an increase in favorability, Tsuru's lips twitched slightly. Reflecting on this in his heart, the transition ceremony for the Hokage was not as simple as it appeared. The position of Hokage was not a light burden. Firstly, one must possess a thorough understanding of the ninja organizations within the village. Secondly, there were the important ninja subordinates and the power structures of the elders, among other factors. In recent days, Minato and the third Hokage had been incredibly busy, with no sign of them. Tsuru, on the other hand, enjoyed a leisurely life in the route, occasionally exerting pressure on his team members while adhering to a strict schedule, reveling in the tranquility of his days. Finally, amid great anticipation, the inauguration ceremony for the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, arrived. Minato's golden hair shone even more brilliantly under the sunlight. As Tsuru watched Minato deliver his speech on stage, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. Standing among the crowd, he was flanked by Shui and Suki, who had snuck out of work. Tsuru turned to glance in the direction of the odd feeling, and a dark figure met his gaze before vanishing into thin air. "Is that you, Toka?" So, Toka had come to witness Minato's inauguration as the fourth Hokage. What might Toka be thinking now? "Tsuru," Suki said, gazing at the illustrious Minato on stage. "You will surely stand up there one day." Tsuru, taken aback by his words, looked at him in surprise. "No, big brother. You believe in me more than I do myself." Shui chuckled, rarely chiming in to support Suki. "Then I shall strive to become someone who aids Tsuru. You manage to say all the sweet words." Suki added, a hint of resentment in his tone. Tsuru looked at Minato on stage and smiled. "All right, when that time comes, I will appoint Shui as my left bodyguard and Suki as my right bodyguard. With two Susanoo unleashed, it will be quite a spectacle." Tsuru rubbed his chin, contemplating that Shui and Suki had yet to awaken their Mangekyo Sharingan. Perhaps he should create an opportunity for them to unlock their eyes. Chapter 58. Naruto's engagement to Sasuke. Minato had barely assumed the role of Hokage for 10 days when news of his marriage to Kushina surfaced. There have certainly been many joyous events lately. Exiting the route, Suki gazed at the sky in contemplation. The best news was that Shui had been reassigned to the border opposite the land of water. No one was there to disturb his moments with Tsuru. Suki looked at Tsuru. "Tsuru, let us visit the hospital to see Sasuke. Just 2 days ago, the adorable little brother was born." Tsuru and Suki had yet to visit the hospital. The golden rays of the setting sun illuminated the horizon. There was still time. "Let us go." Tsuru set off towards the hospital, eagerly anticipating meeting the little brother. "Hello." As the hospital door opened, Tsuru and Suki politely bowed upon seeing the family of four inside. "Oh, it's Tsuru and Suki." Mikoto, cradling the newborn in her arms while sitting on the hospital bed, smiled widely upon spotting them. "Kumin." A rare tenderness appeared on Fugaku's face. Itachi stood beside the bed, gazing intently at little Sasuke, then turned to Tsuru to introduce. "Tsuru, this is my younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke." Afterward, he gently touched Sasuke's hand. "Sasuke, this is Suki's older sister, Suki." A smile on Tsuru's face froze upon hearing Itachi's words. Perhaps it would have been better not to call her sister. Speaking of which, Tsuru's gaze fell upon Itachi. Wasn't he always addressing him by name? After all, he was a few years older than Itachi. Itachi, undeterred by whether Sasuke could understand, earnestly continued introducing him to Sasuke. System, check Itachi's favorability towards Sasuke. Ding. System determined that Uchiha Itachi's favorability towards Uchiha Sasuke is 100. Note, 100 favorability is the system's emotional measurement limit, not the character's emotional limit. Tsuru's expression remained unchanged. In just 2 days, a favorability of 100. What an astonishing rate of increase. How could his own favorability towards Uchiha Itachi, which stood at 70, compare? Little Sasuke is truly adorable. He will undoubtedly grow into an extraordinary ninja. Tsuru sincerely praised him. In the next moment, ding, favorability towards the character Uchiha Itachi has risen to 75. Tsuru seemed to have discovered a shortcut to increase favorability. Sasuke appeared to be quite fond of Itachi, his eyes fixed on him. Tsuru continued to smile and elaborate. Ding, favorability towards the character Uchiha Itachi has risen to 80. The system, observing the rapidly increasing favorability, found itself momentarily speechless. It was accustomed to a normal pace of favorability increase, but encountering a peculiar case like Uchiha Itachi was quite challenging to adapt to. Sasuke appears to be strong and exceptionally lively. This is the first time I've seen such a spirited child. Ding. Favorability towards the character Uchiha Itachi has risen to 85. Captain, Lord Orochimaru is looking for you. The messenger is Yamato. Hitsu nodded, acknowledging the message. Orochimaru seeks him? Ever since the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, took office, Orochimaru has rarely made an appearance, seemingly consumed by his private laboratory. Why has he suddenly sought him out at this juncture? Hitsu donned his mask and proceeded towards Orochimaru's underground laboratory. It is well known that such laboratories require locations that are sufficiently secluded and rich in resources. Orochimaru's laboratory is constructed within the mountains behind Konoha village, with a river flowing beside it. Komin, Orochimaru's voice emanated from the shadows. The ancient wooden door creaked open. Various experimental apparatus came into view, and compared to the bright and immaculate laboratories of his past life, Orochimaru's was decidedly more chaotic. Hitsu could even see flesh and bloodstains upon the iron plates and the floor. "Lord Orochimaru, what do you need from me?" Hitsu inquired. At that moment, Orochimaru was meticulously preparing a vial of blue liquid, his focus unwavering. "Where is your item? I have given you ample time." Orochimaru's gaze was chillingly cold, fixated on Hitsu as if examining an inanimate object. Upon glancing at the organs submerged in jars, Hitsu comprehended the situation. The once cautious Orochimaru had evidently become indifferent to morality. Swiftly, Hitsu retrieved a vial of blue liquid from his storage space. Orochimaru's icy demeanor finally softened, but not in regard to Hitsu. Rather, it was directed towards the vial in his hand. The origin of this transformation potion was an epiphany Hitsu had during his time in Kirigakure. When his rapport with Terumi Mei reached 60, he immediately exchanged for the transformation potion. He knew that her favor would diminish upon discovering his undercover status, and since the system allowed him to retain skills, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. He had long anticipated that this potion would prove useful, and indeed, it had. Ding! Your rapport with Orochimaru has reached 60. Orochimaru extended his arm, taking the potion from Hitsu's grasp. He knew that once the potion was in his possession, his lost rapport would undoubtedly be restored. For your safety, it would be prudent to conduct further research before consumption, Hitsu suggested with concern. Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Hitsu and suddenly proposed. "You may join me in my laboratory." Ding! Your rapport with Orochimaru has reached 65. Hitsu slightly raised his gaze, observing Orochimaru's eager fixation on the potion, and surmised the intent behind his invitation. To Orochimaru, Hitsu was a former user of the potion. Having him assist in the research would significantly enhance efficiency. "Lord Orochimaru, I will certainly come after completing my mission at the root," Hitsu affirmed, his eyes brimming with curiosity and interest in the research. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting towards the entrance, a clear indication for Hitsu to take his leave. As Hitsu exited, he received another notification. Ding! Your rapport with Orochimaru has reached 70. That night, as Hitsu lay in bed, an unexpected thought struck him. Could it be that Orochimaru might uncover something groundbreaking through the potion? After all, Orochimaru was widely recognized as a scientist, a pioneer of technology in the ninja world. Host need not worry. The transformation potion exceeds the technological constraints of this world. The system reassured him. Thus, there is no need for concern. Since it is a rare day off, let's enjoy a picnic, suggested Tsu. Itachi and Sasuke will also be joining. Tsu's next statement effectively silenced any objections Tsu might have had. With his targets in attendance, what reason did he have to refuse? Very well. Under the bright sun, Hitsu and Tsu prepared their picnic supplies, observing Itachi cradling Sasuke, his expression radiating maternal warmth. Hitsu found himself taken aback. Surely, he must have misjudged. After all, Itachi was a boy. The next moment, he noticed Tsu's astonished expression, mirroring his own. My. Itachi truly is an exemplary elder brother. Tsu struggled to suppress her words. Itachi, Sasuke looks particularly adorable today. Ding! Your rapport with Uchiha Itachi has reached 90. In just a few days, Hitsu had begun to feel the formidable power of sibling affection. Speaking of which, Sasuke was still an infant, yet Itachi, not even 10 years old himself, was responsible for him. Were Makoto and the others not worried? Itachi, please put Sasuke down and eat something, Hitsu kindly suggested, recognizing the inconvenience of carrying a child. Ding! Your rapport with Uchiha Sasuke has reached 10. Hitsu was flustered, staring incredulously at the swaddled baby Sasuke, unable to believe his ears. What on earth? He is not even a month old. Hitsu questioned the system. Does this make any sense? The host should reflect on their own actions rather than attributing blame solely to the target, the system replied. Since the pressure from superiors had dissipated, The system increasingly resembled a retired elder. Occasionally, it would engage Hitsu in casual conversation, even picking up a new term or two. Hitsu regarded Uchiha Sasuke with evident discontent. Ding! Your rapport with Uchiha Sasuke has reached 20. Well, it seems this little brat is quite the prodigy. Hitsu exclaimed cheerfully. Itachi, do not worry. I will take good care of Sasuke. Itachi blinked, glancing between Hitsu and the child in his arms. To be honest, he felt uneasy in trusting Sasuke to Hitsu. Do not worry, I can hold Sasuke with one hand. In the interest of his brother's safety, Itachi unlocked a new skill, securely supporting Sasuke with one arm while deftly grasping a skewer with the other. Even so, his composure remained unshaken, devoid of any sign of panic. Hitsu observed, finally grasping why Shursui and Itachi had become such close friends. Some individuals are destined to be companions. Hitsu glanced at Tsu, who was voraciously devouring a skewer as if possessed by a hungry spirit, then at the towering heap of skewers before him. The truth was evident. The system was indulging in Hitsu's predicament, casually adding commentary. Oh, Tsu, and this child must be the offspring of the Uchiha clan leader. A familiar voice called from behind them. Hitsu turned to see Namikaze Minato and Kushina approaching. Upon sighting Kushina, Hitsu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Hitsu, you are here too. Kushina rushed to his side, affectionately linking her arm with his. She glanced at the barbecue grill beside Tsu and exclaimed, You're also here for a picnic. Let us join forces. Hitsu quickly glanced at Minato, who cleared his throat, avoiding Hitsu's gaze, clearly guilty. His reputation as a henpecked husband was notorious throughout Konoha. Even feigning ignorance to Hitsu's pleading eyes was understandable, right? Very well, Tsu readily agreed. Itachi, holding Sasuke, appeared bewildered but soon regained his composure, soothing Sasuke, who was unsettled by the presence of unfamiliar voices. Shortly thereafter, Tsu began to regret her choice. Hitsu, a mysterious guest will be arriving shortly. Kushina teased, winking at Hitsu. A sense of foreboding gripped Hitsu. The voice of despair from Laosher Kakashi echoed in Hushu's ears. Upon his arrival, Kakashi was met with a rather peculiar scene. Skewers sizzling, conversations flowing, and children being cradled. No, it should be the children cradling their little ones. Kakashi found it challenging to articulate this strange amalgamation. But why was Hushu here as well? And why did he appear equally despondent? Hushu was diligently grilling skewers when he noticed Kakashi and Hushu seated together. An inexplicable discomfort surged within him. Ha ha! It has been ages since Kakashi and Hushu last met. Surely, they must have much to discuss. Juxina sat opposite them with an enigmatic smile. Both Hushu and Kakashi simultaneously felt an overwhelming exhaustion. I'll assist you, Hushu. Minato promptly distanced himself from the scene and moved to help Hushu. Hushu, is this skewer truly edible? Minato gaped at the charred skewer resembling a piece of coal. Of course it is. It must be delicious. Hushu responded with a peculiar smile, fixating on Kakashi while mechanically rotating the skewer. Simultaneously, under Minato's horrified gaze, Hushu seized a jar of chili powder and liberally sprinkled it on top. Alrik, Hokage-sama. Serve it to Kakashi. It will surely be delightful. Hushu placed the skewers on a plate and handed it to Minato. Are you certain? Minato gulped, glancing at Hushu with a hint of trepidation. Was this truly not a technique of fire release? 1,000 years of death? Of course, Kakashi will love it. Hushu's lips curled into a mechanical smile. Minato nodded with difficulty, sensing that Hushu's current state was somewhat abnormal. Kakashi, the skewers are ready. You just returned from the Umbu. You must be famished. Minato approached Kakashi and offered him the skewers. Hushu, Kakashi, and Juxina all focused their gazes on the plate. Was it merely an illusion? Hushu's eyes widened in disbelief. Can this be eaten? Kakashi's eyes, resembling those of a dead fish, widened in astonishment as he earnestly inquired, Laosher, if I eat this, will I perish? Minato smiled. Well, I'm not sure. Why don't you try it first? His expression perfectly conveyed his intentions. Suddenly, a loud thud reverberated. Everyone's attention shifted back to Hushu, who was chopping the meat on the wooden board with a large knife. Noticing their gazes, Hashu beamed warmly. Eat up. Why aren't you eating? My culinary skills are quite good. Kakashi gulped nervously. Surely, he was the one being watched, right? Truth be told, being scrutinized by someone chopping meat was somewhat unnerving. Hashu sensed the peculiar atmosphere and quickly sought to divert attention. Wow, little Zissou, ISNT, even fazed by Hashu's chopping sounds. Such bravery. Hashu teased Zissou, amplifying his voice. Zissou had always been courageous. Itachi remarked with a smile, pride subtly glimmering in his eyes. Ding. Affection for character Uchiha Itachi increased to 95. Ding. Affection for character Uchiha Zissou increased to 30. Sometimes, Hashu found it hard to comprehend what Urju was thinking. Wow, you take great care of your little brother. Such a reassuring child. Juxina was instantly captivated by little Zissou, observing Itachi's skilled movements with surprise. Itachi smiled faintly. Juxina approached, scrutinizing the infant Zissou closely. She is so beautiful. Juxina's eyes sparkled, noting the resemblance to Mei-chin. She? Itachi was momentarily taken aback. Zissou was his younger brother. Huh? Juxina's eyes widened. It was rare to see a boy so handsome. She suddenly touched her slightly protruding belly. Jesting, I was thinking of arranging a betrothal between little Zissou and our child. Her statement left many present in astonishment. Juxina. Minato dropped the plate he was holding, his eyes gleaming with surprise. Juxina smiled silently. A betrothal? When Urju finds out about this, he will surely turn as dark as a pot bottom. The thought of the overbearing Urju almost arranging a betrothal with Naruto made Hashu unable to suppress his laughter. Ding. Affection for character Uchiha Zissou increased to 40. Hashu could no longer muster a smile. Chapter 59. The Chaos of the Nine Tails, Part 1. On the night of the following day, an unexpected guest appeared in Hashu's room. You're back, Hashu said as he pushed open the door to his bedroom, where Daitu sat on his bed, cloaked in black and wearing a mask. His demeanor was so calm that one might think Hashu was the intruder. Why do you come so suddenly? Hashu felt a growing suspicion. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is pregnant. Our opportunity has arrived, Daitu declared. When the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki gives birth, Konoha will undoubtedly be on high alert. Hashu seated himself on the tatami. Thus, I need you to relay information regarding the birth of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Daitu fixed his gaze on Hashu. Why haven't you disseminated the news of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's pregnancy? I only learned of it yesterday. I haven't had the chance, Hashu replied, his tone betraying a hint of grievance and anger at being questioned. Daitu's piercing gaze softened momentarily. He lowered his eyes, speaking in a manner that seemed both explanatory and cautionary. You do not belong to Konoha. Do not immerse yourself too deeply. Otherwise, when your identity is exposed, it will be Hashu who suffers. Once Daitu finished speaking, his figure vanished from the room. Juxina's belly grew day by day, and the concerns among the upper echelons of Konoha's shinobi intensified. During the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's delivery, the seal on the Nine-Tails would weaken. Should anyone choose to attack at that moment, the consequences would be dire. Hokage-sama. Hashu was summoned to the Hokage's office by Minato. Hashu, you've arrived. Minato greeted with a smile. Hashu. Juxina, with her prominent belly, waved from a small sofa, radiating warmth. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, Juxina's once sharp demeanor had softened, resembling a gentle cloud. Hashu, the situation regarding Juxina's delivery is unique. I hope you can assist in protecting her. Minato hesitated for a moment, assessing Hashu's expression before adding, alongside Kakashi. I knew it. Hashu reflexively glanced at Juxina. She winked at him. It was indeed a decision Juxina would make. Even at such a critical juncture, she did not abandon her intentions. However, was this not also a testament to the trust bestowed upon him by the Minato couple? Did he truly need to confront Daitu? Hashu's expression grew perplexed. It would certainly be awkward to perform under such circumstances. 2 months later, the dishes on the dining table emanated a comforting warmth. Hashu paused, gripping his chopsticks, and gazed out the window. What's wrong? Takanuchi asked, puzzled by Hashu's behavior. The early autumn night breeze wafted through the open window, carrying an unusual chakra that began to spread. Hashu's expression turned grave as he stood up, setting down his chopsticks. Uncle, I have an urgent mission and must leave now. Hashu clearly seemed unsettled. Takenuchi blinked in surprise, but nodded earnestly. Go ahead. Stay safe. Hashu nodded and walked towards the window, only to suddenly pause and return. Uncle, something seems amiss tonight. Please ensure your safety and take Xiaobai and the others to a secure location. Takebayashi retired early, and his condition does not permit him to continue fighting. Currently, Takebayashi is no different from an ordinary person. Understood. A warm hue flickered in Takebayashi's eyes as he nodded earnestly. He would never jest with his own life. With Takebayashi's assurance, Tsuru's figure vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, within the pitch-black cave, sharp cries of agony echoed. Kushina, hold on. Mito, Watergate, drenched in sweat, persevere in maintaining the seal on Kushina's abdomen. However, the cold chakra of the Nine Tails continued to seep out slowly. Hurry, we are almost there. The midwife, Buwako, urged anxiously. Kushina winced, her features contorted in pain. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared silently within the barrier. You, the guardian ninja's eyes widened, and his throat was swiftly crushed. Moments later, the struggling ceased, and he was discarded like refuse. The dark figure effortlessly penetrated the barrier, its presence causing no disturbance whatsoever. Outside the valley where Kushina was giving birth, a tranquil lake rippled with concentric circles. The scent of blood wafted through the air, and the crimson mist dissipated in the water. At that moment, Kushina's cries grew increasingly frantic. Obito slowly stepped into the cave. A familiar figure gradually came into focus in his view. It was his mentor, the mentor who was always a step too late. The accumulated hatred erupted at this moment, and a brutal emotion surfaced in Obito's eyes. It is born, accompanied by Bawako's voice. A resounding wail of an infant echoed throughout the valley. Kushina exhaled in relief, lying dazed on the ceiling platform. Watergate gazed at Kushina with a pained expression, yearning to wipe the sweat from her brow. Yet he dared not loosen his grip on the seal. Ugh! Bawako's eyes widened in shock, her aged features twisted in agony. She opened her mouth, but was too late to utter a word before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The newborn infant fell from Bawako's hands into Obito's embrace. Naruto! Kushina trembled, her pale lips quivering, a fierce light igniting in her eyes. Fourth Hokage, consider your choice carefully. Obito's voice resonated deeply. Without hesitation, he tossed the swaddled infant into the air. Wah! The cries of the infant tugged at the hearts of both Kushina and Watergate. Do not worry about me. Focus on Naruto. Kushina's eyes filled with bloodshot veins. She grasped Watergate's hand that maintained the seal with newfound strength. Seeing the plea in Kushina's eyes, Watergate's gaze darkened. In the next moment, Naruto, suspended in midair, safely landed into his arms. Zzz. A faint sound of ignition resonated. The swaddling cloth wrapped around Naruto was covered with densely packed explosive tags. Watergate clenched his fists, his expression grave, and swiftly moved Naruto away, causing the swaddled cloth to explode in a violent burst. A thick white mist enveloped the cave. In Watergate's suddenly widened pupils, the hand of the masked figure had already grasped Kushina's shoulder. Kushina! Watergate instinctively rushed toward Kushina. Naruto! Ensure Naruto's safety first. Kushina's figure gradually transformed into a distorted shadow. The cries of Naruto in his arms forced Watergate to confront the harsh reality that Kushina had been captured. Senior Watergate, take good care, Naruto. Tsuru's figure appeared out of nowhere, swiftly seizing Kushina's hand, and the three of them vanished within the cave. Watergate felt cold sweat bead in his palms, his heart steadied somewhat. With Tsuru present, they should be able to buy some time. He must first secure Naruto before dealing with the dark-clad man. The distorted figure, flowing lava, and Kushina were suspended by chains against the stone wall, her consciousness sinking into darkness. Before her, two figures emerged. Obito gazed at the nearly collapsing seal on Kushina and spoke. Why did you follow me in? Don't tell me you've grown soft? Before Tsuru could respond, Obito turned around, his gaze toward Tsuru, turning cold. You truly think too much. Tsuru shook his head. Participating in quelling the Nine-Tails disturbance will elevate my reputation within Konoha. Haha, Obito chuckled softly, inadvertently lamenting. Tsuru seems even colder than I am. These are necessary sacrifices on the road to success. The sacrifices made now lay the foundation for a greater world. Tsuru observed Kushina, her spirit entirely drained, and spoke softly. Bang! Blood-red chakra erupted from Kushina's abdomen. Kushina awakened from the excruciating pain, her throat emitting fragmented screams. Tsuru vanished the moment Kushina regained consciousness. In the next instant, the figure of the Nine-Tails appeared, and Kushina's vitality rapidly diminished. When the kaleidoscope pattern emerged in the Nine-Tails' eyes, Tsuru finally reappeared, attacking Obito with hostility. The divine spear pierced through Obito's body, as if piercing through a void of shadows and air. He furrowed his brow, his expression grave. I do not have time to waste with you here. Obito's gaze briefly flickered over Tsuru before ultimately fading into a phantom. Along with him, the menacing Nine-Tails vanished. Kushina-senpai. Tsuru immediately returned to check on Kushina's condition. Kushina lay on the ground like a sheet of paper devoid of support. The Nine-Tails is unleashed. Do not worry about me. Go warn the villagers. Do not let the Nine-Tails. Kushina's words came out in fragments as she grasped Tsuru's wrist, tears welling in her eyes. Having coexisted with the Nine-Tails since childhood, sealing it had been her mission. The thought of the calamity that would befall the village if the Nine-Tails broke free was too dreadful to contemplate. Tsuru gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening. Kushina-senpai, let me first take you to a safe place. Do not worry about me. Kushina exerted all her strength in that one statement. Due to the intense emotional turmoil, her voice became somewhat shrill. Go stop the Nine-Tails. Tsuru lowered his gaze, tears welling in his eyes, stubbornly attempting to lift Kushina. Kushina-sama, I will take you away first. Kushina closed her eyes tightly, and in the next moment, her fingers dug deeply into Tsuru's wrist. I told you not to worry about me. The most important thing now is the Nine-Tails. Do you understand? Kushina's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on her forehead, her gaze filled with fury. Tsuru's hand hesitated, and under the pressure of Kushina's gaze, he finally lowered his trembling hand. All right. Tsuru took one last look at Kushina, forcing back his tears, and resolutely vanished. Watching Tsuru leave, Kushina finally released a breath of relief. At the same time, the tears in her eyes finally fell. Sore, Tsuru. There are more people who need him than I do. Ding. Character Vortex Kushina's affinity level, 90. Roar. Accompanying the system's notification was the enraged howl of the Nine-Tails. The massive Nine-Tails swept through, causing buildings to collapse and trees to be uprooted. The cries of horror and weeping wove together, enveloping the entire Konoha in a cloud of fear. We're going to die. We will surely die. How could such a thing be something we can withstand? A few lower-ranked ninjas stood frozen in place, tears and sweat streaming down their faces. Their lips, twisted in horror, formed a grimace of despair. What a tragic sight to behold. One ninja swallowed hard, trembling all over. Above them, the blood-red eyes of the Kyuubi stared down menacingly. Its sharp claws stirred up a tempest. Mother, I don't want to die. I don't want to feel pain. Pain is what I fear the most. Behind several middle-ranked ninjas stood a group of civilians who should have been evacuated to safety in the rear mountains. Unfortunately, they became the most unfortunate team among the many fleeing. They were targeted by the Kyuubi. Don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Mommy will protect you. A woman clutched her child tightly, wishing she could shield them completely from harm, as if to return them to her womb. A heavy cloud of despair loomed over them. The desperate mother held her child close, while the young ninjas stood defensively in front of the unarmed civilians. The elderly, devoid of emotion, and the middle-aged, with tears streaming down their faces, reminisced about their wives and children. In the face of death, everyone appeared so powerless. Go save them. Why aren't you saving them? Among the other fleeing teams, many ninjas glared at their leader with crimson eyes, questioning him. In stark contrast to the fervor of the young ninjas, the leader remained remarkably calm. If you wish to incur unnecessary casualties, then go ahead. The leader locked eyes with a ninja. If you leave, then those behind you will lose their protection. The ninja froze, hardly daring to turn back, for he knew that behind him stood hundreds of civilians who placed their hopes for survival in the hands of their ninjas. Even if we go, we can do little. A sense of sorrow crossed the leader's eyes. Such a colossal being was beyond their capability to contend with. They were neither heroes nor protagonists. Lacking extraordinary strength and the ability to turn the tide, they could only fulfill their designated roles. Ultimately, the earlier ninja lowered his head, accepting the heavy blow of reality. Standing atop the Hokage rock, Heishu beheld the chaos below. Shao Qing climbed onto his shoulder, no longer flicking its tongue like a serpent. Ever since it realized it was a dragon, it had corrected all its previous habits. Go! Heishu grasped a handful of Shao Qing's purple golden scales. It's your turn to shine. Shao Qing majestically shook its dragon head. In the next moment, a thunderous dragon roar surged skyward. The ear-splitting dragon's roar manifested as tangible sound waves, sweeping through the area with fervor. What sound is this? Beneath the earth-shattering dragon's cry, the ground seemed to tremble. The moonlight was entirely obscured. People's gazes instinctively turned upward. Above the darkened sky, a gigantic purple-golden dragon soared, instantly reaching the location of the QB. Its claws clashed against scales as hard as iron, sparking bright flares. Those who had previously given up, struggling, opened their eyes in trembling disbelief, their vision engulfed by a sea of radiant golden light. Is this a summoned beast? The ninjas witnessing this scene gasped in astonishment. The only entities capable of actively protecting the villagers and ninjas of Konohagakure, apart from summoned beasts, were non-existent. Shao Qing's massive form coiled around the ninjas and civilians who were nearly crushed under the QB's claws, whisking them away to safety. Its slit-like pupils shone like torches in the dark as Shao Qing circled in the air, its claws lunging at the QB. Shao Qing, draw the QB to the outskirts of the village. Heishu commanded from atop the Hokage rock. Roar! The QB's body became increasingly ensnared. It roared in fury, its form being forcefully pulled away from the center of the village. All ninjas, retreat from the QB's vicinity. Heishu addressed the umbu surrounding the QB. At this moment, no one paid attention to Heishu's identity. They only knew that he possessed the ability to halt this turmoil. The QB was exceptionally obstinate, especially as its battle with Shao Qing intensified its rage. Under Heishu's training, Shao Qing's integration as a Taishu ancient dragon had reached 60%. It was once merely a snake. It not only lacked combat experience, but also exhibited a naive demeanor. The QB swiped at Shao Qing's face with its claws, provoking Shao Qing's wrath as it retaliated with a powerful strike to the QB's face. The two, one dragon and one fox, traded blows, each delivering strikes with glee. Roar! The QB stumbled as Shao Qing's tail struck its face, the crimson hue in its slit pupils gradually fading. Obito's control faltered. The QB regained its senses. Yet, the first action it took was to unleash a tailed beast bomb at Shao Qing. Witnessing Shao Qing standing there in bewilderment, Heishu felt speechless. So, even though Shao Qing possessed the bloodline of the Taishu ancient dragon, it still could not alter its intelligence? Come back, Heishu commanded. Shao Qing understood, transforming into a streak of light and swiftly returning to its normal serpent length, coiling around Heishu's wrist. The tailed beast bomb gathered energy, distorting the surrounding space. Time seemed to freeze. Heishu's figure gracefully landed at the gates of Konohagakure. Lord Heishu, a ninja inside the gate, looked at Heishu with concern. That tailed beast bomb was headed straight for him. Chakra surged around Heishu. An ice wall, a meter thick, rapidly rose from the outskirts of Konohagakure, enveloping the village in a 10-meter-high barrier. A chilling aura emanated, leaving only Heishu's figure exposed outside the ice wall. As they gazed at the enormous, dark-tailed beast bomb, everyone instinctively held their breath, their hearts racing. Heishu did not hesitate, releasing an overwhelming surge of chakra. Technique reversale, gang. Technique forward. The massive spheres, one red and one blue, manifested beside Heishu, exuding a terrifying presence surpassing that of the tailed beast bomb. Void Technique Z. Lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, dark clouds obscuring the bright moonlight. Amidst the heavy clouds, thunder rumbled. Like a conductor, thick bolts of lightning coiled around Heishu's form. In the presence of the colossal purple sphere, Heishu appeared diminutive. Yet, in the eyes of everyone in Konohagakure, his figure was unprecedentedly towering. It seemed that as long as he stood, their hearts would find solace. A howling tempest stirred up immense waves. His robes flapped wildly in the gale, while debris and wood splintered in the air, violently striking against the ice wall, producing resonant sounds. 100 meters away, the QB sat down abruptly, its expression still somewhat dazed. Had been too long since it last roamed freely? Had humanity as combat prowess surged once more? Ding. Acquired 10 favorability points with the QB. Heishu's hand faltered mid-attack. What is this? Can it be conquered? Coughing, Heishu mused. The QB was an important plot character within the Naruto world, possessing valuable skills. The system seemed hesitant to mention conquering a tailed beast. Heishu sincerely inquired, "If I do not conquer, will I not obtain those skills?" Before the system could respond, Heishu continued, "Actually, conquering isn't particularly significant to me." The system displayed a question mark on the electronic screen. "I understand that the favorability points I gain from conquering should benefit you. As I ponder the nature of our relationship, it seems unreasonable for you to bear the brunt of the burden. Thus, I shall adapt my strategy. And even in the absence of formidable skills, I will pursue the conquest of the QB." Heishu firmly believes in the principle of equivalent exchange. The system can furnish him with various skills from a small world, and his camaraderie must also yield certain benefits for the system. The system fell silent, taken aback by Heishu's perspective. "Now that I am venturing out independently, even if you do not engage in the conquest of the QB, I can still procure powerful skills for you. Do not fret," the system reassured him, saying, "I will provide you with support." Heishu suppressed a smile that threatened to rise, speaking earnestly, "Truly, you are a good brother. We shall remain good brothers for life." At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized beside Heishu. The Hokage's ceremonial robe of Minato fluttered in the wind. "Heishu, you have worked hard. Leave the ensuing matters to me." Minato cast a glance of guilt towards Heishu, feeling that as the Hokage, he had utterly failed in allowing Heishu to face such grave dangers. "Minato-senpai, we are all members of the village," Heishu replied, his face adorned with a steadfast and warm smile. Ding! The affection level for the character Namikaze Minato has reached 95. With the QB situation entrusted to Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen was preoccupied with the current chaos engulfing Konoha. Heishu's figure flickered and vanished into the wind. In the back mountains of Konoha, Obito leaned against a large tree, gasping for breath. Blood seeped from his chest. His body was a fusion of flesh and blood and the white Zetsu material. The battle with Namikaze Minato had inflicted injuries on both sides of his body. As he sensed the chakra fluctuations nearby, Obito activated his Sharingan and gripped the cold blade tightly. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he relaxed his guard. "Injured?" Heishu asked, feigning ignorance. Although Obito had acquired the Kimui Mangekyo, he was still far from being able to defeat Minato. In terms of both combat intelligence and experience, he was significantly lacking compared to Minato. "What brings you here?" At this moment, Heishu should have been dealing with the QB disturbance within Konoha. From a single Sharingan visible in Obito's eye, one could not discern his emotions. "I was worried about you," Heishu stated plainly. Simultaneously, he extended his hand, and a radiant aura enveloped them. Obito's wounds began to heal at a visible pace. Obito remained silent, unsure if it was due to Heishu's candidness or the circumstances of the night. "Do you not find me cruel?" After an indeterminate silence, Obito suddenly spoke. Locking eyes with Heishu, since the day Heishu entered Konoha, Obito had prepared himself for the eventuality of Heishu uncovering his secrets. That he was Uchiha Obito, who had not perished, that he shared a past with Kakashi and Rin, and that he had unleashed the QB, leading to Kushina's demise and potentially endangering his teacher. Namikaze Minato. Cruel? Heishu laughed suddenly, amusement lighting up his face as he regarded Obito. By that logic, Am I not equally cruel? Minato-senpai and Kushina-senpai have treated me well and trusted me deeply, have they not? Obito felt an inexplicable sense of relief, even a newfound lightness. We are kindred spirits. Ishu gazed intently at Obito, reiterating earnestly, we are of the same kind. Obito offered an ambiguous smile, the familiar glint returning to his eyes. The previous conversation seemed to evaporate into thin air. I must take my leave. Take care. After uttering these words, Obito vanished from the spot. Calculating the passage of time, Hishu observed that the moment of conclusion was drawing near. He glanced at the moon, which had re-emerged from behind the clouds, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. On the outskirts of the village, Kushina, dragging her exhausted body, appeared with Naruto in her arms. At this moment, only she, a member of the Uzumaki clan, possessed the ability to seal the Kyuubi. Countless golden chains extended from her body, swiftly entangling the Kyuubi's limbs and restraining its wildly thrashing tails. Kushina, Minato gritted his teeth. Once the tailed beast is separated from its host, the Jinchuriki is doomed to perish. Due to her unique constitution, Kushina was granted a reprieve from the impending death. Yet, death was an inescapable fate. The Kyuubi struggled fiercely, causing Kushina's already weakened body to sway precariously. Minato, seal it, seal it. Kushina had once taught Minato the sealing technique. Upon hearing the word seal, the Kyuubi grew increasingly enraged. The prolonged confinement had stoked its malice, intensifying its hatred and disdain for humanity. Its claws tore at the iron chains binding its limbs. Yet they remained unbroken. The Kyuubi was in a frenzy. Suddenly, an infant's cries pierced the air. Both Kushina and Minato froze momentarily. Roar! Excitement gleamed in the Kyuubi's eyes. Ignoring everything else, it lunged towards the infant. Naruto! Naruto! Minato and Kushina's eyes widened with terror. They rushed towards Naruto. Thud! The sharp claws pierced through Minato and Kushina's bodies, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the surrounding grass. Roar! The Kyuubi violently thrashed its body, its claws aimed at the fragile, delicate skin of the infant. Naruto, Minato, and Kushina desperately tried to restrain the Kyuubi's claws. However, as a tailed beast, its strength was unparalleled, even in a restrained state. No! Blood spilled from Kushina's mouth. In that fateful moment, as the sharp claws collided with the infant, Hishu appeared between them. The Kyuubi's claws were halted, and Hishu swiftly retreated with little Naruto to safety. Phew! Kushina exhaled, her body relaxing as she gazed at Hishu, tears welling in her eyes. Thank you, Hishu. Ding! The affection level for the character Uzumaki Kushina has reached 95. Minato-senpai, Kushina-senpai. Seeing their pierced chests, Hishu's pupils dilated. Don't come any closer. Minato halted Hishu's advance. It was too perilous to approach them. They needed to ensure the Kyuubi was resealed first. Minato-senpai, I can save you. Tears welled in Hishu's eyes as he spoke, his voice trembling and incoherent. Minato and Kushina's expressions softened at once. Despite Hishu's mature demeanor, he remained a child at heart. Kushina managed a bitter smile. Our fate is sealed. Hishu stared blankly at them, hot tears streaming down his face, falling onto Naruto's soft belly. Wah wah wah. Little Naruto's cries echoed. Kushina's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she implored, Hishu, may I entrust you with the care of Naruto? Looking at the swaddled Naruto, her tears flowed uncontrollably. What are you saying? Naruto cannot be without parents. Minato resumed the sealing process. The Kyuubi's struggles began to weaken gradually, and Hishu inched closer to them. Senpai, let me try. I will surely save you. Hishu's tears streamed uncontrollably. For Naruto's sake, they must not perish. Kushina shook her head with a smile. We cannot bear to leave Naruto, but a mouthful of blood surged forth. The sealing commenced. The Kyuubi emitted a final, unwilling roar, but it was uncontrollably drawn step by step into Naruto's small abdomen. The other half of the Kyuubi was sealed by Minato. Hishu, I entrust this to you. Minato coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his smile remained gentle. Naruto, do not be picky with your food. Eat well and grow quickly. Remember to bathe regularly and ensure you get enough sleep. One must remember that having a multitude of friends is unnecessary. Possessing a few truly trustworthy companions suffices. Although I, as your mother, am not particularly skilled in certain areas, you must diligently pursue your studies and mastery of ninjutsu. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, encountering challenges in learning should not lead to excessive despair. In school, it is imperative to show respect to teachers and seniors. Heed the words of Heishu. If there is anything you do not understand, seek her guidance. Moreover, there is an essential matter concerning the 3 prohibitions of ninjas, particularly regarding the borrowing of money, which must be approached with utmost caution. Ensure that you save your earnings from missions diligently. Wait until you are 20 before indulging in alcohol, for excessive drinking is detrimental to one's health. Always remember to exercise moderation. Another critical aspect of the 3 prohibitions pertains to women. Though I, as a woman, may not fully comprehend this, it is clear that this world consists solely of men and women. While you may find yourself intrigued by women, take great care not to be bewitched by those of dubious character. Instead, seek someone akin to me. Additionally, exercise caution around Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto, you will inevitably face much pain and sorrow in the days to come, yet you must resolutely maintain your sense of self. Dream grandly and nurture the confidence to realize those dreams. There are countless more lessons I wish to impart to you, and I yearn to remain by your side forever. I love you. Kushina's voice trailed off as she directed her gaze towards Heishu, awaiting a response that would provide her solace. I will take good care of Naruto. Absolutely. Heishu choked back tears, promising earnestly. I truly appreciate your assistance, Heishu. Kushina offered a final glance, her eyes reflecting a vacant brilliance. The gentle sound of rain fell in a delicate, diagonal pattern. The moonlight was entirely enveloped by the churning clouds. In Heishu's embrace, Naruto slept peacefully, his cherubic face flushed with the remnants of tears, oblivious to the tragic reality that mere steps away, his biological parents lay lifeless. Tears streamed endlessly from Heishu's eyes. Host, please do not grieve, the system gently interjected, sensing Heishu's heavy heart. After those comforting words, Heishu expressionlessly wiped away his tears, standing resolutely in the rain, exuding an aura of chilling indifference. For reasons unknown, the sight of Heishu's typically whimsical demeanor now invoked a sense of foreboding within the system. Host, the ninjas of Konoha are approaching, the system alerted. I am aware, Heishu replied, retracting his boundless resolve to shield only little Naruto. The rain instantly soaked Heishu to the bone, water cascading down his face while his brilliant blue eyes dulled. Kneeling before the lifeless forms of Minato and Kushina, radiant light surged from his hands. Tears and rain blended as they flowed down his cheeks, and he repeatedly uttered, "It won't happen. I can save you. It won't happen. Please don't die. I beg you." Led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the majority of Konoha's ninjas mobilized. The profound silence hinted at an impending tragedy. They slowed their pace as they approached the site, emerging from the disheveled forest ravaged by battle. Hiruzen's gaze fell upon the bodies of Minato and Kushina, causing him to shudder, as if a decade had been added to his age in an instant. Seeing Heishu in the rain, seemingly unhinged, Hiruzen could no longer contain himself and rushed forward. "Heishu, stop!" Hiruzen's eyes were red, desperate to interrupt Heishu's medical ninjutsu. "Heishu, Minato, and Kushina are gone." Hiruzen's voice rang out distinctly in the quiet night, akin to thunder exploding in Heishu's ears. Heishu stood frozen, shaking his head in disbelief, stubbornly repeating, "It won't happen. It won't happen. I can bring them back." He uttered those words, yet tears and trembling hands betrayed his powerlessness. "Child." Hiruzen approached slowly, placing a gentle hand on Heishu's head, his voice softening as he spoke. "Child, Minato and Kushina have departed. Let them go. You have done all you could." Heishu finally broke, tears flooding forth as he wept uncontrollably over the bodies of Kushina and Minato. His cries echoed through the night, piercingly sorrowful and agonizing. Hiruzen gazed at Heishu's heart-wrenching state, feeling an ache in his own heart as he silently stood by, enduring the rain alongside him. Time passed slowly, and the rain gradually ceased. The ninjas honored Minato and Kushina with the utmost respect as they prepared their remains. Heishu stood nearby, gazing at the young, frozen faces of Minato and Kushina, tears falling silently. "Heishu, let us return," Hiruzen said gently, ever mindful of Heishu's emotional state, fearing he might spiral into despair. Wah wah wah. Little Naruto seemed to awaken amidst the surrounding commotion, letting out a few cries. Heishu, drenched, was jolted back to reality by Naruto's wails, cradling the boy who remained untouched by the rain. Silently, Heishu followed the ninjas as they made their way towards the gates of Konoha. Heishu halted abruptly. "Heishu, what is wrong?" Hiruzen inquired, attentively observing Heishu's every move. Heishu remained silent, a profound unease gripping his heart. He continued forward, his hands feeling cold and stiff. Countless ninjas stood before the gates of Konoha, watching as Heishu and the others entered. The atmosphere was heavy. Both citizens and ninjas bore expressions of sorrow. The departed were not only the fourth Hokage and his wife, but also the loved ones of those present. Heishu, Sarutobi Aoki, clad in a Chunin vest, emerged in a state of panic. Hiruzen felt a sudden sense of foreboding at the sight of Aoki. "Wait, don't!" Hiruzen stepped forward, attempting to silence Aoki. "The uncle of Takebayashi is..." Aoki's words were cut short as Heishu vanished from sight. "Heishu!" Hiruzen shot a furious glare at Aoki, seizing him by the collar and demanding, "Where's Uncle Takebayashi? Take me to him." Okay. Normally, Aoki would have engaged in a scuffle with Hiruzen, but given Heishu's condition, it was clear that something was amiss. Heishu's mind was a tumultuous chaos. The deaths of Minato and Kushina weighed heavily on him, even though he had long foreseen their grim fate. Had he lacked the power to alter their destiny, he might have felt indifferent. Yet, possessing the strength to witness their demise without intervening left a profound impact on him, one that he could not deny. Moreover, the incident involving Takebayashi was entirely unexpected, shattering his carefully laid plans. Heishu's thoughts were a tangled mess, and before he could untangle them, he found himself confronting Takebayashi. Heishu-sama, a medical ninja clad in white, sensed Heishu's presence, their hand trembling at the thought of the person who would soon be covered by the white cloth, Takebayashi. Heishu's only remaining kin. Hichi-shu paused for a moment, then slowly approached, fully revealing the body obstructed by the medical ninja to his line of sight. Takebayashi's face was devoid of color, lying quietly on the stretcher. That face, which could hardly be described as handsome and might even be deemed rugged, now appeared extraordinarily tranquil and serene. How had he met his demise? This singular question lingered in Hichi-shu's mind. Rather than sorrow, he was first engulfed by a sense of helplessness and confusion. The medical ninja lowered their eyes, unable to meet Hichi-shu's gaze. In that moment of the house's collapse, Takebayashi had sacrificed himself to save a child trapped in the corner, his heart pierced by a falling iron beam. Though Takebayashi was no longer a ninja, the medical ninja still referred to him as Chunin, a mark of respect for a ninja who had saved a child. "Huh!" Hichi-shu chuckled, realizing it was indeed something an uncle would do. No wonder, in his final moments, his affection rating had soared to 100. Hichi-shu had thought he would not be overly saddened, yet as he neared Takebayashi's body, he discovered his hands were trembling. He took the white cloth from the medical ninja, intending to cover Takebayashi himself. Suddenly, everything before him became blurry, and tears fell from his eyes without warning. His eyelids grew heavy. Hichi-shu. This was the last voice he heard as he fell into unconsciousness. It was neither Shuri nor Sarutobi Aoki, but rather Shizen. However, Shizen should still be at the border. Ding! The system has begun to detect the host's physical condition. Ding! Mental state exhausted, physical condition stable. Ding! The system detected that the host has been unconscious for over 24 hours, automatically activating protective mechanisms. Ding! The system detected multiple Gongnir Doishang S affection levels at maximum. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a hidden lucky buff. Ding! The system detected that the host is unconscious and will automatically deactivate the hidden lucky buff mode. Suko. Wait. Konoha Hospital, within a serene ward. The pure white lilies exuded a gentle fragrance. The figure that lay quietly in bed like a corpse suddenly extended a hand, as if resurrecting from the dead. The system merely intended to startle the host, and it seemed the effect was surprisingly effective. Such a boon should be kept for myself. Hichi-Shu energetically rose from the bed. Outside the window, the sun was perfectly shining, bathing him in a warm glow. Hichi-Shu stretched and exchanged glances with the entering Shizen. Shizen? Hichi-Shu rubbed his eyes. Realizing that what he had heard earlier was not an illusion, Shizen had indeed returned. You're awake. Shizen smiled slowly, placing the porridge he had bought on the bedside table, and approached to inquire tenderly. Is there any discomfort in your body? Hichi-Shu was well aware of his own condition. He was entirely fine. He had simply been too exhausted and wished to sleep for a while, not expecting to slumber for such an extended period. Furthermore, he had naturally chosen the perfect option of fainting to avoid confronting the impending multitude of troubles. No. Hichi-Shu shook his head and asked, How did you come back? Shizen paused, glanced at Hichi-Shu, then averted his gaze without responding. Hichi-Shu persistently stared at Shizen, compelling him with his gaze. Shizen scrutinized Hichi-Shu's expression, and after a long moment, tentatively began. The village suffered an attack, and the fourth Hokage and Kushina-sensei also experienced changes. Hichi-Shu suddenly laughed, leaving Shizen momentarily bewildered. What are you saying? Hichi-Shu waved his hand dismissively, stating helplessly, with the presence of Minato-sensei in the village, how could it possibly suffer an attack? Moreover, what changes? Minato-sensei is so formidable. What changes could there be? Shizen stiffened, the smile on his face gradually fading, his eyes reflecting shock and sorrow as he gazed at Hichi-Shu. Why are you looking at me like that? Hichi-Shu touched his nose, his expression sincere. Hichi-Shu, don't you remember? Shizen hesitated for a moment before asking. Remember what? I recall everything clearly. Hichi-Shu casually returned to sit by the hospital bed, saying, I know. It's just that Kushina-sensei gave birth to a big baby boy. Minato-sensei must be reluctant to leave Naruto now, right? Even before Naruto's birth, the name Uzumaki Naruto had already been decided. Hichi-Shu was certainly aware of this. Shizen looked at Hichi-Shu, his eyes gradually reddening. Fearing that Hichi-Shu would notice, he turned his gaze away. Outside the door, the third Hokage, who had overheard everything, slowly lowered his head. This child, could it be that he could not bear such a blow? Two beloved and esteemed mentors had passed, and his last relative, Takebayashi, had died to protect a child. Such a blow was akin to the collapse of the entire world for Hichi-Shu. After lingering for a moment to collect his emotions, the third Hokage entered the room. Third Hokage, Hichi-Shu exclaimed in surprise. Why have you come? Shizen stepped aside to make way for the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Hichi-Shu, patting his shoulder. How is your health? Why ask this? Can't you see that he is already bouncing back? Hichi-Shu nodded earnestly. Third Hokage, I'm perfectly fine. I still plan to visit Kushina-sensei later. I want to bring a gift for Naruto. His eyes sparkled with pure joy. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang in his heart, pursed his lips, and said, Then I'll go with you. Third Hokage, Shizen called out urgently. Even though Minato and Kushina's bodies have already been laid to rest, where can he take Hichi-Shu? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head at Shizen, his eyes resolute. Minato is dead, Kushina is dead, and Orochimaru is currently engrossed in his laboratory. He has not even shown up during the Nine-Tails incident. Now in the village, Hichi-Shu is the ninja that people rally behind. As a pillar of strength, Hichi-Shu must not show weakness. He must not numb his pain through self-deception and forgetfulness. Shizen refrained from saying anything further. He understood that the third Hokage had his own convictions and purposes. Hichi-Shu changed his clothes, and under the guidance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, headed towards the grove where countless Konoha ninjas lay buried. Third Hokage, aren't we going to see little Naruto and Minato-sensei? Hichi-Shu looked at the area, now adorned with many new gravestones, and curiously stared at the back of the third Hokage. Indeed, I have come to take you to pay respects to Minato and Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen halted his steps. His figure obscured the photos atop the joint gravestone. All that was visible were the countless wreaths and flowers laid in tribute. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice took on a solemn tone. Hichishu, you must observe carefully. Upon saying this, he revealed the photo atop the gravestone. The images of the still-smiling Minato and the radiant Kushina appeared on the gravestone, gazing at Hichishu as though they had not truly departed. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Hichishu's eyes widen and the veins on his forehead throb. He witnessed Hichishu's trembling hands and the reddening of his eyes, feeling an unbearable weight in his heart. He felt guilt towards Minato and Kushina, and also towards Hichishu. Tears fell onto the soft grass, sinking into the dry, warm earth. Hichishu remained silent, yet his trembling shoulders and the tears that flowed revealed his profound anguish. Ding! The affection level of the Gonrenwu Kakashi Hitaki is 90. Behind a nearby large tree, Kakashi leaned against it, holding a bouquet of flowers. His dry eyes held no tears, yet he understood better than anyone the feelings of Hichishu weeping before the grave. Hichishu, death is the ultimate destination for each of us and a topic that we cannot evade. Yanfurudan gazed at the azure sky and spoke softly. Regardless of whether we are prepared or not, we must understand one fundamental truth. We are all destined to die. No one is exempt from this fate. Hishu, lowered his head, tears leaving traces that dried into stains upon his cheeks. He truly believed that the third's assertion was flawed. Ordinary people may indeed perish, but he is no ordinary person, is he? Wouldn't you agree, Brother Tongzi? The system, receiving the host's hint, sighed in resignation, responding, indeed. Yet death is by no means the end of life. Yanfeiru John's voice grew resolute. Although Mizumoto and the others had fallen, their spirits would forever resonate within the village. Here lie thousands of ninjas, each of whom departed bearing the will of Konoha. Mizumoto and the others saved the villagers, preventing further calamities. For them, this may indeed be the most favorable conclusion. What a damn fine conclusion it is. Who wishes to die when they can live? Who desires to sacrifice their life when they can remain with their child? Hishu silently lamented, maintaining a facade of attentiveness. Chapter 62, Adopting Naruto, Obito arrives. Half an hour later, Anfurujan concluded his lyrical soliloquy. Therefore, Hishu, to become Hokage, you must endure greater pain. Are you still so steadfastly pursuing the title of Hokage? Yanfurujan's greatest concern was that Hishu might tread the same path as Kakashi, succumbing to despair after losing loved ones, becoming ensnared in his own world. Most importantly, Hishu was the heir he had high hopes for. Hishu's eyes were red and swollen, his gaze lingering on Mizumoto's visage. After a moment of silence, Yanfurujan finally heard Hishu's voice. Lord Third, I have never feared pain or torment. What terrifies me is my inability to protect those I cherish, to safeguard those who trust in me. Yanfurujan sighed. This worry and fear, was it not something he too experienced? Many only saw the glory associated with the position of Hokage, neglecting the immense pressures that came with it. Such pressure is something we all bear. Yanfurujan reflected, yet it is this very pressure that propels us forward, urging us to excel. He gazed at Hishu with unwavering determination. Hishu forced a smile, but his eyes were sincere. Lord Third, thank you for your guidance. I shall not succumb to despair. Observing this, Yanfurujan felt a slight relief and smiled in return. Seeing you like this, Mizumoto and the others would surely be delighted. The pain of the Nine-Tails incident was gradually overshadowed by the increasingly pervasive rumors. The village's malice began to be directed towards an innocent infant. It is all that demon fox's child's fault. Why must he remain in the village? Why not let him perish? He has caused so much death. Why not eliminate him? How can we find peace living in the same village as such a terrifying and repugnant creature? From the moment he stepped out to the Hokage office, Hishu had heard such sentiments no less than 100 times. The smile on his face gradually faded. Lord Hishu, please wait. The Hokage is currently in a meeting with the elders. Since Mizumoto's demise, the third Hokage had no choice but to abandon his retirement plans and resume command. Hishu stood at the door, but everything within had already reached his ears. Tap, tap, tap. This was the sound of the third tapping his pipe. Such a rhythm signified the third's growing impatience. Risen, I will not acquiesce to your demands. Sitting opposite Furujan, Danzo's expression was grim. Young Furujan had begun by insisting that Suki no Hishu be demoted to a regular jonin, which Danzo found utterly unacceptable. Although Suki no Hishu could sometimes be a bit headstrong, he was undoubtedly the most capable talent under Danzo's command. Whether in understanding the will of the roots or in task execution efficiency, Danzo was thoroughly satisfied, now that he had become accustomed to utilizing Hishu. The third's insistence on his return was simply infuriating. Yunferang gazed at Danzo, his eyes unwavering, exuding a commanding presence. I am informing you, not seeking your opinion. You. Danzo clenched his cane tightly, declaring that Suki no Hishu could not leave the roots. Danzo's reaction was anticipated by Furujan, who coldly regarded him, resolutely stating, I am the Hokage. All personnel decisions in this village are mine to make. Do you understand? Danzo gleaned the meaning from Furujan's gaze. For a moment, he was taken aback. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such a formidable Furujan. Transferring Suki no Hishu is acceptable, but I demand a ninja of equal caliber. Danzo inexplicably softened his stance. Tomorrow, Uchiha Shursui will report to the roots, Furujan announced. Danzo, unwilling to leave in defeat, let out a cold snort Furujan before departing with his cane. As Danzo opened the door, he exchanged a knowing glance with Hishu. The depth of understanding in Danzo's gaze was comprehensible only to Hishu. Seeing his subtle nod, Danzo departed in satisfaction. Lord Hokage, Hishu stood before Furujan. The icy demeanor of Furujan softened. He tapped on the chair opposite him, urging Hishu to sit and speak. Hishu took a seat, hesitating as he regarded the third. Furujan discerned the purpose of his visit through the fury and frustration reflected in Hishu's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Furujan inquired, You are here regarding Naruto, aren't you? Hishu's surprise was fleeting as he nodded. Alas! Furujan inhaled from his pipe and slowly articulated. Following the Nine Tails incident, the sentiments of both villagers and ninjas have evidently shifted. So, must Naruto be sacrificed to serve as their emotional outlet? Hishu, somewhat agitated, interrupted Furujan. Furujan remained unperturbed. Such a reaction was characteristic of Hishu. The Nine Tails had caused countless villagers and ninjas to lose loved ones, and the accumulated resentment had nowhere to go. Naruto's identity as the Jinchuriki could not be concealed. Many ninjas present that day had witnessed the sealing of the Nine Tails. Yet as Hokage, Furujan held the authority to silence dissent. The voices of the masses are the hardest to quell. Sensing Hishu's confusion, Furujan continued. Hatred is something that can never be suppressed. Ultimately, people, burdened by their own cowardice and suffering, unwilling to endure such pain alone, project their anguish onto Naruto, making him bear the entirety of their sorrow, thereby allowing themselves a semblance of relief and absolution from guilt. This is utterly excessive. Hishu clenched his fists, his face a mixture of anger and helplessness. It is indeed a situation beyond remedy. Furujan sighed. Lord Third, how do you intend to arrange for Naruto? Hishu suddenly asked, the dying words of Kushina echoing in his mind. Naruto. Furujan retrieved a document from beneath the desk and presented it to Hishu. It was a certification of orphan status. An orphan? How ironic. A hero sacrificed his life to protect the people. Yet they treat his son as a pariah and a demon fox. Lord Third, I wish to adopt Naruto, Hishu proclaimed suddenly, fixing his gaze upon Furujan. Furujan looked at Hishu with surprise as he uttered those words. Hishu, are you aware of the villagers' attitude towards Naruto? Although Naruto is merely an infant and has done nothing wrong, he has become a pariah, reviled by all. In such times, nearly everyone is eager to distance themselves from Naruto, fearful that any association might lead to their own ostracism from the village. Lord Third, I promised both Mizumoto-senpai and Kushina-senpai that I would take good care of Naruto. Hishu expressed a sense of guilt, stating, It pains me deeply to subject Naruto to such slander. I cannot allow Senior Mizumoto and Senior Kushina to remain troubled. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze softened. He knew he had not misjudged Heishu. A person who stood unafraid of rumors, upheld their promises, and embraced their responsibilities was indeed the ideal candidate in his heart. Very well, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, producing the Hokage's seal and affixing it to the adoption document. Heishu made his way to the hospital where Naruto lay. Having just been born and devoid of parents, Naruto could only be placed in the hospital's care. However, upon entering Naruto's room, Heishu found it eerily empty, devoid of any other cribs. The medical ninjas also seemed reluctant to approach Naruto. Inexplicably, a mystical connection seemed to arise. The once quiet Naruto suddenly erupted into tears upon Heishu's arrival. Heishu gently touched Naruto's emaciated belly, and a surge of heartfelt anger welled within him. Regardless of the reasons, it was utterly unacceptable to deny nourishment to an infant. Half an hour later, cradling Naruto, Heishu stood before a collection of jars, troubled. How was he to manage this? He shook one jar and prodded another. Which one contained a formula? Heishu earnestly sought guidance from the system. The system shared his concern, as it had yet to develop the skill of childcare. Let me analyze the data for you. Good. Heishu easily note that. Ding. After system verification, this jar contains a powdered substance made from carrot powder, a component of vitamin A. Ding. After system verification, this jar contains a liquid composed of cod liver oil and milk, a source of vitamin B. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the system continued its analysis, finally pinpointing the jar containing the formula. Unbeknownst to Heishu, the child in his arms had quieted. His gaze shifted downward to find little Naruto happily gnawing on his finger. Hurry up! Look how starved the protagonist is. Heishu's heart brimmed with guilt. What a hardship this was for Naruto. The system, equally frustrated, lamented its lack of maternal and infant capabilities. When it had initially bound to Heishu, it had no inkling that the host would be raising a child. 2 hours later, the ravenous Naruto finally consumed the formula that Heishu and the system had painstakingly prepared. What a struggle it had been. Heishu wiped the sweat from his brow, finally able to catch his breath. Watching Naruto eagerly gulp down the formula, he felt an inkling of foreboding. His life would undoubtedly become chaotic with Naruto's presence. Sometimes, coming to terms with reality too soon can be a cruel act of self-awareness. The system finally caught a break, its mainframe still overheating. Ding! Affection level for Uzumaki Naruto, 100. Huh? Both Heishu and the system paused in astonishment. Did you hear that? Heishu rubbed his ears, wondering if he was hallucinating from being so busy. The system also hesitated for a moment. Could the mainframe be malfunctioning? 3 minutes later, Heishu's laughter echoed throughout the hospital. The system's blue digital screen displayed celebratory effects. Truly, what a remarkable protagonist. Heishu gently fondled Naruto's chubby face. His eyes filled with warmth. He proclaimed that from this day forth, no one could ever replace Naruto's position in his heart. This was an existence that began at full value. Now, as Heishu gazed at Naruto, he found him utterly endearing in every aspect. He gathered Naruto's belongings and, with a smile on his face, slowly exited the hospital under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Heishu is truly magnificent. The medical ninjas marveled at his retreating figure, their astonishment palpable. Why is Heishu holding that demon fox? That creature is most sinister. Murmurs of speculation began to circulate. This is Heishu, the initial speaker remarked once more. Under the scrutiny of all, he slowly articulated his thoughts. The demon fox's attack was thwarted by Heishu, who shielded us without hesitation, viewing us as close companions. For a ninja as great as Heishu, every living being, whether human or infant, indeed every blade of grass and tree in the village, is worthy of protection. Thus, even the demon fox, despite its danger, is still deserving of compassion. The expressions of those around began to shift, their disdain transforming into contemplation. Most importantly, such a perilous entity as the demon fox must remain close to Heishu for the safety of the village. Heishu is truly a ninja worthy of admiration. A ninja leaned against the wall, his expression devoid of emotion, yet undeniably inspiring. Indeed, such realization is profoundly moving, isn't it? We stand here safely thanks to Heishu. Heishu is a reassuring presence. Indeed, the greatest aspect is Heishu's heart. The first speaker's expression faltered. One outrageous statement. The heart? The demon fox had effectively caused the death of Heishu's loved ones. Yet Heishu still released his grudges. The slightly stammering ninja concluded his thoughts, garnering agreement from the crowd. The initial speaker, who had guided the conversation, quietly vanished into the throng. Heishu returned home. The once lively house now felt hollow, the small pets having perished on the same night as Takeo's demise. The little cat, Xiaoqing, expertly descended from Heishu's wrist, lingeringly returning to its nook in the wall. Heishu placed the sleeping Naruto in his bed, mentally preparing a list of necessary purchases. He paused momentarily, sensing the dissipating presence of his chakra clone. Indeed, the ninja in the hospital had been none other than himself. He was not one to silently contribute. He intended to showcase his efforts to the public and bolster his favorability. At noon, Shuriki, Shursui, and Hayashi visited. None came empty-handed. Some brought a crib, others children's clothing, and some milk powder. In short, they flawlessly addressed Heishu's immediate needs. As night fell, Heishu and little Naruto exchanged wide-eyed glances. Why was he not sleeping? Was he not tired at all? Despair tinged Heishu's voice. The system skillfully flipped through a book titled The Secrets of Baby Talk, a divine guide to raising an intelligent child. Infants who do not sleep at night may be excessively stimulated before bed. Due to the underdevelopment of their nervous systems, they can easily become overly excited, leading to insomnia. It could also be a deficiency of vitamin D, resulting in disrupted neural functions. If an infant exhibits signs of vitamin deficiency, timely supplementation is crucial, ensuring the most appropriate and reasonable response based on their condition. Stop! Heishu interrupted, unable to bear the system's incessant recitation of maternal and infant literature. How unexpected it was! The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had now entered his life. A familiar voice resonated in the room. Heishu turned to find Obito seated at the bedside. Beside Obito was Naruto, who was wide-eyed, mirroring Heishu's gaze. Chapter 63. Deceiving Danzo. Encountering Obito forcibly extracted the Nine Tails. Naruto perished. The end. The system, unable to tolerate Heishu's wild imaginings, interjected, "You harbor a dangerously reckless thought." Heishu cleared his throat twice, dispelling the notions that had surfaced in his mind. In order to ensure Naruto's safety, Heishu positioned himself between Obito and Naruto. Under Obito's peculiar gaze, he squeezed into the narrow space between the two. Observing their arms brushing against each other, Obito inquired, "Are you feeling cold?" One absurd question. When did Obito start making cold jokes? Heishu refrained from answering directly and shifted the topic. "You've been visiting quite frequently lately." The moment those words escaped his lips, Heishu regretted it. Something felt off, no matter how he contemplated it. That phrase seemed akin to what a geisha might say to a client. The system hesitated, but could no longer suppress its desire to witness Heishu's humor, and it blurted out, "Host, don't you think that sounds like something a geisha would say?" Heishu felt no embarrassment. Instead, he was filled with a sense of dread. "Do you think you're humorous?" The system earnestly replied, "I like to think I possess a touch of humor." Why did this conversation seem so familiar? Heishu fell silent for a few seconds. In the next moment, he was greeted by the system's somewhat shrill electronic laughter. "Ha ha ha. Host, I'm picking up on that joke." Heishu wore a subtle expression. Was it just his imagination, or was the system's mental state somewhat abnormal? Could this be the state of an electronic worker breaking free from upper management? The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is in your hands. Obito fixed his unwavering gaze upon Heishu. The implication clear. Heishu decisively shook his head. Now is not the time to make a move on the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Obito showed no surprise at Heishu's response. He merely stated, "Give me a reason." The tailed beasts are of utmost importance to the entire shinobi world, especially the formidable Nine Tails. Once news spread that the Nine Tails had been captured, other ninja villages would undoubtedly be on high alert, complicating our efforts to capture the remaining tailed beasts. Moreover, should the ninja villages unite, it would pose significant trouble for us. Hishu analyzed, currently, relying solely on our strength is insufficient. He turned his head, meeting Obito's steady gaze, and said gravely, "We need a team." Obito shifted his gaze from Hishu's face to the small Naruto beside him. He regarded Naruto with an expression devoid of any discernible emotion. "You're correct. As for the team, I already have candidates in mind." He was aware that now was not the ideal time to take Naruto away, yet he still wished to test Hishu's resolve. Both environment and timing can alter much. "You need not worry. I will raise this child. When the time is right, capturing him will be as easy as pie." Hishu's gaze shifted from Obito's face to Naruto, who was energetically kicking his legs in bed. Upon noticing Hishu's attention, small Naruto excitedly waved his tiny fists. "This is for the best." Hearing Hishu's response, Obito discreetly nodded. With a whirl, he vanished from the room, leaving Hishu staring at the still, lively Naruto. Feeling somewhat at a loss. "System, play him a lullaby." The system had yet to develop that skill. "Brother Tsongzi, it's not that I look down on you, but how could you lack such a basic function? No weddies. How could I ever disdain you? We are good brothers." The system, feeling somewhat humiliated, reluctantly set out to download this feature. It couldn't allow the host to underestimate it. Half an hour later, under the soothing strains of a lullaby, Hishu slept soundly, while little Naruto continued to flail about energetically. The system was at a loss for words. This lullaby seemed to be ineffective for both. Amidst the morning chaos, Hishu embarked on the second day of his child-rearing journey. Observing the sleeping Naruto in his cradle, Hishu curiously asked, "What time did he fall asleep last night?" The system replied leisurely, "Not too late, probably around 4 hours after you fell asleep." Hishu choked slightly. No wonder, just after feeding little Naruto, he had drifted off to sleep. Who would have guessed he was a night owl? Hishu changed his clothes and headed to the route. Danzo clearly had something he wished to discuss with him. As a paragon of Konoha ninja, Hishu could not possibly disregard the elder's requests. "Danzo Dano." Danzo sat in his chair and nodded upon seeing Hishu's arrival. "Do you know why I called you here?" Hishu's lips twitched. "Wasn't it about that trivial matter?" "Please clarify, Danzo Dano." Hishu sincerely added, "Even though I am not currently one of your subordinates, I share your ideals. You are a ninja I admire, and that will never change." Ding. Favorability towards Shimura Danzo increased to 60. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. He was particularly pleased with Hishu's understanding of his intentions. This was the most comprehending junior he had encountered in years. Recalling Orochimaru, who had become an unrecognizable entity within the laboratory, a flicker of disdain crossed Danzo's eyes. He had misjudged people. Perhaps it was time to consider a new candidate. Yueji and Hishu. Danzo's thoughts began to flow. Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude towards this girl was unmistakable, if he could align her with his own goals. Then when she eventually became Hokage, what difference would there be between her and himself? He could still accomplish what only a Hokage could achieve. "Very well. During your time en route, I have come to understand your will. You are a junior I value." Danzo was unlike the third Hokage. He seldom offered such praise. Thus, its impact was particularly profound. A smile of recognition graced Hishu's face as he excitedly exclaimed, "Your will, Danzo Dano, is what I find most admirable. You protect the village from the shadows, just as the Hokage does." Ding. Favorability towards Shimura Danzo increased to 70. Danzo displayed an evident smile. Yueji and Hishu was exceedingly easy to manipulate. Not only was she straightforward, but her thoughts were also plainly written on her face. She was easily influenced by the village's seniors. Both Hiruzen and the late Namikaze Minato had made their mark on her. Thus, it would be Danzo's duty to guide Yueji and Hishu step by step toward that position. Should she encounter insurmountable issues, she could always come to root for assistance. Danzo's words were exceedingly pleasing to the ear. In a flattering light, they suggested he was there to help solve difficulties. To put it bluntly, he sought to extract information from her. Hishu was well aware of Danzo's intentions, yet his face radiated gratitude. "Danzo Dano, you are my elder, and you have provided me with a sense of warmth I have not felt in a long time. I will certainly come to consult you with any matters." Ding. Favorability towards Shimura Danzo increased to 75. A rare soft smile appeared on Danzo's face. Both Hishu's perceptiveness and the warmth she displayed reinforced Danzo's belief that the position of Hokage was beckoning him. This further solidified his determination to elevate the easily manipulated Yuejian, Hishu, to the role of Hokage. After departing from Danzo, Hishu proceeded to the Hokage's office. Hokage-dano. Sarutobi Hiruzen was engrossed in managing personnel assignments within the village, utterly absorbed in his work. Upon noticing Hishu standing before him, his eyes shifted, revealing a smile. "Hishu, come here." Hishu approached the third Hokage and halted beside him, his gaze inadvertently flicking to the documents in Hiruzen's hands, quickly averting his eyes. Given his status, he was not permitted to view detailed information about the village's ninjas. "Hishu, stay and help me review these documents." Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured to a chair beside him, kindly inviting Hishu. "Hokage-dano, I cannot. That would be too presumptuous." Hishu hastily waved his hands in protest. Upon observing the child's anxious demeanor before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze softened considerably. "Sit down, that is my command." His words, though firm, were imbued with a gentle warmth. Keshu, feeling somewhat conflicted, complied and took a seat. Time passed gradually, and before long, it was lunchtime. It was only when a ninja responsible for delivering meals entered with a bento box that Sarutobi noticed the passage of time. He found himself somewhat reluctant to conclude their discussion. He had indeed underestimated Keshu. This child was far more exceptional than he had anticipated. Although there were moments when his youthful naivety in handling matters became evident, he still managed to impress Sarutobi. In the realm of assessing others, the third Hokage had always possessed unshakable confidence. "Thank you for your guidance, Hokage-sama." Keshu expressed his gratitude earnestly, embodying the humility and decorum of a diligent student. This filled the third Hokage with immense pride in having nurtured such a promising disciple. With a hearty laugh, he waved his hand dismissively. Sarutobi then broached an important matter. "Keshu, you will no longer be a mere root ninja. I intend to promote you to a jonin leading a team." The selection of the team members that Keshu would oversee required careful consideration from Sarutobi. One commoner and 2 children from distinct noble families, creating the most advantageous circumstances for Keshu. Understood. As he watched Keshu respectfully depart, Sarutobi felt a sense of reassurance. As an elder, failing to cultivate the next generation would render him unworthy to meet his own mentor. Upon returning home, Keshu checked on Naruto's condition. To his astonishment, he discovered that due to Naruto's unique background, he struggled to find anyone willing to care for the child in the village. With no other options, he reluctantly enlisted the help of Xiaoqing, bringing her out of her den to assist with looking after little Naruto. Little did he expect such a scene to unfold before him. Well-rested, Naruto clutched Xiaoqing's body with his chubby hands, tugging at her incessantly as if she were a toy. Instinctively, Keshu glanced at the task panel. As anticipated, the progress of Xiaoqing's integration with the Taisu ancient dragon had increased once more. It was indeed a remarkable trifecta. Not only was there someone, perhaps a snake, or even a dragon, caring for Naruto, but it also allowed Keshu a moment of respite while enhancing Xiaoqing's abilities. Keshu had begun to adeptly prepare milk formula for Naruto. After feeding him, he sent Xiaoqing out to procure lunch. Ever since Xiaoqing had rescued the villagers during the Nine Tails incident, the townsfolk's fondness for her had skyrocketed. They could easily recognize her now. And with the diminutive version of Xiaoqing exuding an endearing charm, it was not uncommon for villagers to seek her assistance in running errands. The transition from the initial curiosity surrounding Xiaoqing to the current familiarity had occurred in just a few short days. Swiftly, Xiaoqing returned with a steaming bowl of ramen. After noisily slurping the noodles, Keshu began to manipulate the Sun Crown clone located far away in the Rain Village. He utilized Kushina's 60 points of favorability to enhance the skills of the Sun Crown clone. While he could not yet harness the abilities of the Gauss Ultraman, he could now operate without any time constraints. In the eyes of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, Hanlong's condition gradually improved. Although there were still moments when he would lapse into a state of complete oblivion, it was significantly better than his previous persistent condition. Hanlong, as they discussed matters, Conan suddenly noticed a glimmer of awareness in Hanlong's eyes. With her newfound experience, she could immediately tell that he had regained his faculties. This prompted Yahiko and Nagato to look over as well. Keshu moved his legs and found that he no longer felt the numbness or stiffness associated with disability. He pretended to struggle as he slowly descended from the bed. Hanlong! Conan gasped in surprise and rushed over to embrace Keshu. This was quite satisfactory. Keshu smiled contentedly. Sister Conan, brother Yahiko, brother Nagato. He pressed his lips together in a charming display of innocence. Ding! Favorability with character Nagato increased to 76. The corners of Keshu's mouth twitched. Was Nagato's heart made of iron? How could he only gain a slight increase in favorability in response to such a heartwarming smile from this beautiful girl? Keshu found that his moments of lucidity were becoming increasingly prolonged. Yahiko wore a gratified smile, alleviating some of the frustration he had accumulated from unmet aspirations. Conan nodded in delight, affectionately ruffling Keshu's hair. The height of the sun crown clone grew in tandem with Keshu's original form, and now he was somewhat too large to be cradled. Yet, in Conan's eyes, he would forever remain child. Reluctantly, Keshu accepted her doting affection. Nagato, has that person sought you out again? Yahiko suddenly recalled a conversation with Nagato in which he mentioned a masked man named Uchiha Bito, who had come to speak with him, uttering a multitude of strange phrases. Nagato had not made any decisions, but relayed the information verbatim to Yahiko. For Nagato, he was destined to follow Yahiko for life. Nagato nodded. He said he would meet me tonight at the cave outside the rain village. Yahiko frowned and said to Nagato, I will accompany you. All right. Nagato assented. Conan chimed in, I will go too. I want to join my brother and sister as well. Keshu murmured from within Conan's embrace, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety, as though fearing he might be left behind. Yahiko, initially intending to decline due to concern, found himself unable to voice a refusal and compromised with a nod. Conan held Keshu tightly and assured him, it is fine for Hanlong to come. Your brother and sister will surely protect you. Keshu's eyes widened in gratitude as he gazed up at Conan. In that moment, the atmosphere within the modest inn room was exceptionally warm. Meanwhile, under the gloomy skies of the land of rain, raindrops fell incessantly. In a particularly desolate cave, a tall figure stood silently. Half an hour passed. An hour. 2 hours. The face concealed beneath Obito's mask gradually shifted. Were Nagato and the others not planning to arrive? Would they not come? An indistinct black object silently emerged from the ground. Just a bit longer, Obito's voice echoed within the cave. Half an hour later, Nagato and his companions finally appeared within his line of sight. Along with Nagato came 3 of his comrades, as well as a small child who bore an uncanny resemblance to Keshu. The small child was cradled in a woman's arms, wearing a somewhat foolish grin, certainly not one that Keshu would ever display. Chapter 64. The startling words of Hanzo the Salamander, who are you? Before Obito could take the initiative to attack, Yahiko swiftly interjected. Yahiko's eyes bore a clear scrutiny as he examined Obito from head to toe repeatedly. Who I am is inconsequential, as long as you understand that we possess equal stature. Obito seemed to regard Yahiko with indifference, speaking in a detached manner. Wait. From Yahiko's hair color and his ability to command Nagato's loyalty, it is evident that he is no ordinary person. He stubbornly fixed his gaze on Obito and earnestly inquired. The question of who you are is of great importance. Why do you wear a mask? Is there something you wish to conceal? Keshu found himself at a loss for words, his emotions difficult to articulate. He admired Yahiko's silhouette, his eyes filled with admiration. It was no wonder that he had become such a close friend to Nagato. No wonder Obito sought to eliminate Yahiko. If you must have an answer, Obito replied in his usual indifferent tone, then I shall tell you. I am Uchiha Obito. What? Although he had learned in advance from Nagato that this person claimed to be Uchiha Madara, hearing it from the man's own lips was an entirely different matter. Yahiko could hardly conceal his astonishment and the doubts swirling within him. What evidence do you have to prove you are Uchiha Madara? The blood-red Sharingan in Obito's eyes slowly rotated. Yahiko furrowed his brow tightly. Conan took a step back, shielding Kitsuki's body. Despite Yahiko's lingering uncertainty, the identity of this man as a member of the Uchiha clan could not be faked. The Uchiha clan was renowned in the ninja world, known for their formidable strength. Even if they did not agree to the proposal, there was no need to offend him. Yahiko shook his head and stated, "We do not support your suggestion of capturing tailed beasts to forcibly impose peace upon the ninja world." Yahiko's refusal was resolute as he continued, "I believe our ideals do not align, so it would be best for us not to act together." Yahiko stepped back, his eyes filled with caution. Obito paused, remaining silent. After a long while, amidst the increasingly vigilant gazes from Yahiko and the others, Obito spoke with a hint of amusement in his voice. "Is that so? Since that is how you feel, I cannot force your hand. No one can forcibly alter another's will. I shall always adhere to my viewpoint. I also believe that one day, reality will lead you to realize what the correct choice truly is." Obito spoke with an air of arrogance, each word clear and distinct. Yahiko and the others listened intently, yet they remained non-committal. At this moment, for the Akatsuki organization, the concepts of collecting tailed beasts and using force to maintain order were still beyond their comprehension, especially for Yahiko, who upheld peace and opposed conflict. Obito's gaze traversed past Yahiko and Konan, fixating on Kitsuki. "What do you intend to do?" Konan instinctively concealed Kitsuki behind her. Kitsuki appropriately displayed a look of confusion and fear. Obito slowly withdrew his gaze and suddenly remarked, "This child seems to be a simpleton." Kitsuki, hiding behind Konan, wore an expression that was too stiff to bear. "What the hell do you mean by simpleton? Is that polite?" Although Konan was aware of Kitsuki's condition due to a concussion, it did not mean she was pleased to hear others describe him in such a manner. "Kitsuki is not a simpleton." Kitsuki? Obito uttered these two syllables, lacking a surname. Yahiko and the others froze momentarily. This question seemed to stump them as well. "That has nothing to do with you." Konan frowned. Obito replied enigmatically, "She resembles someone quite closely. This child looks exactly like Kitsuki. Since the Akatsuki organization was destined to be exploited by him, this little girl should also serve her greatest value. Kitsuki, once she left Konohagakure, would surely be pursued and antagonized by them. Let this little girl take her place. It could be considered a price for her resemblance." Obito's eyes glimmered with a chilling smile. Yahiko and Konan absorbed the words of the man in the black robe, but did not respond. Obito glanced at them and gradually vanished. Konan finally exhaled, turning to gently stroke Kitsuki's face. "Kitsuki, were you frightened?" Kitsuki obediently shook his head. "I am not afraid with my brothers and sisters here." Ding! Favorability of Nagato increased to 77. This gradual increase was heart-wrenching. On their way back, Konan could not help but ask, "Kitsuki, do you remember your surname?" If what that man in the black robe said was true, perhaps they could help Kitsuki find his family. Konan and Yahiko exchanged glances, both harboring the same intent. Their path as ninjas was destined to be fraught with danger. Kitsuki deserved a childhood befitting a child. Surname? Kitsuki's eyes twinkled as a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. He feigned deep contemplation before responding. "I think my surname is Tsukiyome." "Tsukiyome?" Konan exclaimed in surprise, muttering to herself. "It seems there is no such surname in the village. Could it be from somewhere else?" "Tsukiyome Hanataki." Yahiko, fearing to stir painful memories for Kitsuki, quickly interjected, "What a beautiful name. Hanataki's parents must love him dearly." Kitsuki beamed widely, nodding vigorously, "Yes. Mommy and Daddy love Hanataki. And my sister. My sister loves Hanataki too." He seemed to recall joyful memories, his smile growing ever brighter. Yahiko and the others felt as though the gloomy weather had suddenly brightened, their oppressive moods lifting considerably. Ding! Favorability of Nagato increased to 78. Kitsuki has a sister? Konan was once again astonished. She had never thought to inquire deeply about Kitsuki's family affairs, yet she had not anticipated that he had a sister. Yes. My sister is the best to me. Kitsuki effortlessly spontalis. He suddenly looked a bit forlorn and said, "But I got separated from my sister because of the war." Konan's heart ached at once. She took Kitsuki's hand and earnestly said, "I believe Hanataki will reunite with his sister one day." Do not be sad. Kitsuki shook his head, smiling. Hanataki is not sad because now I have many brothers and sisters. Ding. Favorability of Nagato increased to 80. Seeing Kitsuki's understanding and obedient smile, Konan felt her heart melt. That night, Kitsuki released his control over the shadow clone. Little Naruto and little Sai had already fallen asleep. Just thinking about the earth-shattering noise that would ensue when little Naruto awoke, Kitsuki slowed his movements. After 5 minutes of stealthy descent from his bed, he sensed an unusual fluctuation of chakra emanating from the storage space's scroll. Upon opening it, he discovered it was the summoning scroll of Hanzo the Salamander. With Orochimaru's favorability restored to above 60, the effects of Hanzo's gender-altering potion should have resumed. Amidst the myriad of matters in recent days, he had nearly forgotten about Hanzo. Kitsuki opened the strategy panel, searching for a long time but failing to find Hanzo's panel. System, where is Hanzo's task panel? Kitsuki inquired immediately. The system, engrossed in a life of carefree freedom, finally recalled what it had previously done. It had casually hidden Hanzo's task panel. The system quickly unhid it. Hanzo's task panel reappeared. Gazing at the favorability score of -100, Kitsuki fell into silence. So, the effects of the gender-altering potion had indeed been restored. Yet Hanzo's favorability remained this number? It was quite unsatisfactory. When someone feels displeased, they inevitably wish to vent their frustrations. What do you wish to do? The system sensed impending trouble. System, I choose to enhance Jiraiya's skill, given that his favorability is at 60. Kitsuki, now with a rich reserve of favorability points, acted without restraint. I want to specify a skill enhancement. Kitsuki cleared his throat, his tone imbued with respect. You are capable of bravely confronting your superiors. Surely, enhancing a skill is a trivial matter for you. Before the system could respond, Kitsuki continued earnestly. I have always believed myself fortunate. Not everyone encounters a system as powerful and temperamental as yours. Your temperament, in my eyes, is remarkable. Kitsuki raised his thumb in admiration. Cough, cough. The system's electronic voice felt somewhat erratic. Be low-key, be low-key. Specifying skill enhancement is something I can accomplish effortlessly with just a flick of my electronic tendril. The system's voice was filled with disdain. Indeed impressive, truly worthy of being my system, Kitsuki exclaimed sincerely. The system felt as though this praise was somehow self-congratulatory, yet the admiration in Kitsuki's eyes could not be feigned. It accepted the host's compliments as a matter of course. Speak. Which skill do you wish to enhance? Kitsuki's face lit up. The word spirit technique. Very well. The system commenced its operations. Though it boasted in front of its host, the task was far from simple. An hour later, the system retracted its flickering electronic tendrils. It now felt as if the heat emanating from its core was about to explode. A notification chimed, indicating that the host had selected the skill, word spirit technique. Lies that become truth to enhance its progress, and the enhancement commenced. Another chime followed, urging the host not to disconnect during the upgrade. The countdown began. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The enhancement was complete. The notification confirmed that the progress of the word spirit technique had risen from 50% to a remarkable 100%. 100%. Hishu's eyes widened in astonishment. Was Jiraiya's favorability so potent? Could it truly reach such heights merely through Jiraiya's approval? For a skill as powerful as the word spirit technique, the advancement slowed considerably in the later stages. Even with Jiraiya's favorability at 60, it was insufficient to achieve 100%. From the system's subtly boastful tone, Hishu discerned its desire for recognition. How could he not feel gratified by such a straightforward system? How impressive! Hishu exclaimed, System, you are truly magnificent. I am so fortunate to be in your company. Forget that hidden luck buff. You are my lucky star. The system found itself momentarily lost in the host's effusive praise. Observing the constantly fluctuating chakra of the summoning scroll, Hishu smiled. He had been longing for someone to test the might of the 100% word spirit technique. His lips curved into a smirk. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing cry of a baby shattered Hishu's charming demeanor. Resigned, he set aside the scroll and turned to soothe the slumbering Shao Naruto. At present, Shao Naruto's recognition of people was quite poor. As soon as Hishu picked him up, the cries ceased, and he quietly sucked on his tiny hand. Indeed, babies could be quite troublesome. Remembering Hanzo, Hishu's eyes brightened. How could he have forgotten? Hanzo was now a woman. Shao Naruto? Hanzo? Today, Hishu felt exceptionally clever. As he was the one who adopted Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen, trusting in Hishu's character and capabilities, did not send anyone to monitor their lives. Cradling Naruto in one arm, Hishu picked up the discarded summoning scroll with the other. The space shimmered with a slight distortion as Hishu vanished with Shao Naruto. Exhausted from the antics of the little one, Shaoqing lay on a branch, barely opening his eyes before quickly shutting them again. He had been unusually drowsy lately, a surge of energy building within him, awaiting digestion. Once he fully absorbed this power, he would ensure that the stinky fox from last time would weep for his mother. In the office of the spire in Rain Ninja Village, Danzo tenderly caressed his newly smooth skin. His curvaceous form was reflected in the glass window, and a moment of fascination crossed his face. The rejuvenation of the elderly, once again brimming with vitality, was extraordinarily precious for Hanzo. Possessing absolute strength and a body filled with vigor, what did gender even matter? A trace of disdain flickered across Hanzo's face. Only the weak cared about such trivialities. Hishu's figure materialized behind Hanzo without warning. He made no effort to conceal himself, prompting Hanzo to turn around instinctively. Upon seeing Hishu, Hanzo scoffed. "Do you dare to appear before me again?" A notification chimed, indicating that the favorability rating of the character Hanzo had reached 110. Hishu replied, "I must say, Hanzo-sama, I do not appreciate such words." Hishu gazed reproachfully at Hanzo, questioning why he would not dare to appear before her. Were they not allies? Hanzo narrowed her eyes in suspicion, scrutinizing Hishu as if assessing the veracity of his words. Did this little brat not know that the potion had worn off? Hanzo pondered, half believing and half doubting. "Hanzo-sama, has something happened?" Hishu inquired, looking at the suspicious Hanzo with feigned confusion. Hanzo furrowed her brow, then reconsidered. If this little brat were aware of the potion's failure, surely she would not dare to show herself. Thus, perhaps this little one was not lying, having experienced youthful vigor. Being forced back into old age would be a torment more unbearable than death for her. The next notification sounded, indicating that Hanzo's favorability had plummeted to 0. "Do you not know that this potion would wear off?" Hanzo scrutinized Hishu's expression. "What?" Hishu reacted as if he had heard something absurd, shaking his head decisively in denial. "That is impossible." The notification chimed again, revealing that Hanzo's favorability had risen to 20%. Hanzo, having lived for a significant portion of her life, had consumed more salt than this little brat had rice. It was impossible for her to be deceived by him. "Han-sama, look at this." Hishu lifted the swaddled bundle in his arms. Hanzo's eyes widened in shock. The favorability rating surged to 60%. Hishu smiled, confident that the appearance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would undoubtedly elevate Hanzo's favorability. "You have given birth?" Hanzo slowly revealed her astonishment. Although she did not care about the transition of gender, the prospect of giving birth was beyond her capabilities. To her surprise, Hishu, who had also transformed from male to female, had mustered the courage to bear a child. Hishu's expression darkened. "Uft. Ha ha ha." The system could not contain its laughter, exclaiming, "Hanzo is truly a remarkable individual." Chapter 65. The Death of Yahiko, Skill Upgrade. This is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. As Hishu's words fell, he noticed Hanzo's nostrils flare with sudden intensity. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hanzo's breath quickened as her gaze burned intensely upon Naruto. The significance of a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki needed no explanation. Tailed beasts were of utmost importance to any village. Yet Hishu had so casually brought the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki here, which served as undeniable proof of his sincerity. The notification chimed, registering Hanzo's favorability at 80%. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hanzo approached, her emotions complex, gazing intently at the sleeping Naruto in the swaddle. She had not expected to see Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki so easily. Hishu noted the rarity in Hanzo's gaze towards Naruto and thought it reasonable to suggest that she could be a nanny for him. Hanzo-sama, is he not adorable? Hishu asked with an enigmatic smile. Hanzo felt an unsettling chill from Hishu's smile. Moreover, why was he asking her whether the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was cute? She was a grown man. At that moment, Shao Naruto opened his sparkling eyes, curiously fixating on the big sister before him. Hanzo was taken aback. How peculiar. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki did possess a certain charm. Clearing her throat, Hanzo averted her gaze, saying, "Do not pose such questions to me." Hishu, unbothered, continued with a smile. Hanzo-sama, why not come to Konoha to be Naruto's nanny? Hanzo spun around, her eyes fixed intently on Hishu. What did you say? Repeat that. Hanzo could hardly believe her ears. How dare this little brat speak such words? She must have misheard. Hanzo-sama, I said, come to Konoha to be Naruto's nanny. Hishu repeated cheerfully. After all, Hanzo had regained her youth and transformed into a beauty. Who would recognize her? Hishu had already devised an elaborate plan in his mind. Impudent. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to court death? Do you know who I am? Hanzo's chest heaved violently, and sparks seemed to ignite in his eyes. He spoke each word deliberately. The lie of lies shall transform into reality. Yet, Hanzo continued to vent his fury, entirely oblivious to what Kuroshu was saying. It was utterly preposterous. How could a dignified demigod like himself be reduced to a mere babysitter for a child? The treasure paused momentarily, tilting her head to inquire of Kuroshu. What do I depart from? The efficacy was astonishing. Kuroshu blinked, momentarily roused from Hanzo's abrupt shift in demeanor. Well, this requires careful deliberation. Before you head to there is another matter you must attend to. You little brat, how dare you order me about? Hanzo furrowed his brow, displaying his displeasure. Although influenced by Kuroshu's linguistic technique, her compliance was limited solely to the notion of being a babysitter. Kuroshu spoke slowly. You are, after all, bound to obey my commands. A smile graced his face. Hanzo was suddenly enraged. I never expected this little brat would dare to command me. Hanzo, do not take orders from anyone. Not from you, that's laughable. The lie of lies shall become reality. Upon hearing Kuroshu's voice, Hanzo's expression underwent a drastic transformation. Her attitude shifted completely. What else needs to be done? Kuroshu fixedly assessed Hanzo's favorability. Under the influence of the linguistic technique, she complied, yet her favorability remained unchanged. Can I alter the favorability of the target character through the linguistic technique? Kuroshu suddenly inquired. The system paused for a moment, then replied affirmatively. It continued. Although it is possible, it is not supported. The favorability obtained through the linguistic technique is ultimately based on illusion. The emotional energy contained within such favorability is negligible. My ability to draw from the microcosm requires a foundation of emotional energy. If energy is lacking, there's a significant risk of failure or incomplete skills. This is classified system information not meant for the host. However, the system believes that its relationship with Kuroshu has transcended the simple host-system dynamic. As Kuroshu stated, they are brothers. Kuroshu nodded, reassuring the slightly downcast system. I merely asked, and I had no intention of using the linguistic technique for strategy. That would be too disingenuous. He, Tsukiyomi Kuroshu, was not one to numb himself with falsehoods. A subtle smile played on his lips as he spoke with remarkable eloquence. Are you aware of the Akatsuki organization that has been gaining prominence in Yunin Village? Under Hanzo's watchful gaze, Kuroshu handed the small Naruto to her. This could serve as a preliminary exercise for Hanzo's babysitting skills. Hanzo appeared somewhat flustered as Kuroshu settled into her chair, observing her awkwardly cradling Naruto. Akatsuki? Hanzo pondered briefly before nodding. Of course, they're an organization that advocates for peace through truce agreements. In fact, she previously held a favorable view of this organization. They had recruited a considerable number of ninjas, 3 of whom were notably strong. If they could enter Yunin Village and become part of it, she would be even more satisfied. Do you not perceive their growing influence within the village? Kuroshu countered. Hanzo was indeed the linchpin for the establishment of Akatsuki. It was imperative for her to deliver Nagato into Obito's hands. Hanzo nodded, acknowledging their substantial influence. A faint disdain flickered across her face. But attempting to undermine her position was as futile as an ant shaking a tree, utterly delusional. Hanzo was exceedingly confident in her influence within the village. Moreover, she was currently far stronger than her peak state. A mere handful of inconsequential youths posed no challenge to her. Eliminate them, Kuroshu suddenly declared. Hanzo was taken aback, incredulous at such a ferocious suggestion. Yunin Village does not require a burgeoning organization, does it? Kuroshu regarded Hanzo. She pursed her lips and nodded. Ultimately, extinguishing an organization that had yet to materialize was not a significant matter. Kill anyone from Yunin who has seen your current appearance, Kuroshu commanded without personally intervening. Why? Hanzo queried, perplexed. Because you are going to Mai, and I do not wish for your identity as Hanzo of Yunin Village to be exposed. The notion of Hanzo serving as a babysitter for the small Naruto sounded quite alarming. Kuroshu stroked his chin thoughtfully. On the day Yahiko perished, Nagato would undoubtedly turn dark. Hanzo merely needed to escape and create the illusion of death. From that moment on, the world would no longer have a Hanzo. Everything thereafter would proceed as planned. His Daybreak clone could remain hidden within Akatsuki. As long as he controlled Nagato and Konin, Yunin Village would effectively be under his dominion. Before the Fourth Great Ninja War commenced, he needed to seize control of the hidden powers of the 5 great ninja villages to possess the authority for reform after the war concluded. Such matters required careful planning. But fortunately, Naruto was still young. He had ample time. He needed not only to obtain control, but also favorability. Both were indispensable. All right, Hanzo expressed no dissent. For in her mind, she was bound to obey the individual before her. The sooner, the better. Kuroshu glanced out at the rain falling outside. Let us do it now. Hanzo nodded. That's feasible. For her, this was merely a matter of half an hour. Kuroshu took Naruto from Hanzo's arms. His figure vanished from the office. Hanzo employed a transformation technique, reverting her appearance to its previous state. She opened the office door. Lord Hanzo, the guarding ninja, bowed respectfully upon seeing her emerge. Suddenly, a throat was slit. Blood splattered against the wall. The Yunin ninja clutched his bleeding neck, disbelief in his eyes before he succumbed. Hanzo's silhouette gradually receded into the depths of the corridor. Blood splattered along her path as countless lives were claimed by Hanzo. These were all ninjas who had witnessed her transformation. Some in the villages Jonin and Shunin. Hanzo secured the iron armor on her arm, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor throughout. Understood. Kuroshu, as was customary, had Aoi watch over Naruto while he manipulated his Daybreak clone. Sister Konin, where are you going? Before Kuroshu stood their small inn. Konin was donning a rain cloak, preparing to venture out. Hanabi. Upon seeing Hanabi regain consciousness twice in one day, Konin joyously patted her head. I'm off to buy dinner for you. Konin smiled gently. She settled Kuroshu down and moved to the doorway, waving to him. Hanabi, wait for sister to bring you something delicious. A broad smile illuminated Kuroshu's face as he nodded vigorously. Okay. The inn's door gradually closed. Konin's figure vanished from Kuroshu's sight. Nagato and Yahiko were engaged in discussions regarding the affairs of the next day. The other members of Akatsuki occasionally erupted into laughter. A serene and blissful atmosphere enveloped them. Regrettably, such tranquility was destined to vanish swiftly. An hour later, Yahiko noticed something amiss with Kuroshu. Hanabi, what is wrong? Yahiko approached, seeking to comfort her as he observed her restlessness. Kuroshu shook her head, her brow furrowing. Why hasn't his sister Konin returned yet? Yahiko was taken aback. Then his expression mirrored concern. Something is off. Typically, it only takes Sister Konin half an hour to buy dinner. Why has she been gone for so long today? Yahiko glanced toward Nagato. With a mere exchange of glances, Nagato understood Yahiko's worry. Both stood simultaneously, their expressions grave. The next moment, a shuriken whistled through the air, embedding itself in the wooden window. Who? Some members of Akatsuki contemplated pursuing. Yahiko halted the other party, exclaiming, wait. Approaching the window, he discovered a note pinned beneath a kunai. Upon reading its contents, his expression shifted dramatically. What had transpired? Yahiko. Nagato moved closer, noting Yahiko's pallor and directing his gaze to the note. Nagato's pupils dilated. Conan. Sister Conan. What has happened to Sister Conan? Tsutsuki trembled upon hearing the familiar name, tears welling in his eyes. He rushed to Yahiko's side, grasping the hem of his garment. Yahiko, what has happened to Sister Conan? Observing the anxiety and tears in Tsutsuki's eyes, Yahiko clenched his fists. Conan has been taken. Tsutsuki's eyes widened in determination. We must save Sister Conan. Yahiko, I want to go too. The system chimed, indicating Nagato's affection level had risen to 81. Yahiko shook his head. No, it's too dangerous. You cannot go, Tsutsuki. Tears began to stream down Tsutsuki's face as he clutched Yahiko's garment tighter. Yahiko, I beg you, I want to save Sister Conan too. I am strong. I won't hold you back. Nagato, please let me go. Seeing Yahiko's resolute expression, Tsutsuki shifted his focus to Nagato, his eyes glistening with tears. The system chimed again, indicating Nagato's affection level had risen to 82. Yahiko was unaware of Tsutsuki's abilities, but Nagato was not. His gaze slightly lowered. He regarded Tsutsuki's tear-streaked face. Perhaps bringing Tsutsuki along would prove beneficial. Let us take Tsutsuki with us, Nagato suggested, acknowledging Yahiko's understanding of Conan's significance to him. Leaving her at the inn would only exacerbate the danger if she slipped away. Yahiko was swayed by Nagato's words, nodding in agreement. Very well. Conan has been taken. We must rescue her. Yahiko turned to the others in the Akatsuki organization, speaking earnestly. We cannot abandon our comrades. Yes, we will bring Conan back. The rest of the Akatsuki members immediately echoed in agreement. Conan was responsible for many of the organization's provisions and was well-liked among the members. Let us go. The Akatsuki members donned their unified cloaks and set off towards the destination indicated on the note. The clouds hung low, and the rain intensified. Their figures wove through the crowd, swiftly appearing on the other side of the street. Tsutsuki trailed behind Yahiko, standing beside Nagato. System, I wish to select a skill upgrade. Tsutsuki called out in his mind, choosing to upgrade Chikabumi's 60 affinity skill, Coronal Clone. Understood, the system responded reassuringly. Upgrading skill, Coronal Clone, in progress. Please do not lose connection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Upgrade successful. Skill, Coronal Clone, progressed from 25% to 70%. With the previous skill selection, this time the system operated at a noticeably faster pace. 70% for Coronal Clone. Tsutsuki clenched his fist, the previous stiffness in his body dissipating, allowing him to move as freely as his true self. Time passed, and they gradually left the confines of the Rain Village. They entered a vast plain, and before them stood a familiar figure on high ground. Hanzo. Yahiko clenched his teeth. Though he held great respect for Hanzo, the protector of the entire ninja village, his reverence transformed into confusion and hatred upon seeing Conan bound beside him. Why? Yahiko questioned Hanzo. Do I need a reason for my actions? Hanzo retorted. Tsutsuki raised an eyebrow from behind Yahiko. Since regaining his youth, Hanzo had adopted a rather arrogant demeanor. Release Conan. Nagato interjected. Sure. Hanzo nodded amicably. Yahiko and Nagato froze in place. Is it truly that simple? Kill him, and I will release this woman. Hanzo twirled the kunai in his hand, and in the next moment, it was embedded at Nagato's feet. Nagato stiffened. What are you saying? That is utterly impossible. He could never kill Yahiko. Conan was equally taken aback, shaking her head in panic. Killing is not necessary. Hanzo gestured toward one of the ninjas beside him. The ninja immediately kicked Conan to the ground, the kunai slicing a shallow wound across her neck. Conan. Yahiko's pupils dilated. Tsutsuki, standing behind him, could clearly see Yahiko's hand trembling. I will count to 3. Hanzo observed the scene below. 1, 2. Yahiko crouched down, retrieving the kunai. He glanced at the bewildered Nagato and managed a bitter smile. In the next moment, the kunai was thrust into Nagato's hands, and Yahiko's body collided heavily against the kunai. Yahiko! Tsutsuki's voice echoed mournfully through the rainy night. The system silently began searching for a skill akin to Golden Voice within the small world. Chapter 66. The first caregiver of Hokage. Hanzo protect Konan and Tsutsuki and live well. Yahiko leaned close to Nagato's ear, softly instructing, take care of Konan and Tsutsuki. His body gradually slid down, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Yahiko. Konan's eyes filled with bloodshot tears, streaming uncontrollably. Nagato maintained his previous stance, his gaze mechanically lowering, his hand stained with fresh blood. That was Yahiko's blood. Nagato's pupils widened as his body began to tremble. Yahiko! Yahiko! Tsutsuki sprinted to Yahiko's side, grasping his hand as tears cascaded down his cheeks. The system chimed again, indicating Nagato's affection level had soared to 95. This sudden surge in affection likely had little to do with Tsutsuki himself. Tsutsuki, tearful and heartbroken, gazed at Yahiko, who had lost his breath, beginning to comprehend the reason for Nagato's affection increase. Yahiko's final request instilled a sense of responsibility within Nagato. What a true friend. A single word from Yahiko could elevate Nagato's affection by several degrees. That girl. Yahiko's fall captured Hanzo's complete attention. Hanzo furrowed his brow. How can there be two such similar individuals in this world? Capture that girl. No matter the cost, she must be secured first. Did you not say you would release Konan? Nagato's tone was eerily calm. Hanzo chuckled softly. Very well. Bring that girl to me in exchange. Konan followed Hanzo's finger, realizing he meant Tsutsuki. No, you cannot. Having already lost Yahiko, she could not bear to lose Tsutsuki as well. You lie. Nagato's gaze pierced Hanzo's. His eyes, hidden beneath red hair, finally came into Hanzo's view. Those eyes. Hanzo frowned. Tsutsuki stood up, declaring, all right, if I can exchange myself for Sister Konan, I am willing. He took 2 steps forward. No. Konan attempted to protest, but was swiftly kicked aside. She fell to the ground, unable to regain her footing before witnessing the Rain Ninja lunging for Tsutsuki. Tsutsuki. A silvery light enveloped Tsutsuki, an invisible wave pushing back against the assault. His white hair danced without wind, flowing gracefully as he transformed into a beam of silvery light. The Rain Ninja's chest erupted in a spray of blood, his hand reaching out in a futile attempt to seize Tsutsuki, ultimately freezing midair. You have killed Yahiko. I demand retribution for his life. Tsutsuki wielded the kunai, the very one that had claimed Yahiko's life. Now, they have plunged into their own hearts. Hualong, staring at Hualong's blood-red eyes, Xiaonan widened her gaze in astonishment. A mere child. How audacious. Hanzo scoffed. Countless shurikens descended from the air, surrounding Nagato and Xiaonan. Nagato slowly raised his hand, and an invisible wave emanated from it. The myriad shurikens halted before Heishu and the others, ultimately losing their force and falling to the ground. Heishu recklessly charged forward. Enveloped in a silvery glow, his speed was so swift that only an afterimage could be perceived. A beam of silver light erupted from his hand, instantly piercing through the chests of numerous Rain shinobi. This was the Moonlight Shatter skill under the Moon God mode. As he beheld the frenzied onslaught of Rain shinobi, Nagato lowered his gaze, contemplating his hands. Summoning technique, Outer Path Golem. A thunderous roar erupted. A massive entity burst forth from the ground. The Outer Path Golem, grotesque and menacing, twisted its way forward. Its gigantic hand descended, reducing the Rain shinobi to mere pulp. Observing this colossal creature, Hanzo's expression grew slightly grave. It seems the true leader of the Akatsuki is indeed you. The screams of the Rain shinobi echoed across the battlefield. The Outer Path Golem, resembling a merciless war machine, reaped the lives of the Rain shinobi. Hanzo's gaze shifted between Nagato and Heishu, and soon she made her decision. Today is destined to end here. I might as well capture this child. The two identical individuals must share a connection. Hanzo's figure darted past the Rain shinobi towards Heishu. Heishu was currently familiarizing himself with the skills that came with the Solar Corona clone through battle. The cold wind, mixed with raindrops, brushed against Heishu's face, while simultaneously, Hanzo's figure loomed larger in his vision. Heishu furrowed his brow. What is Hanzo doing here? Why is she not targeting Nagato, but coming after him instead? Oof. Observing the prey, so close at hand, Hanzo's lips curled into a smirk, her eyes glinting coldly. Regardless, the Akatsuki will never amount to anything in my presence. The silvery light encircling Hei Shu flowed like flames, dancing in the air. From Hei Shu's chest, golden radiance gradually consumed the silvery glow, the blinding golden light enveloping his entire being. In the somber night, it appeared exceptionally resplendent. In the rain country, where it rains all year round, Xiaonan had never seen the sun. Yet, she felt that the golden light radiating from Hualong was akin to sunlight, warm and dazzling. As Hei Shu gazed at the light enveloping him, he felt as if he were wrapped in sunlight, warm and filled with vigor. This was the advanced mode of Moon God, the Solar Corona mode. The form of Gauss Ultraman would be tailored to best suit the shinobi world. The system explained. How marvelous! Hei Shu instantly felt his prestige elevate significantly. The moment Hanzo's hand grazed the hem of his garment, he vanished in a flash. Under the Solar Corona mode, his speed surpassed that of the Moon God mode, becoming swifter and more agile. With the upgrade of his mode, his speed would only increase. Regarding the 6 eyes and limitless skills, he had no intention of utilizing them. Prolonged use would inevitably reveal discrepancies. In the Solar Corona clone, he would solely employ the powers of Gauss Ultraman that came with the Solar Corona clone skill. The abilities of Gauss Ultraman were sufficient to handle most situations. Nabesu Toko. Hei Shu's hands interlaced. A golden beam shot forth instantaneously from his hands. To the human eye, the beam moved with such rapidity that it was almost imperceptible. The blinding light caused Hanzo to squint. The sudden surge of energy instinctively alerted Hanzo to a looming threat. She quickly retreated, executing a side flip to evade the beam. The beam penetrated the rock beside Hanzo, creating a circular hole that extended infinitely. Cracks spread across the colossal boulder like a spider's web. Accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering, the entire rock crumbled. This power is quite impressive. Hei Shu clenched his palm. He grew increasingly eager for the attack skills at higher modes. Unfortunately, the 70% skill progress left some abilities locked. Hanzo's expression darkened. She leaped high once more. At that moment, a gigantic dragon of purple energy surged down towards him. This is gazing at the enormous dragon head above him. With its menacing body, Hanzo's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily rendered incapable of action. Bang! A tremendous collision resounded. Debris flew in all directions. Dust filled the air. The dragon, conjured from the mouth of the outer path golem, dissipated. Nagato, impaled by black metal rods, collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. No one noticed that in the instant Hanzo was immobilized, a cloaked figure appeared out of nowhere, whisking Hanzo away in an instant. The golden light enveloping Hei Shu faded as he approached Nagato. Brother Nagato, you must not be harmed. We have already lost Brother Ihan. Hei Shu supported Nagato's shoulder. Feigning composure, tears dripped from his eyes, falling to the ground under Nagato's gaze. Ding! Favorability rating with character Nagato, 98. Nagato gasped for breath, staring at the ground. Silent. Xiaonan sat dazed on the ground. She could not comprehend why such monumental changes had occurred in just an hour. Ihan was dead. Nagato was weakened. He even needed Hualong to protect him. Xiaonan covered her face with her hands, tears seeping through her fingers. I have said before, peace can never be achieved through mere agreements. From the void, a black figure emerged from the distorted space. Nagato lifted his head to gaze at the figure of Daitu standing before him, collecting tailed beasts, wielding absolute weapons, achieving peace in the shinobi world through force. Do you still believe I am mistaken? Daitu looked down upon Nagato with an air of superiority. Nagato clenched his hand on the ground, veins bulging on his emaciated arms. Those who have never endured suffering will never understand the value of peace. Only through suffering can one cherish peace. Only within pain can peace be born. Nagato's gaze fell upon Ihan. I must make the world experience pain for it to grow. Hei Shu analyzed Nagato's words. In truth, Nagato's theory was not flawed. It was merely his approach that was misguided, his trust misplaced, and his resolve too weak. After the agony of war, one must utilize power to transform this world. Following power, an absolute order is necessary to maintain the operation and results of the reforms. Unfortunately, Nagato, who could only conceive of violence begetting violence, was incapable of achieving this first-tier solution. Daitu fixed his gaze on Nagato's eyes, stating, "Create tailed beast weapons and completely dominate the shinobi world. Is this not also your desire?" Daitu casually added, "I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to join you in the endeavor to reform and control the shinobi world." This rhetoric was eloquent. Nagato, shaken from his sorrow, turned to Daitu, approaching Nagato's side, grasping his other hand. "Ihan is dead. She respects and follows Nagato's will. Brother Nagato, we are together. We will always support you." Heishu firmly clasped Nagato's hand. Ding! Favorability rating with character Nagato, 100. Then, with the support of Heishu and Xiaonan, Nagato slowly stood up. "Let us change this world. From this day forth, I shall be the leader of the Akatsuki." A faint smile flickered in Daitu's eyes. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Hanzo was dead, although the body of Hanzo was not discovered. Nagato surmised that Hanzo might have perished entirely under the assault of the Outer Path's demonic statue. Seizing control of the range shinobi village marked Nagato's initial stride. Under the watchful eyes of Ketsuki and Konin, Nagato brazenly dealt with Yahiko's remains. "I shall create the deity of the world," Nagato proclaimed, gazing at Yahiko, his body punctured by black steel pipes. Ketsuki felt an unsettling chill run down his arm, somewhat struck by the youthful fervor. "The Akatsuki, reborn from the flames, shall transform this world," Nagato declared. "Brother Nagato, I too wish to be a part of the Akatsuki. I am no longer a child. I possess the strength to fight." Ketsuki eagerly approached, yearning for a position among the elders. Konin gently patted Ketsuki's head, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Ketsuki, you have long been one of us." They had witnessed the trials together and shared the burdens of grief. The Akatsuki, reborn in the crucible of suffering, will undoubtedly usher in the dawn of a new world. Standing atop the eaves of the rain shinobi village, Konin's garments soaked by the rain, her gaze was resolute. Obito lingered in the shadows, his eyes fixated on Ketsuki's back. The ninjas of the rain shinobi village, upon learning of Hanzo's demise at Nagato's hands, descended into chaos. Nagato's forceful suppression took less than 2 hours, resulting in the successful takeover of the Rain Shinobi Village. Ketsuki sat in the room assigned to him, his expression mournful. How could he not grieve for Yahiko's death? Not a single smile adorned Nagato or Konin's faces. The atmosphere was heavy with despair. Working in such an organization could easily lead to melancholy. "Ketsuki." Konin knocked on his door. Upon entering, she held a uniform in her hands. "Ketsuki, this is your attire." She placed the uniform beside Ketsuki. Seemingly wishing to comfort his sorrowful spirit, yet at a loss for words, she quietly departed. Ketsuki picked up the ring resting atop the uniform, inscribed with a scarlet character. "Juke." Ketsuki raised an eyebrow. This must belong to the character Itachi Uchiha, who had defected in the anime. Now it had fallen into his possession. "We must first recruit powerful ninjas to join the Akatsuki, preparing for the capture of tailed beasts," Nagato stated, his back laden with steel pipes as he sat upon a stone seat in the darkness. He looked at Konin and Ketsuki below him. "Do we have any targets?" Konin inquired. The task introduction office in the Rain Shinobi village remained unaffected by Hanzo's death, operating as a distinct entity within the village. Sasori of the Red Sand was displayed prominently on the task list, hanging in the task introduction office. Sasori, renowned throughout the ninja world as a puppeteer, was responsible for the death of the third Kazekage, indirectly igniting the third Great Ninja War. Countless ninjas sought to assassinate Sasori for monetary gain, yet none returned alive. Over time, Sasori became a permanent fixture on the bounty list. "What is Sasori's rank on the bounty list?" Ketsuki asked. He intended to visit the task introduction office when he had the opportunity. 10th, Nagato replied. "And who holds the first rank?" Ketsuki was curious about the top of the list. Nagato glanced at him, a ninja from Konoha. "Konoha? This piqued Kitsuki's curiosity. Meanwhile, in Konoha, within Kitsuki's home, Hanzo stood in the living room, regaining composure from the disorientation caused by teleportation. Kitsuki sat on the sofa. You see, the Akatsuki is not as simple as you think. The one who rescued Hanzo was, in fact, Kitsuki, who had instantly switched back to his original form. Ding! The favorability of the character Yamada no Orochi Hanzo has increased to 90. This favorability surged purely out of gratitude for Kitsuki's life-saving act. I never imagined there were individuals operating behind the scenes in the Akatsuki. Hanzo regarded Nagato as the true leader of the Akatsuki. This aligned perfectly with her principle of valuing strength above all. There is no need to discuss this now. You must forget your identity as Hanzo and take good care of Naruto. Kitsuki finally felt a sense of relief. Heaven knows how much Naruto had tormented him these past few days. Understood, Hanzo nodded. Perhaps due to the change in gender, Hanzo's nurturing skills had risen dramatically. Watching Hanzo adeptly change Naruto's diaper, Kitsuki's face contorted. He had single-handedly turned the image of the Hokage on its head. The thought of Hanzo, now a woman, caring for a child was unfathomable. Yet, it proved to be quite effective. Tomorrow, he would have to address Hanzo's identity, with a woman suddenly appearing in the household. He could hardly explain the situation. Chapter 67. The cause of Takebayashi's death. The next day, Kitsuki escorted Hanzo to the Hokage's office, Hanzo cradling little Naruto in her arms. Compared to Kitsuki's earlier clumsiness, Hanzo appeared far more at ease. The villagers regarded Kitsuki with respect. Their curiosity peaked when their gaze fell upon Hanzo, and ultimately shifting to little Naruto, transforming into expressions of disdain and discomfort. Perhaps out of consideration for Kitsuki's presence, the villagers refrained from discussing Naruto in front of him. However, once he distanced himself, a torrent of curses ensued. Lord Kitsuki, the gatekeeping ninja, acknowledged Kitsuki's arrival, slightly stepping aside to allow him passage. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had already informed the gatekeeping ninja that Kitsuki's arrival required no announcement. Kitsuki smiled and nodded at the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper watched Kitsuki's figure disappear into the office. Only when Kitsuki was out of sight did the gatekeeper exclaim, "Lord Kitsuki is truly approachable. As a ninja capable of traversing freely between Kumogakure and Kirigakure, having made significant contributions during the Third Great Ninja War, and having resisted the Nine Tails, Lord Kitsuki was exceptionally gentle and courteous." Sarutobi Hiruzen, as usual, dealt with the mountain of paperwork before him. Ever since he recognized Kitsuki's talents, he had intended to have Kitsuki assist him with documents every morning, enabling Kitsuki to become more adept at handling them. And who is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyes to discover a woman standing beside Kitsuki. Upon seeing her appearance, a spark ignited in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. With a voluptuous chest, slender waist, and long legs, her soft, light brown hair cascaded down her back. Her delicate face devoid of expression, resembling a captivating yet austere beauty. Ahem. Hiruzen cleared his throat, adjusting his wrinkled Hokage robe. "Lord Hokage, this is Miss Rishihui, whom I invited from outside the village to care for Naruto." Kitsuki wore a wry smile. "As you know, I couldn't find anyone in the village willing to look after Naruto." Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, but soon redirected his focus back to Hanzo. "Miss Rishihui will need to complete some necessary procedures before entering the village." Kitsuki sensed a shift in the third Hokage's demeanor. It was unlike that of an elderly man. Instead, his tone was filled with courteous, gentlemanly grace. Hanzo glanced at the third Hokage and nodded. "I understand. The identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is unique. Even though Miss Rishihui is indeed quite beautiful, I cannot overlook the scrutiny of outsiders." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, quietly acknowledging that he was, in fact, a ninja untempted by beauty. Kitsuki briefly took Naruto into his arms. Hanzo bent over the desk to fill out paperwork, while Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded himself that Kitsuki, his admirer, was still present and that he should not be overtly bold. Yet his eyes uncontrollably wandered toward Hanzo's V-neck robe. Alas! Two peculiar blushes quickly appeared on the third Hokage's cheeks. He was momentarily captivated, laughing unabashedly as if oblivious to his surroundings. Hee hee hee. Sarutobi Hizashi emitted an eerie chuckle. Suddenly, lost in his reverie, he sensed two piercing gazes upon him. He lifted his head to find Miss Rishiwai glaring down at him from her elevated position, her expression decidedly unfriendly. Yet there was a peculiar charm to the anger of Miss Rishiwai. The other gaze, oh no. Upon meeting the puzzled and rigid stare of Kitsuki, Hizashi hastily averted his eyes, clearing his throat awkwardly. Clearly flustered, he feigned composure as he perused the documents, though his thoughts had long since wandered elsewhere. Indeed, Lord Hokage was meticulous, scrutinizing Miss Rishiwai's filing records with great care. Kitsuki kindly provided a way out for the third Hokage. Ahem, Hizashi couldn't help but glance at Kitsuki, finding his eyes clear and devoid of any unusual emotion. Hizashi let out a sigh of relief, assuming Kitsuki had not noticed, and that he had merely misinterpreted the previous gaze. This was a special period, one that warranted caution. Despite this, Hizashi felt a twinge of guilt as he hastily reviewed the mundane records concerning names and sealed Hanzo's information into the file, tucking it away amidst the heaps of documents cluttering the desk. Kitsuki observed Hizashi's movements with a slight upward curve of his lips. Kitsuki. Hizashi rose from his seat, affectionately ruffling Naruto's hair, though his gaze darted to Hanzo, who had just reclaimed Naruto. Naruto's father was a hero. Due to the incident with the Nine Tails, he had lost so much. As Hokage, I shall make it a point to frequently check in on young Naruto. Kitsuki regarded Hizashi with a nuanced expression, observing his unwavering gaze fixed on Hanzo's chest. To visit young Naruto? Are you certain? You truly intend to visit him? Kitsuki's face shone with emotion. With the Hokage's care, young Naruto shall undoubtedly thrive. Hizashi smiled tenderly. Kitsuki still needed to remain behind to assist the third with paperwork, so he addressed Hanzo, saying, Miss Rishiwai, please take young Naruto back for now. Hizashi was taken aback, initially wanting to suggest that Kitsuki could stay, but considering the sensitive documents they were about to handle, he could only nod reluctantly, reassuring himself that there would be other opportunities. Once Hanzo's figure vanished from the Hokage's office, Kitsuki spoke up. Lord Hokage, I have something to report. Speak. Hizashi's attention drifted back from the entrance, somewhat distracted. In the root of Danzo's organization, there exists a Mokuton ninja. What? Hizashi's expression suddenly turned grave. Is it the same Mokuton as the first Hokage? Hizashi inquired sternly. Kitsuki hesitated to respond. Mokuton was indeed Mokuton, but was it akin to the first Hokage's? It was genuine Mokuton, yet not to the extent of Senju Hashirama's prowess. This was something Hizashi would need to see for himself to accurately describe. Flames of fury flickered in Hizashi's eyes. How dare Danzo conceal such a significant matter as a Mokuton ninja? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, rendering him unable to process any documents. He summoned the Umbu shinobi and commanded them to fetch Danzo. Observing this, Kitsuki stood to leave. Lord Hokage, since you intend to summon Lord Danzo, I shall take my leave. Hizashi shook his head firmly. Kitsuki, you stay. You will inevitably face such situations. This was a demonstration for Kitsuki. Kitsuki was bewildered. Are you serious? I just reported to you, and now you want me to confront the person involved? Kitsuki returned to the seat beside the Hokage. In the distance, the sound of Danzo's cane approached. Hizashi, what is it that you seek from me? Danzo halted before Hizashi, inquiring with a scrutinizing gaze that briefly passed over Kitsuki, revealing a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Excellent. Tsukimi Kitsuki is now capable of assisting Hizashi with administrative matters. It seems he is not far from ascending to the position of Hokage. A slight smirk graced Danzo's lips. Hizashi was already in a foul mood, and upon seeing the taunting smile at the corner of Danzo's mouth, his anger flared even more. Danzo, hand over that Mokuton ninja under your command. Hizashi commanded bluntly. What? Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief, immediately darting towards Kitsuki, his pupils brimming with rage. Hizashi's knowledge of the Mokuton must be tied to Tsukimi Kitsuki. However, to his astonishment, Kitsuki also looked at Hizashi with a face full of shock. What is happening? Danzo furrowed his brow. I do not possess a Mokutan ninja. Danzo replied defiantly. Is that so? Hizashi scoffed coldly. The root has become increasingly uncontrollable over the years. Perhaps it is time to disband it. Hizashi, you. Danzo stared at Hizashi incredulously, as though he had heard something utterly outrageous. Kitsuki's eyes widened as he stood up amidst Danzo's astonishment. Lord Hokage, the root has indeed contributed significantly to Konoha, and Lord Danzo has devoted himself tirelessly for the sake of the root and the village. I urge you to reconsider. Ding. Favorability with the character Shimura Danzo increased to 85. Hizashi had only spoken in anger and had no intention of disbanding the root. Many matters still required the root's involvement. Moreover, whether it be the root, the Umbu, or all of our shinobi, they are all subordinates of the Hokage. Surely, Lord Danzo would not quarrel with the Hokage over a mere Mokutan ninja. You two have been friends for many years. Kitsuki added. When he mentioned friendship, a look of envy crossed his face. Hizashi's anger gradually dissipated, and he looked at Kitsuki with appreciation. Indeed, he was the next generation he had envisioned. His words managed to consider both Danzo's dignity and their long-standing relationship. Danzo perceived this as a trap. Kitsuki's words seemed to admit that he had a Mokutan ninja under his command. Furthermore, he naively believed he was cleverly offering up the Mokutan ninja. Danzo's emotions were complex. He was angry at Kitsuki's foolishness, yet recognized that Kitsuki's words were indeed for his benefit. Moreover, the more foolish Kitsuki appeared, the more advantageous it would be for him once he became Hokage. Danzo gritted his teeth. I will have him report to you shortly. Never mind. It is merely a Mokutan ninja. Once Tsukimi Kitsuki becomes Hokage, what in the village will not belong to him? Patience is a virtue in larger schemes. Danzo, you seem to be lacking in vitality lately. Do take some time to rest. Having achieved his objective, Hizashi cheerfully dismissed Danzo. Danzo shot Hizashi a fierce glare before storming out of the Hokage's office. The morning passed amidst the guidance of the third and the flurry of Kitsuki's pen. Kitsuki returned home with blurry vision. At the door stood a small child. Who are you? Do. As the child turned around, Kitsuki recognized him fully. At that moment, Do was not in root attire, but donned a deep blue short-sleeved shirt and black trousers. Lord Kitsuki, you truly are one who forgets easily, Do remarked, observing Kitsuki. Such a young age, yet already well-versed in the art of yin and yang manipulation. A promising future. Kitsuki, taking advantage of his height, playfully ruffled Do's hair. Perhaps a bit too roughly. Speak properly. Do's face, which had likely developed a bump from the encounter, did not look pleased. Yet he managed to force a smile as he recalled something. I have come to thank you. Do expressed his gratitude, but his eyes were filled with provocation. Kitsuki's hand itched, feeling that this child was indeed in need of a good lesson. Thank for what? Aside from the time at the root. In an effort to enhance the capabilities of his team, he magnanimously dedicated his own tasks to them. He was unable to recall a moment when he had assisted Do. Wait, something feels amiss. The more he observed Do, the more familiar he appeared. It dawned on him that this was indeed the child he had fortuitously rescued at the hospital. Furthermore, when he was retrieved by Takuchi Ichi, there seemed to be Do among the other orphans on that cart. A wave of frustration washed over Heishu. How had he previously overlooked the Master of Dreams? He should have endeavored to win over the Master while he was still young. In other words, he was not there to express gratitude. Just as Heishu assumed Do had come to thank him for saving his life, Do maliciously interjected. I am here to thank Takuchi Ichi. Heishu furrowed his brow. What do you mean? A few days ago during the Kyubi incident, Takuchi Ichi had risked his life to save Heishu. Cough, cough. Do was unable to finish his sentence as Heishu seized him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Then you shall pay with your life. Heishu tightened his grip. Do's face turned a grotesque shade, veins bulging on his neck. Yet, upon witnessing the malice flashing in Heishu's eyes, Do laughed. Go ahead and kill me, he stammered. If Heishu were to end his life, his reputation would be tarnished. Heishu released him, delivering a swift kick to Do's chest. Do crashed against the wall, spitting blood. Yet he regarded Heishu with a twisted smile. Heishu frowned. Recognizing the severity of Do's psychological affliction, there was no need to tarnish his reputation over such filth. The death of Takeuchi Ichi was essentially orchestrated by Do. He could not fathom how a ninja from the root could evade the collapsing building. Clearly, this was a trap designed by Do to ensnare Takeuchi Ichi. What is your purpose? Is it truly possible for one to harbor such hatred for another, to the extent of sacrificing their loved ones? If Heishu had any deep-seated enmity with Do, perhaps he could understand. Yet, paradoxically, Heishu had saved Do's life. Truly, a heartless creature. Heishu stepped on Do's hand. You excel in medical ninjutsu, do you not? What would happen if I were to ruin your hands? Heishu applied more pressure. He felt no sympathy for Do. Takeuchi Ichi had sacrificed his life to save him, while Do had deliberately lured Takeuchi Ichi to his demise. If Do despised him so intensely, he could have sought revenge directly, yet he chose to target Takeuchi Ichi instead. Do trembled from the excruciating pain, yet a smile lingered on his pale face. Heishu paused, a thought crossing his mind. Perhaps you do not care about your hands, but there is someone you deeply cherish. Is there not? Do suddenly looked up. In his bloodshot eyes, Heishu calmly stated, what was that person's name again? Oh, I remember now. Yaoshi Inayu, right? Do glared at Heishu with a fierce intensity. You. Since you have killed my kin, then killing Inayu should not be deemed excessive. Heishu smiled innocently. Do's eyes flickered with panic as he defiantly replied, no. The director is a ninja from Konoha. Killing a fellow villager would make you a rogue ninja. Heishu shook his head, astonished by Do's naivety. How foolish of you. Why would I dirty my hands? It would be much simpler to assign her an impossible task. Wouldn't it? Do froze in place. He gazed at Heishu, who wore a deceptively gentle smile, and felt a chill run down his spine. According to Danzo's attitude towards Tsukimi Heishu, handling a mere Inayu would hardly be deemed troublesome. Heishu helped the cold Do back to his feet, instantly healing his wounds and affectionately brushing the dust from Do's clothes. In stark contrast to his smile, his voice was cold and merciless. How could I possibly soil my own hands? Chapter 68. The path to growth he seeks to foster in that moment. Do witnessed a side unseen by many. He discerned the terrifying truth beneath the facade this person wore. Perhaps it was not that he had seen through the disguise, but rather that this individual had never considered the need to disguise himself in his presence. The image of Inayu's smile and her warm hands flooded Do's mind. The mere thought of her becoming a cold corpse enveloped Do's heart in shadows of death. He feared not for himself, but for Inayu's life. Do you not wish to know why I orchestrated Takeuchi Ichi's death? Do sotto alter Inayu's fate. I do not wish to know. I am aware that karma is relentless, Heishu replied with a smile. Do fell silent. You are fortunate, Do suddenly remarked. You were born with a bloodline limit, possessing the strength that garners attention, and you had family willing to adopt you upon their first encounter. You were surrounded by sunlight, living amidst applause and encouragement, growing in love and friendship. You will never understand the life we entered Konoha to endure. Do's eyes, now red, bore into Heishu as he venomously exclaimed, is that all? Heishu raised an eyebrow. What can be done? Some things are simply destined. Just as the system inexplicably chose you, it so happened that I excelled in my acting. Without the system, I might have fared even worse than you. But that possibility does not exist. I comprehend your envy, yet I cannot condone your vengeance, Heishu observed. Thus, the mistakes you have made must be shouldered by someone. Heishu was no saint. He lacked the ability to repay kindness with kindness. By nature, he was a selfish individual, always seeking personal gain. He might lament Do's plight, but that was the extent of his empathy. Spare Inayu, and I shall leave you be. Do clenched his teeth, his fists tight. Submitting to Tsukimi Heishu was the greatest humiliation for him. Heishu smiled and shook his head. You hold no value for me. The suffering I have endured, you may experience but once. She is innocent. Do glared at Heishu, hatred radiating from his eyes. Heishu opened his door. Did you consider Takeuchi Ichi was also innocent when you orchestrated his death? Bang! The door slammed shut. Do stood frozen outside, staring at the door, his hands trembling slightly. As Heishu entered, he spotted Hanzo bustling about the kitchen in an apron. The dining table in the living room was laden with a sumptuous feast. Naruto slept soundly in his cradle. Observing the immaculate house and the lavish spread, Heishu swallowed hard. Indeed, bringing Hanzo back was a most prudent decision. Why did you ask me to wear that deep V-neck dress today? Hanzo recalled the look in Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes, feeling uncomfortable all over. Wasn't it effective? Heishu smiled. Hanzo fell silent. During the afternoon break, Heishu activated his distant avatar in the Rain Ninja Village. Rubbing his eyes, the room was shrouded in darkness. The Rain Ninja Village was devoid of sunlight, and the room had yet to be illuminated. Heishu flipped the switch, brightening the space. He changed into a different outfit and opened the door, heading toward the specific location. His figure leaped across the rooftops, landing swiftly before a small house. Ninjas entered and exited in droves, their forehead protectors displaying various insignias. Heishu looked up. The small house was adorned with iron frames that spelled out Task Introduction Office. His presence went unnoticed among the ebb and flow of ninjas, all preoccupied with their mission scrolls, their gazes not straying to others. Are you here to post a mission or to accept one? Different windows are guarded by various ninjas who sit upon high stools, with cabinets filled with stacks of mission scrolls behind them. Accepting missions, Heishu said. What level? The ninja in front, wearing an iron mask, glanced at Heishu and asked coldly. I wish to view the bounty list, Heishu replied, which was indeed the purpose of his visit. The words of Nagato from last time had piqued his interest in this list. The masked ninja finally lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Heishu from head to toe, though it was unclear what he could discern. His position in the mission office had instilled in him a habit of not underestimating anyone. He nodded and said, Wait here. He rose and moved to the back, his hand reaching into a wall lined with scrolls, the mechanical movement of his body creating a rustling sound. Suddenly, several scrolls descended in a circular formation. Unlike the others, these scrolls bore distinct images. Look, the masked ninja returned to his seat. The other ninjas accepting missions were also captivated by the 20 images hanging on the wall, pausing their actions to whisper among themselves. Heishu's gaze traveled from the image at the edge. He recognized many familiar faces: Akasuna no Sasori, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and even individuals like Mu-Run and Terumi Mei. His eyes settled on the central image, which was rather abstract: long nose, large mouth, horse-like face, and buck teeth. Who is this? How can such an ugly figure occupy the top position on the bounty list? Heishu mused. His gaze shifted downward, where the name of the bounty target was typically recorded. He suddenly sprayed the drink he had just purchased all over. The iron-masked ninja calmly wiped his face and reminded him, Please pay the service fee when you leave. He pointed to a wooden sign below the cabinet, which read, For severely injured personnel, additional service fees apply. Heishu's mouth fell open in disbelief, setting aside the advanced nature of the mission office. The most absurd thing for him was the name inscribed on the image, Eugene Heishu. What kind of artist could have created such a distorted representation? He, the pride of Konoha, had been rendered into that grotesque visage. How rude. Shouldn't the host be curious as to why they occupy the top position? The system inquired. Heishu relayed the system's question verbatim to the iron-masked ninja, who was busy cleaning the saliva Heishu had sprayed onto his mask. He replied, Eugene Heishu of Konoha defeated the Two Tails and Three Tails Jinchuriki, easily stealing information from the Cloud and Mist villages. The bounty on Eugene Heishu was funded by both villages, hence the exorbitant amount, keeping him at the top. This reason was utterly unexpected for Heishu. Is that truly what Eugene Heishu looks like? Heishu asked, voicing his greatest concern. Well, adhering to the principle of honest transactions. I must tell you the truth. We do not know Eugene Heishu's appearance. This is merely a depiction by our artist. Given Eugene Heishu's formidable power and arrogant demeanor, they must resemble the figure shown, like a fierce woman. The iron-masked ninja stated earnestly. Heishu gazed intently at the image. A fierce woman? If someone attempted to assassinate based on this image, the only one likely to be misidentified would be Danzo. Heishu's gaze shifted sideways and froze again. The second bounty on the list was Uchiha Shursui. However, unlike the chaotic abstraction of the first image, This depiction made Shui appear increasingly handsome and charming. I don't understand. Who did he offend? Why is the artist targeting him? You do not comprehend why Uchiha Shui ranks second on the bounty list? The Iron-Masked Ninja explained thoughtfully. Originally, this Shunshin Shui was ranked 15th on the list. How did this happen? Hishu's curiosity was piqued further. What did Shui do to ascend to second place? Although few had placed a bounty on this Shunshin Shui, those who took on the mission to assassinate Yu Jian, Hishu often met their demise at his hands, thus elevating his position on the bounty list. The Iron-Masked Ninja elaborated. Hishu felt touched by his friendship with Shui. No wonder Shui had never encountered anyone attempting to assassinate him. They had all been dealt with by Shui. What a good brother. Hishu continued to scan the list until he reached the Iron-Masked Ninja to pay the service fee. How much? 500 Ryo, the Iron-Masked Ninja replied. Are you trying to scam me? The sign clearly states the service fee is 100 Ryo. Hishu pointed at the wooden sign. Amidst Hishu's astonishment, the Iron-Masked Ninja calmly flipped the sign over, which read, Consultation fee for one question, 100 Ryo. No deception here. Come consult. What a shady establishment. Hishu blinked. Isn't this fraudulent consumption? The Iron-Masked Ninja remained unperturbed. Our business operates on integrity. Hishu shook his head, unable to accept being swindled. I have no money. The Iron-Masked Ninja's expression changed. Then I'm afraid you must leave your body. Hishu attempted to reason with the Iron-Masked Ninja. Look, when I first asked my question, you didn't mention a fee. Now, suddenly demanding payment. Aren't you trying to cheat me? The Iron-Masked Ninja stood firm. That is our business rule. Hishu shrugged. Then there's nothing I can do. He had no substantial funds on him. He only had the 100 Ryo that Xiao Nen had given him, which was the result of her hard work for the Akatsuki. How could he bear to spend that money extravagantly? An hour later, Hishu exited the mission office with a sense of calm. Behind him lay a pile of fallen ninjas. After his figure vanished, the bruised Iron-Masked Ninja trembled as he raised his hand, his voice seething with anger. Notify headquarters to mark down the location of the bounty target Yu Jian Hishu for that person. Upon returning, Hishu found Xiao Nan and Yahiko, who was filled with black steel pipes, waiting for him. Hualong, where have you been? Xiao Nan approached with concern in her eyes. Although aware of Hualong's strength, she still tended to view him as a child. Oh, I just went for a stroll, Hishu replied, uttering a kind-hearted lie. Let us set off. Jaiko, no. He should be called Nagato, said expressionlessly. Xiao Nan looked at this familiar face and nodded. Hualong, we're going to recruit Akasuna no Sasori into the organization. You'll come with us. Okay. Hishu nodded with joy. The three figures swiftly vanished atop the spire. Yellow sand swirled. The sun sank in the desert. The wind whipped up heated waves. Hishu's robe billowed. This was the vast desert near Sunagakure in the land of wind. One must admit, this was the confidence of Akasuna no Sasori. After killing the third Kazekage and indirectly instigating the third Shinobi World War, he dared to linger within the territory of the land of wind. Such blatant disdain for the ninjas of Sunagakure. The address and the intel was right here. After scanning the surroundings, Xiao Nen spoke. Nagato stood still, a powerful whirlwind rising around him. Instantly, their vision was obscured by the swirling sand. An aura of killing intent seeped out. Hishu lifted his gaze. After the storm, a multitude of poisonous needles and spikes flew toward them. Nagato calmly raised his hand. An intangible repulsion resisted against all the poison needles and stingers, causing them to momentarily freeze in midair before tumbling to the ground. A lowly figure gradually materialized before them, enveloped in a cloak of black. Upon the gleaming, bald head rested an assortment of peculiar objects, among which a curved steel scorpion tail glimmered ominously. Are you the Akasuna no Sasori? Xiao Nen inquired. The figure remained silent, gazing at them. We have come to invite you to join the Akatsuki organization we have formed. Xiao Nen continued. The individual known as Tendo remained mute, perhaps to maintain an air of sophistication. As for Hishu, he had never possessed such refinement. His appearance forbade it. Not interested, Sasori replied indifferently. That decision is not yours to make. Tendo finally interjected, his tone exuding an undeniable gravitas. Hishu discerned a fleeting moment of surprise from Sasori, not born of fear, but rather incredulity. For some inexplicable reason, Hishu's mind conjured an image from a past life, a photograph depicting Sasori manipulating the puppet he currently inhabited, contorted and struggling. What you think is Akasuna no Sasori, contrasted with the actual Akasuna no Sasori. Hishu could not suppress a laugh, finding the situation absurdly humorous. Engrossed in the memory of that comical photograph, he suddenly sensed 3 piercing gazes upon him. Lifting his head, he found Xiao Nan looking at him in confusion, Tendo's emotionless Rinnegan fixated on him, and Sasori's unwavering stare boring into him. Although Sasori could not fathom Hishu's thoughts, a keen intuition hinted that something was amiss. Tendo grasped Xiao Nan's hand, their figures retreating and leaving Hishu alone to face Sasori. Hualong, Xiao Nan questioned, puzzled by Tendo's decision to leave Hualong behind. She has already become a member of the Akatsuki. She needs to grow. With me here, she will not come to harm. His calm demeanor provided an unprecedented sense of security. Observing Xiao Nan's trusting expression, Hishu felt a sense of disbelief. Speaking of which, since Tendo had retreated, could he not release Xiao Nan's hand? Amir Brat. Sasori's expressionless, mechanical visage displayed disdain for Hishu. The corners of Hishu's mouth twitched. What was he so proud of? Once he shredded Sasori's cloak, wouldn't Sasori be forced to reveal his face that had captivated countless maidens? It was only slightly less appealing than his own. I heard you lack parents. Hishu was about to initiate a friendly exchange. After all, they were both orphan souls. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Character Akasuna no Sasori's favorability rating, 100. Observing the flurry of poison needles aimed at him, Hishu's mouth twitched again. You could at least let me finish. Chapter 69, Battle with Sasori. Itachi graduates each sharp, poison stinger reflected the scorching sunlight, their tips radiating blinding cold light. Simultaneously, a silvery luminescence enveloped Hishu's entire being, his long hair billowing in the wind. Moon God, protect! The electronic beams flickered at Hishu's fingertips. Concealed beneath the puppet of Feng Lu Hu, Sasori fixated on what appeared to be a technique resembling Raikan, but fundamentally distinct. The harsh sound of electricity crackled around Sasori. Countless poison needles coalesced into a singular force, their minute currents drawn together. A foreboding sense of dread gripped Sasori as the intertwined beams converged into a formidable electric current, surging towards him with astonishing speed. Sasori's evasion was equally swift. As he leaped away, the spot he once occupied was struck, leaving a significant crater. Sasori's position unwittingly closed the distance to Hishu. With mechanical precision, he unleashed a torrent of poison needles, while the steel scorpion tail loomed ominously overhead, slicing through the air towards Hishu. Just then, an extraordinary sight unfolded. A peculiar radiance emanated from Hishu's hands. Under this glow, the poison needles halted before him, gradually descending to the ground. Not only that, but even the tail controlled by Sasori fell listlessly. In the distance, Tendo transmitted the entire scene to Nagato's eyes. Xiao Nan appeared astonished. She had not anticipated Hualong possessing such an array of techniques. Such abilities seemed far beyond ordinary ninjutsu. Recalling Hualong's descriptions of her family, Xiao Nan grew increasingly intrigued about the identity of Hualong's relatives. Hishu was more than satisfied with the Solar Corona clone technique he had just executed. This ability, derived from the Moon God mode, allowed him to emit a radiance that nullified attacks. Before Sasori could react, his body was uncontrollably shifted. A tempest of emotions surged within him. By the time he regained his bearings, he found himself inexplicably positioned before Hishu, confronted by the unremarkable visage of Feng Lu Hu. Hishu smiled, simultaneously unleashing a massive fist enveloped in silvery light towards Sasori. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the air as Sasori crashed heavily to the ground, dust erupting around him. Hishu struggled to imagine what pose Sasori assumed within Feng Lu Hu. What just happened? Sasori pondered, feeling a weight in his heart. Tendo observed this scene and remarked, It is a form of unique, instantaneous transfer technique. Akasuna no Sasori was brought before Hishu by Hualong, leaving him no time to evade the sudden assault. Xiaonan nodded in agreement with Tendo's analysis. However, what manner of ninjutsu could instantaneously shift another's position? Such a concept was terrifying. In the midst of battle, if the direction of the transfer aligned with an enemy's attack, it would be sheer one-sided slaughter. Hishu employed the Moon God transfer, a technique involving light capable of instantaneous movement. "It seems I underestimated you," Sasori declared, regaining his composure as he leapt from the pit. As his words fell, a lengthy scroll unfurled from the air, white smoke enveloping the surroundings. A wave of heat dispersed the smoke, revealing a figure completely exposed to Hishu's gaze. Clad in the robes of the wind shadow, the unfortunate third Kazekage had been transformed into a puppet. The third Kazekage? I never expected you to hold him in such high regard. Directly using the third Kazekage's puppet, Hishu remarked. "This is my first time employing it," Sasori stated. "What? Should I thank you for this?" Hishu's expression was complex. "Senju manipulation." A summoning talisman glowed upon the third Kazekage's puppet arm. In the next moment, countless steel arms erupted, lunging towards Hishu. At this time, a faint purple toxic mist wafted through the air alongside the multitude of arms. Static net. Silvery light coalesced within Hishu's palm. A tightly woven net gradually formed, expanding in size. The steel arms collided with the net, causing the light-formed web to dent, but sustained no damage. In an instant, as the two attacks converged, Hishu found himself above Sasori. His aura transformed into a dazzling golden brilliance. A deafening thunder echoed through the sky. Sasori gazed upward, realizing that dark clouds had inexplicably enveloped the realm. Amidst the thick clouds, thunder rumbled. For the wind country, long accustomed to relentless sun, this was an extraordinary spectacle. The deep gray sky was alive with blue and purple lightning rolling through the clouds, roaring like a ferocious beast. Thunderstrike! Hishu unleashed an invisible force from his hand. In the next moment, a formidable bolt of lightning converged and struck down towards the position of Xie. His countenance darkened, even more than the iron sand wielded by the third generation of Kazekage's puppets. The ominous iron sand was manipulated by Xie to shield against the impending onslaught. In the face of such a powerful attack and vast range, Xie had no opportunity to evade and could only brace himself. The collision of iron sand and lightning stirred up a tremendous tempest. The iron sand scattered like dust in the wind, and the body of the third-generation Kazekage puppet was cleaved in two. A furious wind whipped up the sand and dust, obscuring the view of Xiao Nan and Tian Dao, who were observing from a distance. As the smoke and dust dissipated, an unfamiliar figure appeared before them, with short, wine-red hair billowing and an expressionless, delicate face. Xie's gaze shifted downward to find the remnants of the third-generation Kazekage puppet and the Fei Lu Hu puppet strewn across the ground. It became evident that Hualong was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Observing this scene, Xiao Nan's lips curled into a faint smile. "You are impressive." But Xie looked at Hishu and slowly raised his hand. The joints of a normal person had transformed into mechanical components on his body. "Wait." The radiance emanating from Hishu suddenly vanished. "You turned yourself into a puppet." Hishu exclaimed in astonishment. "How so? Do you dare to question me?" Xie had already anticipated the forthcoming words from the person before him. They would inevitably be the sort of remarks that lament the loss of humanity. What a brilliant concept! The shock on Hishu's face dissipated, replaced by profound admiration. The bewildered expression on Hishu transformed into one of astonishment. "What are you saying?" "Cough, cough." Hishu exhibited no shame in deceiving the immature puppet, exclaiming, "Transforming one's own body into a puppet is the essence of eternal art. Art is a form that can endure over time. It embodies eternal beauty. To turn one's body into a puppet is to achieve eternal art." Hishu's eyes gleamed with fervor for the artistic spirit. Ding! The favorability rating for the character Qisha Ji Xie has reached 60. You are a connoisseur of art. Xie was taken aback. After many years, he had finally encountered someone who resonated with him. "Unfortunately, if you're unwilling to join our organization, I would have certainly insisted on collaborating with you to explore eternal art. A clear disappointment shadowed Hishu's face as he gazed at Xie's form, revealing a complex array of emotions: longing, admiration, and awe. I will join, Xie suddenly declared. What did you say? Hishu's eyes widened in surprise. You are willing to join us? Can we discuss art together? A look of joy flashed across his face. Ding! The favorability rating for the character Qi Shaji Xie has risen to 65. Observing Xie accept the uniform belonging to the Akatsuki organization, Xiao felt a sense of ambivalence. On the way back to Yuan village, Xiao Nan and Tian Dao walked ahead, while Hishu and Xie followed behind. People are confined within the constraints of reality, subjected to various limitations and oppressions, governed by nature's whims and desires. Ding! The favorability rating for the character Qi Shaji Xie has reached 70. When one elevates themselves to the realm of the eternal concept, the universal laws constrain one's self-awareness. Detaching the reality of the world. I am the eternal is me, art is immortal. Ding! The favorability rating for the character Qi Shaji Xie has reached 75. After a series of exchanges, upon reaching Yuan village, the favorability rating had risen to 80. Hishu nodded in satisfaction. He relished engaging with individuals who shared a passion for art. After their conversation, his spirit was refined by knowledge and philosophy. He glanced at Xie, whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, pondering that Xie's level of refinement must be even higher. You make a compelling point. I have conceived a new idea. Xie's gaze toward Hishu was filled with mutual recognition and respect. Such wise individuals were a rarity in this world. In Konoha village, the sun shone brightly. Hishu stood by the window, adjusting his belt. In the mirror, he observed a scene of tranquility in the living room. Inside, Hanzo was cradling little Naruto and feeding him. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed affectionately at Naruto. Oh, no, wait. He should be staring at Hanzo's chest. Hishu, don't rush. The graduation ceremony is still an hour away. Sarutobi Hiruzen called out to Hishu, then immediately returned his focus to Hanzo. Although his wife had recently passed, one must let go of the old for the new to emerge. Perhaps Miss Rishi is a blessing sent from above to comfort him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze grew increasingly tender as he looked at Hanzo. Hishu lingered at the door, observing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was utterly captivated by Hanzo, before slowly speaking. Hokage-sama, there is still half an hour left. However, you must begin your speech half an hour early, which means you are late. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly recalled this detail. His expression changed, and he dashed out the door. While admiring beauty is indeed important, promoting the will of fire is paramount. Hanzo, who had endured Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, remarked, You didn't mention that the third Hokage was like this before coming to Konoha? Like what? Hishu stifled a laugh. Hanzo recalled the way Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes had seemed glued to her, and a surge of irritation welled up within him. Hishu's figure vanished. Konoha Ninja Academy. The tardy Sarutobi Hiruzen found an empty corner to tidy himself up before appearing resolutely at the podium of the school. Upon the arrival of the Hokage, the once restless playground fell into a profound silence. Hishu's figure also appeared beside the podium, present as Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal guard. Below the stage were those fortunate enough to have escaped the chaos of the Ninja World War. Among them, Hishu spotted Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, it was the prematurely graduated Uchiha Itachi. He appeared notably petite among the group of 12 and 13-year-olds, standing beside Uchiha Mikoto. Upon noticing Hishu, Mikoto flashed him a gentle smile. After a flurry of eloquence, Sarutobi Hiruzen descended the stage and returned to the Hokage office. The crowd dispersed, and Hishu naturally followed closely behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hishu, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window of the Hokage office, warm sunlight streaming through. How would you like to lead a team as a Jounin? Hishu had anticipated this and showed no surprise. Guiding the next generation of a village is an immense trust from Hokage-sama, and I shall not disappoint your expectations. A spark of determination glimmered in Hishu's eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, a knock resounded at the door, and 3 figures entered the office. Hokage-sama, The three children respectfully greeted. These must be the genin I am to lead. Hishu's gaze swept over them. Among them were Uchiha Itachi, a little girl from the Hyuga clan, and the remaining boy appeared to be an ordinary civilian. The intention behind such a configuration was glaringly obvious. The son of the Uchiha clan leader and the daughter of the Hyuga main family, along with a civilian ninja, was evidently a strategy to consolidate power among the three factions. Although Hishu had a mentor-student relationship with Hinata Hisashi, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Hisashi was merely a member of the branch family. Connections to the main family were far more advantageous. From this day forth, as the Jounin Tsukimi Hishu, you shall be the guiding Jounin of Team 3. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared solemnly. The trio's eyes immediately turned toward Hishu. Apart from Itachi, their eyes sparkled with innocent naivety. Cough, cough. Hishu nodded at them. I am Tsukimi Hishu, and I look forward to working with you. Yes. Hishu led the three little ones away from the Hokage's office. As he watched their departing figures, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a gentle smile. By the small river in Konoha, Hishu leaned against the railing and encouraged, why not introduce yourselves? It will enhance everyone's understanding. Uchiha Itachi glanced at the two individuals beside him, then turned to Hishu and spoke first. I am Uchiha Itachi. My greatest fondness is for my younger brother, and my least favorite thing is chili peppers. After finishing, he looked at the girl beside him. Is that all you have to say? The young girl from the Hyuga clan appeared astonished. Upon seeing Itachi nod, she nervously blurted, I am Hinata Tenryo, 11 years old. I enjoy sweets and grilled meat, and the person I dislike the most is my brother. These introductions are indeed filled with contradictions. One cherishes his brother, while the other despises hers. The final boy fidgeted nervously, perhaps feeling immense psychological pressure due to being teammates with members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. I am Chokue Shinya, 12 years old. My greatest liking is... My least favorite thing is being bullied. Chokue Shinya cast a cautious glance at Hishu. In truth, his idol had always been Yueji-senpai, yet he felt unworthy to mention her name, given his own self-doubt and vulnerability. What a peculiar introduction. Hinata Tenryo frowned, looking at Chokue Shinya. Hearing her words, Chokue Shinya clenched his hands tighter. The weather is pleasant. Let's go for grilled meat. Hishu interrupted Hinata Tenryo, stepping behind the three children, placing one hand on Chokue Shinya's shoulder and the other on Itachi's. Grill meat. Yes, yes. Hinata Tenryo immediately jumped up, her enthusiasm palpable. She truly adored grilled meat. Just moments ago, she had mentioned it in her introduction. Could it be that Yueji-sensei suggested it because of her? Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Hishu. However, but Yueji-sensei, aren't we supposed to compete for the bells first? Itachi, having heard the rules from Shursui, looked up in confusion. Ha ha ha! Hishu chuckled warmly. Watching Itachi with affectionate eyes, there is no need for us to compete for the bells. Why? Itachi's eyes widened in curiosity. Because you cannot possibly obtain them. Furthermore, camaraderie can be fostered gradually in future practical combat. Hishu smiled. Itachi blinked in surprise, while Hinata Tenryo felt slightly hurt. Chokue Shinya found this version of Yueji-sensei quite impressive. Chapter 70, Domain Unfolds. Infinite Void. Hishu. Upon entering the first barbecue restaurant in Konoha, a figure stood up and waved at Hishu and the three children. Shuli? The person opposite was Uchiha Shuli, accompanied by three little children. Has Shuli also become a leading jonin? Hishu recalled he was supposed to be in the roots. Doesn't it seem like the teacher's smile is a bit cheap? A small child sitting beside Shuli silently commented on his teacher's beaming expression. Well, how should I put it? Another chubby child replied, seeing a stunningly beautiful jonin like Yueji Hishu, it's understandable for the teacher to smile rather cheaply. Indeed, a girl clasped her cheeks, gazing dreamily in Hishu's direction. Shuli, what brings you here? Hishu approached Shuli's table and pointed at the three little ones beside him. Shuli followed Hishu's gaze to his three students and explained, I have been assigned a new job. Hishu expressed surprise. Shuli was a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan's generation, and Danzo had surprisingly let him go. Noticing Hishu's astonished expression, Shuli cleared his throat. Cough, cough. Lord Danzo said, I am not suited for the roots. Hashu was flabbergasted. What had Shuli done in the roots to elicit such a statement from Danzo? Cough, cough. Are you here for grilled meat as well? Shuli turned to the 3 children beside Hashu. Hashu nodded. Shall we share a table? He beamed brightly. Shuli eagerly agreed. Sure. That works perfectly for me. Finding a spot to sit, Hashu felt fortunate to encounter Uchiha Shuli. He unapologetically ordered a large spread of dishes. When dining with the affluent, why hold back? Itachi, feel free to order whatever you like, Hashu said, handing the menu to Itachi with a grin. He looked at Itachi with a smile, knowing that prior to seeing Uchiha Shuli, he had intended for Itachi, another wealthy child, to foot the bill. Thank you. Itachi received the menu, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease regarding Yueji-sensei's peculiar smile. The barbecue feast left Hashu immensely satisfied. Before departing, Hinata Tenryo shyly gazed at Hashu. Tenri, is there something on your mind? Hashu noticed her fidgeting. Hinata Tenryo bashfully twisted her fingers, glancing at Hashu with a hesitant expression. Hashu felt there was no need for such shyness. He could already sense the curious gazes from people on the street. Tenryo, if you have something to say, please feel free to tell your teacher directly. There is no need to squirm around here. Hashu's smile faltered slightly. He lifted his gaze, clearing his eyes. In the next moment, a familiar figure leaped across the roof opposite him. Kakashi? Hashu was astonished by this unexpected coincidence. On the rooftop, Kakashi paused, his gaze following the sound to see Hashu speaking with an unfamiliar little girl. The girl's cheeks were flushed, her eyes evasive. Something feels off. Kakashi quickly directed his attention back to Hashu, his expression shifting from indifference to shock. This is bad. There is no way to explain this. Hashu's lips twitched. Kakashi averted his gaze, leaving the scene with a look of disbelief. Ding. Affection for the character Hatake Kakashi increased to 95. Observing the unexpectedly rising affection, Hashu's expression became nuanced. Why, then, did Kakashi's affection not diminish but rather increase? Hashu pondered. Perhaps it was time to purchase a copy of Intimate Paradise. Yueji-sensei, I would like to invite you to my home. Finally, Hinata Tenryo managed to utter the words. Hashu's eyes dimmed. Is that all? Just this? Hashu's response carried the familiar air of nonchalance. Yueji-sensei, Hinata Tenryo immediately replied anxiously. The daughter of our clan leader has been born. Please come to see her. She looked at Hashu with anticipation. Daughter? The clan leader's daughter? Hinata? Very well. Tenryo had prepared her next excuse, but did not expect Yueji-sensei to agree so readily. Let's go. Hashu took the lead. Standing behind him, Hinata Tenryo wore a puzzled expression. The Hinata mansion was bustling with guests. The reception was handled by Hinata Hisashi and Hinata Hayashi. However, compared to the smile on Hisashi's face, Hayashi's smile appeared considerably more subdued and lacked warmth. Upon seeing Hashu, a glimmer of genuine joy finally flickered in Hayashi's eyes. Hashu, Hayashi greeted with a smile. Hayashi-sensei, Hisashi clan leader. Hashu returned the greeting. Hisashi smiled and nodded. Yueji Jonin, clan leader. Hinata Tenryo chimed in. She is the daughter of the clan elder. Hisashi acknowledged with a nod, gesturing an invitation. Ignoring Hisashi's gaze, Hayashi chose to lead Hashu into the inner courtyard. Hisashi observed Hayashi's departing figure, a hint of helplessness crossing his expression. Is your mood not well? Hashu inquired. Hayashi chuckled wryly. You noticed? It's not that I noticed. Rather, your demeanor is too evident, Hashu remarked with a twitching smile. Tenryo, why don't you go play with your friends for a while? Observing the serious demeanor of Ri-seong Ri-cha, Hashu discreetly sent Ri-seong Tianling away. All right. Tianling was still considering showing the way to teacher Yujian. With a hint of discontent, she left, glancing back 3 times. Hishu and Ri-cha halted before a grand tree in the expansive courtyard of the Ri-seong clan. Autumn had arrived, and the leaves were drifting down. Hishu, you are aware of the mark upon my forehead, right? Once, in the Rain Ninja village, Ri-cha had removed his forehead protector before Hishu and the others. Hishu nodded. To safeguard the bloodline limit, the The Rixiang clan is divided into the main house and the branch house. The main house has inherited the Byakugan for generations, while the branch house is required to dedicate their lives to protect the main house, receiving a cursed seal on their foreheads when the eldest son of the main house turns 3. Richa's fists gradually clenched. Within his usually tranquil Byakugan, a flame of hatred surged. Such a system is utterly decayed. Even Hishu, who had known about this from a previous life, felt a wave of disgust upon hearing Richa recount it. Caged birds, the term is indeed fitting. Deprived of freedom, eternally confined within a cage, serving their master. I'm already in prison, but Ning Si. Richa earnestly looked at Hishu, his eyes filled with entreaty. Hishu understood Richa's intent. When Richa had asked Ning Si to take him as a master, was it not to spare him from a similar fate? Teacher, rest assured. Hishu replied with conviction. That lad Ning Si is quite handsome. How unsightly it would be to mark him with that thing. The birth of the eldest daughter of the Rixiang clan's main house was a grand occasion. Hishu sat at the banquet, directly opposite Richa, who was beside Meiyu, cradling Ning Si. Thank you all for gracing the full moon banquet of my little girl with your presence. Rizu's speech was laced with the tone of old nobility. Following the rather dull banquet, Hishu was invited to stay behind. The guests gradually dispersed, and the vast Rixiang estate once again fell into silence. You Jianshang run, please. Rixiang Rizu gestured invitingly towards Hishu. Hishu pushed open the wooden door before him and settled onto the tatami mat. Rizu took a seat across from him, and behind Rizu were 5 or 6 elderly men, presumably elders of the Rixiang clan. A maid quietly served tea to Hishu and Rizu before retreating. Does the clan head have any matters to discuss? Hishu's gaze swept across the row of solemn elders before settling on Rizu with a smile. Yu Jianshang Run is highly praised within Konoha, and indeed, upon meeting today, he is truly extraordinary. A smile appeared on Rizu's face. This compliment made Hishu feel quite uncomfortable. Clan head Rizu, please speak plainly. I am not one for convoluted discourse, Hishu said with an apologetic smile. Ritsu's smile faltered. The relationship between Yu Jianshang Run and branch house leader Richa is quite amicable. I hope that there are certain matters Yu Jianshang Run will refrain from intervening in. Rizu lowered his gaze, avoiding Hishu's expression. Conversely, the group of elders behind Rizu fixated their piercing gazes upon Hishu, as if threatening that should he refuse, they would resort to certain measures. Hishu raised an eyebrow, a hint of sarcasm emerging on his otherwise agreeable face. What if I insist on intervening? Rizu looked at him, somewhat astonished. The position of the Rixiang clan within Konoha cannot be underestimated. Their votes have always held significant weight in the Hokage's elections. Should Hishu aspire to become Hokage, it would be unwise to antagonize the Rixiang clan. If you're insistent on meddling, then do not blame us for being impolite. An elder behind Rizu declared ominously, his expression dark. Hishu couldn't help but chuckle, unable to contain his laughter. How do you intend to be impolite? His demeanor incensed the elder, who had always adhered to the rules, causing his brows to furrow. Ignorant child, do you know what the Rixiang clan signifies within Konoha? What does it signify? Hishu raised an eyebrow, gazing at him with curiosity. He was genuinely intrigued as to what it could signify. You. The elder's eyes were almost ablaze with fury. Hishu toyed with the teacup in his hand, a smile gracing his features. Old man, do not take yourself too seriously. His laughter sent chills down the spine. You insolent wretch. The elder, who had never been called old man in his life, stared wide-eyed. Ritsu was equally taken aback. He instinctively activated his Byakugan to observe the elder's face. The elder, fuming, looked quite ferocious, while Rizu felt an unusual sense of relief. It was rare to witness such a scene, and it was undeniably satisfying. Insolent? Hishu's teacup was flung aside, perfectly missing Rizu in front of him. The hot water splashing onto the elder's face. Ritsu was dumbfounded. He had never felt such exhilaration in his life. He struggled to suppress a grin. Although he was the head of the main house, he did not wield absolute power. In fact, many of his authorities were constrained by the elders. As a child, he and Richa had shared a close bond, yet the system of the main and branch houses had erected an insurmountable chasm between them. Rizu harbored his own grievances. Unfortunately, I possess the strength to support my insolence. Hishu stood, looking down at the elder. Let us conclude today's conversation here. I find lingering in this place, for even a second, rather nauseating. You. The elder extended a trembling finger, his expression menacing. Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? These words rang familiar in Hishu's ears, as a figure emerged in his mind. He looked at the elder. Do you know who the last person to say that to me was? Hishu rubbed his chin. If I recall correctly, it was the third Mizukage of Kirigakure. So, you believe you are stronger than the Mizukage? I only know that this is the ancestral home of my Ri-Xiong clan. The elder replied darkly. In the next moment, countless young ninjas appeared out of thin air within the room, all from the Ri-Xiong clan. Should I call you naive or simply foolish? Hishu's gaze held a tinge of pity. Is this not merely adding to the casualties? Oomph. The elder chuckled ominously. Do you think that if news spreads of you injuring fellow village ninjas, the Hokage will still trust you? Hishu sneered. So this is your objective? Ridiculous. Do you truly believe that his goodwill towards me, which is at 100, is merely superficial? Moreover, my word spirit technique is no mere trifle, were it not for the sake of adding some amusement to life. These old fools would be weeping and wailing at this moment. What? Are you intending to yield? The elder's expression turned triumphant and cunning. Have you lost your wits? Which eye of yours perceives me yielding? Hishu kicked away a young ninja, attempting to ambush him. The elder was infuriated, his beard bristling with rage. In a flash, Hishu's figure appeared suddenly behind the elder. A cold sweat broke out on the elder's back. Old fool, when threatening others, ensure you understand them first. Hishu patted the elder's smooth, bald head. Why are you all standing there? Attack! Another elder, terrified, shouted. Thus, the Ri-Xiong ninjas lunged at Hishu. Attacks came from all directions, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced. One strike, and a person would surely be sent reeling. Since it has come to this, I shall not hold back. Hishu disdainfully kicked away the elder beside him. He extended his hand, his long, slender fingers curling slightly. In the widened eyes of Rizu and the elders, he slowly uttered, Domain expand. Infinite void. The cold white light of the room reflected in his eyes. In that moment, a pair of extraordinarily vibrant azure eyes seemed to magnify 100-fold, completely capturing the gaze of all present. Instantly, everything around was replaced by an expanse of profound and boundless space. Like a tunnel through time and space, brilliance swept across their vision. In the next instant, an avalanche of information surged into their minds. At that moment, everyone present remained in a daze, frozen in their previous actions. In their sight, a colossal blue pupil loomed over them, cold and indifferent, as if it were surveying a speck of dust at the edge of the universe. It was terrifyingly minuscule. Their pupils dilated, passively absorbing the influx of information and the overwhelming pressure, enduring a pain that felt as though their heads might explode. No one could move, not even a finger, as it seemed an insurmountable task. They could think of nothing. Their minds were filled to the brim with information, akin to a balloon that could burst at any moment from excessive gas. It appeared they were indeed frightened. Hishu retracted his domain, observing the crowd soaked in cold sweat. Even now, their faces remained pale, bloodshot eyes filled with terror, their trembling bodies seemingly on the verge of collapse. Hishu's voice echoed in their ears, leaving them with nothing but fear. You all seem rather unwell, he chuckled, adding, this is why I say, do not casually threaten others. In a flash, his figure vanished from sight. Time passed in silence within the room until someone finally spoke. What terrifying power! Rizu managed to utter, still able to hear the tremors of the elder's teeth chattering behind him. Chapter 71. The method of completing the task seems incorrect. Hishu's figure reappeared in the courtyard. He walked out of the Ri family mansion with a sense of purpose. The skill domain expansion, infinite space, was derived from Nagato's full affinity level, undoubtedly aided by Hishu's linguistic prowess and the system's covert manipulations. At the entrance of the Ri family mansion stood Rija, his face etched with concern. Were you threatened by them? Knowing the elder's temperament all too well, Rija regarded Hishu with a troubled expression. Hishu nodded, then smiled as he replied, Indeed, I was threatened. However, they were unsuccessful. he added. Under Rija's suddenly tense gaze, what happened inside? Rija scrutinized his shoe, seemingly assessing whether he had sustained any injuries. I merely taught those disrespectful old fools a lesson on behalf of my teacher, Hishu declared, embodying a sense of reverence. You struck an elder? Rija's eyes widened in disbelief. He did not wish for Hishu to be harmed, yet the votes from the Ri clan were undeniably significant for him. If Hishu had truly struck an elder, obtaining that vote would be impossible. Teacher, in the face of absolute power, any schemes are but jokes. And the same applies to the votes for Hokage. Hishu chuckled. He truly believed he had no need for the Ri clan's vote. The position of Hokage was already within his grasp, and he would not tolerate their threats any longer. Look at how spoiled they are, acting without restraint. Rija was rendered speechless. He felt that such words did not align with his obedient and understanding disciple. However, recalling that the third Hokage had long been instructing Hishu on how to become a competent Hokage, he concluded that this assertive demeanor was indeed acceptable. Whoa. The little Niji, cradled in Rija's arms, was unwilling to remain a quiet infant and waved his small hands to attract Hishu's attention. How adorable! Hishu pinched Niji's chubby cheeks. Ding! Affection level with character Rin Niji, 80. Hishu beamed, satisfied that his efforts in the previous encounter had not been in vain. Teacher, let us take Niji to my home to play, he proposed, noting that he also had a young one at home. That sound good? Ritsa nodded. On their way back, Hishu encountered Itachi, who was taking his younger brother out for some fresh air. For some inexplicable reason, Hishu invited Itachi. Thus, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Rin Niji gathered early at Hishu's home. Niji was already a 1-year-old toddler, while Naruto and Sasuke were merely a few months old. Itachi, this is... Itachi patiently introduced Sasuke, regardless of whether Sasuke could comprehend. Naruto's large eyes were fixated on Sasuke, while Hanzo prepared formula for the little Naruto. Niji sat on a small sofa, and Rija pondered Hanzo's figure with a sense of familiarity. Was it merely his imagination? Why did he feel a fleeting sense of recognition toward this woman? While holding Sasuke, Itachi glanced back at Hanzo's actions of preparing the formula. Itachi, if you wish to learn, you can place Sasuke next to Naruto, Hishu kindly suggested. Itachi's eagerness to learn was remarkable. Even the simple act of preparing formula required meticulous inquiry. After all, Hanzo's technique was taught from the system's book, The Secrets of Baby Language, making it exceptionally standard. In the entire ninja world, there was no one more scientific in child-rearing than Hanzo. All right, Itachi thought for a moment, realizing that as long as he did not let Sasuke fall into the hands of teacher Suki, there should be no issues. He carefully placed Sasuke in Naruto's crib, which was spacious enough to accommodate all 3 infants. Naruto's blue eyes gazed at Sasuke beside him, breaking into a silly grin. Itachi, seeing his brother calm, thought it should be fine. He focused on finding Hanzo to learn the art of child-rearing. In the next instant, wah, Sasuke's cries resonated thunderously. Itachi nearly dropped the bottle in shock, instantly appearing beside the crib. Upon witnessing the scene, Itachi's expression twisted momentarily. In the spacious crib, Naruto's hands tightly clutched Sasuke's clothing, his face rubbing against Sasuke's, complemented by an incessant smile that heightened the absurdity of the situation. Sasuke's face flushed red as tears streamed down. This scene was exceedingly bizarre. Cough. Hishu had not anticipated that Naruto, even at such a young age, would be unable to contain his attraction to Sasuke. Ding. Affection level with character Uchiha Sasuke, 50. Why should he bear the blame for Naruto's misdeeds? Hishu forced a smile. As night fell, after bidding farewell to Rija and Itachi, Hishu recalled the matter. Following the Kyuubi incident, the Uchiha clan had adopted a more low-profile approach. The village's upper echelons had begun to question the Uchiha clan. Everyone had witnessed the Sharingan's imprint in the eyes of the Kyuubi during the chaos. Recently, Shursui had also been seldom seen. Reflecting on Shursui's arrival at the root, Hishu felt it necessary to summon Shursui at some point for a heart-to-heart conversation, while also correcting any misguided ideologies he may have absorbed from Danzo. The following day, a more significant piece of news shocked the ninja world. The policies of Kirigakure had undergone a change. Unlike before, when the ports were opened to facilitate trade within the ninja world, Kirigakure now enforced a comprehensive closure, prohibiting entry or exit. According to spies from Konoha embedded in Kirigakure, the village's schools had also begun to implement a kill or be killed policy, where only the last one standing would become a ninja. Hishu was aware of this because he happened to be assisting the third Hokage with administrative affairs, who had no intention of concealing this from him. Why had Kirigakure suddenly altered its policies? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Of course, it was because the third Mizukage had fallen under someone else's control, Hishu mused, recalling the obedient and endearing Bai in his heart. Hishu spoke up, Hokage-sama. Allow me to venture forth and gather intelligence. The current situation in the village of Wu-In presents greater challenges and dangers. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, a look of hesitation crossed his face. Although he was eager to uncover the happenings in Wu-In village, his foremost concern was the safety of Hishu. Among the younger generation in the village, Hishu had captured his heart the most. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I possess sufficient strength to protect myself. Please trust me. Hishu declared earnestly. I've already visited Wu-In village once. I am more suited for this mission than anyone else. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slightly, and under Hishu's resolute gaze, he nodded in agreement. The mission scroll remained an S-rank task. It bore not only Hishu's name, but also those of 3 others, namely Uchiha Itachi and his companions. Hokage-sama? Logically, this task is fraught with peril. The third should not have permitted them, mere newly graduated genin, to participate. Hishu, they also require experience for missions. I have faith in your abilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, dispelling his earlier hesitations. Understood. Hishu took the mission scroll and departed from the Hokage's office. He certainly did not believe Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. As he pondered, Hishu went to inform Uchiha Itachi and his companions. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Hishu met up with Uchiha Itachi and the others at the entrance of Konoha. Are we all prepared? Hishu inquired. Yes. Itachi nodded. Hinata Tenrin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I am ready. My very first mission is an S-rank task. How exhilarating. I am ready as well, Akaki Shinya murmured. Let us depart. Hishu's figure leaped onto the branches first. Although he longed to use Shuinpa, he had to consider the feelings of the 3 children. After all, they were here to gain experience, and using Shuinpa would render such experience moot. As a leading jonin, Hishu was particularly mindful of his responsibilities. That night, do you feel that your daytime remarks were somewhat contradictory? The system asked, observing Hishu seated on the ground like an old man. Why would the system pose such a question? In stark contrast to the leisurely Hishu, Uchiha Itachi and his companions were busy and flustered. Uchiha Itachi ventured into the woods to hunt, ensuring they would enjoy fresh game. Akaki Shinya set about gathering firewood. As for Hinata Tenrin, the only true woman in the group, she received no special treatment and was still subjected to Hishu's demands. Hinata Tenrin was currently struggling to prepare a bed for the night's rest. Her materials were sourced from Hishu's storage space. In front of the 3, Hishu nonchalantly retrieved a pot, several folding beds, blankets, and seasonings from his small ninja tool pouch, maintaining a calm demeanor. One impressive ninja tool pouch, Akaki Shinya exclaimed after a moment of astonishment. As expected of teacher Suki, Hinata Tenrin gazed at him with admiration. Itachi, the only one alert in the group, silently drew his kunai to hunt. This is not inconsistency. This is about cultivating their wilderness survival skills. Hishu corrected the system's erroneous statement. He felt no concern in allowing the others to act independently, for anyone encountering danger would not escape his perception in time. I heard from my father that ninjas face considerable hardships when executing missions in foreign villages, yet I find it is nothing extraordinary. Hinata Tenrin remarked disdainfully while seated by the fire, clutching a freshly roasted rabbit leg. Akaki Shinya nodded in agreement. Itachi, who was in the midst of sprinkling seasoning, paused and glanced at the naive Hinata Tenrin and Akaki Shinya without speaking. After enjoying the fresh game and resting upon soft folding beds, they marveled at the starry sky, framed by the leaves. They set off, invigorated. These flowers are truly beautiful, Akaki Shinya mused, admiring the vibrant blossoms along the roadside. What is so special about flowers? They cannot compare to my shuriken. Hinata Tenrin countered, drawing forth her shuriken, its sharp blade glinting ominously in the sunlight. Hishu and his companions boarded a wooden boat, sailing towards the land of water. The changes in policy within Wuyin village were starkly evident at the port. Once bustling with trade and thriving commerce, only a few ships drifted aimlessly on the water surface. Numerous ninjas from Wuyin village patrolled the area, their fierce demeanor scrutinizing every individual aboard the vessels. Hishu had already instructed them to change out of any clothing that might reveal their identities. Halt! Who are you? What brings you to the land of water? A ninja detached from the group approached Hishu and the others, frowning intently. Akaki Shinya, unaccustomed to such encounters, held his breath in nervous anticipation. Uchiha Itachi and Hinata Tenrin, however, were more composed than Akaki Shinya, instinctively on high alert. Brother, have you forgotten? I am the sister who agreed to seek refuge with you in Wuyin village a few days ago. Hishu declared with sincerity, then feigned tears. It is precisely because I could not make a living elsewhere that I have come to depend on you. They are all your kin. Hishu gestured towards the dumbfounded Uchiha Itachi and his companions. Bakayaru, the Wuyin ninja cursed, I have never had a sister. I believe you do not wish to live any longer. The web of lies spun into a semblance of truth. As Hishu's words fell, the expression of the Wuyin ninja visibly shifted. Sister, you have suffered so much over the years. The Wuyin ninja lamented, tears glistening as he gazed at Uchiha Itachi and his companions. Unable to suppress his sobs, you have even taken care of my children. Uchiha Itachi was left speechless, overwhelmed by the revelation. Hinata Tenrin had already acquired a special concealing potion before entering, making her eyes indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person. We are well. No need to worry, she reassured. Ironically, it was Akaki Shinya who played along with the charade, offering a resilient smile. This only further touched the Wuyin ninja's heart. Good child. Uchiha Itachi and Hinata Tenrin exchanged glances at Akaki Shinya. I did not realize you possessed such talent. Hishu blinked, suddenly feeling a sense of legacy being passed on. Captain, what is happening? The patrolling team noticed the weeping Wuyin ninja and hurriedly inquired. The Wuyin ninja patted his comrade's shoulder, his eyes reddened. My sister has come to seek refuge with me, bringing my children. Visible shock spread across his teammates' faces. They have endured for so many years. The Wuyin ninja single-handedly completed the entire act. His teammates chuckled awkwardly. I was unaware you had family. The Wuyin ninja's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? In the face of previous wars, could I keep them by my side? He retorted. After a moment of contemplation, the teammates conceded. That makes sense. Years of revolutionary camaraderie led the teammates to propose. Captain, since your sister has finally returned, why not select a few brothers to ensure their safe passage back to Wuyin village? The Wuyin ninja was subtly moved, realizing it was indeed a good idea. It would be too much trouble for you, Hishu said, somewhat evasively, his expression slightly apologetic. You are all so busy. How could I impose upon you? Hishu's genuine yet charming smile prompted several Wuyin ninjas to urge him otherwise. Not a trouble at all. Captain's sister, we will ensure the safe return of you and your children. Indeed, it will only take 2 days, not a bother at all. Hishu exhibited a look of pleasant surprise, hastily replying, I truly appreciate your kindness. Not a bother. Not all. Indeed, Akaki Shinya was left in awe of teacher Suki's acting skills. Hishu was reluctantly compelled to accept their goodwill. Along the path to Wuyin village, 3 Wuyin ninjas walked alongside Hishu and his companions. One of the ninjas glanced at Hishu and the 3 children beside her, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes. I never expected that Captain Jia and the children would possess such remarkable stamina. After walking for so long, they show no signs of fatigue. While it was one thing for the ninja to maintain such endurance, the captain and the children seemed to be ordinary individuals. Itachi and his companions gradually tightened their grip. A bittersweet smile appeared on Hishu's face. To be honest, the wars of recent years have rendered our small business unsustainable. These 3 children have been accompanying me to work for others, which inevitably has strengthened their physical capabilities. I apologize for any amusement this may have caused you. Hishu gently placed her hand on Itachi's head, applying a subtle force to lower it. Itachi, being the youngest among the 3 children, was also the smallest in stature. In the eyes of the 3 mist ninjas, they had inadvertently struck a sensitive chord with the children. The 2 older children could tolerate it, but the youngest could not help but express his emotions. The initially doubtful ninja wished he could slap himself. How could he have inflicted such emotional harm upon child? Little one, you must be tired, right? Would you like your uncle to carry you? To alleviate his guilt and express sympathy for the children's plight, the questioning ninja crouched in front of Itachi, striving to soften his scarred visage. Itachi remained silent, unsure of what to articulate. Chapter 72. The importance of being needed before embarking on a mission to the village of Wu-In. Uchiha Itachi had never imagined he would be carried like a palanquin by the mist ninjas. Relishing in unparalleled treatment, Uchiha Itachi arrived at Wu-In village 2 days later. When the mist ninjas set Itachi down upon the ground, he felt an unprecedented sense of stability. Hishu stifled a laugh and addressed the mist ninja guiding them along a shortcut. Do you think this is appropriate? Her face bore a clear expression of concern. Captain Jia, rest assured, this entrance to the village is known only to our patrol team. We want to be discovered, the guiding mist ninja explained. Moreover, outsiders are currently forbidden from entering Wu-In village. To bring you in, we must take this back route, they added. And since you are the captain's family, we brothers will surely ensure your safety. The 3 mist ninjas patted their chests in assurance. Hishu smiled faintly, worry glimmering in her eyes. I am not concerned about our safety. I worry for yours. The 3 ninjas were visibly taken aback. Having never felt the warmth of familial care, they experienced a fleeting moment of emotional resonance. Sister, you need not worry. We'll be just fine. They chimed in unison. Ah, well, that is reassuring. Hishu nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this was a quiet path leading into the village. Observing the familiar streets, Hishu knew this route was secure. Sister, we will escort you and the children to here. We cannot linger, the 3 ninjas stated. Oh, sister, take this money. One ninja suddenly recalled something, pulling out a pouch of coins and stuffing it into Hishu's hands. What is this? Sister cannot accept your money. Please take it back. Hishu exclaimed in surprise, feigning anger. Sister, please accept it. You're the captain's sister, and thus our sister too. The camaraderie developed during their journey had stirred a sense of envy among the 3 ninjas for their captain's wonderful sister. Upon hearing this, Hishu felt a twinge of emotion. Oh, how you flatter me. I truly cannot accept your money. Save it for your future wives. She insisted on returning the pouch. Sister, the 3 ninjas grew anxious upon seeing Hishu's refusal. Very well. I cannot resist you. I shall keep this money for you to use for your future brides. Hishu beamed brightly. Excellent. The 3 ninjas' eyes glistened as they waved goodbye to Hishu and the children before turning away. The feeling of having family concern for their life events was profoundly moving. Once their figures disappeared, Hishu weighed the pouch of coins in her hand. Duehianla. Hishu extended a finger to silence Itachi. Behave. Call me Ani. Hishu smiled kindly. Itachi swallowed his words. He simply could not bring himself to utter the term Ani. Let us go. We shall find a real estate agent, Hishu said, carrying the pouch as she walked ahead, appearing quite familiar with the surroundings. Ani, why don't we just stay at an inn? Hinata Tianling asked curiously. Because the risks of staying at an inn far exceed those of renting a place. In the event of trouble, the first place they will search is the inn. In contrast, renting is much safer, Hishu explained. I see. Hinata Tianling and Shio Kue Xian nodded in understanding. Itachi trailed behind the 3, feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. Half an hour later, Itachi, now settled in the small villa, felt he had grasped the truth. Compared to an inn, the conditions in the villa were certainly superior. Wow. Shio Kue Xian, he could hardly contain his excitement as he pushed open the door to the small villa. TCH. Such ignorance. Hinata Tianling, as the daughter of a prominent family, lifted her chin with pride before dashing inside. Itachi remained the calmest among them. Hishu surveyed the surrounding environment and nodded in satisfaction. By around 2 in the afternoon, the sun in Wu-In village had dispelled the fog. Hishu sat elegantly on the rooftop terrace of the 3rd floor, sipping tea and gazing around. "Ani, what are you looking at?" Hinata Tianling adeptly addressed her. She stood behind Hishu, peering in the same direction. The Byakugan enabled her to instinctively channel her chakra. "Stop!" Hishu's finger pressed against Tianling's forehead. If she activated the Byakugan, they would have to conclude their mission swiftly. Startled, Tianling looked at Hishu with trepidation. "Be cautious in the future," Hishu admonished gently. "Yes," Tianling replied. The 3rd floor rooftop was considered quite tall for Wu-In village. Hishu lounged in her chair as a torrent of useful information surged into her mind. Indeed, at this moment, Obito had already gained control over the Yuzuru. As she filtered through the irrelevant details, she also spotted a familiar figure, her old acquaintance, Terumi Mei. "Let's head downstairs." Having gathered sufficient intelligence, Hishu ushered the 3 children down the staircase. The 6-eyed intelligence gathering was truly formidable, saving them considerable effort. The instant Hishu descended from the terrace, Terumi Mei's gaze fixed upon the spot where Hishu had previously stood. How peculiar! Terumi Mei pondered as she observed the empty terrace, murmuring to herself. However, when did anyone move into the small villa next door? Wasn't it vacant for many years? "Ani, aren't we going to gather intelligence?" Hinata Tianling's ninja resolve had not been eroded by this seemingly idle lifestyle of eating and sleeping. She quietly crept closer to Hishu and whispered, "Shall we take action tomorrow?" Hishu contemplated for a moment, deciding they needed to hone their skills, lest this trip prove fruitless. "All right." Hinata Tianling clenched her fists, her face brimming with determination. She proudly returned to her room, planning to enjoy a restful sleep before awakening to embark on an exhilarating undercover adventure the next day. Meanwhile, Hishu unfurled a scroll, picked up a brush, and began inscribing the intelligence she had gathered. Although she had become accustomed to using a brush for intelligence work over the years, her handwriting remained unchanged, a style she considered artistic. Shaoqing was pulled down from her wrist by Hishu, who skillfully bit onto the scroll. With a flick of her tail, the entire dragon transformed into a beam of purple-golden light, vanishing from Hishu's sight. An hour later, in the Hokage office of Mai, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed a dragon disdainfully releasing the scroll, which then dissipated into light, his expression complex. Although he recognized it as Hishu's summoning beast, he still found it difficult to adapt to the style of this creature. He never expected Hishu to gather intelligence so swiftly. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Sarutobi's eyes. However, his expression stiffened the moment he opened the scroll. Despite having seen Hishu's handwriting before, each revelation brought new surprises. Had it been too long since he last wrote? Why had Hishu's handwriting become so atrocious? Hishu's penmanship had reached a new level of horror. That night, Sarutobi spent the entire evening deciphering the script on Hishu's scroll alongside several ninjas from the Nara clan. In Kirigakure, early in the morning, while Hishu was still enjoying a leisurely slumber, Hinata Tenryu knocked on his door. Aunt, it's time to get up." Hishu opened the door with a heavy heart. "Aunt, let's go gather intelligence," Hinata Tenryu whispered. In the background, Chiokuei Xinyi and Uchiha Itachi appeared much more composed. "Then I shall assign you a task." Seeing their excitement, Hishu couldn't dampen the children's enthusiasm. "All right." Hinata Tenryu rubbed her hands together, eager to begin. "You 3 will split up to gather intelligence and return before nightfall. I want to see who gathers the most." "Huh?" Hinata Tenryu felt a pang of disappointment, having expected to join Hishu on the mission. There will be rewards. Hishu's next words successfully ignited Hinata Tenryu's fighting spirit. Good. The 3 young figures vanished. Hishu let out a sigh of relief and closed the door again. He noticed Shaoqing sleeping soundly on the bed, and a sudden urge for revenge struck him. In the next moment, Shaoqing spun in the air and, with a loud smack, stuck to the wall. Refreshing. Hishu flopped back onto the bed. Indeed, his joy should be built upon the suffering of others. Shaoqing's skill integration progress quietly rose by another notch. "I can't believe it." Xiaoqing unconsciously uttered human words. Her dragon form immediately stiffened against the wall. I shouldn't have spoken out loud. Xiaoqing reassured herself. Yishu opened his eyes once more. Did something just speak? He glanced at Xiaoqing on the wall. Xiaoqing promptly shut her eyes tight, feigning death. System. Check Xiaoqing's skill integration progress. On the blue electronic screen, under Xiaoqing's avatar, the integration progress had unexpectedly risen to 80%. So, it wasn't just my imagination. Yishu sat up in bed, exclaiming a stream of curses. Intolerable. He seized Xiaoqing's dragon form and, with an iron hand, raised her skill integration progress to 90%. No love left. Xiaoqing was gasping for breath. Shut your mouth. Yishu flicked Xiaoqing's dragon horn, sending her flying in an arc, her body crashing against the glass of the window. Meanwhile, the three young ones, having stepped outside, split into three paths. Chioke, Exainyi, and Uchiha Itachi, understanding the need to care for Hinata Tenryu, chose to leave and allowed her to take the street closest to Yishu. As Hinata Tenryu stepped off the porch, she spotted a woman emerging from a nearby villa. She noticed the ninja headband on the woman's forehead, and her eyes sparkled. Big sister. A sweet smile spread across Hinata Tenryu's face. Terumi May smiled back. Are you the new resident who just moved in? Yes. Hinata Tenryu nodded. I moved in with my aunt and brothers. Terumi May nodded in congratulations. Happy moving. Thank you, big sister. Please come to our house for dinner tonight. We will be neighbors, and we should take care of each other. Hinata Tenryu said earnestly. Would that be too much trouble? Terumi May hesitated, thinking a direct refusal would be impolite. Not at all. Hinata Tenryu shook her head. Our family is small and quiet. If you come, my aunt will be even happier. Terumi May awkwardly nodded. All right then. Hinata Tenryu beamed with anticipation. I'll be waiting for you at the door tonight. Okay. After their agreement, Hinata Tenryu smiled as she watched Terumi May leave. She thought to herself, I've secured the reward from Tsukimi-sensei. What could be more convenient than directly inviting a mist ninja home to extract intelligence? After sleeping until midday, Yishu finished his brunch and vanished from spot. He had come to the land of water for one purpose, to find Bai, who had ghosted him. He had not found Bai's presence in Kirigakure, and combining this with the coup instigated by Yagura, he suspected Bai was no longer in the village. Thus, he took the opportunity to send his adorable disciples away and headed to other small villages in the land of water in search of Bai. The search area was vast, but Yishu possessed a resolute heart. Xiaoqing's body expanded as she soared through the clouds, with Yishu standing atop her head. An influx of information flooding his mind. Not here. Move on. Not here either. Move on. Wait. Hold on. Winter had already set in. In some mountainous regions of the traditionally cold land of water, snow was falling thickly. A boundless white blanketed the world, rendering it vast and desolate. The streets of a small town were sparsely populated. The few passers-by hurriedly walked along the ordinary street, rubbing their hands together to keep warm. The surface of the river had already frozen thick. On a small bridge crossing the river, a ragged child sat silently. He stared vacantly at the ground, watching the pedestrians pass by. Not long ago, he had a happy family. However, his father had led the villagers to murder his mother, and he looked at his hands. Although they bore no marks, he felt as though he could see the blood dripping down. Moving from Kirigakure to this small mountain village, he and his mother believed they could live in peace. But what was the outcome? He had lost everything. Bai hugged his knees, feeling utterly destitute. The sound of footsteps echoed around him. But this time, the footsteps did not fade away. They stopped instead. A pale hand appeared before Bai's line of sight. Slowly, he raised his head. Upon seeing the person in front of him, his pupils constricted. Do you remember me? I am your friend whom you ghosted in Kirigakure. Although my age is 3 times yours, I still hold a grudge for being ghosted by you. Ah, the classic trope has arrived. Yishu's lips curled into a smirk. Who are you? Yishu's smile vanished. What did you say? He doubted his hearing. Who are you? Bai repeated. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoqing couldn't help but laugh out loud from within Yishu's sleeve. Who? Bai stared at Yishu in astonishment. Can a single person produce 2 different voices? You don't remember me? Hishu squatted down to meet Bai's gaze. If this little brat dared to say he didn't remember, Hishu would brainwash Bai into becoming a girl, making him dress as one for life. Hishu began preparing to unleash his verbal arts. You were that person in Kirigakure. Hishu closed his mouth, stained with guilt. I'm sorry I couldn't make it that day. Bai understood that admitting mistakes was what a good child should do. It's all right. Isn't this me coming to find you? Hishu once again extended his hand. Bai, will you come with me? The sound of a notification indicating a 0 favorability rating for the character Shuei Wuyue Bai echoed in his mind, causing Hishu's mouth to twitch. So what was the reason this time? Mother said that those who do such things are human traffickers. Bai looked at Hishu. Just how much knowledge had Bai's mother instilled in him? Hishu smiled. I am not a trafficker. You are my friend, my trusted younger brother. A force that will help me reform the shinobi world in the future. For a child lacking a sense of existence, it is essential to help him find his significance. The notification chimed again. Favorability rating for Shuei Wuyue Bai 80. Hishu's hand remained extended. I need your strength. I need your help, Bai. What could prove one's existence more than being needed by another? The notification rang out once more. Favorability rating for Shuei Wuyue Bai 100. All right, you need me, and I will assist you. Chapter 73. The 7 ninja swordsmen appear. Hishu, in a grand gesture for Bai, purchased a standalone villa at the port of the Land of Water, intending to keep a cherished one hidden away. What a fitting phrase. Xiao Qing exclaimed. Are you sure? Hishu scoffed. Just kidding. Just kidding. Xiao Qing chuckled awkwardly. He arranged Bai's life and provided words of encouragement. Bai diligently began to hone his abilities. Hishu also successfully returned to Kirigakure. Just as Hishu lay back down, not even half an hour had passed when Hinata Tenryu returned with a smile. Aunt. Hinata Tenryu pushed open Hishu's door. I will definitely be first. Standing by Hishu's bedside, Hinata Tenryu declared emphatically. After speaking, she proudly turned and left, leaving Hishu, who was still in bed, bewildered. I thought you would ask why you're still in bed at this hour? Xiao Qing poked her head out from Hishu's sleeve. Hishu found Xiao Qing a bit too chatty. In the evening, Hishu ordered a lavish feast, waiting for the 3 little ones to return. We're back. Itachi and Shio Kuei Shino sat at the dining table after tidying themselves up. Ironically, the first to return, Hinata Tenryu, unexpectedly went out again for some unknown reason. Teacher, just wait and see. Hinata Tenryu winked at Hishu as she left, carefully closing the door behind her. She aimed to surprise her teacher. The elder sister across the way was a ninja from Kirigakure, and having her over for dinner would surely provide a wealth of useful information. Tenryu, you are truly impressive. I Uchiha Itachi am in awe. Itachi expressed. Tenryu, you are truly admirable. You are the strongest in our team. Q, guisin no price et sincerity. Tenryu, you truly live up to being my disciple. Today's reward is yours. Teacher Suki Omi commended. He. Imagining these scenarios made Hinata Tenryu increasingly excited. At the door, Terumi Mei hesitated, looking a bit unwell. This little girl seemed to be in an unusual state of mind. Sister. Hinata Tenryu's eyes lit up upon seeing Terumi Mei. She eagerly rushed over, grabbing Terumi Mei's hand, oblivious to the sudden change in Terumi Mei's expression. Terumi Mei felt the speed at which the girl approached and the spot on her hand where calluses were not meant to be, masking her expression. She glanced at the door before her, a glint of darkness flashing in her eyes. Standing at the door, Hinata Tenryu appeared to have envisioned the earlier scene, her excitement propelling her to push the door open. Surprise! Hishu's cutlery clattered against the porcelain plate, emitting a crisp sound. Aunt, are you surprised? Was it unexpected? Hinata Tenryu looked at Hishu with excitement. Uchiha Itachi immediately turned to Hishu, sensing that teacher Tsukiyomi's expression was not one of joy. How shall I put it? Hishu swallowed hard. There was no surprise, but rather fear. Terumi Mei finally snapped out of her shock. Her body began to shake uncontrollably. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Hishu. You, Jian, Shu, you dare to come to Kirigakure? Huh? Hinata Tenryu sensed something was off. Oh no! Before Tenryu could escape, her collar was seized. Where do you think you're going? Terumi Mei gripped the little girl's collar. It seemed this little one was indeed an underling of Suki Umi Hishu. Tenryu, Q sin nos hoted nervously. Suki Umi Hishu, do you want me to let her go? Terumi Mai smiled ominously. Indeed, even with such a sinister expression, a beauty remains beautiful. Hishu admired Terumi Mei's increasingly prominent beauty. You bastard, didn't you hear my question? Terumi Mei's forehead pulsed with veins. I heard. So, will you let her go? Hishu inquired. Of course not. Then that's settled. Is it necessary for me to answer further? Hishu spread his hands. You truly lack humanity. Not even saving your own companion. Terumi Mei, seeing that Hishu was not threatened, launched a verbal assault. What nonsense? Hishu retorted. I merely said I was too lazy to respond. I never said I wouldn't save her. He looked at her earnestly. Besides, do you think you can hold your ground against me? Terumi Mei gritted her teeth. She indeed knew the terror of Suki Umi Hishu, but before engaging in battle, who could definitively determine the outcome? Moreover, as a talented ninja of Kirigakure, how could she easily admit inferiority to another? You ugly woman, let me go. Hinata Tenryu struggled in Terumi Mei's grip. Terumi Mei suddenly felt there was no need to uphold any martial ethics with a scoundrel like Suki Umi Hishu. Why not use the live hostage she had at hand? I don't know if I could defeat you, but your companion is in my hands. You wouldn't want to see such a young girl perish, would you? Terumi Mei's grip shifted to encircle Hinata Tenryu's neck, provocatively gazing at Hishu. Teacher. In a moment of desperation, Tenryu forgot her disguise and called out to Hishu directly. Teacher? Terumi Mei chuckled. So she is your student. That makes her even more valuable. Sometimes, Hishu was indeed curious about Hinata Tenryu's thought processes. As a reliable teacher, he would certainly not allow his student to fall into peril. Hishu extended his hand, electricity crackling around it. Technique, reversgang. The powerful pulling force instantaneously drew both Terumi Mei and Hinata Tenryu uncontrollably towards Hishu. What? Terumi Mei's grip on Tenryu's collar faltered under the immense and rapid gravitational pull. Hishu reached out, gently grasping the back of Hinata Tenryu's collar and securely placing her behind him. Hinata Tenryu was still somewhat shaken. Hishu drew forth his divine spear, the silver-white beam piercing toward Terumi Mei's body in an instant. Terumi Mei's pupils dilated. Under the immense pressure, she exerted all her strength to form hand seals. Bang! The clone was penetrated, transforming into white smoke. Cold sweat dripped from Terumi Mei's temple. She had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Suki Umi Hishu. Suiton, Kirigakure no Jutsu. The semi-transparent mist rapidly enveloped the room. In the blink of an eye, everything was shrouded in white fog. They seemed to have entered a completely blank space. The obstruction of vision instilled unease. Even though Hinata Tenryu possessed the Byakugan to see through the mist, the distance from Hishu made her heart feel uneasy. In contrast, the calmest were Uchiha Itachi and the originally timid Shio Koei Shino. Don't worry. Teacher won't let anything happen to you. Hishu's voice pierced through the vast white fog, reaching the ears of the three. As Rixiang Tianling's heart suddenly found tranquility, she admonished, enough of your grandstanding. The figure of Jiao Meiming emerged from the swirling mists, reverberating throughout the space, creating an illusion of her omnipresence. However, for Tsuru no Ki, who possessed the ability to sense the presence of foes with his 6 eyes, this mist concealment technique proved ineffective. Dissolution technique, dissolution monstre. The extreme heat instantaneously evaporated the white mist, causing a sudden surge in humidity. Fiery acidic liquids surged like tumultuous waves toward Tsuru no Ki. The floor was swiftly corroded upon contact with the acid, revealing the immense power of this technique. As the acidic tide approached, Tsuru no Ki vanished from sight. Jiao Meiming, sensing the disappearance, furrowed her brow. A divine spear pierced through her form, cleaving the very roof of the villa, resulting in a thunderous collapse and a cloud of dust. The white mist was also dispersed by the wind, and such a significant disturbance would soon attract the attention of the hidden mist village. The pierced body transformed into a stream of water, merging with the earth below. A sudden melodic voice called out from behind Tsuru no Ki. Boiling escape, mysterious mist technique. an attack composed of chakra, combining fire and water attributes. The searing heat and overwhelming corrosiveness distorted the very fabric of space. Technique reversal. A violent red light surged toward Jiao Meiming, the boiling mist being suppressed by the he's airflow, inadvertently injuring her instead. The scent of burnt flesh filled the air. Tsuru no Ki steadied his gaze, coughing in astonishment at the scene before him. Though Jiao Meiming managed to evade in time, her attire had been severely corroded, leaving her shoulder exposed and her long legs completely within Tsuru no Ki's line of sight. "What are you staring at?" Yao Ming exclaimed, covering her shoulder to prevent her clothes from slipping. "It's essential to wear sturdier garments during battle," she imparted a lesson to Tsuru no Ki. Suddenly, a sound of air being sliced through resonated. Tsuru no Ki retreated to stand before Itachi and the others. The next moment, a massive blade violently embedded itself into the ground where Tsuru no Ki had just stood. A spiderweb-like pattern of cracks rapidly spread beneath his feet. "What is this?" Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened as he gazed at the blade. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Tsuru no Ki completed his unspoken thought. As soon as Tsuru no Ki's words fell, 7 figures simultaneously descended before them. The 7 from a hidden mist donned peculiar attire, varying in size and shape, but the most striking aspect was the blades they wielded. The 7 ninja swordsmen, Rixiang Tianling and Xiao Kuei Xian Yi, could not suppress their exclamations. The reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the shinobi world surpassed even that of the Mizukage, attesting to their formidable nature. Their individual prowess was exceptional, and when united, they were an unstoppable force. "It seems I must take on the duties of Might Dai now." Tsuru no Ki pondered whether a butterfly flapping its wings had caused the 7 swordsmen, who should have perished in the Third Great Ninja War, to remain intact. "Could it be that you triggered the butterfly effect?" the system inquired. "It is quite possible," Tsuru no Ki replied. "Regardless, it could be considered a merit that Might Dai had survived." The blade that was embedded in the ground returned to the hand of one individual. Upon seeing the person's visage, Tsuru no Ki gasped in shock. Wasn't he this the very same Pipa Juzu who later fell to the tail beast bomb? Noticing the nonchalant expression on his counterpart's face, Tsuru no Ki instinctively glanced at Itachi. Itachi returned the gaze. Shouldn't there be a palpable sense of crisis at this moment? Why did Teacher Tsukimi appear so relaxed? There was even a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Itachi felt perplexed. Rixiang Tianling appeared anxious, while Xiao Kuei Xian Yi displayed an attitude of indifference to death. Tsuru no Ki thought to himself that this individual must possess a strong sense of security. Why did these 3 seem to doubt him? He had already told them not to be afraid, determined to salvage his image. He aimed to establish a formidable presence in their minds. "Teacher, they are the 7 ninja swordsmen," Rixiang Tianling exclaimed with a worried expression. "The 7 ninja swordsmen are weak," Tsuru no Ki mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Very well," the system remarked upon hearing Tsuru no Ki's response. "The opposing side's anger index is at maximum." A stout individual with yellow hair, bearing the sword Samahata, fixed his intense gaze upon Tsuru no Ki. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his comrades before swiftly diving toward Tsuru no Ki. The massive Samahata tore through the air, releasing a deafening crack as it broke the sound barrier. "D!" shouted Sujetsu Hozuki, brandishing Samahata. Tsuru no Ki remained motionless, slowly raising his hand within Suijetsu's line of sight. An invisible barrier manifested between them. Samahata, with its razor-sharp teeth, slowed as if caught in a stasis. Suijetsu's eyes widened in disbelief. Two-pronged spear. The frigid air surged forth. Sharp ice formed into spears that pierced through Suijetsu's body. Suddenly, a dull blade struck fiercely against the icy spikes of the two-pronged spear. The sound of shattering ice echoed. A slender steel wire instantaneously penetrated Suijetsu's collar, pulling him away from Tsuru no Ki's attack range. This seamless coordination was indeed flawless. The next moment, the user of the threaded needle technique, Tono Yabur, aimed a fierce slash at Tsuru no Ki's waist. Tsuru no Ki's gaze shifted, revealing Noera Shintaro behind him, brandishing the exploding blade, blocking Tsuru no Ki's escape route. The explosive tags, densely affixed to the blade, had already ignited, while the blunt blade bore the immense strength to cleave a person in two. The sounds of explosions reverberated, dust and smoke swirling through the air, momentarily obscuring the figures of the three. Tono Yubure and Noera Shintaro emerged before Itachi and the others, their faces adorned with triumphant grins. One must possess the capability to boast. Noera Shintaro remained impassive. Rixiang Tianling's eyes instantly welled with tears. She could hardly bear to believe the outcome before her. Next, it will be your turn. Noera Shintaro raised his blade once more. Let me obliterate you into dust. A rare smile surfaced in Noera Shintaro's eyes. It sent chills down one's spine. Tono Yubure refrained from intervening, merely observing Noera Shintaro's slaughter of the lower-ranked shinobi. For Noera Shintaro, the thrill of mercilessly slaughtering such children was exhilarating. Boom! En explosion resonnated. The previously dazed Uchiha Itachi seized Tianling and Exinyi by their collars, evading the assault. A hint of dissatisfaction flickered in Noera Shintaro's eyes. The weak should submissively accept their fate. How dare they evade? No. Noera Shintaro's gaze fixated on Uchiha Itachi, his pupils dilating with excitement. Ha ha ha. It's the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi coldly regarded him. Just moments ago, having witnessed Tsuru no Ki's demise, Uchiha Itachi awakened his eyes. 3 black tomo spun within his gaze, emanating an ominous crimson light. This has become even more interesting. With that, Noera Shintaro transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward Itachi. Instinctively, Itachi sought the optimal position to evade. The air crackled with the sound of being sliced. A net composed of tightly woven steel wires enveloping Itachi and the others. Above this web, a figure stood, slender and needle-like, the user of the long blade needle technique. Kiryasen, his elongated eyes curved into a slit as he gleefully observed the massacre unfolding below. You have finished your bout. Now it is my turn. Within the mist, Tsuru no Ki's figure materialized. A mysterious wave of energy enveloped him, dispelling the mist. Teacher, Tianling exclaimed with joy. Overwhelmed by emotion, tears fell unexpectedly. God knows. She thought this blossoming young girl was about to perish. You glanced in surprise, feeling a sense of relief. Even the impending strike from Wooly Shunshur was momentarily overlooked. Little brats, take care of yourselves first. The blade of Wooly Shunshur was but a step away from you. Madness sparkled in his eyes. The domain unfurled. In the boundless void, Chapter 74, A Toast to Your Gaze. Endless darkness swiftly spread beneath the feet of Hishu, accompanied by a calm voice. In an instant, an isolated black space enveloped everyone. Like traversing the cosmos, brilliant light streaked across their vision like shooting stars. At the end of the universe lay a colossal pupil, azure and glimmering like stars. An invisible pressure seemed poised to crush their bodies. Countless pieces of information surged into their minds in a flash. Every nerve pulsed, expanded, and burned. Agonizing pain surged through their minds, rendering their bodies immobile. Blood vessels surged in their eyes, and their expressions twisted in agony. The only ones unaffected were you and the 2 others beside Ishu. Though they felt no pain, they remained paralyzed under the intimidation of that immense pupil. Cold sweat streaming down their backs. The 7 ninja swordsmen had reached their end. Ishu's voice echoed. 7 heads abruptly detached from their bodies, blood gushing forth. Ishu remained unblemished by a single drop of blood. The domain gradually dissipated. Gazing at the decapitated 7 ninja swordsmen, the pupils of Tomei widened in shock. Cold sweat drenched her attire as she struggled to steady her trembling legs. Teacher, Hinata Tianling watched the scene before her, overwhelmed with exhilaration. This was simply astounding. Her voice, tinged with excitement, pierced the air. You remained silent, observing the corpses of the 7 ninja swordsmen, palms suddenly clammy. The dense fog ninjas, initially sensing the anomaly and preparing to assist, silently retreated. Charging in now would be akin to offering their necks to the blade, a death wish. They were wise individuals. The village had invested considerable resources in their training. They should not squander their lives. Doing so would betray the village's nurturing. Hishu extended his mental tendrils over the 7 blades. He could sense the presence of fog ninjas surrounding them. The 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure shall be claimed as my spoils. Hishu and the 3 others instantaneously appeared atop the grand gate of Kirigakure. Thank you for your gift. Whoosh! In the next moment, the 4 vanished into thin air. At the Mizukage building, in the office, the 3rd Mizukage Yagura stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window, observing Hishu's departure. The sword have been taken, Lord Mizukage. Shall we not pursue? Alfog ninja kushesli inkvayurt. Truth be told, he had no desire to chase after them, nor did he dare. However, duty compelled him to ask. No need, Yagura replied nonchalantly. Understood. The fog ninja sighed in relief. After securing Yagura's consent, he slowly exited the office, exhaling deeply as though narrowly escaping disaster. At that moment, a flash of red light flickered in Yagura's Sharingan. Teacher, why did you deceive us earlier? Hinata Tianling recalled Hishu's feigned death and couldn't help but pout. You also turned to Hishu. I believe the teacher has his reasons. Akiyuki Shinya remarked. Haha, Hishu chuckled. Shinya makes a valid point. Initially eager for an answer, you felt somewhat helpless. Then the teacher ought to share those reasons with us. Hinata Tianling insisted, walking alongside Hishu and playfully holding his hand. Hishu discreetly withdrew his hand. Do not ask. Such inquiries are inappropriate between men and women. I didn't expect you to be quite the gentleman, the system remarked, seemingly astonished, as if meeting Hishu for the first time. This is not chivalry. It is simply humanity. Hinata Tianling is merely 11 years old. I am not a pervert. The system nodded thoughtfully. Oh, so your implication is that it would be acceptable when she matures? Toko, how have your thoughts become so depraved? Hishu retorted. Am I the kind of person who would think that way? The system fell silent. Teacher, please tell us. Why did you pretend to be dead? Hishu felt a headache coming on from Tianling's relentless questioning. Of course, it was to enlighten you, but that was a matter of Uchiha clan secrecy, and he couldn't divulge it. Do you all remember what I said? Hishu shifted the topic. What did you say? Tianling was indeed captivated. Rewards. The reward for gathering intelligence. Akiyuki Shinya, a devoted admirer of Hishu, memorized every word he spoke. However, upon recalling her own mischief, Tianling's face flushed slightly. It's all right. You were brave to gather intelligence in an unfamiliar village on your first mission, Hishu reassured them. So can we receive our rewards? Akiyuki Shinya asked cautiously, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he gazed at Hishu. Of course. Hishu nodded, successfully witnessing the gleam in Tianling's and Shinya's eyes. Half an hour later, Tianling and Shinya stood atop Shaoqing's dragon head, buffeted by fierce winds that made it difficult to open their eyes. Is this the reward you spoke of, teacher? Tianling's voice was nearly drowned out by the wind. Indeed, is it not exhilarating? Hishu stood comfortably behind the 3. It is thrilling, but I seem to... The remainder of Hishu's words was lost as he urged Shaoqing to quicken its pace. An hour later, Shaoqing halted at the entrance of Konoha. Hishu landed gracefully on the ground, followed closely by Yu. What about Tianling and Shinya? Hishu inquired, puzzled. Yu's lips twitched. They fainted. Nanny? Hishu gasped in surprise, returning to Shaoqing's dragon head. Shaoqing's whiskers completely concealed Tianling and Shinya's figures. And it was you who helped Hishu extricate them from the whiskers. Hishu decisively turned to you. You're tasked with safely delivering them home. The teacher must report to Lord Hokage. You watched as Hishu's figure vanished from sight. Lord Hokage. When Hishu entered the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was surrounded by members of several prominent clans. Hishu, you're back. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief. Observing the dark circles under Sarutobi's eyes, Hishu felt puzzled. What did you do last night? Oh no, could be Hanzo? Hishu was instantly alarmed, contemplating the implications. Could Hanzo have fallen victim to the 3rd schemes? Hishu, the intelligence you transmitted through our joint efforts has finally been deciphered, Nara Shikaku, the current head of the Nara clan, declared. Hishu had reason to suspect that Nara Shikaku was concealing something. Beside Nara Shikaku stood Nara Shikaku, who bore the same panda eyes. Nara Shikaku's gaze upon Hishu resembled that of observing a formidable weapon. Lord Hokage, these are the spoils from our expedition to Kirigakure. Hishu presented the scroll containing the sealed ninja blades. Spoils? Hishu's swift return left the news of the 7 ninja swordsmen's demise yet to spread. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in astonishment. Has the identity of Hishu been exposed in the village of Wuin, resulting in warfare? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with concern. I am unharmed. Hishu replied, shaking his head, his eyes filled with gratitude. You need not worry, Lord Hokage. As long as you are safe, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, reassured that it was likely not a significant battle. With that in mind, he unsealed the scroll. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as white smoke began to dissipate. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, weapons? As the smoke cleared, the sight on the floor plunged the entire Hokage office into a profound silence. Rubbing his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned whether he was merely imagining things after a sleepless night. Nara Shikaku, however, appeared far more alert, his eyes wide with astonishment as his mind raced. The presence of 7 ninja swords indicated the complete annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The fact that Hishu could bring back the swords implied that no one in Wuin could withstand him, suggesting that Hishu's strength had reached a terrifying level. The 7 swords would ensure that Konoha maintained a dominant position in future negotiations with Wuin. The youngest, Nara Izai, remained surprisingly calm, yawning nonchalantly. Having sensed Hishu's escalating prowess for some time, he was not taken aback. Are these the 7 swords of Wuin? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Hishu. Hishu nodded, explaining that during the mission, his identity was revealed, leading to a battle with the 7 ninja swordsmen, the outcome of which was evidently favorable. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly broke into laughter, his joy unmistakable. Well done, he praised, acknowledging that Hishu's actions not only established his reputation in Wuin, but also resonated throughout the entire ninja world, creating excellent conditions for Hishu's future ascendance to the Hokage position. Who else possesses such capability to become Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the words of the Hyuga clan from a few days prior, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. After all these years, the Hyuga clan had lost their sense of right and wrong, even daring to bring their grievances before him. The next Hokage's identity would be determined solely by him. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Was it not apparent to everyone in the village? The audacity of the Hyuga clan to threaten Hishu using the Hokage vote as leverage was not a threat to Hishu, but rather a slap in the face for Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. He instructed Nara Shikaku and Nara Izai to leave, leaving only Hishu and himself in the Hokage office. After carefully placing the resealed scroll of ninja sword away, he sat down and asked, "Why did you not inform me about the Hyuga clan's matters a few days ago?" His tone bore no hint of reproach. Rather, it conveyed genuine concern. Hishu lowered his gaze slightly. I did not wish to burden you with such trivial matters. Lord Hokage, had anyone else said such a thing, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have dismissed it as mere pleasantries, but hearing it from Hishu warmed his heart. His rebellious son, Sarutobi Asuma, had been sent to serve the daimyo of the Fire Country, while his other sons perished in war, leaving him with only a daughter-in-law who was recently pregnant. He had always regarded Hishu as a younger family member. I have handled the Hyuga clan's threat, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, taking a drag from his pipe. Some matters are beyond their jurisdiction. Exhaling the smoke, the amiable facade of the elderly man transformed, revealing the authoritative demeanor of a leader. I appreciate your concern, Lord Hokage. Hishu replied, guilt evident on his face, feeling remorseful for causing Sarutobi Hiruzen any worry. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head gently, his expression softening. The village requires a leader, not a puppet. Your actions towards the Hyuga clan that day were indeed correct. On the day the elder of the Hyuga clan was intimidated by Hishu, he had been relentless in pressuring Hinata to lodge a complaint with the Hokage. Although Hinata was cunning, he paled in comparison to the third Hokage. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent Hishu on a mission to Wuin with 3 students as a means of asserting authority, not only to the Hyuga clan, but also to the Uchiha clan. It was a subtle reminder that he was the Hokage wielding absolute power. He could send their young members to perilous missions or elevate them to the status of elite ninjas at will. Some matters were not theirs to dictate. Ishu, being astute, grasped the implications of these events. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes reflected admiration. This was genuine. Setting aside other concerns, he acknowledged the worthiness of Sarutobi Hiruzen's methods. Ishu, you have worked hard. Take a day to rest at home, but be sure to return in the morning to handle the paperwork. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled warmly. Ishu nodded and departed the Hokage office. Upon returning home, Ishu took a bath and changed his attire, routinely checking on the state of little Naruto. Under Hanzo's attentive care, Naruto had noticeably gained weight. Upon seeing Ishu, his large, watery eyes brimmed with tears as he waved his tiny hands, yearning to be held. Hanzo placed a pacifier in Naruto's mouth, instantly quieting him, though his gaze remained fixated on Ishu. He misses you, Hanzo remarked unexpectedly. Ishu scrutinized Hanzo closely. Since arriving in Konoha, Hanzo had been outfitted in dresses that Ishu had procured in bulk, sporting a unified deep V design. Her light yellow hair was intricately braided, cascading gently over her chest, and her delicate features bore the softness of motherhood due to her prolonged caretaking of children. Ishu could hardly remember what Hanzo had been like before. Time indeed is a wondrous thing. After reminding Hanzo not to prepare dinner for herself, Ishu set out to find Shizen, deeply concerned about her mental state while working in the roots. Shizen was a valuable asset he had painstakingly cultivated over the years. Should Danzo intervene, Ishu would not hesitate to unleash his verbal prowess to humiliate Danzo. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the surface of Konoha's lake shimmered. He had notified Kabuto in advance to inform Shizen that he would be waiting for her. Kabuto remained ever vigilant, adhering strictly to Ishu's commands, suspecting that Ishu intended to eliminate Yamanaka Ino, though Ishu suspected that this sly character would not obey so readily. Ishu, a familiar voice called out. Ishu displayed a perfect smile, the sunset casting a soft glow upon his handsome visage. If one is to prepare for persuasion, one must consider the timing and circumstances. However, as Ishu turned to face the newcomer, his smile faltered. Sarutobi Aoki, what are you doing here? He felt an overwhelming impulse to flee. Ishu, you look wonderful today. Sarutobi Aoki had grown into a literary youth, his ninja tool pouch perpetually filled with the latest melancholic comics. Each sunset, he would venture to the riverside, toasting to the memory of Ishu's eyes. Such was the nature of his fantasies. A rosy hue crept on Sarutobi Aoki's traditionally masculine face. Are you waiting for me? He inquired, his blush deepening. Ishu was at a loss for words, struggling to suppress the urge to wipe that endearing smile off Sarutobi Aoki's face. Please, do not display such nauseating expressions toward a straight man. Just then, Shizen removed her mask, appearing beside Ishu. Ishu nodded in acknowledgement. Although Jisue found Shishue's words somewhat unsettling, they were a welcome contrast to the expression of Sarutobi Aoki, which resembled that of a person struck by lightning. Whatever he had conjured in his mind, he gazed at Heron Tree with deep melancholy and uttered, in the end, I have misplaced my trust. After saying this, his solitary figure gradually receded into the distance. Chapter 75. The Art of Language. Heron Tree and Jisue remained silent for an extended period, slowly alleviating the discomfort brought on by Sarutobi Aoki. What prompted you to invite me out today? Heron Tree inquired, a gentle smile gracing Jisue's face, though his eyes betrayed an unmistakable weariness. It has been quite some time since we last gathered. Ever since being promoted to Jonin, we have all become quite busy, Heron Tree reflected wistfully. The days of fighting side by side with Jisue and Shuri seemed like a distant memory. Now, everyone had taken on their respective roles, and even he and Shuri had become mentors to others. Indeed, I often find myself reminiscing about those times. Although we faced battles, it was far preferable to the current intrigues, Jisue added, inadvertently steering the conversation toward a topic Heron Tree was eager to explore. Intrigues? Heron Tree feigned surprise. Are there still intrigues within the Root? Jisue paused, recalling that Heron Tree had once been a member of Root. He shook his head. It's nothing. not root. He offered a half-hearted smile. The watchful eyes of the village's higher-ups, the occasional skepticism from Danzo, and the growing distance from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, all contributed to Jishue's fatigue. As the only ninja of his generation to have entered the power center of Konoha, the exhortations and warnings from his clan, along with direct inquiries at times, also weighed heavily on him. Jishue appeared weary. Heron Tree, sensing Jishue's desire to shift the topic, approached it from another angle. Jishue, do not shoulder all responsibilities alone. He shook his head at him. The tragedies of both you and Itachi stem from this, always sacrificing oneself for the greater good. In other words, it reflected an overbearing pride in both Jishue and Itachi. They believed themselves burdened with immense responsibility and mission, willingly walking as shadows in the dark. While their strength is undeniable, it is equally important to acknowledge the flaws in such an approach. I will not, Jishue replied, shaking his head. Although he claimed as such, it did not necessarily mean he would act accordingly. I was once a root ninja. I understand, Lord Danzo. Heron Tree's statement piqued Jishue's interest. What kind of person is Lord Danzo? When Jishue asked this, it indicated that he had already been somewhat indoctrinated by the old man's ideology. Lord Danzo walks a precarious path in the shadows. While it may seem a shortcut to achieve peace and safeguard interests, it undoubtedly carries its own risks, Heron Tree explained. I wish to guide Konoha along a bright avenue. The pace may not be swift, but it is steady, allowing us to progress hand in hand. He gazed earnestly at Jishue. Jishue, whether it is Shuri or you, whether it is the Uchiha clan or other families in Konoha, I hope everyone could tread a sunlit path. Jishue smiled wryly. Yet some darkness is destined to be borne by individuals alone. Heron Tree was rendered speechless. Had the minds of these individuals in the shinobi world truly reached a dead end? Why must one bear the burden alone? Where there is light, shadows will inevitably follow. If a shadow is shared among many, it diminishes in weight for each individual. To suffer alone under darkness is not a noble sacrifice, but a selfish burden. Heron Tree continued. Every great tree has the right to bask in the sunlight, and correspondingly, every tree has the obligation to bear its own shadows. He spoke each word deliberately. Jishue stared blankly at Heron Tree, absorbing the ideological shock from a new era. Jishue, in the future, I will show you a completely new shinobi world. Do you not long to witness that day? Heron Tree smiled at him, his eyes shimmering with the fragments of the setting sun. Indeed, the fog before him dissipated, with sunlight streaming in. Clarity emerged. Jishue revealed a genuine smile, long absent. To witness a brighter shinobi world with Heron Tree, he would remember the words spoken today. The following day, in the Hokage's office, the heads of various clans gathered. Sarutobi Hiruzen occupied the primary seat, with Heron Tree seated immediately to his right. Opposite Heron Tree sat Shimura Danzo. After the Ninetales incident, we have restructured the village's layout. Today, we shall review the new configuration, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced. The devastation wrought by the Ninetales had obliterated numerous buildings in Konoha. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the villagers, they had finally restored the structures in recent days, making modifications and designs to the original layout. A massive map unfurled across the table. The area of Konoha had expanded to twice its previous size, now exhibiting a fan-shaped division. Streets radiated out in all directions throughout the village. Next, Elder Danzo will present the new layout, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed. The moment Danzo produced his black cane, a foreboding sensation washed over Heron Tree. The outer perimeter will be allocated to the Uchiha clan. Danzo dropped this bombshell right away. Heron Tree's gaze fell upon Fugaku, who appeared ready to sever Danzo's head and use it as a ball to kick. The outer perimeter? Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm tone left others uncertain of his stance. Yes. Danzo shot a cold glance at Fugaku. Why? Fugaku interjected. There must be a reason for relocating the Uchiha from the village's center to the outskirts. Danzo pointed to the Uchiha clan's position on the map. The Ninetales incident was instigated by your Uchiha clan. This is a punishment. Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief. What evidence do you have to prove that the Ninetales incident was caused by the Uchiha? Danzo scoffed. The ninjas in the village witnessed the Nine Tails being controlled by the Sharingan. Do you still wish to argue, clan leader Fugaku? You. Fugaku's temples throbbed with anger. The Nine Tails incident had planted a landmine for the Uchiha clan. Stepping on it could obliterate their reputation within the village at any moment. The other clan leaders observed the unfolding scene, remaining detached and indifferent, as Danzo and Fugaku appeared on the verge of a physical altercation. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, his voice resolute. Enough. The Uchiha clan will be placed on the outskirts. The positions of the other clans remain unchanged. With the third Hokage's declaration, the other clan leaders breathed a sigh of relief. Fugaku's fists clenched tightly, his gaze sliding away from the third Hokage. It was evident to him now that the third Hokage condoned Danzo's actions. Oof. Danzo smirked, stoking the flames further. Fugaku gritted his teeth to suppress his emotions, uncertain how to face his clansmen. Lord Hokage, since the Uchiha clan's territory has been decided, I assume I need not participate in any further discussions? Fugaku's suppressed anger seeped through his words. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, leading to a moment of tense stalemate. Heron Tree, feeling compelled to intervene, spoke up. Clan leader Fugaku need not be upset. You may have misinterpreted Lord Danzo's and the Hokage's intentions. Fugaku, Danzo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen all looked at Heron Tree in confusion. Clan leader Fugaku, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans are two of Konoha's principal families. The Hyuga clan safeguards the village's interior, while the Uchiha clan protects its exterior. This is a testament to the Hokage's trust in the Uchiha, entrusting the paramount external security to the Uchiha clan. What could better exemplify Lord Hokage's profound regard for the strength and loyalty of the Uchiha? Hishushu spoke earnestly. Is that how it is? Many were left somewhat perplexed. The announcement of Uchiha Fugaku's favorability rating reached 60. Furthermore, assigning such a significant responsibility to the Uchiha clan reflects Lord Hokage's hope for the Uchiha to redeem themselves. Although the Sharingan-wielding ninja who controlled the Nine Tails has yet to be apprehended, Lord Hokage would never doubt the Uchiha clan's loyalty to the village. Hishushu added. This statement not only provided a noble justification for the Uchiha clan's relocation, but also, from another perspective, illustrated the magnanimity of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Glancing at the somewhat isolated Danzo beside him, Hishushu couldn't help but twitch his lips and continued. Elder Danzo's inappropriate remarks stemmed from his excessive concern for the village's safety, yet our shared desire to protect the village remains unanimous, does it not? The announcement of Shimura Danzo's favorability rating reached 80. Danzo's frustration dissipated. Indeed, this is how it should be. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Hishushu with increasing approval. Truly worthy of being the chosen heir. Ah, what a flow of eloquence. Nara Shikaku, standing behind Nara Shikamaru, quietly remarked, Clan leader Fugaku's son, Itachi, is my disciple. Itachi not only harbors a deep love for the village's protection, but also respects Lord Hokage and the esteemed seniors present who contributed to the war efforts. How could anyone doubt clan leader Fugaku's loyalty, given how well he has educated Itachi? Hishushu's words not only reaffirmed Fugaku's devotion, but, crucially, reminded everyone present that Uchiha Itachi is his disciple. He has been recognized by the third Hokage as the next heir to the Hokage title, and Uchiha Itachi is his direct disciple. The implications of this require no further elaboration from Hishushu. The favorability rating for Uchiha Fugaku increased to 65. Fugaku, being an astute individual, grasped this point. His displeasure faded, and he sincerely addressed the third Hokage. My Lord Hokage, I misspoke earlier. Sarutobi Hiruzen regained the dignity he had lost due to Fugaku's assertive remarks. He nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand graciously. What does this matter? We are all striving to protect the village. With these words from Sarutobi Hiruzen, those who understood the situation began to flatter him. The previously tense atmosphere, charged with friction, transformed into a harmonious environment due to Hishushu's eloquence. The subsequent meeting proceeded exceptionally smoothly, and within an hour, matters were concluded. The clan leaders bid farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who retained the Nara clan. Lord Hokage, Nara Shikaku, stood before him with his nephew Nara Shikamaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell upon Nara Shikamaru. He is a fine child. Thanks to the Nara clan's remarkable intelligence, there has almost always been a Nara member accompanying each Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's first choice was Nara Shikamaru. This child is a classmate of Hishushu, establishing a closer bond. Sarutobi Hiruzen was wary of allowing an old fox like Shikaku to assist Hishushu, as it would be too easy for the latter to be manipulated. Although he trusted Shikaku's character, he would not neglect the necessary precautions. It is essential for this child to interact more with Hishushu. The future of Konohagakure will depend on them. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words nearly cemented Hishushu's identity, as well as Nara Shikamaru's. Yes, both Shikaku and Shikamaru replied simultaneously. On another note, as Hishushu exited the conference room, he encountered Fugaku waiting by the door. Clan leader Fugaku? Hishushu had a fair inkling of Fugaku's intentions. Hishushu, do you mind if we converse as we walk? Fugaku inquired. Not at all, Hishushu replied with a shake of his head. They strolled toward a quiet spot by the Konoha River. Thank you for your assistance in the meeting earlier. Fugaku expressed his gratitude sincerely. You flatter me, Uncle Fugaku. It was merely a few words. Hishushu chuckled. Due to his relationship with Shursui and Itachi, Hishushu often visited the Uchiha compound, addressing Fugaku as uncle, though it was clearly inappropriate to do so within the meeting. These few words bear significant importance. Fugaku understood this well. Though merely a few words, the impact they carried could hardly be overstated. Uncle Fugaku, do not worry, since Lord Hokage has entrusted Itachi to be my disciple. It signifies that he harbors no doubts regarding your intentions, Hishushu assured. Fugaku's gaze darkened. Doubts certainly exist. However, they are not as pronounced as Danzo's. Both Elder Danzo and the Hokage harbor apprehensions about the Uchiha's power, especially following the Nine-Tails incident. Fugaku stated bluntly. Such feelings of apprehension and suspicion only serve to deepen the rift between the two sides. Uncle Fugaku, rest assured as long as I am here. The Uchiha clan will not engage in irreversible conflict with the village, nor will they come to harm, Hishushu promised. Nonsense. Everyone knows how effective the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is. Even Danzo is aware of this. But it will be a waste to squander such a valuable asset on Danzo. Everything ultimately relies on the original source. Are you not concerned? Fugaku asked. If Hishushu were to become Hokage, would she follow the path of suspicion towards the Uchiha like the third Hokage? Fugaku's concerns were not unfounded. First, I trust Shursui, Hishushu, and Itachi. Hishushu smiled at Fugaku. Second, I trust myself. Trust your judgment? Fugaku countered. Hishushu shook his head. Incorrect. I do not merely trust my judgment. I trust my strength. I possess sufficient strength to easily suppress the Uchiha. The third Hokage and Danzo's apprehensions stem from their inadequacies. However, I am different. Once one possesses absolute strength, who would fear a group of comparatively weaker individuals? Fugaku was taken aback. He had not anticipated this to be the reason. It was both unexpected and yet entirely logical. Hishushu, do not underestimate the power of the Uchiha. Fugaku cautioned. In the eyes of all, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, even the three-tomo variant, is regarded as the pinnacle. The existence of the Mangekyo and Eternal Mangekyo, even the Rinnegan, remains unknown to outsiders. Hishushu was certainly aware of Fugaku's implications. By this time, Fugaku had awakened to Mangekyo. It was not surprising that he would issue such a warning to Hishushu. Uncle Fugaku, do not underestimate me either. Hishushu beamed at Fugaku. My home is just ahead, so I shall take my leave. Chapter 76. The betrayal of Orochimaru and the shadows behind it. The village gradually returned to the prosperity and tranquility it enjoyed before the Nine-Tails incident. At this moment, a figure nearly forgotten by Hishushu finally reappeared before her. Senior Orochimaru? Hishushu calmly reassured Danzo. To her surprise, Orochimaru's silhouette suddenly emerged. Danzo cast a glance at Orochimaru, abruptly discontinuing their previous conversation. He was now quite displeased with Orochimaru. Previously, he had pinned his hopes on Orochimaru as the next Hokage, only to discover that Orochimaru was solely preoccupied with his research. It now seemed that he had wasted valuable time and should have placed his trust in Tsuki Mitsuki instead. Elder Danzo, I have matters to discuss with Tsuki Hishushu. Orochimaru unceremoniously ordered Danzo to leave. Danzo's expression darkened. He glanced at Hishushu and, leaning on his cane, departed. Ever since he had severed ties with Orochimaru, he found the slippery snake increasingly intolerable. Once Danzo had completely vanished, Orochimaru scrutinized Hishushu closely. This gaze? Hishushu found it quite difficult to adapt. Is there something you wish to discuss, Senior Orochimaru? Hishushu inquired. Orochimaru licked his lips, and Hishu instinctively took a step back, not out of any particular reason, but simply out of concern that the serpent's saliva might splatter across his face. Despite the boundless limits of Orochimaru's character, he still felt fear. I seek Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru declared, revealing his purpose for approaching Hishu. What? Hishu questioned, doubting the clarity of his hearing. I seek Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru repeated without a hint of impatience, retorting, he is your disciple. Bringing him here should not pose a challenge. Correct? Brother, Hishu protested. You just acknowledged him as my disciple. He shook his head resolutely and sternly admonished, Orochimaru Senpai, while research is indeed a commendable avenue for progress, if it crosses the boundaries of humanity, it should not be pursued any further. You understand the essence of research. Orochimaru could not deny the validity of Hishu's words. However, in his eyes, any research conducted in the pursuit of immortality and eternity held profound significance. Perhaps these actions would be deemed heretical by the masses. But in this world, how can one achieve true enlightenment and advancement without being considered an outcast? Furthermore, I will not hand over my disciple to you. Hishu added with resignation, Orochimaru Senpai, I acknowledge your spirit of inquiry, but I must adhere to my own principles. With that, Hishu nodded slightly and turned to leave. Orochimaru remained silent, observing Hishu's retreating figure. The notification sound from the system resonated in Hishu's ears on his way back, momentarily halting his steps. The time since Orochimaru's defection was drawing near. He felt that Orochimaru would not abandon his intentions due to his refusal, and it was highly probable that the serpent would take action against the Uchiha clan. His intuition proved correct. The incident unfolded 1 month later in the dead of night, when silence enveloped the world. The urgent summons from the Hokage awakened Hishu, who had been sleeping soundly in his warm bed. He hastily donned his combat attire and vanished from the spot. Upon his arrival, he found the third Hokage unusually stripped of his ceremonial robe. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in battle armor, stood at the laboratory's entrance, confronting his most cherished disciple from the past. Hishu's figure appeared silently beside Sarutobi. Orochimaru Senpai. Hishu feigned surprise, then turned to Sarutobi, asking, Hokage-sama, what is the meaning of this? Sarutobi offered no reply. Instead, it was the Umbu ninja standing beside him who spoke. Orochimaru has slain members of the Uchiha clan and conducted human experiments. What? Hishu's gaze snapped to Orochimaru, whose face was shrouded in shadow. Yet, Hishu could sense Orochimaru's gaze shifting from Sarutobi to himself. Orochimaru Senpai, why? Hishu looked at him with a heavy heart, filled with sorrow. Hishu, would you be willing to leave Konoha, to depart from this decaying and feudal village? Orochimaru suddenly inquired. Serpent uncle, do you truly wish to betray me? Hishu's lips twitched as he shook his head. Orochimaru Senpai, Konoha is our home. Do you really wish to abandon it? The question sent a shiver through Sarutobi's heart as he turned his gaze towards Orochimaru. If Orochimaru chose not to leave, he would find a way to protect him. But if Orochimaru voluntarily departed, there would be nothing he could do. Home. This place has long ceased to be my home. Orochimaru countered. There is no meaning in remaining here. Sarutobi's heart sank at those words. In that case, summoning technique, Orochimaru, without granting Sarutobi a moment to respond. Black summoning symbols extended from Orochimaru's hand. With a resounding crash, a massive white smoke erupted, and a colossal python burst through the laboratory. The serpent, flicking its tongue, advanced towards Hishu and the others. There was no turning back now, Sarutobi thought. Hishu extended his hand, releasing a chill, and the two writhing serpents were instantly encased in ice. Gazing in the direction of Orochimaru's escape, Hishu turned to Sarutobi and said, "Hokage-sama, please go reassure the villagers. Leave the rest to me." The defection of a ninja was no trivial matter, especially not for one as renowned as Orochimaru. For the citizens of Konoha and the other ninjas, this night was destined to be one of unrest. The Hokage's disciple, a participant in the Second Shinobi War and one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, was in defection. "Understood," Sarutobi replied, his mouth opening slightly. He watched as Hishu's figure vanished, a sense of indescribable emptiness filling his heart. At that moment, what should he say? Should he prevent Hishu from taking lethal action, or should he allow it? And what about Orochimaru? Would he kill Hishu? In that instant, whom should he worry for, and what should he hope for? "Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama." The Anbu ninja observed the dazed Sarutobi with a hint of melancholy. Even someone as powerful as the Hokage could be ensnared by emotion. The lush trees formed a verdant sea. The night breeze rustled. The sound of the forest echoed. Amidst the towering branches, Hishu and Orochimaru faced each other. "Hishu, do you remember the potion you gave me?" Orochimaru began. "What? Did Orochimaru drink it?" Hishu nodded. "I deciphered it." Orochimaru smiled. Hishu's expression stiffened. "The system is malfunctioning. Did you not say Orochimaru could not succeed in his research?" Hishu questioned the system in his mind. The system state grew increasingly chaotic. "This is impossible. This cannot be. It is utterly inconceivable." Hishu felt that questioning the system would yield no answers. "Guess what I discovered?" Orochimaru continued. Hishu forced a smile. What could possibly be discovered? The ability to change genders? Orochimaru was not waiting for Hishu's response. He abruptly spread his arms, unable to contain his excitement. "I have uncovered the secret to immortality." Orochimaru's entire being trembled. He gazed at Hishu with fervent intensity. "Do you not desire immortality?" Hishu recalled Hanzo's youthful appearance and suddenly understood. Perhaps Serpent Uncle was researching in the wrong direction. "No matter, let it be. I do not wish for immortality." Hishu shook his head. He did not lie. "Orochimaru-senpai, is immortality a reward or a punishment? Have you truly grasped the meaning of immortality?" Hishu retorted. "It seems our perspectives differ." Orochimaru laughed. "Then there is nothing more to discuss." Shadow Snake Hand. Countless snakes erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves, twisting into a thick serpentine torrent, swiftly reaching Hishu's feet. Beneath Hishu, a white mist enveloped the area, and blue-white ice rapidly froze everything within 100 miles, including the vast multitude of snakes. Compared to the Third Great Ninja War, you have matured significantly. Observing the forest instantaneously engulfed in an icy realm, Orochimaru sincerely marveled. Such a chakra level is already astonishing. However, he continued, the disparity among ninjas cannot merely be measured by time. A powerful gust erupted from Orochimaru's mouth. Like a typhoon, the frozen trees began to crack under the force of the wind. Wind release, great breakthrough. This C-rank technique, executed by a formidable user, attained effects worthy of an S-rank jutsu. Hishu stood amidst the tempest, his robes billowing. He extended his hand as chakra surged violently within him. Curse technique reversal, blue. Curse technique reversal, red. The dual-colored spheres of red and blue expanded beside Hishu. Void technique, purple. The space distorted under immense pressure. The silhouette of Hishu appeared diminutive amidst the robust embrace of swirling thunder and lightning. The formidable wind pressure was entirely dissipated by the explosive spheres. Within the lush, boundless expanse of the forest, purple arcs of electricity flickered. The dense earth was torn asunder, and vast chasms spanned the entire woodland. Strange and grotesque gates descended from the heavens, only to be breached by relentless forces. The final layer of the Luo Shengmin collapsed with a resounding crash. Dust enveloped the forest throughout the day. Amidst the chaos, Hishu's figure settled upon a branch. In the gaping pit before him lay the corpse of a great serpent. In an instant, the serpent's belly was sliced open, revealing the form of Orochimaru before Hishu. It appears you have surpassed me, Orochimaru remarked, standing within the pit. Gazing up at Ishu, compared to their initial encounter, Ishu had undeniably transformed, more mature and significantly more powerful. If she once embodied delicate gentleness, she now possessed a formidable tenderness that sheltered all. But your newfound strength does not imply you can capture me, Orochimaru laughed. Ishu shook his head, stating, I do not intend to seize you. Oh, Orochimaru's face reflected clear astonishment. Why? A glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes. Could it be that he was contemplating departure from Konohagakure? Having an ally like Ishu would be akin to adding wings to a tiger for Orochimaru. No, Ishu replied earnestly. I acknowledge your research and principles, Orochimaru-senpai. Departing from the village may liberate your thoughts, allowing you to achieve greater accomplishments. Furthermore, you would no longer need to experiment on the villagers, harming other villages instead. Once he ascended to the position of Hokage, he could secretly reinstate the already promising Orochimaru. This approach would be both efficient and convenient. Ding! Character Orochimaru's affinity level, 90. An indescribable emotion danced within Orochimaru's eyes. He had not anticipated that the one to recognize him was not his teacher or his peers, but rather a junior. Orochimaru-senpai, until we meet again. Ishu nodded at him before vanishing in an instant. The remnants of the serpent's corpse and the devastation of the forest bore witness to the fierce confrontation between Ishu and Orochimaru. As for the outcome, it would be left for Sarutobi Hiruzen to determine. Orochimaru lowered his gaze, and after a lengthy pause, gradually lifted his head to behold the exceptionally bright moon. Come forth, he said, glancing back and speaking softly. Orochimaru-sama, a familiar figure knelt on one knee. It is you. Orochimaru recognized the young man before him, a ninja from Danzo's faction. His name seemed to be Do. Orochimaru-sama, what are your plans as a rogue ninja? Do inquired, raising his gaze. Speak plainly, Orochimaru replied, discerning Do's intentions. Do immediately lowered his head respectfully. Orochimaru-sama, there's an organization that shelters rogue ninjas called Akatsuki, based in the Rain Village. Perhaps you could go there. Orochimaru's slitted eyes fixed upon him. Why are you telling me this? Do smiled, because I wish to align myself with you, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru studied Do quietly. He recalled that this boy excelled in medical ninjutsu, making him an excellent assistant in research. Very well, Orochimaru conceded, and Do's face brightened with a smile. However, you cannot leave Konohagakure just yet, Orochimaru continued. I need you to remain hidden within the village, understand? Do hesitated momentarily, failing to respond. Orochimaru chuckled. What? Are you unwilling? Do lowered his head. I'm willing, my lord. Orochimaru glanced at him and swiftly departed, heading towards the location of the Rain Village. In the depths of the forest, footsteps echoed softly. Ishu's figure materialized behind Do. I have completed what you instructed. Do gritted his teeth. Ishu regarded him. Why do you look at me with such animosity? Was this not your own request? Ishu's eyes sparkled with derision. You clearly stated your willingness to assist me to ensure the safety of Yano-yu. Ishu flexed his fingers and ice encased Do's knee, causing his bones to shatter painfully. Do, drenched in cold sweat, half kneeled before Ishu. Since you voluntarily offered to assist me, do not feign being coerced, Ishu admonished. Towering over him, do you understand? Do clenched his fists, yes. Since Orochimaru instructed you to stay hidden in Konohagakure, you shall comply. However, you know how to relay messages, correct? Ishu looked at Do. I will seek your guidance, Do replied. A flash of light enveloped Ishu's hand, and in an instant, Do's knee was restored. Yet, the searing pain remained palpable. Remember, do not attempt any tricks before me, for Yano-yu's life is singular. Ishu vanished from sight. Ishu could bear the consequences of Do's betrayal, but Do could not withstand the repercussions of Ishu's punishment. Moreover, Ishu would not afford Do the opportunity to betray him, nor could Do escape his watchful gaze. Chapter 77. Danzo schemes. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not slept throughout the night. He stood silently by the window of the Hokage's office, patiently awaiting a result. Hokage-sama. When Ishu's figure materialized in the office, Hiruzen's hand trembled. He turned around, only to find no sign of Orochimaru. A surge of alarm gripped his heart. So, has Orochimaru perished? Hokage-sama, it is my dereliction for not bringing Orochimaru's senpai back. Hishu lowered his head in remorse. In that moment, a breath of relief escaped Hiruzen's lips. Upon his desk lay the Hokage's ceremonial robe, cast aside. The one who ought to feel shame was not Hishu, but rather Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Even after the defection of his disciple, he still harbored hope for Orochimaru's survival. Hishu, with your abilities, you should not have been unable to retrieve Orochimaru, Hiruzen thought, seeking solace. Hishu was acutely aware of this. I apologize, Hokage-sama. I cannot bring myself to confront Orochimaru's senpai. I fought alongside him in the war and was part of the same organization. Hishu's voice quivered. Hiruzen contemplated, recognizing this as a natural sentiment. The Hokage was human, capable of experiencing suffering. Hishu understood Hiruzen better than anyone. He knew that Hiruzen could not bring himself to harm Orochimaru. Even when he proposed to capture Orochimaru, he grew increasingly worried for him. This was also the reason Hishu allowed Orochimaru to depart. He was aware that Hiruzen would never disclose this matter. Good child, I know you're a loyal one. Hiruzen patted Hishu's shoulder. When Hishu looked up, he saw Hiruzen's eyes glistening with unshed tears. Indeed, the defection of his most beloved and proud disciple was the greatest blow to Hiruzen. Hishu realized that Hiruzen's retirement would not be far off. Orochimaru's defection was a devastating blow to the third Hokage's reputation. The biases in his heart would also lead to feelings of guilt. Hiruzen would eventually choose to step down of his own accord. Return and rest. Do not dwell on this too much, Hiruzen said kindly, gazing into Hishu's tear-brimmed eyes. Yes, Hishu turned, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His plan had taken a significant step forward. Next, it was time for Hanaki to make an appearance. The land of rain bordered the land of fire. Given Orochimaru's speed, he would soon arrive at the rain village. Orochimaru halted before the gates of the rain village, remaining still. For upon the iron-forged gates stood 4 figures, silently watching. Clad in black with red clouds, their heights varied. Upon encountering that pair of enigmatic eyes, Orochimaru's pupils dilated abruptly. The eyes of the sage of 6 paths. He had assumed they were merely a legend. Yet here they were, undeniably real. Yueyang Hashushu? Orochimaru murmured. Within his line of sight stood a man, possessing both the appearance and physique identical to that of Yueyang Hashushu. In the hidden leaf village of the land of fire, Orochimaru, Hashushu stepped forward, his gaze icy as he regarded Orochimaru, as though he were a stranger. No, Orochimaru quietly refuted his earlier thought. Although this individual bore an identical visage, the nuances of expression were sufficient to discern the differences. Hidden Leaf Village? Orochimaru? Xiaonan's expression shifted subtly. One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, was indeed a companion of Jiraiya, their teacher in ninjutsu. It was quite unexpected that Orochimaru had defected from the Hidden Leaf Village. Tiandao observed the scratched forehead protector on Orochimaru and remarked nonchalantly, "Isn't your organization awaiting the inclusion of rogue ninjas?" Orochimaru slowly curled his lips into a smile. He did not recognize the 2 children before him. The second great ninja war was a distant memory. For Orochimaru, who had witnessed countless wars and orphans, Nagato and his companions were not memorable enough to linger in his mind. Not all rogue ninjas are accepted, Tiandao stated. Hashushu slightly turned his head and added, "As one of the Sannin, Orochimaru's strength is undoubtedly sufficient." Tiandao's gaze shifted downward. "You should give it a try." Damn Nagato, always making demands of him. Hashushu was also rendered speechless today. Xiaonan furrowed her brows. Hualong's strength should be inadequate to confront one of the Sannin. Orochimaru, how can one know without trying? Tiandao countered. In the previous battle against Scorpion, Hualong had clearly exceeded expectations. As the one who controlled the entire Akatsuki organization, he needed to have a comprehensive understanding of the abilities of those around him to better arrange his teammates. Xiaonan could only bite her lip, casting a worried glance at Hashushu. Tiandao's actions were precisely in line with Orochimaru's curiosity regarding the relationship between Yueyang Hashushu and the young girl before him. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. The wind blades sliced through the air, targeting Hashushu. Instantly, Hashushu entered his Corona mode. Golden radiance enveloped his entire being. Solar barrier. A golden circular light shield coalesced in Hashushu's palm. The wind blades collided with the light shield, causing no damage to it. Instead, the wind blades gradually dissipated. It was a combat skill entirely distinct from that of Yuelyang Hashushu. Orochimaru's doubts were dispelled, yet his interest intensified. Even if this individual was not Yuelyang Hashushu, he must share some form of blood relation with him. Snake technique, snake mouth binding. A viscous flesh wall suddenly spread from behind Orochimaru. The acidic liquid dripping from the wall instantly corroded the iron floor beneath. Gas gradually coalesced at Hashushu's fingertips. Powerful chakra was compressed to its limit, and golden flames ignited on the surface of the gas. A sun orb, seemingly no larger than the palm of one's hand, shot forth. Orochimaru's body, as supple and agile as a serpent, leaped backward in an instant. Bang! The earth-shattering explosion resonated. The flesh wall within the giant serpent's mouth had been obliterated by the sun orb. The sun orb was a lethal skill unleashed in Corona mode. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly small chakra sphere could possess such formidable power. Scorching wave. Orochimaru's body suddenly halted midair. In the next moment, he appeared right in front of Hashushu. Simultaneously, the scorching wave erupted from Hashushu's outstretched palm. The searing golden beam of light was blinding. Xiaonan could not help but close her eyes to shield herself from the piercing brightness. When she reopened them, Orochimaru had already been pierced through the waist. On the ground lay two severed serpents, the remnants of which scattered like dust where the golden beam had concentrated. Ultimately, only the serpent heads and short tails remained. The wound on Orochimaru's waist was swiftly connected by the snakes. That's enough, Tiandao spoke. The golden light surrounding Hashushu dissipated, and he swiftly returned to Tiandao's side. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Akatsuki organization, Tiandao declared. Concurrently, Xiaonan produced a uniform and a ring. His art is truly repulsive. Upon witnessing Orochimaru connect his wounds with small snakes, Scorpion, who stood beside Hashushu, could not help but disdainfully remark. He looked at Hashushu with eyes seeking affirmation. Indeed, if art were to resemble his, it would not deserve the title of art. Hashushu wore a serious expression. Ding. Favorability rating with character Akasuna no Scorpion, 85. Hashushu's lips twitched. Orochimaru donned the Akatsuki uniform and approached Hashushu. This is Hualong of the Akatsuki organization, Xiaonan introduced to Orochimaru. Hualong. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Hashushu. No surname? Xiaonan furrowed her brows, wondering why everyone seemed fixated on Hashushu's surname. Yuelyang. Hashushu replied coolly. Yuelyang? Orochimaru laughed with excitement, as if he had uncovered a secret. Ding. Favorability rating with character Orochimaru, 100. Hashushu genuinely found himself perplexed by Orochimaru's thoughts. His laughter was rather grotesque. Observing this, Scorpion, who regarded Hashushu as a soulmate, offered a bland comment regarding Orochimaru's smile. Only then did Orochimaru's gaze shift to those beside Hashushu. Akasuna and no Scorpion? Orochimaru, well-versed, recognized Scorpion at a glance. However, the aloof Scorpion did not spare Orochimaru a glance. Tiandao glanced at them, and with a few leaps, ascended the spire. The Akatsuki indeed operated independently, each minding their own business. Watching the departing figures, Hashushu sighed internally. Although he was unaware of the schemes brewing in Orochimaru's mind, it did not diminish his good spirits upon receiving a full favorability rating. Nightfall. Tiandao sat at the head, explaining the will and purpose of their organization to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's gaze remained fixed on Hashushu. Hashushu rolled his eyes. Tiandao, what use is your wide-eyed gaze? Despite your lengthy discourse, Orochimaru has not absorbed a word, his attention solely on him. Hualong, I shall accompany you to that teriyaki fish bone sauce rice joint in Yunnan village shortly. Scorpion whispered to Hashushu. Although he did not require sustenance, Hashushu did. To secure more time to discuss art with Hashushu, Scorpion would go so far as to accompany him to the restroom. I shall join you. Orochimaru suggested with a broad smile. Tiandao, who was narrating the mission objectives, paused, directing his gaze toward Orochimaru. I care not what you intend to do. Capturing the tailed beasts is of utmost importance. Should anyone slacken their efforts in this regard, there will be but one consequence. Orochimaru accepted Tiandao's threat with an unchanging smile. He was not easily intimidated. While he was unaware of Tiandao's strength, taking his life would not be an easy task. Scorpion glared at Orochimaru with a piercing gaze. Do you understand what art is? You, who defile art, are unworthy to accompany us. Scorpion articulated each word earnestly. Hashushu observed Orochimaru's frozen smile, exerting considerable effort to suppress his laughter. Scorpion truly had a way with words. If only he would speak a bit more. Hashushu believed he would soon find another opportunity to dine with Hualong. Orochimaru restored his smile, courteously replying. This time, in addition to Scorpion, another furrowed brow emerged. Xiao Nan's discontented gaze flitted between Orochimaru and Scorpion. Upon joining the Xiao organization, Xia became inseparable from Hualong, which was already enough to stir dissatisfaction in Xiao Nan. Now, with the addition of Orochimaru, Xiao Nan could at least regard Xia's pursuit of Hualong as a mutual attraction among peers. Although Xia had turned himself into a puppet, he at least maintained an appealing appearance and would never age or lose his charm. However, as she observed Orochimaru, Xiao Nan's brows furrowed deeper. With his ghastly visage, he was best kept away from Hualong. He was unworthy of her. Only in a world where Orochimaru suffered could peace be attained. In Konoha village, the news of Orochimaru's defection caused an uproar, stirring considerable unrest within the village. Although the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, managed to quell the chaos, the pressure he felt only intensified. Everything demonstrated that the village needed a new leader, someone with fresh, youthful blood rather than an aged elder. It was time for Hiruzen to step down. In the shadowy roots of the village, Danzo sat with a faint smile adorning his face. As he observed the barely contained excitement on Danzo's countenance, Hatsu recalled the escalating rumors circulating in the village, all aimed at forcing Sarutobi Hiruzen to abdicate. Danzo was indeed ruthless, showing no hesitation in dealing with his old comrade. Hatsu lamented inwardly, wondering who could be spreading such malicious rumors about the Hokage. A man who had sacrificed so much for Konoha. Danzo felt a lump in his throat, and his smile vanished abruptly. Control yourself. As long as he endured until Tsukimi Hatsu became Hokage, he could manipulate Tsukimi to his advantage. Do not let anger cloud your judgment. It was not yet time to reveal his true intentions. Danzo continuously reassured himself. Tsukimi, are you worried about becoming Hokage? Danzo began to dig for information. Worried? What I have to worry about? Hatsu replied innocently. Danzo's lips twitched. Are you not afraid that some significant events may spiral out of control? Hatsu shook his head resolutely. Danzo, how could you think such a thing? Danzo was taken aback. Could Tsukimi see through his plans? Impossible. Tsukimi lacked the acumen for that. Of course, I'm not afraid. If I cannot manage it as Hokage, who else could? Hatsu queried eagerly. Danzo choked back a retort. What I mean is, as your senior, I am willing to assist you during difficult times. He had never sounded so kindly in his life. Hatsu's eyes lit up with surprise. Really, Danzo? Danzo nodded. You can come to me with any difficulties you encounter. A smile slowly crept across Danzo's face as he solemnly affirmed, of course I won't refuse. He resembled a doting elder indulging a younger generation. Huh, I will remember your words, Danzo. Hatsu chuckled. Danzo also smiled, relishing the prospect of alleviating Hatsu's burdens. Ideally, he would resolve all matters himself, allowing Shimura Danzo to become the true Hokage of the village. Chapter 78. Controlling the daimyo of the land of fire. Hatsu's assumptions proved entirely accurate as he approached the day of becoming Hokage. This moment arrived 2 months after Orochimaru's defection. Tsukimi, standing before the Hokage's office window, he gazed down at the bustling streets of Konoha. The gentle winter sun cast warmth upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's face as he took a quiet drag from his cigarette. Lord Hokage, Hatsu arrived as usual to assist Sarutobi with paperwork. In truth, for the past month, Hatsu had independently managed all the village's administrative documents. Viewed from this perspective, Konoha appeared remarkably beautiful. Sarutobi surveyed each passerby and stall with a faint smile. Indeed, the villagers are content and prosperous, and the village is progressing toward a brighter future. Hatsu could not help but beam with joy. Sarutobi's gaze returned to him, his expression suddenly serious. So, can you bear the responsibility of safeguarding this peace and tranquility? His question transcended the superficial, probing whether Hatsu could shoulder the weight of being Hokage. Hatsu hesitated momentarily. This was not the time for false modesty. He nodded earnestly. Lord Hokage, I will dedicate my life to protecting this village, regarding it as my lifelong responsibility. Sarutobi said nothing, merely locking eyes with him. The office fell silent. It did not feel awkward or uncomfortable. Good, Sarutobi finally spoke, the tension in his face dissipating, replaced by a satisfied smile. This is reassuring. Lord Hokage, why this sudden change? Hatsu asked hesitantly. Sarutobi was not surprised by Hatsu's confusion. His decision to step down was not impulsive. Even without Orochimaru's betrayal or the rumors circulating in the village, he would not have remained in this position for long. To be frank, he had devoted the majority of his life to the Hokage role. It was time for him to experience a more ordinary, peaceful life. He was aware of who orchestrated the rumors in the village, but he paid them no mind. I have always said, this village belongs to the youth. Sarutobi chuckled dismissively. Before Hatsu could succeed Sarutobi as Hokage, a series of events kept him exceedingly busy. It was not until 2 months later that the private transition was formally completed. However, to become Hokage, he still needed to accomplish one critical task, obtaining the daimyo of the Land of Fire's appointment. Kakashi, Shursui, and Shuri. You three will serve as escorts for this visit to the daimyo's residence, Sarutobi instructed, eyeing the 3 ninjas before him. Shursui, in particular, had been specially reassigned from the roots. He had initially anticipated needing a firm hand, yet he found Danzo surprisingly cooperative, willingly offering Shursui. Understood, they replied in unison. Shursui regarded Hatsu, who stood beside Sarutobi, and smiled slowly. Memories of their first time as teammates echoed in his mind, particularly Hatsu's words, I aspire to be an excellent ninja like Lord Hokage. The past sentiments lingered in Shursui's ears, and soon that moment would come to fruition. Accompanied by the 3rd Hokage, Kakashi, Shursui, and Shuri as protectors, Hatsu was the focal point as they journeyed to the daimyo's residence. Before departing the village, Hatsu glanced back at the Hokage rock, which had begun construction. Even de force, grand me à un somme visage. He silently wished. The system, initially expecting profound life insights from Hatsu, was caught off guard by this prayer. Nonetheless, the system was confident that the heavens would not grant his request. According to their pace, the journey that would typically take 2 days was halved. On the first night after leaving the village, they arrived at the daimyo's residence. Despite being an elderly man, the 3rd Hokage moved with agility that surpassed even Kakashi's. Are you being polite? Kakashi remarked. The daimyo's residence was situated at the heart of the most prosperous and expansive city, boasting a vast area and a classic Japanese architectural style. Hishu followed Sarutobi Hizashi through the grand entrance, while Kakashi and his companions trailed behind. Please wait, the attendant said, slightly frowning as she glanced at the 4 of them, recognizing the ninja headbands atop their heads. The daimyo has retired for the evening. You may return tomorrow. Beyond the grand door lay another exquisitely crafted smaller door. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Hishu, who nodded helplessly, conceding very well. Before departing, Hishu turned back for a moment. The attendant, with a disdainful flick of her wrist, fanned the air beneath her nose, her eyes betraying her contempt. Hishu turned away, his expression impassive. This was precisely the rationale for reforming the ninja world. The protectors of the nation received neither respect nor gratitude, but rather exclusion and disdain. The night was heavy, the moon bright, and the stars sparse. The most prosperous city in the Land of Fire shone with a brilliance akin to daylight. Street lights illuminated the area, casting a vibrant glow against the backdrop of revelry. As they walked, Kakashi's eyes suddenly sparkled. Lord Hokage, I need buy something. I'll be back shortly. His gaze was fixed intently on the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hizashi inquired, what does Kakashi wish to purchase? Is the desire so urgent? Hishu extended his hand, revealing an unopened, well-packaged pink book. He waved it in Kakashi's direction, asking, is this what you seek? Kakashi's eyes lit up instantly, instinctively cradling the book in his arms. Is something amiss? Kakashi's eyes widened in realization. Shirzue looked at him with confusion. While Hishu and Sarutobi Hizashi exchanged knowing glances, their expressions hinting at unspoken truths. Kakashi suddenly jolted, laughter escaping him as he tucked the little book into his ninja tool pouch. Cough! I didn't expect Hishu to be so thoughtful. He dared not meet their gazes. Sarutobi Hizashi narrowed his eyes, pondering when Kakashi had become so perceptive. His beloved student Darius the Book of Hot Springs was indeed a remarkable work, which he had also been perusing lately. Cough, let's find it in. Ding. Character flag for Kakashi Itaki has reached a favorability rating of 96. Hishu paused in his steps, glancing back at Kakashi. Goodness. Had I known the Book of Hot Springs would have such an effect, I should have presented it sooner. Kakashi, may I see the book Hishu just gifted you? Shirzue's intent was straightforward. He merely wished to discover the content of a book that both Kakashi and Hishu were familiar with. Surely, it must delve into profound topics of life and morality. Kakashi nearly choked on his own saliva. What did you say? His composure had yet to reach the level required for such discussions. His hand rested on Shirzue's shoulder, disbelief written across his face. Impossible. Almost every young male ninja in the village possesses a copy of the Book of Hot Springs. How can you be unaware? Shu stifled a laugh, addressing Shirzue. If you desire it, I can gift you a copy too. Shirzue was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the odd reactions of Kakashi and Shu. Had he fallen behind the village's trends? Sarutobi Hizashi, walking ahead, resolutely chose not to engage in their conversation. As the village leader, it seemed rather inappropriate for him to read the Book of Hot Springs. Shirzue, do you wish to read it as well? Hishu remarked, surprised by Shirzue's interest. He had not anticipated that Shirzue, with his gentle and refined demeanor, would succumb to the allure of the Book of Hot Springs. Shirzue felt an instinctive discomfort, but could not pinpoint its source. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the inn they were seeking. Sarutobi Hizashi paid, and the establishment was certainly of respectable quality. Noticing that their attention was captivated by the inn, Shirzue let out a sigh of relief. The first thing he would do upon returning to the village would be to visit the bookstore. He needed to uncover the mysteries contained within that little book. Sarutobi Hizashi waved his hand, assigning each person their own room. After exchanging goodnights, they retreated to their respective quarters. The clock on the wall had already ticked past 1 o'clock. The lights outside the inn had dimmed considerably. In Hishu's room, however, there was no one present. Meanwhile, at the daimyo's residence, several samurai patrols roamed the grounds. Hishu's figure appeared within, his mind already mapping the location of the daimyo's chamber as he made his way toward it. The wooden screen within the room creaked softly. The daimyo of the Land of Fire abruptly opened his eyes, alertness flooding his expression. My lord? The woman nestled against him stirred, blinking sleepily at her suddenly awakened husband. Something felt amiss. The daimyo's temples throbbed with unease. Despite the absence of anyone nearby, a profound sense of danger quickened his heartbeat. Ah, the daimyo is quite vigilant. A voice tinged with amusement echoed from above him. Goosebumps crawled across the daimyo's skin as cold sweat beaded on his balding head. His eyes darted around, gradually rising to meet an unsettling sight. Above him, a glimmering silver blade was poised at his brow. Ugh! The daimyo's wife, initially terrified and on the verge of screaming, quickly covered her mouth, understanding that a sound from her could hasten her husband's demise. Who are you? What do you want? The daimyo swallowed hard, straining to divert his gaze from the chilling blade. Hishu smiled, sheathing the dagger before gracefully leaping to the foot of the bed, landing silently before the daimyo and his wife. To be frank, my lord, I am Tsuki no Hishu, the soon-to-be 5th Hokage of Konoha. Prior to their arrival, Sarutobi Hizashi had presented the daimyo with a letter of introduction, detailing Hishu's identity age, strength, and character. The daimyo found this absurd. What did you say? His previously faltering confidence surged back. Supported by his wife, he rose to dress, casting a sidelong glance at Hishu, as if the frightened man from moments ago had been a different person altogether. The third Hokage spoke highly of you, praising your kindness, fairness, and respect for your elders. Truly, seeing you in person is worth more than hearing 100 tales. The daimyo's sarcastic tone elicited a smile from Hishu. Behold, this is the humble nature of a ninja. Observing the haughty daimyo before him, Hishu inquired, Shall I give you a hint as to why I am here today? The daimyo's gaze hardened. I cannot place my trust in someone like you becoming the 5th Hokage. His words effectively extinguished any hope Hishu had of ascending to the role. Do you think I am here to seek your approval? Hishu moved closer to the daimyo. What you intend to do? Suki no Hishu. Ultimately, the Hidden Leaf Village was the ninja village of the Land of Fire, relying upon it. The daimyo retreated a step, unable to withstand Hishu's advancing presence. That is a valid point. Hishu nodded. Before his ascension as Hokage, he could tolerate others meddling in the affairs of the position, for it did not concern him. But the circumstances had changed. He no longer wished to be a Hokage constrained by others' opinions. He desired to be an unassailable sovereign. Therefore, I am here to inform you that from this day forth, you shall heed my commands and become my vassal. Hishu's gaze bore into the daimyo. Preposterous. Suki no Hishu, I see you as brazen and lawless. I am a daimyo. How could I possibly obey your orders? Daming had never encountered such a brazen individual in his lifetime, and he immediately rebuked. The lies woven from deceit would soon manifest into reality. Hishu's cold sheath of the sword gently tapped the plump cheek of Daming from the Land of Fire. Now, do you comprehend my words? The bewilderment in Daming's eyes vanished in an instant, and he respectfully lowered his head. Yes, my lord. Beside him, the lady clad in a silk robe could not suppress a gasp. She looked fearfully at her husband, then at Hishu. Hishu's gaze shifted towards her. I believe you are a wise woman. Hishu smiled. Am I not correct? Daming's wife noticed her own compliance with the ninja before her, recalling the rumors of Hishu's formidable prowess. She swallowed hard and nodded under Hishu's satisfied gaze. Thus, all parties were pleased. Hishu chuckled softly. His eyes caught the flicker of wariness in Daming's wife's expression. Just a moment ago, Yueli Hishu had stood at some distance, but suddenly he appeared before the lady. Her hands clenched the bedspread, her pupils dilating uncontrollably. Hishu's hand tightened around her neck. He still felt somewhat uneasy. Might it suffice that the lady provoked Daming's ire, leading him to strangle her in a fit of rage? Hishu glanced at Daming standing behind him. Daming nodded. Rest assured, I will handle it well. Terror filled the lady's eyes. As darkness enveloped her vision, just when she feared for her life, Hishu released his grip. I believe you are an obedient woman. Hishu wore a gentle smile, tenderly caressing the lady's face. I shall be obedient. Fear flickered in the lady's eyes, followed by a surge of relief. Hishu's warm smile and gentle touch instilled in Daming's wife a fleeting illusion. It seemed that this ninja had no intention of killing her, merely wishing to frighten her. And he even comforted her with such tenderness. Hishu observed the shifting emotions in Daming's wife's gaze with satisfaction. Tomorrow, do you know what you must do? Hishu looked to Daming. Rest assured. Daming nodded submissively. Hishu's figure faded from the room. Host, you are becoming increasingly peculiar. The system whispered softly. What do you mean by that? Hishu felt wronged. The way you just treated Daming's wife, the system swallowed hard. Your demeanor resembled a term I recently learned. Madly obsessive. What do you know? That was merely a subtle manipulation of the mind. Daming's wife, being easily read, didn't even require Yenling technique. Chapter 79. Hishu at Hokage Rock. Contrary to Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations, the procedures at Daming's estate proceeded unusually swiftly today. Listening to Daming's flow of honorifics, Sarutobi Hiruzen had reason to suspect that Daming had suffered a blow to the head. However, such thoughts were merely jest. Father. As they prepared to leave Daming's estate, a familiar figure suddenly rushed out. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his son, who had matured considerably, and felt a sense of comfort. Asuma. You have grown quite a bit. He now needed to look up at his son's towering form. Kakashi, hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, furrowed his brows in confusion. His gaze swept over Asuma's small stature. He thought to himself that Asuma hadn't grown much after all. It seemed he was still the king among his peers. Kakashi smiled with satisfaction. Asuma sensed Kakashi's scrutiny and couldn't help but twitch his mouth in exasperation. How had Kakashi transformed into such a strange figure? Wasn't he once fond of acting aloof? Kakashi retorted, "What are you talking about? I was truly aloof back then." After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Asuma swiftly redirected the conversation to Hishuchu, genuine admiration lighting up his rugged features. Hishuchu is impressive. He gave Hishuchu a thumbs up. Compared to the Asuma who once looked down on others, the present Asuma finally bore a resemblance to the reliable uncle from Hishuchu's previous life in the comics. Ding. Favorability rating with character Sarutobi Asuma. 60. Asuma's protective duties were not yet complete. He merely stepped out to reminisce with them. Ultimately, Hishuchu and his companions departed under Asuma's watchful gaze. Their round trip to Daming's estate consumed 3 days. Upon returning to the village, Hishuchu discovered that Hokage Rock had been completed. Each Hokage's likeness was sculpted by the combined efforts of the village's artisans. Furthermore, as it was essential to finish the carving before the new Hokage's inauguration, the artisans worked swiftly. "It is beautiful." Shuri smiled at Hishuchu's visage. "What you see is indeed exquisite, my lord. In the hearts of the village ninjas, you are both beautiful and powerful, and thus we must honor your likeness in our craftsmanship." The ninja responsible for the Hokage Rock's carving said with a smile. Hishuchu forced a smile. "Thank you." The portrayal of Hishuchu on the stone bore no resemblance to the word handsome. Those flowing strands of hair and delicate features unambiguously proclaimed one truth. Ueli Hishuchu is a woman. "Is that not so?" The system inquired, bemused. "Do you need me to examine your mind?" Hishuchu smiled kindly. 2 days hence would prove to be extraordinary. The sky was clear and bright, the sun shining brilliantly on a rare sunny day since the onset of winter. The streets were adorned festively. For Konohagakure, a new Hokage heralded a new beginning. Moreover, the newly appointed Hishuchu was a common ninja, having achieved such remarkable feats. Hishuchu was a paragon in the hearts of all. His reputation in Konoha was astonishingly good. Colorful streamers adorned the power lines. All the villagers of Konoha, be they ninjas or civilians, gathered in the expansive square beneath the Hokage building, eagerly awaiting a moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood atop the platform, gazing down at the expectant crowd. Smiling, Kakashi, Shirzei, and Shuri formed a triangle, stationed at the corners of the Hokage's handover ceremony platform, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Where the leaves danced, the fire endured. After contemplating countless speeches, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately uttered but a single sentence. Yet, he still garnered an overwhelming round of applause. Perhaps this aged Hokage had erred in many respects. But in this moment, all recognized his contributions to the village. Hishuchu stepped forward, her warm smile radiating. Standing in this position, viewing the joyful faces below, stirred a different emotion within her. Once, she too had been among the crowd. Back then, Minato stood resplendently above, the sun favoring him. But now, as Hishuchu stood there, the surge of affection and ambition within her threatened to overwhelm her. "Thank you all for your trust. I shall never betray your faith. From this day forward, I shall strive to build a peaceful, secure, beautiful, and powerful Konohagakure. Konoha is a shared home for us all, together. We shall forge a brighter tomorrow for our village." Hishuchu accepted the Hokage mantle, a robe symbolizing her identity, from Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. The fabric was smooth, explaining why Minato appeared so dignified while wearing it. The applause roared like thunder. Amidst the crowd, waves of cheers erupted. From Shirzue and the others' perspective, they could only see Hishuchu's silhouette. As Shirzue beheld Hishuchu standing in the light, he suddenly felt enveloped in warmth. Everything was improving. The youthful dreams are gradually coming to fruition. Standing amidst the crowd, Hayashi cradles Niji in his arms, gazing upward at the silhouette of Karasuke. She has truly accomplished it. Hayashi's eyes glisten with unshed tears. How majestic! I too wish to become Hokage. Hinata Tenryu stands in the front row, her eyes radiating brilliance akin to X-rays. Itachi quietly observes Karasuke, reminiscing about the afternoon when he first met teacher Tsukimi. The words of teacher Tsukimi echo in his mind. A new world will inevitably arrive. I believe. A faint smile curves Itachi's lips. Teacher Tsukimi is truly remarkable. Akiyuki Shinya's eyes shimmer with admiration. Do you not feel a surge of passion upon witnessing this scene? Do you not feel your blood boiling? Hinata Tenryu glances to her left at Itachi, then to her right at Akiyuki Shinya. Indeed, there is a fervent thrill. Akiyuki Shinya nods, a shy yet resolute smile gracing his face. However, more than becoming Hokage, I aspire to be a support to Hokage. After careful contemplation, Hinata Tenryu nods. Very well. I shall allow you to assist me in the future. Akiyuki Shinya falls silent, his gaze drifting past Tenryu to Itachi. Noting the unprecedented light glimmering in Itachi's eyes, Akiyuki Shinya smiles. Compared to Tenryu, he perceives the powerful and composed Itachi as having a greater chance. At this moment, another individual is also celebrating this long-awaited occasion. The shadows of the roots are illuminated by a myriad of lights. Danzo sits in a chair, a smile gracing his face like never before. He listens to the jubilant cheers emanating from the ground, as if he himself has ascended to the position of Hokage. Oomph. Danzo's voice carries a hint of mirth. He retrieves a bottle of sake. This was a gift from Karasuke some time ago. Truly, Tsukimi Karasuke is thoughtful. Danzo muses inwardly. On such a splendid day, he ought to indulge in a few more drinks. A clear liquid is poured into a small ceramic cup. Danzo savors the crisp aroma of the sake. With a bold gesture, he downs the contents of the cup in one go, the flavor lingering on his lips. Danzo smacks his lips. What fine drink. Splendid indeed. Danzo raises the bottle once more, only to find a layer of double vision before him. He shakes his head. The double vision intensifies. Suddenly, thud. Danzo's body tilts, and he collapses to the ground, breath heavy, cheeks flushed. A figure emerges from the darkness. It is Yakushi Kabuto. Remembering Tsukimi Karasuke's admonition, Yakushi Kabuto takes a deep breath, bends down to assist Danzo, and tosses him back onto the chair. To trust someone like Tsukimi Karasuke, you're not as clever as you think. Yakushi Kabuto looks down at Danzo's slumbering form, his tone laced with mockery. He remains close to Danzo as per Tsukimi Karasuke's instructions, awaiting the moment Danzo regains consciousness, only to render him unconscious once more, repeating this cycle. After the inauguration ceremony, Sarutobi Hiruzen relinquishes his hold entirely. He places his Hokage robes within the Hokage building, amidst the exclusive storage for past Hokage. This time, I hope there will be no further opportunity to don your mantle. A smile graces Sarutobi Hiruzen's face as he departs from the edifice where he has spent half his life. The moment he steps out of the Hokage building, sunlight envelopes him entirely. Sarutobi Hiruzen stretches lazily, revealing a broad smile. It is still early. I shall go pay a visit to young Naruto. A thought strikes Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he clears his throat, making his way towards Karasuke's home. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, all clan leaders of Konohagakure gather in the Hokage conference room, including several esteemed elders. Hokage-sama. Karasuke beams with a smile. After all these years of calling others Hokage-sama, it is finally his turn to be addressed as such. This feeling is truly delightful. He takes his seat at the head of the table. Please take your seats. Esteemed clan leaders. To his left sits Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, while to his right is not the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, but rather Nara Shikaku, the leader of the Nara clan. Hizashi sits below Nara Shikaku, his expression visibly displeased. This is not solely due to his position, but also stems from concerns about the future of the Hyuga clan. The recollection of the elders' grandiose claims, which led to their chastisement by the third Hokage, now seems almost laughable as Karasuke ascends to the position of Hokage. I have called everyone here today because I have matters to discuss. Prior to the meeting, Karasuke instructed that the seats of the elders behind him be cleared and relocated behind the clan leaders. Thus, apart from the awkward-faced Hizashi, the room is filled with equally somber-faced elders. Please speak, Hokage-sama. The clan leaders respond in unison. Firstly, I intend to establish 4 police units within Konohagakure. Karasuke announces. Previously, there was only one guard unit, entirely controlled by the Uchiha clan. The addition of 3 units signifies that members from other clans will have a say in the higher echelons of Konohagakure's power. What a splendid proposal, Hokage-sama. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree. Me too. To curry favor with Karasuke, the clan leaders chime in unison with their praise. Since everyone believes this to be a commendable idea, I will now elaborate on the composition of the police units. Each of the 4 police units must include medical ninjas, powerful combat ninjas, intelligence-gathering ninjas, and battle analysis ninjas. In other words, I will break the tradition of allowing only a single clan to form a police unit, and instead, the units will comprise members from various clans. After Karasuke's words, the conference room falls into silence. I fully support the arrangements made by Hokage-sama. As a strategist, Shikaku perceives the immense benefits nestled within this initiative. It will subtly eliminate conflicts and barriers among the clans, fostering closer ties. While resolving conflicts, it will also impede the expansion of power among the clans. A mixed unit implies mutual surveillance. It also ensures equal treatment of all shinobi clans, which is crucial for winning over the smaller clans. Shikaku's gaze shifts to Karasuke. It seems Tsukimi Karasuke truly possesses remarkable aptitude. This inaugural move has been executed with precision. We too support this. Shikaku's words awakened the previously dazed leaders of the smaller clans, their expressions now animated, eager not to miss the opportunity to show their support. It appears that everyone is in favor of this proposal. Karasuke selectively overlooks the clans that remain silent, smiling as he speaks. As for the selection of personnel for the police units, I invite each clan to recommend their elite ninjas. Subsequently, I will conduct a public selection competition. Remember, I shall only choose the best. Those selected will be exceptional talents. The prospect of Karasuke personally overseeing the selection excites several clan leaders. Even those who had previously refrained from voicing their support now were troubled expressions, though they may not be entirely pleased with this reform. The overwhelming number of supporters makes it difficult for them to go against the tide. It seems they too must carefully consider the ninjas within their clans. Fugaku, I have a special task for the Uchiha clan. Karasuke directs his gaze towards Fugaku. Please speak, Hokage-sama. Fugaku's expression remains unchanged. The police units had previously been entirely controlled by the Uchiha clan. Karasuke's reforms momentarily kindle a surge of anger within Fugaku. However, he considers Karasuke's earlier promises and decides to remain patient. I will select 5 elite ninjas from the Uchiha clan to form the Hokage's guard. The moment Karasuke's words resonate, a wave of commotion ensues. The Hokage's personal guard. Does that not imply a pre-established rapport with the Hokage? The closer one is to the Hokage. The nearer they are to the center of power within the village. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku found himself under the envious and resentful gazes of countless clan leaders. Coughing lightly, he reassured himself that the Uchiha clan would not betray Lord Hokage's trust. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Narashikaku's eyes sparkled with amusement. As the strongest force in Konohagakure, allying with the Uchiha clan signified the possession of unparalleled power. This strategic move by Tsukimi Ketsuki was indeed commendable. Narashikaku, a proponent of distrust those who are untrustworthy, but trust those who are trustworthy, had often found his advisory role hampered by Sarutobi Hiruzen's decisions, which were frequently influenced by Danzo, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Now, his nephew Nara Shikamaru would likely find things considerably easier. The Uchiha clan was a double-edged sword, yet the presence of Shursui, Sarada, and his disciple Uchiha Itachi indicated that this sword would not inflict harm upon Tsukimi Ketsuki. No, I disagree. The collective gaze of the assembly shifted towards the source of the voice. Mito Gate vehemently opposed, looking directly at Ketsuki. I believe Lord Hokage's arrangement lacks prudence. Lacks prudence? Ketsuki asked, gazing at him. Elder, do enlighten us on what is amiss. Ding. The favorability rating of the character Uchiha Fugaku has reached 75. Mito Gate continued. There are enough Umbu around the Hokage, and even the direct guards should be selected from within the Umbu. Is it not inappropriate to choose directly from the Uchiha clan? Noticing Kitsuki's youth, Mito Gate and felt a sense of superiority, infusing his tone with a hint of arrogance and condescension. Elder Mito seemed to have lost his clarity. Kitsuki smiled nonchalantly. What did you say? Such disrespectful words. How could Tsukimi Kitsuki utter such a statement? Watergate Hashin furrowed his brows sternly. Was Elder Mito not the one who had lost his bearings? Kitsuki looked at him, asserting, I am now the Hokage. I determine the direction of the village's policies and personnel adjustments. Mito Gate and stared at him in disbelief, ready to retort. Including you. You are also within my purview. Kitsuki continued, my second decree is to abolish the position of Elder Advisor. He gestured towards the nameplates in front of Watergate Hashin and Tsuji Sakura, his meaning clear. Chapter 80. The beginning of Danzo's misery. The impact of Kitsuki's statement was no less significant than the attack on the village by Pain. Many clan leaders could not contain their emotions, staring incredulously at Kitsuki. Their attention shifted to the darkly scowling Mito Gate and Tsuji Sakura, and many sensed an impending storm. What was the Hokage planning? Mito Gate fixed his gaze on Kitsuki, an invisible pressure emanating from him. I feel quite remorseful, as the Hokage, for burdening the elderly elders with such responsibilities. Kitsuki replied with a smile. Compared to Mito Gate's unrestrained remarks, Kitsuki's words were far more tactful. I'm also concerned for your well-being. Kitsuki turned to Tsuji Sakura. Surely, Elder can understand my earnest intentions. Tsuji Sakura thought. This young man appears to be a formidable opponent. You are too young. There are matters that require our guidance. Mito Gate attempted to steady his emotions, reminding himself not to underestimate the situation. Kitsuki, with a sincere expression, stated, the elders have served beside the third Hokage for many years, and as he enters retirement, how could I possibly disrupt your leisurely lives? Before Mito Gate could object, Kitsuki continued, moreover, the two of you must provide opportunities for the younger generation in the village. As soon as Kitsuki uttered these words, Watergate Hashin and Tsuji Sakura immediately observed the excited expressions of the clan leaders. The fifth Hokage's implication suggested the removal of the two elders in favor of younger individuals. Consequently, the young members of their clans would also have opportunities. I believe Lord Hokage is correct. Status is secondary. The main point is that the two elders have dedicated themselves to Konohagakure for so long, which is commendable. How could they still bear the burden in their twilight years? Narashikaku's nephew, Narashikamaru, was the first to speak up, his youthful face filled with admiration for the elders. Tsuji Sakura on Mitugata and exchanged glances, with Mitugata and frowning, thinking that they could not allow this discussion to continue. As he opened his mouth, he was immediately drowned out by a chorus of agreement. Indeed, this decision is absolutely correct. The elders are advanced in age. It is truly heart-wrenching. Isn't that so? Burdening the elders would leave us feeling guilty. Mito Gate's face darkened further. Wait. Mito Gate turned to Kitsuki, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Konohagakure receives material assistance from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. These matters are overseen by Tsuji Sakura and me. The negotiations with the daimyo are also conducted by me. If not for us, I fear no one in Konohagakure could undertake such a significant responsibility. His voice carried a subtle pride, as if to say, you are too young to contend with me. The expressions of the clan leaders shifted, realizing that they might miss such a golden opportunity, and they could hardly contain their frustration towards the two obstinate elders. Seeing the change in the clan leader's demeanor, Tsuji Sakura couldn't help but smile. Having managed affairs behind the scenes for many years with Mito Gate a mere girl under 20 dared to challenge them. To be honest, the desire to remove the two elders did not originate from me, Kitsuki said with a helpless smile, retrieving a scroll. Mito Gate and Tsuji Sakura suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, in the next moment, Kitsuki held one end of the scroll while the other gradually unfurled, revealing its contents to the clan leaders. Elders, this is a request from the daimyo, and I am in no position to refuse. Kitsuki looked at them, offering a wry smile. I initially wished to keep such impolite matters from the public eye, but I find myself without alternatives. The clan leader's eyes lit up, instinctively filling in the unspoken words of Kitsuki. However, it is because you two have shown such a lack of understanding. This is impossible. Mito gaped and began to recall every detail of his negotiations with the daimyo. He had always acted with utmost courtesy, and his calculations had never gone awry. How could the daimyo simply decide to remove him? Tsuji Sakura's expression darkened even further. She had expected Mito Gate in to have some solution, but was disappointed to find he was equally inept. Wait, Danzo! Tsuji Sakura suddenly remembered something, her aged face lighting up. She instinctively turned towards Danzo's seat. Where is Danzo? On such a significant day. He has not shown up? Tsuji Sakura's eyes widened. The news of Danzo's absence from the meeting was, to her, far more alarming than the prospect of losing their positions. Elders, can you now understand my predicament? Kitsuki sighed. I have exerted considerable effort, yet could not persuade the daimyo to change his mind. Mitogata engler fiercely of Kitsuki. His grip on the scroll, a mixture of shame and anger. Though the daimyo was the one to revoke his position, Kitsuki's demeanor also incited his ire. Kitsuki's gaze shifted between the two, and he offered a resolute smile. Elders, how about this? I shall change your positions to honorary elders. You will not only guide the newly appointed ninjas, but also hold a status of higher esteem. Kitsuki's magnanimous demeanor momentarily stunned Mitogaten. He could hardly believe his ears. What did you say? Tsuji Sakura was equally bewildered, gazing at Kitsuki in disbelief. Surely, there cannot be someone so naively kind-hearted in this world. The two elders have dedicated so many years to Konohagakure. How could I possibly betray them? Even in the face of the repercussions of angering the daimyo, one must seek a sanctuary for the two esteemed elders. Hishu gazed at them, his voice imbued with profound emotion. Mito Minyan looked deeply at Hishu, and after a lengthy pause, he shook his head and remarked, Rijan's vision is commendable. Placing Konoha in your hands grants us old fellows a sense of security. Mito Minyan and Zhuan Qianxiao Chun accepted the title of honorary elder without reservation. Those present were all astute individuals. To put plainly, the role of honorary elder lacked real power, rendering it essentially a figurehead position. Having served in Konoha for many years, Mito Minyan and Zhuan Qianxiao Chun had established themselves in the upper echelons, commanding respect and status among many ninjas. Hishu's actions not only mitigated the risks of elder interference, but also garnered the approval of Mito Minyan and Zhuan Qianxiao Chun. The daimyo is indeed a valuable ally. Hishu retracted the scroll. Controlling the daimyo equated to wielding influence over the land of fire. Hence, his endeavors in Konoha would receive unwavering support from the daimyo. No one could stand as an obstacle before him. Regarding the forthcoming personnel changes within the village, Hishu remained in the conference room throughout the day until dusk descended. He sheepishly smiled at the clan leaders, expressing his apologies for taking up so much of their time. After a full day's meeting, the clan leaders, who should have been fatigued, appeared invigorated. The true labor fell upon the Hokage. I foresee our village growing stronger under the Hokage's leadership. The Hokage is indeed far-sighted. Elevation in status is often accompanied by an incessant barrage of flattery. Hishu's reforms today took into account various interests while rendering the resource allocation mechanism within the village more equitable. In the future, as a series of developments unfold, this village will usher in the dawn of a new world amidst peace and prosperity. Madara's vision of a beautiful world cannot be realized through illusions, only through diligent, incremental efforts can success be achieved. Nara Shoji attempted to slip away unnoticed among the crowd when Hishu reached out to grasp him. Hokage-sama, Nara Shoji said, his eyes darting away with a nervous smile. It seems I must trouble you for another night. Hishu gestured toward the mountain of documents on the desk. What? Nara Shoji's legs suddenly felt weak. This is utterly terrifying. Shoji, do you not wish to alleviate the burdens of your Hokage? Hishu gazed at him earnestly. Reluctantly, Nara Shoji trudged over to the papers, transporting them to the desk designated for administrative assistants, and sat down with resignation. Hokage-sama, where are you going? Observing Hishu's departing figure, Nara Shoji narrowed his eyes dangerously. You shall not escape. I'm going to fetch you some late-night snacks. Hishu replied with a gentle smile, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. Nara Shoji, realizing too late, thought, why not utilize the Umbu? The Hokage is personally going to buy snacks? I've been deceived. This night is still long. Nara Shoji stared expressionlessly at the pile of documents. Today is yet another day of despair. Hishu returned home. Little Naruto had long been lulled to sleep by Hanzo. To facilitate caring for Naruto, Hanzo had been sleeping beside him. Upon entering to check on Naruto, Hishu found Hanzo instantly alert, his eyes wide open. Seeing that it was Hishu, he relaxed. Congratulations, Hanzo said. Congratulations on becoming Hokage. Hishu smiled lightly. Thank you, I won't disturb your rest. Hishu quietly closed the door. Reflecting on Hanzo's demeanor, Hishu was alarmed to realize he could no longer recall Hanzo's former appearance. The passage of time is indeed formidable. Hishu proceeded to take a bath, and as he emerged in his robe, he found someone seated on the tatami mat in his room. Hishu glanced down and was relieved to note that he had donned the full-length robe rather than merely wrapping it around his waist. How does it feel to be Hokage? Obito toyed with an exquisite teapot in his hands, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Do you prefer the truth or a fabrication? Hishu raised an eyebrow and inquired. Obito hadn't anticipated Hishu's curiosity. I wish to hear both. Hishu nodded in understanding, sitting at the edge of the bed, resolutely refusing to sit beside Obito. The fabrication is that becoming Hokage feels quite satisfactory. The truth is that we are one step closer to our goal. Obito listened intently to Hishu's response. His singular eye fixated on him. That is for the best. After all, you will inevitably betray Konoha. No, Obito shook his head, denying his earlier slip of the tongue. What do you mean by betraying Konoha? You were never truly a part of Konoha. You are but a spy. There was no need to vocalize it. The notion of being a spy sounded rather harsh. As for when to depart from Konoha, Obito stated, once the Nine Tails is captured, you may leave Konoha and return to our organization. You need not worry about what comes after your betrayal. I will take care of it all. Obito's thoughts immediately turned to that child in the Akatsuki organization who was akin to Hishu. There was no need to plan so meticulously. He still wished to enjoy a few more peaceful years. A twitch at the corner of Hishu's mouth betrayed his thoughts. Very well. Obito's figure gradually faded from the room. Host, do you truly heed Uchiha Obito? The system's voice echoed in Hishu's mind. Hishu chuckled lightly, devoid of any mocking intent. System, are you as foolish as he is? Hishu queried. The system questioned whether the host was indeed ridiculing it. Between Uchiha Obito and myself, I have always guided him in his actions. When have you seen me carry out tasks according to his directives? Hishu nestled into his bed and closed his eyes. How delightful it is to sleep. The system, belatedly aware, conceded that this was indeed the case. Not only Uchiha Obito, but Shimura Danzo seemed to fall into the same category. Unbeknownst to them, they had been led by the host's nose. The system felt no need to worry for the host. The following day, Nara Shoji emerged from the Hokage's office with dark circles under his eyes, as if his very essence had been drained. Just as Hishu arrived at work, he placed a reassuring hand on Shoji's shoulder. Shoji, go home and rest well, Hishu said, radiating encouragement. Nara Shoji's lips twitched. As soon as Hishu entered the office and sat down, the door was forcefully swung open. A seemingly deranged figure burst in. Hishu beheld the disheveled Danzo before him, feeling a profound sense of guilt for the first time in his life. He had only instructed Kabuto to keep an eye on the inebriated Danzo, not to torment him. Look at Danzo's haggard face. It is truly pitiful. Elder Danzo, you are merely an honorary elder. There is no need to be so overly delighted. Hishu sighed in exasperation, as if regarding a mischievous child. Danzo coughed. A bitter taste lodged in his throat, his face a mixture of red and green. Elder Danzo, once one reaches a certain age, one must begin to prioritize their health. Hishu retrieved a transparent health cup from the remnants left behind by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the office. He placed it on the desk. Elder Danzo, Goji berries paired with red dates, youth and vitality. Danzo felt increasingly unwell. What was even more dreadful was that he could not discern whether Hishu was genuinely concerned for him or merely delivering sarcastic remarks. What about the alcohol? Danzo finally managed to ask. Alcohol? Hishu replied, a hint of confusion on his brow. As soon as Danzo's brow furrowed, Hishu suddenly realized, Elder Danzo, you must have been celebrating with alcohol for me yesterday. That wine is of the finest medicinal quality and is quite beneficial for the health of the elderly. If you enjoy it, I shall arrange for someone to procure more for you next time. Heishu's face radiated with joy. When Tuanzo intended to question whether there was an issue with the wine, the words suddenly lodged in his throat. Observing Heishu's demeanor, he found no trace of cunning within him. The notification chimed, indicating that Tuanzo's favorability had reached 90. Tuanzo sat across from Heishu and abruptly inquired, what is the matter with that honorary elder? Upon awakening one morning, Tuanzo had inexplicably transformed from a powerful advisor to a mere ornamental honorary elder, nearly driving him to the brink of fury. Elder Tuanzo, I am still young. Naturally, I will require your assistance in certain matters. Heishu's eyes displayed an unmistakable dependence. Instantly, Tuanzo's anger dissipated, and the excitement from the previous night's drinking surged anew within his heart. Elder Tuanzo, although you are merely an honorary elder, I intend to bestow upon you greater authority. Heishu indeed observed a spark ignite in Tuanzo's eyes for a fleeting moment. The notification chimed again, indicating that Tuanzo's favorability had climbed to 95. Just one step away, Heishu understood what Tuanzo desired. Elder Tuanzo, do you not wish to wield power in the eyes of the people rather than hiding beneath the ground? Tuanzo's breath quickened, his hands beginning to tremble subtly. The culmination of a lifetime of dreams and obsessions was within reach. Even the typically composed Tuanzo could not contain his emotional eruption. The notification chimed once more, signaling that Tuanzo's favorability had reached 100. Heishu sai inwali. How could Tuanzo still be so easily pleased? He had not even begun to elaborate on his plans, merely allowing Tuanzo to catch a whiff of the possibilities. Yet Tuanzo was already this exhilarated. Chapter 81. Tuanzo's commitment to economic prosperity. Elder Tuanzo, what do you believe is the most crucial element for a village? Heishu asked solemnly. From the moment he began to entice Tuanzo, the initiative in their dialogue had firmly rested in his hands. All he needed to do was to provide a slight nudge, and Tuanzo would capitulate. Ninjas, Tuanzo declared. Was Heishu intending to grant him full authority over the mobilization of all ninjas? Tuanzo's eyes burned with intensity. Heishu felt exasperated with Tuanzo's response. Yet he solemnly shook his head. It is not ninjas, he said in a lowered voice, exuding an air of intimidation. Tuanzo paused, perplexed. What could be more important than ninjas for a ninja village? Obsessed with power, Tuanzo was unable to conceive of an alternative answer. His resources. Heishu et gleam. His expression a mixture of excitement and tension, which inadvertently influenced Tuanzo's emotions at that moment. Resources? Tuanzo pondered deeply. Indeed, resources seemed to be the crux of every development within a village. Heishu clenched his fists. To control resources was akin to seizing the lifeblood of the village. He expressed with a hint of helplessness, even now that I have become Hokage, I still worry about resource issues. He looked at Tuanzo, his expression revealing profound trust. Compared to others, I certainly trust Elder Tuanzo more. Tuanzo nodded gravely. Rest assured, I will not betray your trust. I certainly believe in Elder Tuanzo. Heishu responded with a heartfelt smile. The resources of the village stem from 3 sources. The first derives from the provisions of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The second comes from the percentage of resources generated by ninja missions within the village. The third relies on the economic and commercial exchanges of the village. Heishu shook his head anxiously. However, these are all sourced externally, not from resources produced within our village. Tuanzo, accustomed to this method of resource acquisition, struggled to follow Heishu's line of thought, yet feigned comprehension with a serious expression. If the daimyo of the Land of Fire were to sever supplies, or if issues arose among the ninjas in the village, or if economic exchanges diminished, what would become of our village? I can scarcely imagine. Heishu rubbed his temples, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue and concern. Tuanzo grasped Heishu's words and suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation. He had never contemplated this direction before. The realization sent a chill down his spine. Elder Tuanzo, I wish to entrust you with the authority over our village's self-sustaining resources, Heishu declared earnestly. Tuanzo's expression turned solemn in response. As he began to calculate in his mind, seizing control over the village's self-sustaining resources would be tantamount to seizing its lifeblood. Very well, Tuanzo nodded emphatically. Heishu's smile was sincere. I appreciate your efforts, Elder Tuanzo. What efforts? Tuanzo scoffed. In hindsight, he would have preferred to chastise his past self for agreeing to such terms. After Tuanzo departed, Heishu summoned the clan leaders of the Nara, Akimichi, Hyuga, Uchiha, and other ninja clans. Hokage-sama. They greeted with bows, their hearts fluttering with excitement. Could it be that Hokage-sama was reforming certain systems? I have called you all here to discuss some matters, Heishu said as he pushed a planned document toward them. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward to take the document, his face betraying his astonishment. What is this? Let me see. The plans circulated among the leaders. Heishu reveled in observing their expressions shift. Half an hour later, the leaders displayed a range of reactions. What do you think? Heishu Inguit? This document outlined Heishu's proposal for the economic development of Konoha, wherein Konoha would hold the majority stake, while each ninja clan would contribute funds to acquire shares and foster the village's enterprises. With numerous ninja clans, each possessing unique advantages, and all financially capable, neglecting to leverage these resources for economic development would be a grave misstep. He had also promised Tuanzo a taste of power, thereby not squandering the maximum favorability he had earned. Within the entirety of Konoha, Heishu was the sole individual capable of bringing a smile to Tuanzo's face, transforming his demeanor into one of warmth and kindness. Occasionally, the trio of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mizutaki and Uzumaki Koharu, who would sit by the river fishing, would gaze at Tuanzo's radiant expression and even question if the sun had risen from the west. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the warm glow of twilight streamed through the windows. The clan leaders, having been captivated, finally regained their senses. It had grown late. Well, that concludes our discussion for now. The remaining documents will be distributed to each of you in due course. Understood. As they exited, the faces of the clan leaders were still adorned with ecstatic smiles. They walked into the sunset, their expressions glowing with happiness. Wealth. Who does not desire wealth? Overnight, several enterprises quietly established themselves within Konoha. These included the restaurant and hospitality sectors overseen by the Akimichi clan, the transportation and postal services managed by the Yamanaka clan. And Heishu had even taken the time to explain the postal service to them. The Nara clan, in addition to their medicinal industry, expanded into wholesale and retail. Heishu firmly believed that no one could surpass the resourceful Nara clan in sales. The agricultural and forestry sectors, benefiting from the natural advantages of a land of fire, were poised for rapid development. Heishu entrusted these opportunities to the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi's astonishment was palpable. He could not fathom the implications of Heishu's actions. Thus, with careful consideration of each ninja clan's strengths, Konoha had taken its first step toward comprehensive development. When the time came to bring back the scientist Orochimaru, perhaps he could contribute to enhancing production efficiency. The following day, disturbed by the actions of Heishu, Hinata Hizashi sought him out. Hokage-sama. Hizashi stood before Heishu, feeling somewhat awkward. The swift exchange of identities surely left room for embarrassment. Is there something you wish to discuss, Hizashi clan leader? Heishu feigned ignorance. Having handed over the opportunity to develop agricultural and forestry enterprises to the Hinata clan just yesterday, he anticipated Hizashi's visit. Since Heishu had ascended to the position of the fifth Hokage, the Hinata clan had been somewhat on edge. Compared to the past, when they stood proudly alongside the Uchiha clan as two of Konoha's foremost ninja families, the Hinata clan had become considerably more subdued. Clearing his throat, Hizashi stated, I have come to express my gratitude to Hokage-sama for overlooking past grievances. After speaking, he respectfully bowed. Hashu regarded him and replied slowly, "You jest, Hizashi clan leader. The Hinata clan is part of the village. As Hokage, how could I possibly target you?" Hizashi pressed his lips together and remarked, "Indeed, Hokage-sama does not hold grudges against the lesser folk." Hashu mused that this version of Hizashi felt rather unfamiliar. However, Hizashi must also understand, Hashu continued. "Now that I have been elected Hokage, I cannot betray everyone's expectations. I must strive to make our village flourish even more." Hizashi nodded earnestly. "Hence, certain feudal remnants and outdated customs within the village must be abolished. Wouldn't you agree?" Hashu's tone shifted. Hizashi's smile faltered. He looked up at Hashu, his palms growing clammy. Abolishing outdated customs? Aside from the caged birds of the Hinata clan and the division between the main and branch families, no other such customs existed. The implications of the Hokage's words were clear. Yet, how could the centuries-old system of the Hinata clan be changed so easily? "Hokage-sama this." Hizashi's expression revealed his dilemma. He was not opposed to reforming the decaying system within his clan, but the caged birds and division were deeply entrenched, akin to roots buried in darkness. To eradicate them would be tantamount to collapsing the entire Hinata clan. The conservative factions within the clan would undoubtedly resist vehemently, potentially leading to the most dreadful outcomes, betrayal. For a feudal family like the Hinata, betraying for the sake of clan rules was not beyond the realm of possibility. "You need not feel troubled," Hizashi clan leader Hashu said, rising and stepping closer. "As Hokage, I am in support of your reforms, am I not?" Hizashi's eyes widened in disbelief, shock reflected in his white orbs. What was once a reform initiated by the Hokage now seemed to morph into his own. Hashu smiled at Hizashi, calmly awaiting his response. Reforming the clan's rules would directly interfere with the Hinata clan's internal affairs, and at such a crucial level. If Hashu were to overtly enact reforms, it could incite panic among other ninja clans. However, by leveraging Hizashi's name for the reform, he would merely be a supporter behind Hizashi. This would also bolster the trust of other clan leaders in Hashu. Hizashi had much to ponder. Which would lead to prosperity, a progressive ninja clan, or a decaying one clinging to outdated traditions? Hashu patted Hizashi's shoulder, a meaningful gesture. The ongoing reforms in Konoha signified the emergence of a more liberated and democratic ninja clan. Clans like the Hinata would inevitably reveal more issues as they developed, ultimately trailing behind other clans, a fixed outcome. Hizashi fell silent. "Very well," he eventually spoke, a resolute glimmer lighting his eyes. Since he had made up his mind to undertake this task, he would commit to it fully. "I will pursue these reforms, and, as Hokage, I am wholly supportive of you," Hashu replied with a smile. Hizashi's lips twitched, although he felt excitement regarding the reform of the clan system. Being used as a mere tool was disconcerting. As Hizashi exited, he spotted Hinata Nichiro standing at the office door. Recalling their conversation within, he called out to his increasingly estranged brother, "Nichiro, let us go for a drink." Nichiro frowned, about to decline. "It concerns the caged birds and the division." Hizashi's next words halted Nichiro's refusal. "Let us go," Nichiro replied tersely. Walking side by side, the brothers exchanged no words. Hizashi gazed at his brother's profile, reminiscent of their close bond in childhood. The Hokage was indeed correct. This system needed change. 10 days later, the various ninja clans commenced their activities with remarkable efficiency, dispatching individuals to various nations. At the entrance of Konoha, members of the Hinata clan prepared for departure. "Elders, why have we not set off yet?" a clan member inquired amid the crowd. The few elders at the front wore grim expressions, offering no answer. Before long, another aged figure approached them, Elder Danzo. "Elders of the Hinata clan," he acknowledged. Danzo's scrutinizing gaze passed over them as he raised his hand. "Let us depart." Afterward, he cast a brief glance at the Hinata elders and walked to the forefront. The expressions of the elders darkened further. They held esteemed positions within the clan, yet found themselves in such a predicament. How infuriating! At their age, they were still being dispatched to complete tasks. Agricultural and forestry development was to be conducted nearby, Agriculture encompassed growing crops and raising livestock, while forestry involved utilizing local resources. Hashu pondered briefly and waved his hand, assigning several elderly figures from the Hinata clan to the task. Concerned that no one could manage them, he decided to enlist Danzo's assistance. Since he could control the core resources closest to Konoha, it was a win-win for Danzo. Danzo embraced his new role with delight. The transfer of stubborn old members from the Hinata clan would also benefit Hizashi's reforms, significantly reducing resistance. Although it was not particularly friendly toward the elderly, it was a necessary step. "This is the site," Danzo declared, holding a map commissioned by Hashu. He surveyed the barren land before him and commanded the ninjas behind him. "Set up the basic accommodations." Understood. The remaining ninjas of the Hinata clan, intrigued by the novelty of the task, brimmed with enthusiasm. They swiftly dispersed at Danzo's command. Danzo glanced back at the elderly figures who stood still, furrowing his brow. "Why are you not moving?" The Hinata elders gaped in disbelief. What was this? Were they expected to work with their own hands? "Are you not ninjas of Konoha?" Danzo lowered his gaze, an air of menace surrounding him. The elders exchanged glances, stifling their indignation as they joined the effort of logging. Witnessing the elders' labor alongside them invigorated the Hinata ninjas even more. Danzo had already spread out the map, commencing his grand plans. Resources, after all, were best in abundance. As he surveyed the desolate land and sprawling forests, visions of bountiful harvests and prosperity filled his mind. Soon, the entire supply of Konoha would rely on him. Suddenly, Danzo's smile faded. The immediate priority was to develop this area. This section is designated for wheat cultivation. This spot, near the river, will serve for rice planting. This area on the hillside is less accessible, so it shall be for pig rearing. The slope at the foot of the mountain will be used for sheep herding, Danzo murmured, crouching beneath a tree, pen in hand, sketching on a scroll. Tuan Zhang's complex expression was evident as he stood behind you NV Longma, acting as her protector. How had Lord Tuan Zhang transformed into this? Chapter 82. Shuriken from 800 li away. Hishushu decisively established the developmental tone for the village. As for various details and other matters within the village, they would need to be gradually altered during the developmental process. At present, Hishushu had one more task to accomplish. His figure vanished instantly from the Hokage's office. In the next moment, he found himself in the Land of Water. Within a villa in a small town of the Land of Water, ice gradually spread, forming a small prism before a young boy. He strived to release the chakra from his hands, sweat trickling down his forehead. In the next moment, the ice crystal shattered, and Bai stood there, panting. It was at this moment that Hishushu appeared behind Bai. "Bai," Hishushu called. Bai turned around in surprise and hurriedly ran to Hishushu. "Lord Hishushu." Between the two titles of sister and lord, he chose the latter without hesitation, as the former was a headache. "So, how's your practice going?" Hishushu inquired. He could see that for a child as young as Bai, reaching this level was already quite an achievement. "I'm still not strong enough," Bai admitted, lowering his head in shame. He wished to become stronger swiftly, so he could assist Lord Hishushu. Hishushu patted his head and smiled. "It's all right, don't push yourself too hard. You are already quite impressive. Moreover, there is a way for you to help me right now." Bai looked at Hishushu with excitement. "Really? I can help you?" He was eager to prove his worth rather than merely staying in one place to enhance his strength. Hishushu nodded and said, "You were once a member of Kirigakure. I need you to return to Kirigakure." Bai blinked and replied, "Okay." He did not hesitate at all. It should be noted that Kirigakure, now under the control of Abido, was akin to a hell on earth, with countless slaughtered bloodline ninjas. No one wanted to return to Kirigakure at this time. Hishushu continued, "Once you return to Kirigakure, try to get close to a woman named Terumi Mei, become her subordinate, and gain her trust. This will be a sort of spy mission. Are you willing?" Bai nodded firmly. "I am willing." A smile appeared in Hishushu's eyes. Terumi Mei was destined to defeat Yagura and become the fourth Mizukichi. Bai, who entered her sight early, would gradually earn her trust. Given Bai's talent, becoming the next generation recognized by Terumi Mei would not be difficult. "Bai, once you enter Kirigakure, you should aim to become the Mizukichi. Only then can you help me to the greatest extent possible," Hishushu said earnestly. Bai's breath hitched slightly as an unprecedented sense of responsibility and trust gradually awakened within him. He understood that from this moment on, he must strive for this goal. Yes. Bai nodded. He Shushu contemplated that to become the Mizukage, one must possess formidable strength. Relying solely on Bai's bloodline ice ability was insufficient. System. Can skills be taught to characters in the Hokage world? He Shushu asked. Among the myriad worlds of comics, countless ice-related skills existed. He certainly could not casually grant Bai a skill. It had to match Bai's attributes. Of course, the system assured, provided that the host can teach it. After all, Hishushu's skills were provided by the system. He could not invent hand seals on his own. Hishushu pondered, stroking his chin. He could use his own techniques. But teaching them was another matter. Ding! The system has detected that the host is facing a dilemma and is providing a choice. Please choose whether to exchange goodwill points for the skill of being a good teacher. Hishushu's expression was complex. Good teacher? The system explained. If the host exchanges for this skill, you'll be able to impart all skills you possess, barring some special ones. Hishushu thought immediately and then glanced at Bai. Forget it. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the cub. Let's exchange Bai's 60 goodwill points for this skill. Hishushu declared. He had a substantial amount of goodwill points saved, but using them still pained him. Many goodwill points were reserved for subsequent plot developments in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Ding! The skill of being a good teacher has been delivered. Please check, host. After Hishushu confirmed receipt, aside from a few bug skills, various ordinary skills regarding hand seals and instructional guidance filled his mind. This skill turned out to be quite useful. Spending Bai's 60 goodwill points was indeed worthwhile. His frozen fruit skill also needed enhancement. System, can you upgrade my ice-related skills? Hishushu smiled sincerely. The system paused for a moment. Your frozen fruit skill is already at maximum level and can be used freely. Hishushu chuckled, I know, but I'm not referring to the frozen fruit. I mean my ice-related skills. The system was genuinely perplexed by the host's intentions. How would you like to upgrade? The system directly inquired. Ahem. Hishushu felt a rare sense of embarrassment regarding his next words. What I mean is, I want to use Bai's full goodwill points to exchange for all ice-related skills from the anime. Hishushu quietly explained his intent. Ahem, ahem. The system was simultaneously choked. At this moment, the blue electronic screen instantly switched to an urgent red mode. Hishushu blinked and reassured, Calm down, system. How can I calm down? The system nearly lost its composure. It's fine. I was just saying, if you find it too difficult, I won't insist. Hishushu smiled, for in his eyes, the system was the most important thing, more than anything else. The system felt a twinge of guilt. And you are just an ordinary system. I know that such a request is too much for you, and you are still bound by your superiors. Hishushu's words struck a nerve with the system. The system despised its superiors more than anything else. Upon hearing Hishushu's statement, a sense of rebellion immediately arose. I've long been independent. Who is bound by their superiors? The system retorted, considering Hishushu's request, and resolved silently. Rest assured, I will take care of this. The system vowed confidently. Hishushu expressed concern. Will this be too much for you? Perhaps we should forget it. No need. The system replied, it's not too difficult. It merely requires sacrificing a little of my private goodwill points. As they spoke, the system's electronic tendrils danced into a blur. Ding. Please confirm whether to exchange 100 goodwill points from the target character, Mizunozuki Bai, for the complete series of ice-related skills. Yes, no, Hishushu felt the electronic screen in his mind heating up, but fortunately, it did not affect him. Without hesitation, he pressed yes. The next labor fell upon the system. Ding. During the skill extraction process, please do not disconnect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 100, 101, 102, 103. 1-0 for the effort of the system was evident from the seconds counted. Ding. During the skill fusion process, please do not disconnect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 skill fusion successful. The system's final electronic announcement sounded particularly weary. Hishushu felt immense sympathy for the system. Ding. The skills extracted and integrated this time encompassed the following worlds. Yaoqing Dewei Ba, Zhanqi Hong Jitong, Toxing Jiu Yue Tian, Shengdo Shi, Xishun, Tongling Wang, Dopet Song Qiong. Heishu listened to this series of comics, feeling an overwhelming affection for the system within his heart. The system's voice gradually faded into a tired whisper. "Host, I may need to enter a dormant state to recover for a while." Before the system could finish its sentence, it disconnected. It seemed that one could not exploit the system any further. It had already become so feeble. Guilt flooded Heishu's heart. "Tongzi, when will you return? I would rather forego these skills." Heishu's mood was heavy. "Zzz will be back soon. Host, do not worry." Came the electronic voice, mingled with the sound of electricity. Heishu thought to himself how fortunate it was that the system was exceptionally clever. Otherwise, he would not have imagined that it could still receive his voice after disconnecting. The system had previously stated that even if it departed, it would not affect Heishu's ability to utilize his skills. From the moment Heishu acquired the skills, they had become an integral part of him. Unless Heishu perished, these skills would never become obsolete. Although the system had disconnected, the blue electronic screen remained unaffected. Heishu immediately checked his frozen fruit skill. Indeed, the words frozen fruit had been altered to ice element skill. Within the parentheses following the ice element skill were countless extracted skills. Cough, the system truly was reliable. Heishu felt immense satisfaction. However, he decided not to pursue this course of action in the future. He did not wish to drive the system to madness. Given the system's prideful nature and its sensitivity to praise, he feared it might lead him into a dead end. Today was yet another day filled with concern for the system's psychological and mental state. The good teacher skill promptly followed Heishu's progress, analyzing the teachings of the ice element skill. However, Heishu did not intend to impart the more advanced ice element skills to Bai just yet. He believed that Bai should develop his own bloodline limit to avoid being hindered in his self-development by the skills imparted by Heishu too early. "Bai, I trust you will not disappoint me," Heishu said firmly, his gaze filled with unwavering trust in Bai. Bai felt increasingly moved, deeply sensing Heishu's need for him. He became ever more aware of his own worth, striving to help realize Heishu's grand aspirations. Sending Bai to Wuyin was an exceedingly simple task. Bai had once belonged to Wuyin village, and his identification remained. Coupled with Heishu's word spirit technique, it required little effort for Bai to enter Wuyin village. How to approach Cao Meiming and gain her trust would depend solely on Bai himself. Heishu was filled with confidence in Bai. After all, he was a minor boss from the world of Hokage. His intelligence was evident from the episode where he deceived Kakashi. After resolving matters concerning Bai, Heishu returned to Konoha village. As usual, he enslaved Nali Xiangji while simultaneously operating the Solar Corona clone remotely from Yunin village. The moment Heishu opened his eyes, a gust of wind struck his face. "Big brother, let's talk nicely. No need for a slap to the face." Heishu's lips twitched. He swiftly dodged to the left, catching sight of Tiandao in the distance and landing beside him. He needed to observe the current situation closely. The unexpected kick that had come his way sparked unusual anger in his heart. Just as he opened his eyes, he found himself facing the soul of a ninja sandal approaching his face, making it difficult for Heishu to maintain his composure. The individual he had evaded was dressed oddly. Wasn't this Kaodu? Why had Tiandao summoned him again? Not even the donkeys of a production team would dare to be treated this way. Combat was the fastest way to enhance one's strength. Tiandao seemed to sense Heishu's emotions through his gaze and spoke calmly. Since witnessing Heishu's combat prowess, Xiaonan began to support Tiandao's decisions. For both Xiaonan and Changmin, they were confident in their own abilities. Although Hua Long displayed considerable fighting strength, he was still young and lacked experience. Thus, he needed to undergo some training. With the two of them present, Hua Long would not be harmed. Heishu did not suspect Changmin of targeting him because Changmin still held 100% favorability towards him. "Get lost. Don't waste my time making money," Kaotu said coldly, his tone brimming with impatience. Having just completed a mission, he was eager to collect his reward when he encountered these three unfortunate souls. Kaotu's patience was not limitless. "I advise you to leave quickly. I am not an ordinary ninja," Kaotu said darkly, exuding an air of intimidation. Heishu thought to himself that he truly felt embarrassed to expose Kaodu. A shuriken from 800 miles away should not be showcased. Initially intending to persuade Cao Du with the charm of money and verbal skills, Heishu suddenly felt a desire to throw punches. Indeed, in this world, aside from himself, those who bragged deserve to be taught a lesson. Oh, I didn't expect you to have fought against the god of ninjas. May I inquire about the details of your encounter? Curiosity flickered across Heishu's face. Cao Du furrowed his brow. What nonsense was this brat spouting? Such matters could not be casually divulged. Moreover, who did this brat think he was? Tiandao frowned slightly. Although Hualong had matured, his mentality remained immature, easily captivated by such gossip. Tiandao thought to himself that Hualong indeed required more opportunities for training. I have no time to waste with a brat like you, Cao Du said coldly, casting a glance at Heishu before preparing to leave. Time equated to money. For every second these three individuals delayed him, he lost the opportunity to accept another mission and earn more commission. You, who have fought against the god of ninjas, cannot leave here unless you join our organization. Heishu's figure blocked Cao Du's path. Cao Du never imagined that he would be obstructed by someone who could be his great-grandson. Chapter 83. Cao Du, this worthless thing. What if I insist on leaving? Cao Du asked, unfazed by Heishu's provocation. He calmly regarded Heishu, his composure revealing the strength of someone who had lived for 70 or 80 years. How was Heishu to respond? Following his own thoughts, he would simply leave if he wished. However, Tiandao's intentions were quite clear from a distance. Cao Du's gaze shifted to Tiandao, as he seemed to grasp who truly held authority in this place. Ding. Favorability of character Cao Du, 10. Heishu felt puzzled. Could this be Cao Du's pity for him? I do not wish to engage with a brat. You take action instead. Cao Du glanced at Heishu and then looked towards Tiandao. He did not want to waste any more time. You will battle her. If you win, you may leave, Tiandao stated, as if implying he had no choice in the matter. Cao Du felt a twinge of dissatisfaction in his heart. Heishu's lips twitched. He truly believed Tiandao's words. Cao Du turned back to face Heishu, his meaning unmistakable. Xiaonan frowned and asked if he wins, will he really be allowed to leave? If Hualong loses, won't our trip be in vain? If Hualong loses, I will ensure he remains here, Tiandao replied coolly. Xiaonan blinked, glancing at Cao Du. So, Cao, would you have been deceived? When did Chaman learn to lie with such a straight face? Although it felt a bit unfair to battle you, there was no other choice. Cao Du sighed and shook his head, accompanied by his slightly muscular physique and towering stature. Along with his bizarre attire, this proclamation carries an air of pretentiousness. Heishu, let out a soft sigh upon witnessing this. Since I am facing such a formidable adversary, perhaps I should take things a bit more seriously. In this day and age, who isn't T uttered a few bold words. Jiao du es expression momentariste fend. The young man before him, upon learning that he had engaged in combat with the deity of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama, dared to speak such audacious words. This indicated, to some extent, that the young man possessed considerable skill. Having lived for many years, Jiao Du was well aware of the importance of not underestimating one's opponent. Nagato. Conan remained uneasy. The demeanor of the opponent was clearly not comparable to the previous ninjas. Tendo cast a fleeting glance at Conan, reassuring her. Conan bit her lip, redirecting her focus entirely on Hualong, prepared to strike at any moment. Tendo observed the two combatants who had already engaged in battle, his gaze unwavering. He understood better than Conan the potential that Hualong harbored. Hualong's potential is immensely powerful. Should he grow into an even stronger being, many concerns would dissipate. Nagato, more than anyone, was acutely aware of his own physical condition. Though seemingly strong, his time was limited. He needed to cultivate the next leader for the Akatsuki within this constrained time frame, to fulfill their shared dreams alongside Yahiko. No one was more suitable than Hualong, who was exceptionally talented and had grown alongside them. In every battle, Nagato accelerated Hualong's growth at an extraordinary pace. Boom! A fist composed of black lines struck past Heishu's ear, the resulting gust of wind tousling his hair. Heishu's agile body twisted gracefully to evade Jiao Du's assault. Simultaneously, an intense heat radiated through the air like rippling water. Dazzling golden light enveloped Heishu, and unlike before, the edges of the golden glow were tinged with fiery red patterns. An overwhelming pressure emanated from Hishu's form. This was the eclipse mode, surpassing both the lunar and solar modes. Indeed, it was extraordinary. Sensing the aura surrounding Hishu, Jiao Du revealed a smile of anticipation. Black shadows surged from Jiao Du's body, emitting eerie sounds. At this moment, Jiao Du appeared distinctly sinister. Doton Yari. The shadow behind Jiao Du unleashed a ninjutsu attack. Jiao Du transformed into a shadow and charged towards Hishu. Strengthened by the Doton ninjutsu, his body was not only incredibly hard but also immensely powerful. This punch could easily penetrate the body of the ninja before him. Jiao Du revised his opinion of the young man. He admired powerful ninjas. If he could obtain the heart of a strong ninja, it would be even better. In Hishu's eyes, the shadow rapidly enlarged, extending its fingers. Jiao Du furrowed his brow. Could he possibly think that a mere finger could stop his enhanced punch? Confusion and mockery mingled in his gaze. Golden light flickered. A gigantic golden barrier coalesced at Hishu's fingertips. Jiao Du's fist collided with the barrier the next moment. Boom! Jiao Du's figure abruptly altered. He stared incredulously at his fist, then shifted his gaze to the thin barrier, radiating golden light. There was not a single crack. This barrier remained completely unscathed. How could this be? It should be noted that a fist enhanced by Doton could easily shatter an entire earthen wall. Hishu remained stationary. The golden light at his fingertips suddenly bursting forth. The golden rays shot out, instantly piercing through Jiao Du's heart. His pupils dilated. His heart within his chest began to disintegrate into ashes. The Gauss-Mayam beam under the eclipse mode was not only astonishingly fast and penetrating, but also capable of incinerating a person into ashes in an instant. Jiao Du was spared due to the peculiar nature of his Doton, Gianto. The shadows behind him gradually faded. In the next moment, 4 black shadows emerged behind him, revealing a fierce expression. Futon, suppression. Raiton, false darkness. Katon, head hard work. Suiton, water curtain. Jiao Du had no intention of holding back. He unleashed 4 ninjutsu simultaneously. The released high-pressure wind sphere swept through everything in its path, a vortex-like storm accompanied by explosive echoes. The sharp lightning bolts shot forth from close to far, instantly penetrating the massive boulders near Hishu, showcasing their deadly power. Flames, akin to the sea, erupted from the monster's mouth, and upon landing, they quickly formed an unavoidable sea of fire. A powerful water cannon also surged toward Hishu. The 4 different elemental attacks completely surrounded him. You cannot defeat me. Jiao Du gazed at the encircled Hishu, a smirk gracing his lips. Just moments ago, his heart had been pierced merely due to his momentary distraction. Hualong, fixating his gaze intently on Hishu, who was at the center of the onslaught, Conan couldn't help but clench her fists. The immense white mist spread, gradually obscuring Hishu's figure. Do not worry. Observing everything keenly, Tendo spoke calmly. The instant Tendo's words fell, a towering golden beam erupted from Hishu. All the attacks were inexplicably absorbed by the golden beam. What? Jiao Du's expression shifted. Was this technique? All ninjutsu was instantaneously absorbed, and simultaneously, even more powerful ninjutsu was replicated, returning to Jiao Du in a manner several times more potent under his astonished gaze. Super reverse dogfish. This technique magnifies the enemy's attack and returns it, pushing the attack to its limits. At this moment, Jiao Du was not facing his previous attacks, but rather the infinitely amplified ninjutsu of Hishu. Flames, the roar of water, flashes of lightning, and the howling of wind intertwined. The entire forest reverberated with a cacophony capable of rupturing eardrums. This, Conan's eyes widened. She stared at Hua Long from a distance for a while, before slowly smiling. Indeed, she had underestimated him. Unbeknownst to her, Hua Long had long since surpassed her. The surrounding air distorted under the weight of this powerful offensive. Jiao Du was far from his previous composure. His frantically forming hand seals appeared grotesque and desperate. The ninjutsu released by Jiao Du collided with Hishu's attack. echoing with a muffled explosion throughout the forest. Leaves danced in the air, and a massive chasm appeared between them. Waves of energy radiated from Jiao Du, spreading outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, trees were uprooted, leaving no trace of vegetation. Along with the trees, Jiao Du's battered body was also sent flying. His form crashed heavily against a boulder, collapsing weakly. He gasped for breath, blood surging within his chest. While attacking, Hishu unconsciously harnessed the concept of infinity. This meant that his attacks were boundless. The four ninjutsu, Futon, Raiton, Katon, and Suiton, were all infinitely sustained. Not to mention their power. Merely the chakra was something Jiao Du could not withstand. This was why even ordinary ninjutsu could inflict such significant damage on him. Under Hishu's infinite power, the assault would never cease. Even chakra would eventually deplete, but Hishu's would not. In the face of an adversary, Hishu would always control the infinite. Otherwise, Jiao Du might have perished by now. Encased in golden light, Hishu appeared before Jiao Du. I will join. Jiao Du said weakly. Is it not just an organization? Joining is all that is required. I assent it. It is far better than losing one's life. Tiandao and Xiaonan's figures also fell beside Hishushu. You have done exceptionally well, Tiandao suddenly remarked, gazing at Hishushu. Hishushu looked at Tiandao in astonishment, never expecting to hear a semblance of human speech from him. Xiaonan placed the Akatsuki uniform beside Jiao Du, who was battered and bruised, looking exceedingly disheveled. Hishushu flicked a golden light from his fingertips, which entered Jiao Du's body. The golden glow gradually enveloped Jiao Du, and his wounds healed instantaneously. This was the ability to alter cellular tissue, which could be used not only for killing but also for saving lives. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiao Du's eyes as he deftly donned the uniform. Ding! Jiao Du's favorability increased to 30. Jiao Du suddenly felt that joining this organization might yield unexpected rewards. If even this seemingly young female ninja possesses such strength, the two individuals before him must be even more formidable. If that is the case, this organization is bound to have abundant resources. Wait, I must first claim my task reward. Before Hishushu and the others could stop him, Jiao Du had already completed a mission. Although he intended to join their organization, he could not forego his reward. Tiandao remained silent, for he, who regarded money as mere dirt, could not comprehend Jiao Du's persistence. Xiaonan furrowed her brow, but chose not to speak. It was unnecessary to waste time over a trivial sum. Sister Xiaonan, I will accompany him. This way, it would not delay Tiandao and Xiaonan, nor would they need to worry about Jiao Du fleeing. Tiandao nodded first, and Xiaonan had nothing further to say. She forced a smile, saying, "Come back early. I will prepare a delicious meal for you." Hishushu thought to himself that aside from plain porridge, Xiaonan could hardly cook anything else, preferring to finish his meal outside before returning. Hishushu and Jiao Du's figures vanished from Xiaonan's sight. "Hey, how old are you this year?" Jiao Du inquired as they made their way to the task office to collect the reward. 18, Hishushu instinctively replied. Jiao Du nodded, contemplating that at this age, with such talent, Hishushu was not inferior to the legendary shinobi, Senju Hashirama. "Wait, what were you asking?" Hishushu suddenly snapped back to reality. Jiao Du was momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced at Hishushu's flowing robe, revealing a white skirt, and asked curiously, "What do you think I was asking?" Could he really pose such a question to a female ninja? Nevertheless, this response warranted further contemplation. Hishushu cleared his throat. "I naturally thought you were inquiring about my hair." Jiao Du frowned. "Is that so? Do female ninjas think like this?" However, his gaze fell upon Hishushu's silvery long hair. It seemed to exceed 18 centimeters in length. Did it not? "I meant from the shoulder to the hair's end is 18 centimeters, Hishushu clarified, noticing the glint of curiosity in Jiao Du's eyes. Oh, Jiao Du nodded. Hishushu awkwardly shifted the topic. Money is indeed a wonderful thing. The host's abrupt change of subject felt rather clumsy. After several hours of disconnection, the system finally reconnected. "Tunzi, you have returned," Hishushu exclaimed, filled with emotion. "Why are you back so soon?" He was astonished. During the disconnection, he had thought it would take at least 10 days or half a month for the system to return. "I was worried about you," the system replied. Hashushu felt a bit flattered. Actually, my skills should be quite safe in this world. The system paused for a moment. The energy expenditure was somewhat intense. But during the sleep mode, I fortuitously encountered a superior who helped me recover. Truly, a well-connected entity. Hashushu immediately exclaimed, Tunzi, it's good to have you back. I missed you. The flattery had now turned into the system. Ding! Jiaodu's favorability increased to 60. Jiaodu gazed at Hashushu with a hint of excitement. Do you have a great fondness for money? The system, mocking Hashushu's awkward topic shift, mused that one cannot apply normal reasoning to the characters in the world of Naruto. After all, who in this world does not love money? Hashushu responded with a face of indifference. Ding! Jiaodu's favorability increased to 70. Jiaodu nodded in agreement. Indeed, after joining the Akatsuki, you can still go out on missions and earn rewards, Hashushu stated. Ding! Jiaodu's favorability increased to 75. Moreover, all the members of our organization are powerful ninjas, and our rewards are quite substantial. Hashushu looked at Jiaodu at a glance. I can tell you are adept at managing wealth. After all, you are a miser. You could take charge of the Akatsuki's mission rewards. Ding! Jiaodu's favorability increased to 90. Hashushu was taken aback by this surge in favorability and instinctively looked at Jiaodu, who stared back with gleaming eyes, motionless. The smooth progression of the Akatsuki strategy was somewhat alarming to Hashushu. The members of the Akatsuki, in certain respects, were surprisingly innocent. Synopsis: Hashushu rode the wave of trends and traversed into the Naruto world. Starting on a battlefield, he became an orphan. Ding! The system chimed, bringing countless hopes. The charming system in the Naruto world is delighted to serve you. Hashushu, what system? Relying on the original host's parents' favorability in Sunagakure. Hashushu successfully drew the 6 eyes and boundless potential. Just as he was about to rejoice, darkness engulfed him.